Greetings and welcome to Mythology and Folklore for Sleep collection of sleep stories. Let's guide you tonight as we journey into the deep forests and wild mountains of North America to explore one of the most enduring and quietly haunting legends this land has ever known, the story of Bigfoot. We will follow this legend from its oldest and deepest roots through the traditions of indigenous peoples who have known these forests far longer than any written record, through the journals of early explorers and frontier settlers, through famous sightings and contested evidence, and the long, patient search that continues to this day. Whether you have always been curious about Bigfoot or are only now hearing the full story for the first time, tonight we will take the whole thing slowly, quietly, and together. Before we venture forward, however, let us pause for a moment to settle into the place where you are right now. Allow your body to grow heavy and still against the surface beneath you. Let your shoulders drop, let your hands rest open and loose at your sides, and allow your jaw to soften just a little. There is nothing that needs your attention tonight. Every obligation, every unfinished thought from the day, you can set all of it down now, the way you might set down a heavy bag after a long walk. You are simply here, and that is more than enough. With your eyes closed and your breathing slow, take a long, easy breath in through your nose, feeling your chest and belly rise gently. Then let it go, slowly, all the way out, and notice how your body sinks just a little deeper into the comfort beneath you with every breath you release. You do not need to control your breathing or count anything. Just let it find its own quiet rhythm, the way a river finds its way between stones without any effort at all. If there are sounds around you, the small sounds of a house settling, or distant traffic, or the wind against the window, you can let those sounds be part of the background, like rain falling somewhere far away. They do not need to pull you anywhere. You are here, warm and safe, and the night outside is peaceful. As you rest, I want you to imagine that somewhere beyond your walls, there are forests, vast and old and dark, the kind where the canopy grows so thick that very little light ever reaches the ground, the kind where the undergrowth smells of damp earth and pine, where fallen logs are covered in soft green moss, where the only sounds are wind moving through the branches high overhead and the occasional call of something small and wild moving through the brush. These are the forests where tonight's story lives. They stretch across mountain ranges and river valleys, from the fog-wrapped coastlines of the Pacific Northwest to the ancient hollows of the Appalachian Hills. They are among the largest stretches of wilderness remaining on this continent, and they have been home to stories far older and stranger than most people realize. Tonight, we are going to move through those forests together, unhurried and at ease, and I am going to tell you everything there is to know about the creature that generations of people, across many different cultures and many different centuries, have believed to be walking quietly through those trees. Now that we have settled in and found our quiet center, let us begin the story. Long before anyone coined the word Bigfoot, long before newspaper headlines or grainy film footage, the forests of North America were already full of stories. These were not stories that began with a dramatic sighting, a plasticast, or a newswire running across a teletype machine. They were woven into something far older and far quieter than any of that, into the oral traditions of the indigenous nations who had lived alongside these forests for thousands of years, who understood the mountains and river valleys not as wilderness to be conquered, but as a world to be inhabited with care and attention. The large human-like figure that would eventually become known to the wider world as Bigfoot had been part of that world for a very long time. The people who told the earliest stories about it were not describing something monstrous or alien. They were describing something they knew, something they had made room for in their understanding of how the world was put together, something that carried meaning far beyond what any modern field researcher might be looking for. The word Sasquatch itself offers a small window into how ancient these traditions really are. It is an anglicized version of Sasquatch, a term that comes from the Halkomelem language spoken by the Coast Salish peoples of the Pacific Northwest, a language family that stretches across what is now southwestern British Columbia and northern Washington state. Halkomelem translates the word roughly as meaning a wild or hairy man, a being associated with the deep places of the forest where ordinary human life thinned out and something older and less familiar began. The Coast Salish did not invent this as a campfire entertainment. It was a part of how they understood the land they lived on, passed down carefully from one generation to the next in the way that all vital knowledge was passed down, through storytelling, through ceremony, through the quiet instruction of elders who had received the same stories from their own elders before them. What is worth pausing over is how many nations, spread across an enormous geographic range, held space for a being of this kind. The Coast Salish were not alone in this. From the dense cedar forests of the Pacific Northwest to the high desert plateaus further inland, from the Great Basin to the mountains of the Northeast, many different indigenous cultures carried traditions describing a large, powerful, human-like presence inhabiting the wild country beyond the edges of the village. The details shifted from place to place, as you would expect from traditions developing across such varied landscapes over such a long stretch of time. But the broad shape of the being, enormous, hair-covered, moving on two legs through country that human beings entered only cautiously, appeared in tradition after tradition, with a consistency that is difficult to set aside. Among the Stales people of British Columbia, Sasquatch held a particularly clear and considered role. In their tradition, the being was understood as a protector of the land, a figure who existed partly in the human world and partly in the spiritual world, whose presence served as a kind of reminder that the wilderness was not simply a resource waiting to be used, but a living system with its own integrity and its own rules. The Stales did not approach Sasquatch the way a researcher might approach a rare animal. They approached that presence the way you might approach something you owed a measure of respect to, carefully, with awareness of what you were doing and why. Encountering such a being was not an occasion for celebration or proof gathering. It was an occasion for reflection on your own behavior and your own relationship to the world around you. These traditions were maintained through specific practices and contexts that gave them weight and continuity. The stories were not told casually or at random moments. They were often shared at particular times of year, or as part of specific ceremonies, or in contexts where their lessons would be most relevant to young people preparing to hunt or travel through difficult country. Elders served as keepers of these narratives, responsible for remembering the exact details and the proper way of telling them. There was a recognition that how something was said mattered as much as what was being said, that the cadence and structure of the story itself carried meaning. In some traditions, certain stories could only be told during particular seasons, or only to people who had demonstrated they were ready to hear them. This created a kind of sacred container around the knowledge, a sense that it was not meant to be treated lightly or shared indiscriminately. The specificity of these practices speaks to how central these stories were to the life of the communities that held them. The Tule River tribe, in the foothills of California's Sierra Nevada, offers another kind of evidence for how old these traditions run. On a rock face in their ancestral territory, there is a cluster of petroglyphs, images carved into stone by hands that worked there long centuries before any European presence on this continent. Among those images, researchers and tribal members have identified a figure they call hairy man, large, distinctly human in posture, covered in the lines that suggest thick hair or fur. The Tule River people themselves connect this figure to their oral traditions. Understanding it as a depiction of the same kind of being their stories have described for generations. The carving does not prove that such a creature exists in any biological sense. What it does suggest is that the concept is genuinely ancient, not a recent invention, not something borrowed from a newspaper story or a Hollywood film, but something rooted in the lived experience and the artistic expression of people who called this land home for a very long time. The teaching function of these stories is something that deserves its own moment of attention. In many indigenous traditions, stories about powerful or dangerous wilderness beings were not simply entertainment. They were not simply expressions of fear. They carried instruction. A story about a large and unpredictable being inhabiting the deep forest might carry within it a quiet lesson about the consequences of venturing too far from the community without proper preparation, or about what happened to people who took more from the land than they needed, or about the importance of moving through wild country with humility rather than aggression. These were moral and ecological teachings, delivered through narrative in the way that the most enduring lessons often are, not as rules handed down from above, but as stories that stayed with you, that you carried with you into the forest when you went. This is perhaps the most important distinction between the indigenous understanding of the wilderness being and the approach that Western cryptozoology would eventually develop. Western investigation of Bigfoot has always been organized around a single central question: does this creature exist? The entire enterprise is built around finding evidence, footprints, film, hair samples, audio recordings that would satisfy a scientific standard of proof. And that is not an unreasonable way to investigate a question, but it is a very particular way of relating to the world, one that treats the creature as a problem to be solved and a mystery to be resolved. The indigenous traditions that gave rise to these stories were organized around a different kind of question entirely, not whether the being existed, but what your relationship to it was, what your presence in its territory meant, what obligations that presence placed on you. These traditions did not need scientific verification because they were not making scientific claims in the Western sense. They were transmitting a way of being in the world, a way that made room for things larger and older than human understanding, that treated the forest not as a backdrop for human activity, but as a world in its own right, full of its own inhabitants and its own logic. It is worth being careful when surveying all of this, not to collapse these very different traditions into a single unified story. The Coast Salish understanding of Saskets was not identical to the Tule River understanding of Hairy Man. Neither of those was the same as the traditions held by nations further inland or further north. Each culture shaped its understanding of the wilderness being through its own language, its own landscape, its own spiritual framework, and its own history. Treating them as if they were all describing the same creature in the same way would be a kind of flattening, a loss of exactly the richness and specificity that makes these traditions worth knowing about in the first place. Scholars who study this material are careful to note that the diversity of the traditions is itself meaningful, that what matters is not only the similarity across cultures, but the particular texture of each one. What does connect these traditions, quietly and without force, is the understanding they share of what the wilderness being represents. In tradition after tradition, across nations and landscapes and languages, the large human-like presence in the deep forest is associated with a set of values: respect for the natural world, humility about the limits of human knowledge, awareness of what you owe to the land and to the other kinds of life that share it with you. Whether the being appears as a protector, as a warning, as a spirit that moves between worlds, or as something that simply watches from the tree line and withdraws when approached too boldly, it is always understood as something that has its own place in the order of things, that demands to be treated accordingly. For these communities, the creature was never really a mystery to be solved. It was a presence to be respected. That understanding colored everything that came after. The further you travel from the Pacific Northwest, the more the stories change, and that is one of the most telling things about them. The Sasquatch traditions of the Coast Salish and the Tsales emerged from a particular world: dense old-growth forest, rain-softened earth, rivers heavy with salmon, mountain ranges that seemed to go on without end. That specific landscape shaped specific stories. But when you move east across the continent, or south into the high desert, or north toward the boreal woodlands, you find that other nations were also holding space for a large, human-like presence in the wilderness. And yet what they described, what role that presence played, how people were meant to relate to it shifted in ways that matter enormously. These are not regional variations of a single shared legend. They are separate traditions, grown from separate soils, carrying their own meanings and their own moral weight. To flatten them all into one modern creature would be to misunderstand each of them individually. Scholars who study indigenous knowledge traditions have been careful to say so. The diversity of these accounts is not an inconvenience to be smoothed over. It is, in fact, the most important thing about them. The relationship between landscape and story runs deeper than mere backdrop. When a people inhabit a particular geography for centuries or millennia, that land becomes inscribed in their language, their ceremonial calendar, their ethical frameworks. The creatures and spirits that populate their oral traditions emerge from this intimate knowledge. They reflect not idle speculation, but careful observation translated into spiritual and moral language. A being that appears in stories is often a being that serves a purpose in the community's understanding of how to live well in that specific place. The character of the creature, whether it is protective or dangerous, central or marginal to human life, carries embedded knowledge about the actual hazards and gifts of the environment. To understand these traditions on their own terms requires recognizing that they are not failed attempts at zoology. They are sophisticated systems of meaning-making that ask different questions than modern science asks. Among the Algonquin-speaking peoples of the northeastern woodlands and the Great Lakes region, there existed a figure that is sometimes mentioned in the same breath as Bigfoot, though it belongs to an entirely different category of being. The Wendigo, sometimes spelled Windigo or Witiko, depending on the specific nation and dialect, was not a shy, forest-dwelling creature glimpsed at the edge of a clearing or heard moving through the trees at night. It was something far darker and far more inward-looking in its terror. In most traditions, the Wendigo was a spirit of hunger and cold, a malevolent force that could possess human beings who had committed the act of cannibalism under desperate winter conditions, transforming them into towering, gaunt, insatiable creatures that could never be led no matter how much they consumed. The being grew taller as it ate, always staying just out of reach of satisfaction. Some accounts described it as skeletal and hollow-eyed, others as a massive and powerful figure moving through the deep snow of a northern winter. But what united them was this sense of a wrong relationship, a crossing of a boundary that nature had set, rather than simply a large and unknown animal sharing the forest with human beings. The Wendigo served as a profound cultural teaching about the dangers of prioritizing individual survival over communal bonds, about what happens when a person turns against the group in order to feed themselves alone. It is a story shaped by the brutality of northeastern winters, by the genuine and terrible threat of famine, by the value of peoples for whom interdependence was not merely preferable, but essential to survival. To place it in the same column as the Sasquatch of the Pacific Northwest is to lose what makes both of them meaningful. The Wendigo also illustrates how these traditions encode ecological knowledge and seasonal danger. The northeastern peoples understood that winter could push human communities to their breaking point, that the boundary between survival and tragedy was often thin. The Wendigo was not merely a monster to frighten children. It was a sophisticated warning embedded in narrative form, teaching about the psychological and spiritual consequences of certain actions, about the interconnected nature of survival in a harsh climate. These teachings were transmitted across generations because they carried practical wisdom about how to maintain the social bonds that literally meant the difference between life and death when temperatures dropped and food became scarce. Moving west and south into the high desert country of the Great Basin, the traditions shift again in ways that reflect a completely different world. The Shoshone people, whose territory spread across what is now Nevada, Utah, southern Idaho, knew of a being called the Sea-Haltic, sometimes described as a powerful and dangerous creature inhabiting the more remote and rugged parts of the landscape, a presence that inspired not just caution but genuine fear. The Great Basin is a place of extremes: scorching summers, cold winters, sparse water, long distances between places of shelter and sustenance. A large, dangerous being in that environment carries different implications than one in the lush and forgiving rainforests of the coast. There is less margin for error in the desert. The stories that emerge from desert peoples tend to reflect that. The Sea-Haltic was not a guardian in the protective sense, not a teacher offering ecological wisdom from a place of benevolence. It was something to be avoided, something that marked the outer edges of where a person should reasonably go. And that warning had real practical value in a landscape where wandering too far from water or familiar terrain could end a life without any mysterious creature being involved at all. Across the plateau regions, among the peoples of what is now the inland Pacific Northwest, the Columbia Plateau, and the areas around the Warm Springs Reservation, there were stories of beings sometimes called stick Indians, a name that refers not to a single creature, but to a category of entities, some of them hostile, some merely disruptive, all of them associated with the deep and less traveled places. According to these traditions, the stick Indians might steal salmon from a fishing camp, or whistle to travelers in the darkness in ways that caused them to lose their bearings and wander off the path they had known. They were tricksters in some accounts, predators in others. Their behavior carried a warning familiar across many traditions, that certain places and certain hours belonged to forces older than human settlement, that a person who moved through those spaces carelessly did so at their own risk. What all of these traditions share, despite their profound differences, is that they grew outward from the specific places their peoples inhabited, shaped by the demands and the character of each particular landscape. The Pacific Northwest coast, with its deep forest and its abundance, produced stories of a large being that moved within the natural order, deserving of respect and careful relationship. The northeastern woodlands, with their long winters and their intimate knowledge of scarcity, produced a being born of transgression and excess. The high desert produced something forbidding and marginal, a creature of the edges rather than the center of human life. Scholars who study these traditions with care have noted that the instinct to gather all of these figures together under the modern word Bigfoot, to treat them as folk descriptions of a single undiscovered animal, imposes a Western framework of categorization onto knowledge systems that were organized around entirely different questions. The peoples who carried these stories were not amateur naturalists waiting for someone to arrive with a camera and settle the matter. They were communities for whom the natural world was a web of relationships, moral, spiritual, ecological, and the figures that inhabited the outer edges of that web carried meaning that a plaster footprint cast could never fully capture. Each tradition carried the mark of its own landscape, its own language, its own way of understanding what it meant to share a world with something larger and older than yourself. When European settlers began pushing into the forests and mountains of the Pacific Northwest in the early 1800s, they brought their own fears with them, and the wilderness seemed ready to answer. These were men and women accustomed to cleared fields and village roads. to landscapes that had been shaped and tamed by generations of human hands. The forests they encountered here were something else entirely. The trees were enormous, older than memory, standing so close together that the light barely reached the ground. The mountains ran on without end in every direction. There were no edges to anything, no horizon that offered reassurance. For many settlers, that open vastness pressed against the imagination in ways that were difficult to name. It is perhaps not surprising that, moving through that kind of country, they began to report things. One of the earliest written accounts comes from the journals of David Thompson, a British-Canadian fur trader and explorer who was among the first Europeans to travel extensively through what is now the Pacific Northwest. In January of 1811, near what is today the region of northern Idaho and eastern Washington, Thompson and his men discovered a set of enormous tracks in the snow. He recorded the footprints with careful attention, noting their unusual size and human-like shape. Observing that they appeared to belong to something far larger than a man, Thompson was a practical, methodical person, not given to embellishment. The tone of his journal entry is one of genuine puzzlement rather than fear. He did not claim to have seen the create, only the evidence it seemed to have left behind. But that matter-of-fact record, written in neat ink on expedition paper, placed something unmistakably large and unknown into the documented history of the region. It would not be the last such entry. A generation later, in 1840, a Protestant missionary named Elkanah Walker was living among the Spokane people in what is now eastern Washington. Walker was a careful observer of the communities he lived and worked with. He kept detailed records of the stories and beliefs he encountered. Among those accounts, he noted that the Spokane people spoke of large, hair-covered beings who lived in the mountains nearby, beings who were powerful and unpredictable, who sometimes raided camps for food, who were regarded with a mixture of caution and respect. Walker did not dismiss these accounts, though he filtered them through his own cultural expectations, describing the beings as giants in language that reflected his own frame of reference more than theirs. What is significant about his record is that it shows how, by the middle of the 19th century, settler observers were beginning to encounter indigenous knowledge about these wilderness beings and attempting to make sense of it. The stories were clearly not new to the indigenous peoples Walker lived among. They had the settled quality of things long understood and carefully passed down. But for Walker and those like him, they arrived as something unfamiliar and faintly unsettling. Stories that seemed to give shape to the unease they already felt about the wild country pressing in around them. As more settlers moved westward across the continent, encounters of this kind multiplied. The stories began circulating through the loose networks of frontier communication. Trading posts, missionary letters, newspaper columns, the lone evenings around campfires, where men and women tried to make sense of the places they had come to. Reports of large, man-like figures spotted in deep timber began appearing with increasing frequency in regional newspapers through the latter half of the century, described with the same matter-of-fact language used for accounts of bear attacks or unusual weather. Perhaps the most famous of all the early settler accounts came not from a frontiersman of modest reputation, but from Theodore Roosevelt, who would eventually become the 26th President of the United States. Roosevelt wrote about the wilderness with genuine passion throughout his life. In his 1892 book of hunting stories and natural observations, The Wilderness Hunter, he included an account he had heard from an experienced trapper and woodsman named Bauman. The story Bauman told was set somewhere in the mountain country of the West, in an unnamed wilderness that Roosevelt described only in general terms: forested slopes, a narrow creek, remote and difficult country. According to Bauman, he and a companion had made camp in a valley where they almost immediately sensed that something was wrong. Their camp was disturbed, their belongings scattered. They found enormous bipedal tracks, not the prints of a bear moving on all fours, but tracks made by something moving upright, consistently, through the muddy ground around their site. The presence that left those tracks seemed to circle the camp repeatedly over the course of several nights. The men grew steadily more frightened. Roosevelt recorded the story as Bauman told it to him, treating the old man as a credible witness, while carefully leaving open the question of what the creature might actually have been. The account ends badly for Bauman's companion, who was found dead in the camp under circumstances Bauman could not explain. While Roosevelt neither confirmed nor denied the supernatural elements of the story, he clearly found it worthy of preservation. That a man of Roosevelt's reputation and intellectual seriousness chose to include the account in a published book says something about how widely these stories had spread and how difficult they were to simply dismiss, even for those who approached the natural world with scientific curiosity. The blending of settler and indigenous traditions that was quietly underway throughout this period produced something new, a distinctly American wilderness legend that carried the texture of indigenous knowledge and the particular anxieties of a culture confronting a continent it had not yet learned to fully understand. The forests were enormous, and the maps were incomplete. In that space between the known and the unknown, a figure was taking shape that belonged to no single people and no single trade: Ishan. By the end of the 19th century, stories of wild men in the woods had become woven into the fabric of American frontier life, passed around campfires and printed in newspapers with the same matter-of-fact tone used to describe weather and game. In the summer of 1924, 5 gold prospectors were camped in a remote canyon on the slopes of Mount St. Helens when, according to their account, they spent one of the longest nights of their lives. The mountain occupies a part of southwestern Washington that has always carried something of the feeling of a place slightly beyond the reach of ordinary life. Even today, if you spend any length of time moving through the forest on those slopes, the sense of being surrounded by something larger than yourself arrives almost naturally, almost without your noticing it. The trees pressing close, the light coming through in fragments, the sounds changing in ways that aren't quite explained by the wind. In 1924, that remoteness was more pronounced still. Roads into the backcountry were rough where they existed at all. Large stretches of the mountain and the terrain surrounding it remained the kind of country that men traveled on foot or on horseback, with a clear understanding that getting into difficulty out there meant being truly, completely alone. The 5 miners had staked a claim they called the Vanderwhite, about 2 miles east of the mountain, near a deep and narrow gorge where the land fell away sharply between walls of rock and standing timber. They had built a small cabin there, hand-hewn, solidly enough put together to keep the rain out and the wind down, but modest, unfortified, not the kind of structure that inspires much confidence in the dark. And they went about their days as miners did in those years, moving between the claim and the camp, working through the daylight hours, returning each evening to cook and rest and make whatever arrangements the next morning required. It was the kind of work that fills a day completely, leaving a man pleasantly tired by nightfall. I imagine they slept well enough in those first weeks, with the mountain quiet above them and nothing in particular to trouble their rest. The unease that preceded the famous night did not announce itself loudly. It came first in the form of tracks. In the days before the incident, one of the miners, a man named Hank, who was regarded by his companions as a skilled and experienced woodsman, someone who had spent enough years in the mountains to trust what he was looking at, came across a series of impressions pressed deeply into the soft earth around the edges of the camp. The largest of them measured 19 inches from one end to the other. The men gathered around them and studied them with the particular, careful attention that you give to something when you recognize it doesn't fit the familiar categories. Crouching down the way you do when you want to look more closely and aren't entirely sure what you're hoping to find. They knew the mountain well enough to identify what a bear left behind in soft ground, what an elk's track looked like pressed into damp soil near a creek, what the smaller animals of the territory made when they moved through the underbrush after rain. These were none of those things. The shape of them was arranged as a human footprint is arranged, heel and toe, bipedal, the toes spread wide across a broad, flat base, but the dimensions placed the creature making them so far outside any human scale that the comparison made things stranger rather than clearer. Hank, who was said to be a man not easily unsettled, grew noticeably quieter after the discovery. It was the kind of quiet that the people around him understood without needing to ask about it. The other miners talked around the subject, the way people tend to handle the things that worry them most. They kept working because practical men on a gold claim in the mountains generally keep working. The pressing demands of the daylight hours have a way of filling the space that doubt might otherwise occupy. But the forest around the gorge had shifted in some quality I find difficult to name. Not more threatening exactly, not louder, simply more present, as though something beyond the tree line had turned its attention quietly toward the camp and settled in to watch. What happened on the night the miners later described to the newspapers, to anyone who would listen in the weeks that followed, began suddenly and without much warning. The men had gone to sleep in the ordinary way, the mountain dark and still above them, the gorge dropping away below into deeper shadow. Then the cabin was struck, a large stone hitting the outer wall with enough force to bring all 5 men sharply awake at once. Before they had quite oriented themselves, another came, then another, arriving from different directions simultaneously, as though there were several creatures circling the structure, and each one was contributing separately to the assault. The men took up their rifles. In the dark, with the walls shuddering from the impacts and the sound of heavy movement coming from more than one point outside, they fired through gaps in the timber and through whatever openings presented themselves, directing their shots toward whatever they could hear moving in the darkness. The creatures, for that is how the miners described them, large and bipedal and covered in dark hair, did not withdraw immediately. They circled the cabin. The throwing of stones would stop for a stretch of minutes, long enough that the men inside might allow themselves to wonder if it was over. Then it would begin again from a different quarter. At some point, deep in the night, something came close enough to the wall to reach a limb through a gap in the timber and close its hand around the handle of an axe that had been left leaning just inside. One of the miners lunged for it, and another fired toward the arm, and the grip released. The men held the cabin through what remained of the darkness, listening at the walls, firing when movement came too close, watching every gap in the timber for any shape they could make out against the black outside. When the light began to return, that slow, pale lightening that precedes dawn in the mountains, when the trees start coming back out of the dark as shapes again, the sounds outside had stopped. The men waited until the morning was fully established before going out. When they did, the forest looked as it always had, quiet and unchanged, carrying on with its ordinary sounds as though nothing had interrupted it. They found some disturbance in the ground around the cabin. They found no creatures. The account reached the newspapers quickly enough for a remote location. The coverage it generated was substantial enough to draw an official response. 2 U.S. Forest Service rangers, identified as J.H. Huffman and William Welch, were dispatched to look at the site and evaluate what the miners had described. They made their way into the canyon and examined the evidence carefully. Their conclusions were not favorable to the miners' story. The gorge that had been characterized as difficult to access turned out to be navigable without much trouble. The footprints near the cabin, those 19-inch impressions that had so affected Hank in the days before the attack, the rangers examined and demonstrated, to their own satisfaction, could be produced deliberately without great difficulty. They concluded that the miners had in all likelihood manufactured the incident themselves, possibly placing the stones and fashioning the prints in order to generate the kind of attention that a dramatic wilderness story was almost certain to attract. The ranger's report did not travel nearly as far or as fast as the original account had. That is a tendency you'll notice running through the history of these stories with a certain consistency. The dramatic claim moves quickly and widely, while the quiet correction rarely catches up to it. Fred Beck, one of the 5 miners and the one most closely associated with the incident in the years that followed, eventually wrote his own account of what he said took place on that mountain. His book maintained that everything the men reported was genuine. He described the night with the kind of personal texture and emotional specificity, the feeling of the cabin wall shaking, the lunge for the axe handle, the particular character of the darkness pressing against the gaps in the timber that no newspaper summary had ever quite managed to convey. His account ensured that the Ape Canyo, an incident, remained available to every later generation of researchers and readers who came looking for the origins of the Pacific Northwest legend. It a first-person weight that kept it circulating long after the Rangers' investigation had been largely forgotten. Whether the men truly encountered something in those dark Washington woods, or whether the story grew in the telling, Ape Canyon earned its name that summer and has kept it ever since. The name Bigfoot was born on a dirt logging road in the mountains of Northern California on a quiet August morning in 1958, when a man named Jerry Crew climbed down from his bulldozer and found something he could not explain. Crew was a cat skinner, the term used for operators of the large tracked machines that pushed through earth and rock, and he had been hired to help carve a timber access road through the 6 Rivers National Forest, a vast and heavily wooded stretch of land in Del Norte County, roughly 300 miles north of San Francisco. The road was being cut through a place called Bluff Creek, a remote drainage tucked so deeply into the mountains that most people in the nearest towns had never seen it firsthand. 30 or so workers were employed on that same stretch of road, rising before dawn each morning, driving into the forest, spending their days reducing ancient stands of Douglas fir to something navigable and useful. It was hard, unglamorous work in an isolated corner of the country. On most mornings, nothing happened worth remembering. But on that particular morning in late August, when Crew stepped down from his machine and looked at the soft mud of the freshly graded road surface, he found a series of footprints pressed deeply into the earth, footprints shaped unmistakably like those of a barefoot human being, yet measuring 16 inches from heel to toe and 7 inches across. The stride between them was enormous, far beyond anything a person walking normally would leave behind. Whatever had made them had moved with considerable weight. This was because the prints were sunk well below the surface of the surrounding ground, as though the creature had been dense beyond easy reckoning. Crew walked the length of the track for a while, following it as it moved around and away from his machine. He could not make it add up to anything he already knew. He mentioned it to his co-workers. Some of them had seen similar prints on earlier mornings, appearing without explanation and disappearing just as quietly. No one had said much about it, the way people sometimes stay quiet about things they cannot account for. But Crew decided to do something more deliberate. He mixed up a batch of plaster and poured casts of several of the clearest prints. When they had set and hardened, he brought them into town and showed them to a reporter at the Humboldt Times, a small regional newspaper serving the communities along the Northern California coast. The editor there, a columnist named Andrew Genzoli, recognized that he was looking at something that would interest his readers. He wrote the story up, in print, reaching for a word to describe the creature behind those enormous tracks. Genzoli settled on a simple and perfectly American compound: Bigfoot. It was direct, unpretentious, and impossible to forget. It caught on almost immediately, spreading from that small coastal newspaper outward through wire services and regional papers until it had become the word most Americans used for the thing that had been lurking at the edges of their campfire stories for generations. The story did not remain a local curiosity for long. Within days, the Humboldt Times article had been picked up by larger papers along the coast. then by national wire services that saw in it the kind of human interest story that could capture attention in an era when such mysteries still had a freshness to them. Magazines began sending reporters to Northern California. Radio stations broadcast interviews with crew and with Genzoli, the man who had given the phenomenon its name. The plaster casts themselves became minor celebrities, passed hand to hand among journalists and curious onlookers, photographed and measured and debated. The footprints at Bluff Creek represented something that transcended the merely local. They suggested that in an increasingly mapped and catalogued world, gaps still remained. Places where the unknown could still exist. For someone living in 1958, this was not an abstract proposition. The world still contained vast territories that had not been thoroughly explored. The possibility of an undiscovered creature in the deepest forests of California seemed, to many people, no more implausible than it would have seemed a century earlier. It is worth pausing for a moment to consider the world into which that name was born. America in 1958 was a country still comfortable with the idea that its own geography held genuine mysteries. The interstate highway system had only just begun its slow spread across the continent. Large portions of the Pacific Northwest remained genuinely difficult to reach. The forests of Northern California were not casual weekend destinations for most people. They were remote in a way that is harder to appreciate now. When satellite imagery allows anyone to examine any patch of Earth from the comfort of a lit room, the wilderness still had the quality of the unknown about it, not in a threatening way necessarily, but in the older sense, the sense that there were places in the landscape where human understanding simply had not reached yet. Crew's plaster casts landed in that atmosphere with a kind of ease, the way a story lands when the cultural ground is already prepared to receive it. People were ready to believe that something large and unexplained might still be moving through the deep forests. This was because the forests themselves still felt deep enough to hide one. The story spread through newspapers across the country, ran in magazines, generated a wave of attention that was partly curiosity, partly amusement, partly something harder to name, a genuine, if quiet hope that the world had not yet been entirely accounted for. Researchers and adventurers began making their way to Bluff Creek, looking for additional prints, measuring what they found, attempting to understand the scale of whatever had left those marks in the mud. The name Bigfoot had given the phenomenon a kind of coherence it had not previously had. Gathering up the scattered frontier reports and indigenous traditions and campfire stories into something with a single, recognizable identity. For a while, Bluff Creek became one of the more peculiar destinations in California, drawing visitors who had no particular connection to logging or wilderness, but who simply wanted to see the place where the modern legend had begun. In the decades that followed the initial discovery, Bluff Creek became the subject of considerable scientific and amateur scrutiny. Investigators returned to the site year after year, cataloguing additional prints and attempting to reconstruct the chronology of sightings. Some researchers conducted extensive searches through the surrounding forest, hoping to find more substantial evidence, hair, scat, bones, anything that might confirm the existence of the creature. Others interviewed the original road workers repeatedly, trying to distinguish between what they had actually witnessed and what they had come to believe they had witnessed over the passage of years. The prints themselves remained at the center of the inquiry. They were photographed, measured with precision instruments, compared against each other, and against anatomical models. Universities and institutes received requests to examine the original plaster casts. Experts in primatology and physical anthropology offered opinions, though these opinions varied widely depending on who was doing the examining and what theoretical framework they brought to their analysis. Then, in 2002, something complicated happened. Ray L. Wallace, a timber contractor who had been the man responsible for overseeing the very road construction project at Bluff Creek in 1958, died of heart failure at the age of 84. Shortly after his death, members of his family came forward with a disclosure. His son Michael told the Seattle Times plainly that his father had been behind the footprints all along. The family produced a pair of carved wooden feet, large, flat, shaped like an enormous human soul, that they said Wallace had used to stamp the tracks into the soft mud before the workmen arrived each morning. Ray Wallace, according to his family, had thought it was funny, had enjoyed watching people react to the prints, had apparently never imagined that a simple prank involving a pair of carved boards would one day become the founding moment of one of the most enduring legends in American popular culture. The revelation made headlines. For a day or two, there was something like a verdict. The origin story of modern Bigfoot, people said, had turned out to be a hoax. But anyone who thought that announcement would close the subject was underestimating how much had accumulated in the 44 years since that August morning. Crew's plaster casts had been only the first in a long series of similar discoveries made by different people in different locations, with no apparent connection to Wallace or his wooden feet. Other workers on that same road crew, independent of one another, had described finding prints during weeks when Wallace was not even present at the site. Researchers who had studied the casts pointed out that several of the prints showed characteristics: subtle curves, natural asymmetries, pressure ridges that would have been extraordinarily difficult to reproduce convincingly with a carved wooden implement. That the variation between individual prints suggested something more flexible than a rigid board stamping mechanically into the mud. None of this was enough to prove anything one way or the other. The honest answer is that it never will be. What is clear is that Wallace's hoax, genuine as it probably was in some form, did not explain away everything that had happened at Bluff Creek. It certainly did not explain the hundreds of similar reports from people who had never heard of Ray Wallace and had nothing obvious to gain from inventing what they claimed to have seen. The name was out in the world now. No confession, no carved wooden feet, no newspaper correction could put it back. Of all the evidence ever gathered in the long search for Bigfoot, nothing has held the public imagination quite like 59 seconds of shaky, sun-dappled film shot on an October afternoon in 1967. By that point, the name Bigfoot had already been circulating for nearly a decade, carried by newspaper stories and campfire conversations across the American West. But it was still a name without a face, a word attached to enormous footprints and second-hand accounts, to things seen briefly in the dark and then gone. That changed on October 20th, when two men on horseback rode along a dry creek bed in a remote corner of Northern California and came around a bend in the stream and found something standing at the water's edge that neither of them had any easy explanation for. The 9 years between Jerry Crew's 1958 discovery and the autumn of 1967 had been busy ones for those pursuing the mystery. The initial newspaper sensation had faded somewhat, but it had not disappeared entirely. Throughout the early 1960s, hunters and trappers and loggers working in the remote forests of the Pacific Northwest continued to report sightings with enough consistency that the subject had taken on a kind of stubborn permanence in regional folklore. There had been footprint discoveries in Washington and Oregon. There had been reported encounters in the Cascade Range and the Klamath region. None of these had generated the sort of public attention that the initial Patterson-Gimlin footage would later create, but they had kept the search alive for people who believed there was some effing out there worth searching for. The scientific establishment, by and large, had dismissed the entire subject as unworthy of serious attention. The mainstream media, after the initial excitement of 1958, had moved on to other stories. But in the gap between official skepticism and popular curiosity, a small community of dedicated researchers had begun to organize themselves with increasing sophistication. They shared reports with one another. They studied cast imprints of the footprints with great care. They began to theorize about what kind of animal might be leaving these traces, what it might eat, where it might be living, and what physical characteristics it might possess. Roger Patterson was among the most committed of these researchers, a man who had become convinced through years of investigation that the evidence pointed toward a real, unknown primate living in the forests of the Pacific Northwest. Roger Patterson had spent years pursuing the subject, convinced that a large, undiscovered primate was living in the deep forests of the Pacific Northwest. He had brought a 16mm camera along specifically for the possibility that he might need it. His companion, Bob Gimlin, was by most accounts a more measured man, skeptical but loyal, willing to accompany his friend into the wilderness without sharing quite the same degree of conviction. The two of them had ridden out into the Six Rivers National Forest in Humboldt County with 3 horses and several days' worth of provisions, working their way through the creek country near Bluff Creek, that you may remember as the same stretch of Northern California where Jerry Crew had found those first enormous footprints 9 years before. It was a landscape of dense Douglas fir, overturned root masses, creek gravel that held the shapes of things that walked across it. It was the kind of place that felt very large and very quiet when you were standing in the middle of it, far from any road. The horses noticed something before the men did. That detail tends to stay with people who study the film carefully. This was because animals are not easily fooled by costumes or staged events. Both horses reacted with sharp, unmistakable alarm at what was ahead of them on the creek bank. Patterson's horse threw him sideways as it shied away. He scrambled to his feet quickly, pulling the camera from his saddlebag and beginning to run toward what he had seen, a large, dark, hair-covered figure moving along the edge of the creek bed in a steady, upright stride. He was running while filming. That is why the early frames of the footage shake and tilt and are difficult to read clearly. But as he slowed and the creature continued walking, the image steadies enough to see it plainly. What you see, if you watch the film, is a figure that appears to be between 6 and 7 feet tall, covered entirely in dark reddish-brown hair, walking on 2 legs with a long rolling stride that carries it smoothly across the gravel and sand of the creek bottom. At one point, perhaps 30 or 40 feet from where Patterson was standing with the camera running, the figure turns its head and looks directly back over its left shoulder at the 2 men, a slow, deliberate glance, held for just a moment before it continues walking and eventually disappears into the trees at the edge of the creek. That single glance, that brief backward look, is perhaps the most discussed moment in all of Bigfoot research. This was because it is so calm, so unhurried, and so difficult to reconcile with either a frightened animal or a man in a costume who has just been surprised. Researchers later noted that the figure appeared to be female, based on what seemed to be visible breasts beneath the hair, a detail that struck many observers as an unlikely inclusion in a fabricated costume. Though others have argued it would not have been particularly difficult to achieve with the right materials. The analysis of the Patterson-Gimlin film, as it came to be known, has continued steadily for nearly 6 decades. I think it is worth spending a little time with what that analysis has found. This was because it reflects something genuinely interesting about the nature of the evidence. Studies of the creature's body proportions have consistently noted that the arms appear significantly longer relative to the legs than would be typical for a human being. Humans generally have arms roughly 20% shorter than their legs, while the figure in the film appears to have a much smaller difference, closer to what you might expect in a large non-human primate. The stride length and the way the knee bends during each step have also attracted careful attention from biomechanics researchers over the years, some of whom have argued that the gait shown in the film would be difficult or uncomfortable for a human to replicate convincingly, particularly at the speed and over the terrain being crossed. The question of how a costume could have been produced in 1967 is one that has generated considerable discussion among scholars of special effects history. The technique of using hair or fur glued to a substrate was well understood by costume makers of that era. Professional gorilla suits did exist by that time, having been used in various film and television productions throughout the 1950s and 1960s. However, the level of detail visible in the Patterson-Gimlin footage, the musculature beneath the hair, the apparent flexibility of the shoulders and arms, the natural-looking gait, would have required either an exceptionally skilled costume maker or a very well-funded production. Patterson was known to be a man of modest means, which raises questions about where such a costume might have come from and who might have created it. Some researchers have speculated that professional filmmakers could have been involved, though no credible evidence of such involvement has ever emerged. The debate over costume versus living creature essentially hinges on two different assessments of what was possible with 1960s technology and resources. One view holds that the costume-making technology of the era was entirely adequate to produce what is seen in the film, and that creative filmmakers with sufficient motivation and resources could have achieved it. The other view holds that while costumes of that quality might have been theoretically possible, the practical, logistical, and financial barriers would have made such a deception extremely difficult to carry out in a remote wilderness setting under time-pressured circumstances. Grover Krantz, an anthropologist at Washington State University who became one of the few academic researchers willing to take the subject seriously, examined the film in detail and concluded that the mass and proportions of the figure were not consistent with a man in a suit. Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy at Idaho State University, whose work you will encounter again a little later in this story, has made similar arguments. Focusing on the flexibility and mechanics of the foot as the creature steps across the uneven creek bed, suggesting that the motion is more consistent with the anatomy of a large primate than with a human foot inside a rigid costume. These are careful, measured arguments from people with genuine scientific credentials. They deserve to be considered alongside the counter-arguments, which are also substantial. There have been multiple claims, made at different times and with varying degrees of credibility, that the film shows a man in a professionally made gorilla suit. The costume industry of the late 1960s was sophisticated enough to have produced something approximating what the film shows, at least in the opinion of some special effects professionals who have reviewed the footage. A man named Bob Hieronymus came forward in 2004, claiming to have been the person inside the suit, describing in considerable detail how the filming had been arranged and what the costume felt like to wear. Though his account has never been conclusively verified and is disputed by Gimlin, who has maintained for his entire life that what he and Patterson encountered that afternoon was a real, living creature. What makes the Patterson-Gimlin film so enduring, I think, is not simply that it is ambiguous. Many pieces of photographic evidence are ambiguous, but that it is ambiguous in a way that resists easy resolution even after exhaustive examination. Most hoaxes, when studied closely enough, reveal their seams. Most genuine wildlife footage, when examined by biologists, yields to confident identification. The Patterson-Gimlin film has done neither of these things in nearly 60 years of scrutiny. That is a genuinely unusual quality for any piece of photographic evidence to possess. A documentary released in 2026, titled Capturing Bigfoot, brought the film back into wide public conversation by presenting what its makers described as new analytical evidence, challenging certain prior conclusions about its authenticity. Though the Bigfoot research community's response to those claims has been divided, as it tends to be with anything connected to this subject, the film remains, as it has always been, a kind of cultural mirror, something in which people with very different prior beliefs find very different things when they look carefully. If you have already decided that Bigfoot is impossible, you will see a man in a suit walking along a California creek bed with practiced, theatrical strides. If you have spent time in those forests and come away with a different sense of what might be living in them, you may see something else entirely, a large female primate, calm despite being watched, her way along the water on a mild October afternoon without any particular urgency. The footage itself does not settle the question for you. It simply places the question in front of you, very quietly, and waits. After nearly 60 years, it remains exactly what it was the day it was developed, a question that refuses to become an answer. The Patterson-Gimlin film may be the most famous piece of Bigfoot evidence, but it sits inside a much larger body of reports stretching across nearly every state in the continental United States. In the years immediately following 1967, the Pacific Northwest became the center of a quiet but persistent wave of sightings. What is striking about those early reports is how little they seem to borrow from one another. People living along the Cascade Range, loggers, farmers, families driving home late along dark mountain roads, began describing encounters that bore a close resemblance to what Patterson and Gimlin had filmed at Bluff Creek. Though many of these witnesses had no particular awareness of that film at the time, a dark, heavy figure moving through the tree line, a smell, thick, nimble. Difficult to describe precisely, though witnesses consistently reached for the same kinds of words. Musty, wet, deeply unpleasant, like something that had been living in the earth for a long time. The sound of something large moving through brush with a confidence and ease that no bear quite accounts for. Through the 1970s, the reports accumulated steadily, logged by researchers and newspaper editors and county sheriffs who were often unsure what to do with them. Many came from people who seemed genuinely reluctant to share what they had seen, worried about how the account would land. A logger in Washington who pulled over near dusk and watched something cross the road ahead of him, something that moved upright, that he measured later against the surrounding fir trees and estimated, at between 7 and 8 feet tall, waited years before telling anyone outside his family. A couple camping in the Olympic Peninsula who woke before dawn to the sound of something heavy moving around the perimeter of their tent, found impressions in the soft ground the next morning that didn't match anything they could name. These were not people who had gone looking for something extraordinary. They were simply people who encountered something they couldn't fit into any category they already had. What made the accumulation of these early reports significant was the emergence of organized documentation. By the mid-1970s, researchers had begun compiling and cross-referencing accounts in a more systematic way. The Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization was founded in 1995, but long before that, individual researchers and local enthusiasts had been maintaining their own archives. Some of these early compilations were remarkably thorough. In counties across Washington and Oregon, researchers would visit witnesses at their homes, record detailed interviews, measure and photograph the sites where encounters had occurred. They collected soil samples from reported track locations, noted the density and type of vegetation, documented weather patterns from the date of the alleged sighting. His methodical approach sometimes revealed patterns that casual observation might have missed. Seasonal clustering of reports in certain regions, a concentration of sightings along particular river valleys or ridge systems, temporal patterns that suggested possible migration routes or territories. Some researchers began noting that reports often clustered in areas of remaining old-growth forest, places where human development had been relatively limited, where dense canopy cover and complex understory still prevailed, where the food sources that might sustain a large primate were abundant. This was not proof of anything, but it suggested that if these accounts reflected actual encounters with an animal, that animal, if it existed, would have particular habitat requirements that could be studied and understood. By the late 1970s, it was becoming clear that Bigfoot was not a Pacific Northwest creature in any exclusive sense. Reports were reaching researchers from the Appalachian Mountains, from the river bottomlands of the Midwest, from the dense second-growth forests of Ohio and Michigan, and the wooded hollows of West Virginia and Tennessee. Ohio, in particular, developed a remarkably concentrated body of sightings across several decades. centered on areas of heavy forest cover in the eastern and southeastern parts of the state. The descriptions in those Ohio accounts were recognizable to anyone familiar with the Pacific Northwest record: large, bipedal, dark-haired, accompanied by a smell that witnesses struggled to put into words, and yet many of these people had no deep familiarity with the broader Bigfoot narrative. They were hunters and rural residents, and late shift workers, driving home through unlit stretches of state road. People whose lives did not otherwise intersect with cryptozoology or folklore. In the Appalachian reports, the creature was often described crossing roads in the beams of headlights, or disturbing the edges of agricultural fields at the margins of dense forest, or moving through mountain hollows at night with a quietness that struck witnesses as out of proportion to the size they were describing. What these Eastern accounts added to the picture was geographic reach, a sense that whatever people were seeing, or believed they were seeing, was not a story that had simply spread outward from a single origin point, but something more diffuse and harder to account for. The expansion of reports eastward raised a question that researchers still grapple with today. If these accounts reflected a genuine animal population, how had that population gone undetected for so long by the scientific establishment? Large primates leave traces: hair, scat, bones from deceased individuals, dental remains. Yet despite numerous expeditions and searches in regions with concentrated sighting histories, no such physical evidence had surfaced in any definitive form. Some researchers proposed that an undiscovered primate species would need to be remarkably elusive, possibly nocturnal by preference, possibly with behavioral patterns that minimized the likelihood of leaving behind recoverable remains. Others suggested that a small breeding population might persist in fragmented forest habitats, moving between isolated patches of suitable terrain in patterns that rarely brought them into contact with human scientific endeavor. Still others maintained that the consistency of reports, while striking, could reflect something other than a biological reality. That cultural transmission of the Bigfoot concept might create in observers a perceptual framework that organized ambiguous experiences, a glimpse of a large animal in poor light, shadows moving across distant forest, into a recognizable pattern. This possibility did not require any deception on the part of witnesses, only the way that human perception naturally works to make sense of incomplete information by fitting it into existing templates of expectation. In September of the year 2000, a team from the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, working in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in southern Washington, made a discovery that researchers have discussed ever since. The team had placed fruit in a clearing near Skookum Meadow. When they returned the following morning, they found a large impression in the soft earth beside it, not a footprint, but something more like a body impression, as though something very heavy had reclined on its side and reached forward to gather the fruit without fully rising. The impression showed what researchers interpreted as the outline of a forearm, a heel, a thigh, spread across several feet of disturbed ground. Plaster casts were made and examined by a number of people, including the anatomist Jeff Meldrum, who found features in the heel impression consistent with a large bipedal primate. Wildlife biologists suggested elk as an alternative explanation, noting that these animals can leave complex and overlapping impressions in soft mud. Meldrum and others maintained that the specific configuration did not align with any elk anatomy they were familiar with. The cast has never been definitively explained to everyone's satisfaction. It remains one of the more carefully preserved pieces of physical material from the modern era of investigation. What draws careful attention when you move through the accumulated reports of the last several decades is the character of the people making them. There is a tendency in popular discussions of Bigfoot to picture the witness as someone already inclined toward belief, someone who went into the woods hoping to find something and found it. But a steady reading of the records suggests something different. a significant portion of the accounts in organized databases come from people who identify themselves as skeptics, from hunters who are deeply familiar with wildlife behavior and can distinguish a black bear standing upright from something else entirely, from police officers who filed incident reports and then quietly hoped no one would look too closely, from park rangers whose professional standing made them reluctant to say anything at all. A deputy sheriff in a rural Ohio county described a creature crossing a state road at 2 a.m, large enough that his headlights illuminated the full height of it against the tree line, and spent years declining to discuss it publicly. A ranger in the North Cascades noted a series of enormous tracks during a routine patrol, recorded them carefully in his duty log, submitted them through official channels before any outside researcher had made contact with him. These are not the figures of television drama or campfire exaggeration. They are ordinary professionals whose training orients them toward observable fact and away from speculation. Their discomfort with their own accounts, the hedging, the reluctance, the careful insistence that they are not claiming anything definitive, gives those reports a weight that is difficult to set aside entirely. The physical descriptions across all of these accounts remain consistent in ways that are worth sitting with quietly. From Florida to Washington, from Ohio to Oregon, witnesses describe a figure standing between 7 and 9 feet tall, covered in dark or reddish-brown hair, walking upright on 2 legs with a gait that is often called smooth, purposeful, surprisingly fluid for something of that size. The smell appears in almost every close encounter account, a heavy, layered odor that witnesses work to describe and usually compare to wet animal, decomposition, or something they do not have a word for. Many reports note the absence of sound, that despite the creature's apparent size, it moves through dense forest with very little noise. A quality that strikes witnesses as wrong in some way they find hard to articulate, as though the forest itself is accommodating it. Nighttime and the low-light hours of early morning account for the majority of sightings, consistently and across every region in the record. I read through these accounts the way you might read old letters, slowly, with attention to what the writer was not saying as much as what they were, and what they leave behind is not certainty in any direction. What stays with you, reading through the accumulated weight of these accounts, is not any single dramatic encounter, but the quiet consistency of what ordinary people describe. A dark shape, a smell, the sudden certain feeling of being watched. Beyond eyewitness accounts, researchers have spent decades trying to gather physical evidence, something that could be measured, tested, placed under a microscope. The most abundant category of that evidence, by far, has been footprints. From the earliest days of the modern phenomenon, the prints themselves have driven the conversation. Over the years, an enormous collection of plaster casts has accumulated in the hands of researchers, universities, private collectors across the country. Grover Krantz, a physical anthropologist at Washington State University, was among the first credentialed scientists to take these casts seriously as objects worthy of careful study. Krantz spent years examining them, measuring the stride lengths, the depth of the impressions in the soil, the overall arch, texture of the foot itself. What he found, he argued, was a foot that did not behave quite like a human foot. Certainly not like anything a carved wooden prop or a rubber shoe could convincingly replicate when pressed into soft ground under the weight of a genuinely moving body. The depth and pressure distribution of many prints suggested something heavy, something in the range of several hundred pounds, and the consistency of certain anatomical features across prints found in entirely different locations and different decades struck him as difficult to explain away as simple coincidence. Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, built on this work and has continued it with greater methodological rigor than perhaps any other researcher in the field. Meldrum's particular focus has been on what he calls the mid-tarsal break, a flexibility in the middle of the foot that differs from the rigid human arch and resembles a feature seen in non-human primates. In many of the casts he has examined, he finds evidence of this dynamic flexibility, visible in the way the foot appears to have bent and pushed off during movement. Pressure ridges in the soil that a rigid fake foot simply would not produce. He has published his analysis in academic contexts and has argued, carefully and without hyperbole, that the accumulated footprint evidence is at minimum consistent with a large, bipedal primate, unlike any currently catalogued species. The measurement of stride length itself has provided another avenue for analysis. Walking patterns contain biomechanical signatures that vary predictably with body mass, leg length, and anatomical proportions. Researchers have calculated stride lengths from sequential prints in documented trackways, then compared those measurements against known data from humans and other primates. Several studies have suggested that the implied walking speed and stride consistency evident in some trackways would be difficult to fake deliberately while maintaining a natural gait. A person in a suit fabricating prints would need to walk at a particular pace and with particular spacing, repeatedly over long distances, in darkness, across varied terrain, without producing the irregular patterns or inconsistencies that normally appear in hoaxed evidence. The biomechanical argument is not dispositive on its own, but it represents the kind of quantifiable analysis that lends itself to scientific examination rather than mere speculation. Additionally, researchers have noted that the prints often appear in clusters or trackways that span considerable distances, sometimes several miles, documented across multiple days or seasons in the same general region. Producing multiple convincing fake trackways across remote forest terrain, maintaining consistent anatomical features, and doing so repeatedly over decades in widely separated locations would require coordination and effort that skeptics acknowledge seems improbable, though not impossible. Alongside the broader anatomical arguments, there is another layer of detail in certain casts that researchers have found particularly difficult to dismiss: dermal ridges. Jimmy Childs, a fingerprint examiner with years of professional experience, examined a number of Bigfoot casts and identified what appeared to be friction ridge skin, the same kind of fine surface detail that produces fingerprints in humans and other primates. These ridges, he concluded, followed patterns consistent with a real biological foot rather than a manufactured one. He noted features such as flow patterns, ridge endings, bifurcations that would be extraordinarily difficult and unlikely to replicate deliberately on a fake. Not all researchers accept his conclusions, and the analysis of dermal ridges in cast material remains contested, but it represents the kind of specific, testable claim that separates a portion of the footprint evidence from the simple category of obvious fakery. The challenge in assessing dermal ridge evidence lies partly in the quality and clarity of individual casts, which varies considerably depending on soil composition, moisture levels, and casting technique. Some casts preserve fine detail with remarkable clarity, while others show only broad impressions. This variability has led to disagreement among specialists about which casts merit serious forensic analysis. Researchers have also grappled with the question of whether modern casting techniques have inadvertently introduced artifacts that resemble biological detail, or conversely, whether some legitimate features have been dismissed as casting artifacts when they were actually present in the original print. Hair samples have occupied researchers almost as long as footprints have. The results there have been more uniformly sobering. Over the decades, people have collected strands of hair from fence lines, tree branches, forest undergrowth in areas associated with reported sightings. Those samples have been sent off for analysis with considerable hope. The large majority have come back identified as deer, bear, elk, coyote, or in some cases, human, ordinary wildlife moving through ordinary forest. A A smaller fraction has proven harder to assign definitively, classified as unidentified, or simply inconclusive given the limitations of the available hair comparison techniques. In 2012, Brian Sykes, a geneticist at Oxford University, led what became known as the Oxford-Lausanne Collateral Hominid Project, a systematic effort to apply modern DNA analysis to a large collection of hair samples attributed to Bigfoot, Yeti, other supposed mystery hominids from around the world. Sykes requested samples from researchers and collectors globally and subjected them to rigorous mitochondrial DNA sequencing that can identify species with a precision that older comparison methods could not approach. The results, published in a peer-reviewed journal in 2014, were consistent and largely definitive for every sample that yielded usable genetic material. The hairs came from known animals. Bears, raccoons, horses, deer, and humans accounted for the samples that could be read clearly. 2 samples from the Himalayan region returned an unusual result, a match to an ancient polar bear specimen, which Sykes suggested might point toward an unknown bear hybrid, though that finding has itself been disputed and not widely replicated. For the North American Bigfoot samples specifically, there was nothing anomalous in the genetic results. Sykes did not frame this as a final verdict on Bigfoot's existence, noting that absence of evidence in a particular sample set is not the same as evidence of absence, but the study remains the most rigorous scientific examination of supposed Bigfoot biological material conducted to date. Its findings did not support the presence of an unidentified primate. The limitations of the hair sample approach deserve mention alongside its findings. Hair samples collected opportunistically from the field lack the chain of custody documentation that would be required in a legal or medical context. They may have been contaminated during collection, storage, or transport. They may have been misidentified as to location or circumstances of collection. These methodological weaknesses do not invalidate the genetic findings, but they do mean that a negative result, identification as a known animal, does not entirely foreclose the possibility that at some point hair from an unknown species was collected and either not included in Sykes's database or was mishandled before analysis. Researchers have also pointed out that an animal species might exist in very small numbers, its range restricted to remote regions, its behavior such that it leaves little biological material in accessible locations. Under such circumstances, absence of hair evidence would be unsurprising, even if the animal were real. Conversely, the fact that Sykes's comprehensive analysis found nothing anomalous is taken by many scientists as strong evidence that no such animal has yet been successfully sampled. Researchers have also turned to technology in the forest itself, deploying trail cameras, thermal imaging equipment, audio recording devices in areas of high reported activity. Thermal cameras, in particular, offer the theoretical advantage of detecting large, warm-bodied animals in low-light conditions where ordinary cameras would fail. There have been several recordings over the years that researchers have presented as evidence of something large and upright moving through the trees at night. None of these recordings have been universally accepted as proof of anything beyond an animal that could not be immediately identified at the time of filming. Most wildlife biologists who have reviewed the footage have offered mundane explanations: bears moving bipedally, elk at an unusual angle, thermal distortion produced by tree trunks warming and cooling in nighttime air. The challenge of deploying and maintaining trail cameras in remote, forested terrain should not be underestimated. Equipment fails in harsh weather, batteries deplete, animals and humans trigger false alarms thousands of times for each potentially relevant image. The volume of data produced is enormous, requiring substantial time to sort through footage for anything noteworthy. Despite these logistical challenges, the technology itself represents a significant advantage over earlier investigative methods. A trail camera operates continuously without observer bias, records objective images, and documents date and time. It cannot be fooled by peripheral vision or low-light perception errors that sometimes affect human witnesses. Yet, across hundreds of thousands of hours of accumulated trail camera footage from suspected Bigfoot habitat, no clear image of an unknown large primate has emerged. Audio recordings present a similar pattern. Sounds attributed to Bigfoot have been captured in forests across the Pacific Northwest and elsewhere. Long, low vocalizations, wood-knocking sounds, howls that researchers argue fall outside the known range of local wildlife. The Sierra Sounds recordings, made in the 1970s by Al Berry and Ron Moorhead in the mountains of California, are among the most studied. Some acoustics researchers have suggested the vocal complexity in those recordings is unusual enough to warrant attention. Others have identified characteristics consistent with human mimicry or distorted recordings of known animals. The technology has improved steadily. Dedicated researchers continue to place cameras and microphones in remote locations year after year, generating data that accumulates without yet producing the kind of clean, unambiguous result that would transform the conversation entirely. The evidence, taken as a whole, sits in a frustrating middle place, compelling enough to keep serious researchers interested, not conclusive enough to settle the question. For every sincere Bigfoot report, there has been at least one deliberate fabrication, and the history of Bigfoot hoaxes is almost as interesting as the history of genuine sightings. In some ways, the two histories are impossible to fully separate. This was because the hoaxes did not emerge in a vacuum. They grew from the same cultural soil as the genuine reports, watered by the same human appetite for mystery and the same deep pleasure that comes from making other people believe something extraordinary. The most instructive place to begin is with Ray Wallace, whose story is one of the stranger footnotes in American folklore. Wallace was a road construction contractor who worked logging sites in Northern California throughout the late 1950s. For decades, he was known among Bigfoot researchers as an enthusiastic, if somewhat unreliable figure on the fringes of the field. He died in 2002 at the age of 84. Within days of his passing, his family made a quiet announcement that sent a ripple through the Bigfoot community. They produced a pair of carved wooden feet, each 16 inches long, explained that it had been Wallace all along, that he had strapped those wooden carvings to his boots and stamped them into the soft dirt of Bluff Creek Road on a September night in 1958. The tracks that Jerry Crew would find the following morning and that would eventually give the modern phenomenon its name. His son Michael told a Seattle newspaper that Ray Wallace had been Bigfoot. He said it without particular apology or ceremony, as though it were simply a family secret that had waited long enough. The revelation was treated by some as the definitive end of the Bigfoot question, a confession that collapsed the entire modern structure of the legend. Researchers who had spent years in the field found themselves answering the same question over and over. Does this change everything? Most of them said no, and their reasoning was not without logic. The tracks Crew found were not the only tracks ever documented at Bluff Creek. They were not the only large, unidentified footprints ever cast in plaster anywhere in the Pacific Northwest. One man with carved wooden feet, however committed and however nimble, could account for only a fraction of what had been reported across a continent over many decades. Still, the Wallace revelation did real damage. This was because it demonstrated that the origin point of the modern Bigfoot name had been, at least in part, theater. It introduced a persistent doubt that no amount of subsequent fieldwork could entirely dissolve. What made the Wallace case particularly significant was not merely the revelation itself, but the temporal gap between his death and the public acknowledgement of his deception. Years passed before his family came forward, and during that interval, his footprints continued to be cited in serious discussions about Bigfoot evidence. This delay illustrated a crucial aspect of Bigfoot culture. the investment in belief often outpaces interest in verification. The Wallace story also raised uncomfortable questions about documentation practices in cryptozoology. If a prolific hoaxer could operate for decades, leaving behind artifacts that were analyzed and discussed seriously by researchers, what other evidence might contain similar flaws? The answer suggested that skepticism, when applied rigorous lie, needed to work in both directions. It was not enough to dismiss all reports as fabrication, nor was it sufficient to accept all documentation without sustained scrutiny. The middle ground was harder to occupy, requiring the kind of intellectual honesty that acknowledges uncertainty while continuing to investigate. The Georgia Bigfoot body hoax of 2008 was a different kind of spectacle, louder and considerably less subtle than anything Wallace had attempted. That summer, two men from Georgia, Matthew Whitten, a police officer, Rick Dyer, who worked in the car sales business, announced that they had recovered the body of a Bigfoot in the forests of northern Georgia and had kept it packed in a freezer. They held a press conference in California, surrounded by people claiming expertise in various fields. They presented photographs of what appeared to be a large, dark, hairy form lying in a container of ice. The story moved very quickly through the news cycle. For a few days, it occupied a remarkable amount of media attention given how little verifiable evidence had actually been offered. Researchers from a Bigfoot organization paid the two men for the opportunity to examine the body. When the freezer was thawed, the contents turned out to be a rubber gorilla costume that someone had packed with organic material to give it weight and a convincing appearance of decay. Whitten and Dyer offered shifting explanations for a short time and then largely retreated from the story. Whitten lost his position with the police department. Dyer, showing a certain consistency of character, was later involved in a second Bigfoot body hoax several years afterward, this one involving a foam figure displayed for paying visitors. What made the 2008 episode particularly frustrating for people who approached the subject carefully was not simply the fraud itself, but the media coverage that preceded and followed. Journalists who had never spent an afternoon reading through the serious scientific literature on primate anatomy or the academic debate around Jeff Meldrum's research were suddenly offering confident pronouncements about the entire field of Bigfoot study, using two men with a rubber suit as evidence that the whole enterprise was absurd. The hoax provided a convenient shortcut for dismissal, and shortcuts, once available, tend to get used. Bob Hieronymus presented a quieter but more persistent complication when he came forward in 2004 with the claim that he had been the figure inside the Patterson-Gimlin film. Hieronymus was a friend and acquaintance of Roger Patterson. He told an interviewer that Patterson had asked him to wear a costume and walk along the creek bed while the camera was running. He described the suit, the day, and his own recollection of the experience in reasonable detail. His account was taken seriously by a number of people. It remains one of the more credible first-hand challenges to the film's authenticity. Researchers on the other side noted that Hieronymus's physical measurements did not match the proportions visible in the film, that he had never come forward with the suit itself, or with any documentation that could be independently verified. The debate over his claim has not been resolved. It sits alongside the film in that same uncomfortable territory where neither side can fully prove its case. What the Hieronymus story illustrates, beyond its specific claims, is the broader difficulty that hoaxes create for anyone attempting to reason carefully about the evidence. Once it becomes clear that some people are willing to fabricate encounters, dress up in costumes, carve footprints, or pack rubber figures in freezers for attention or money or the simple pleasure of the performance, it becomes genuinely harder to evaluate any individual report on its own terms. The skepticism that hoaxes generate is reasonable, and in many cases it is healthy, but it also tends to spread in ways that are not always proportional. A single confident fraud can cast a shadow over dozens of unrelated, unconnected accounts from people who had nothing to gain and a great deal to lose by telling an unusual story. A police officer reporting a large dark figure crossing a road at 3 in the morning is not obviously in the same category as two men with a freezer and a press conference. Treating those two things identically because they both involve Bigfoot is a kind of logical imprecision that the hoaxers, perhaps inadvertently, made easier to commit. The sheer volume of sightings across the country, tens of thousands of reports collected over decades, from separate people in separate states who had no knowledge of one another, makes the idea of universal fabrication genuinely difficult to sustain. People hoax for many reasons. Some want attention, some want money. Some are simply enjoying themselves inside a tradition that has always had a theatrical streak. Some are participating in a shared cultural mythology in the only way that feels available to them. That last motivation is worth sitting with. This was because it suggests that even the hoaxes are telling us something real, not about the creature, but about what people want the creature to mean. The hoaxes have made it harder to take the subject seriously, but they have never quite managed to make it go away. The question that sits beneath all of the sightings and footprints and film analysis is a simple one. Could a large, undiscovered primate actually be living in North American forests? It sounds at first like a question with an obvious answer. Of course not. We would know by now. But a handful of serious researchers have spent significant portions of their careers arguing that the dismissal comes too quickly. Their reasoning is worth following for a while before you decide what to make of it. The most interesting scientific argument in favor of Bigfoot's possible existence begins not in the forests of the Pacific Northwest at all, but in the caves and fossil beds of southern Asia, with a creature called Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus blacki was an enormous ape that lived across parts of what is now China, Vietnam, India, and based on the fossil evidence, primarily jawbones and teeth. That are the most durable parts of any skeleton. Paleontologists believe it may have stood as tall as 9 or 10 feet and weighed somewhere between 400 and 1,000 pounds, depending on the estimate. It was, by any measure, a genuinely massive primate. It survived until somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000 years ago. That in geological time is not very unago at all. The idea that draws some researchers toward Bigfoot is the possibility that a population of Gigantopithecus, or something closely related to it, crossed into North America via the Bering Land Bridge during one of the periods when lower sea levels connected Asia and Alaska. That a remnant population may have survived in the dense forests of the continent ever since. It is a hypothesis that requires several unlikely things to be true at once. But it is not, strictly speaking, impossible, and that word, impossible, tends to make scientists careful. The evolutionary pathway proposed by advocates for this hypothesis would involve not merely survival, but adaptation over tens of thousands of years. A population founder event at the Bering Land Bridge would have been a bottleneck, selecting for individuals capable of thriving in new climates and food sources. The ancestral Gigantopithecus was adapted to warm, subtropical forests with year-round food availability. North American forests, particularly those of the Pacific Northwest, present dramatically different seasonal rhythms, temperature ranges, and nutritional resources. The hypothesis requires not just a surviving population, but a successfully adapted one, capable of shifting diet from the tropical fruits and leaves that likely dominated Gigantopithecus feeding to whatever sustenance these forests could provide. This is not impossible. Primates are behaviorally flexible, but it represents a significant adaptive challenge. The population would also need to have undergone some degree of morphological change over such a vast span of time. Size reduction might be expected, as populations adapting to resource scarcity often become smaller. Behavioral modification would be essential as well, particularly nocturnal or crepuscular activity patterns to avoid human detection. The advocates note that there is precedent in primate evolution for such flexibility. The colonization of different habitats by various ape and human populations across Africa and Asia demonstrates that primates can adapt to diverse environments. Yet the specific claim that a surviving tropical ape pop, Eulacines, successfully adapted to temperate North America while remaining undetected, requires accepting a concatenation of evolutionary and behavioral changes that strain credibility even for those sympathetic to the possibility. The researcher most associated with this line of thinking was Grover Krantz, a physical anthropologist at Washington State University who spent much of his professional life making the case that Bigfoot deserved serious scientific attention. Krantz was not a fringe figure operating outside academia. He held a legitimate faculty position, published in peer-reviewed journals on other topics, brought genuine anatomical expertise to his analysis of Bigfoot footprint casts. He examined the casts with the same attention he would have given to any other primate skeletal material. He argued that certain features, the distribution of weight, the flexibility implied by the shape of the midfoot, the stride length relative to apparent body mass, were not consistent with simple human faking. He believed that the creature described in thousands of reports was a surviving descendant of Gigantopithecus, adapted over millennia to the cool, heavily forested environments of the Pacific Northwest. His colleagues were largely skeptical. His willingness to stake his reputation on the question cost him professionally in ways he acknowledged openly. But he continued his work until his death in 2002. He remains one of the few credentialed scientists to have looked carefully at the physical evidence and concluded that something genuinely unknown might be out there. A more cautious version of the same scientific curiosity belongs to Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, who has assembled one of the largest collections of Bigfoot footprint casts in existence. S.E. Meldrum does not claim certainty. He is careful to frame his work as an open scientific inquiry rather than a concluded argument, but he finds the morphological details of certain casts compelling enough to merit continued investigation, particularly the presence of a mid-tarsal break in some prints, a feature of foot flexibility seen in non-human primates but not typically in humans walking normally. His position is that the evidence is sufficient to take the question seriously, that the reflexive dismissal of the subject by mainstream science says more about institutional culture than it does about the actual data. Meldrum has also argued that footprint analysis, when conducted rigorously, can reveal biomechanical properties that distinguish authentic primate foot morphology from human footprints or hoaxes. He points to the consistency of certain features across geographically distant casts, suggesting not a coordinated continental hoaxing effort, but potentially repeated documentation of a real biological phenomenon. The variation in prints, he notes, is consistent with population-level variation in primates, not with the standardized output of human hoaxes. Additionally, he emphasizes that the sheer volume of footprint reports, spanning decades and emanating from multiple independent witnesses with no apparent coordination, constitutes a form of epidemiological evidence worthy of consideration. Distribution patterns of sightings, when mapped and analyzed, show clustering in specific geographical regions with particular forest characteristics. This geographic specificity, he argues, would be difficult for a hoaxing phenomenon to produce accidentally, yet it aligns with what we might expect from an actual population with territorial behaviors and habitat preferences. His work has influenced a small but growing cadre of academics willing to engage with Bigfoot evidence without necessarily endorsing the existence hypothesis. The counterarguments, however, are substantial, and they deserve the same honest attention. The most straightforward one is ecological. A population of large primates, large enough to sustain itself over generations, would require a great deal of food, a great deal of space. would inevitably leave behind far more physical trace than has ever been found. Large mammals die, and when they die, their bones remain in the landscape for years or centuries, depending on conditions. No Bigfoot skeleton, no Bigfoot skull, no fragment of jaw or tooth has ever been recovered and verified, and this is a significant absence. This was because the fossil record for other large North American mammals, including many that are now extinct, is reasonably well documented. Defenders of the Bigfoot hypothesis sometimes point out that gorillas were unknown to Western science until 1847. The okapi, a large giraffe-related animal living in the forests of the Congo, was not formally described until 1901. That suggests that large animals can remain hidden from scientific knowledge for a long time. This is true, but the Congo Basin and the mountain forests of Central Africa are genuinely remote in ways that the Pacific Northwest, for all its size, is not quite. The forests of Oregon, Washington, Northern California are laced with logging roads, crossed by hikers and hunters and researchers. Observed from the air with regularity, the concept of relict hominids, ancient human relatives or related primates surviving into the present in isolated pockets, is not entirely without precedent in paleoanthropology. The discovery of Homo floresiensis on the Indonesian island of Flores in 2003. A small hominin that survived until perhaps 12,000 years ago, reminded the scientific community that surprises are still possible. Occasionally, new large species are still formally described. A new species of beaked whale, a large muntjac deer in Vietnam, though none of these are the scale of what a living North American great ape would represent. A creature the size described in Bigfoot reports, living in a landscape as mapped and monitored as North America, would be, as most biologists note with restraint, genuinely extraordinary. Science cannot prove a negative. The forests of the Pacific Northwest are large enough that a careful, solitary creature might theoretically find places to disappear. But most biologists remain unconvinced, for reasons that are hard to dismiss. The search for Bigfoot has never really stopped. It has only grown more organized, more technologically sophisticated, in some ways more earnest. One of the most prominent institutions in this ongoing effort is the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, founded in the 1990s and now maintaining one of the largest publicly accessible databases of Bigfoot sightings anywhere in the world. The organization has catalogued thousands of reports, submitted by ordinary people from nearly every state in the continental United States. Each entry is reviewed before it is accepted into the record. Investigators associated with the group travel to reported sighting locations, photograph the surrounding terrain, interview witnesses in person whenever they are able to. What they have built over the decade, this is less a proof of anything and more a kind of vast archive of human experience, an accumulation of accounts, sketches, measurements that together form a portrait of something people keep believing they have encountered in the dark edges of the forest. The database is searchable by state, by county, by year, by the type of evidence reported, and spending time inside it is a quietly remarkable thing. This was because what you find there is not sensationalism so much as an enormous number of people trying, with some difficulty, to describe something they genuinely do not have good words for. Among the academic figures who have done the most to bring a degree of scientific rigor to this field is Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, whose research, into the biomechanics of the supposed Bigfoot footprints, has earned him both a measure of respect and no small amount of professional criticism. Meldrum has spent years collecting plaster casts and analyzing the way weight distributes across the supposed foot, arguing that certain features, particularly the flexibility of the midfoot and the depth of toe impressions, are not things that a rigid carved wooden fake would easily replicate. His book, published in 2006, laid out his reasoning in careful detail. While mainstream biology has remained skeptical, Meldrum has continued his work with the patience of someone who has decided the question is genuinely worth pursuing, regardless of where the professional consensus currently rests. Beyond the work of individual researchers, there exists a broader network of academic inquiry that approaches Bigfoot as a legitimate subject for study, even if not for belief. Primatologists have occasionally consulted on sighting reports, examining descriptions of bipedal locomotion and comparing them to what is known about ape and human movement patterns. Cryptozoology itself, the study of hidden or unknown animals, has developed increasingly rigorous methodological standards over the past few decades, moving away from purely speculative work toward investigations grounded in evolutionary biology and ecological plausibility. Some researchers have examined historical records and indigenous knowledge systems, finding that accounts of large, unrecognized primates in North America predate European settlement by centuries, preserved in oral traditions and place names. This historical dimension adds a layer of complexity to dismissals based solely on the absence of fossil evidence, since the fossil record is necessarily incomplete. Others have considered the possibility that Bigfoot sightings might represent encounters with known animals, bears standing on hind legs, for instance, misidentified in darkness or at a distance. Yet this explanation, while compelling for some reports, does not account for the consistency of certain details across sightings separated by geography and time. The question of what physical habitat could sustain a breeding population of large primates in North America without leaving more definitive skeletal remains remains genuinely unresolved. Modern researchers have moved well beyond plaster casts and eyewitness interviews, bringing into the woods an array of technology that would have seemed extraordinary to the prospectors of Ape Canyon, or even to Patterson and Gimlin in 1967. Camera traps, motion-activated cameras set up along game trails and creek beds, have become standard equipment for anyone conducting a serious Bigfoot investigation in the field. Thermal imaging devices, which detect body heat and can reveal the outline of large animals moving through dense brush at night, have added another layer to the search, though they have so far produced results that remain inconclusive. Acoustic monitoring equipment is used to record sounds in remote forests. Researchers have spent considerable time analyzing recordings of what, to some believe, are Bigfoot vocalizations. Long, low calls heard at night in isolated valleys that do not immediately match the known sound profile of any documented animal. Perhaps the most ambitious technological development in recent years has been the application of environmental DNA analysis, sometimes called eDNA. That allows scientists to collect soil and water samples from a location and identify what organisms have passed through it based on the genetic material they leave behind. Several Bigfoot researchers have expressed hope that eDNA sampling in areas with high concentrations of reported sightings might eventually either confirm or definitively rule out the presence of an unknown primate. The results so far have been inconclusive, but the methodology itself represents a meaningful shift, a move from purely anecdotal evidence towards something that could, at least in principle, produce an answer that most scientists would accept. Running alongside the more serious academic and field research has been the considerable cultural machinery that Bigfoot now supports. The Animal Planet television series Finding Bigfoot, that ran for 11 seasons between 2011 and 2018, brought the active search into American living rooms on a regular basis, following a team of investigators as they traveled to reported sighting locations and conducted nighttime expeditions in forests across the country. The show drew large audiences and introduced a new generation of viewers to the subject. While it was rarely accused of scientific rigor, it did something important simply by depicting Bigfoot research as a thing that's serious. Curious adults pursued with genuine interest rather than embarrassment. The cultural weight of Bigfoot has translated in a very tangible way, into economic value for a number of small towns in the Pacific Northwest and beyond. Places like Willow Creek in Northern California, long associated with the Bluff Creek sightings and the Jerry Crew discovery of 1958, have leaned into the legend with Bigfoot-themed shops, museums, annual festivals that draw visitors from considerable distances. The small town of North Bend in Washington, surrounded by the kind of dense, fog-softened forest that feels entirely appropriate to the legend, hosts gatherings that combine outdoor exploration with storytelling and community. These festivals are genuinely interesting places to spend time because the crowds they attract are not easily categorized. You find retired schoolteacher, and young couples, hunters and software engineers, people who arrived as true believers and people who arrived largely for the scenery and stayed for the conversation. The sociology of Bigfoot belief has attracted some academic attention for precisely this reason. It cuts across the usual dividing lines of education, income, regional identity in ways that few other American folk beliefs manage to do. A police officer in Ohio and a hiker in the Cascades and a farmer in rural Georgia may have almost nothing else in common, yet all three may have filed credible-sounding sighting reports within the same calendar year. The online research community has added another dimension to all of this, with forums, podcasts, YouTube channels dedicated to the analysis of footage, the comparison of sight, ING reports, the slow accumulation of what enthusiasts call a body of evidence. Some of this work is careful, and some of it is not, but the community as a whole maintains a certain quality of earnestness that is, if nothing else, genuinely affecting to encounter. Whatever people are looking for when they head into the woods with their camera traps and their recording equipment, it seems to be about more than just one creature. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that Bigfoot has endured, not because of conclusive proof, but in spite of the lack of it. Decades of investigations, DNA analyses, and formal scientific inquiries have produced nothing that compels the scientific community to acknowledge the creature's existence, and yet the reports keep coming. The researchers keep heading into the forest, and the legend keeps drawing people in with a pull that feels older and quieter than any single piece of evidence could account for. That persistence is its own kind of data. It tells us something not necessarily about the forests of the Pacific Northwest, but about the people who live alongside them, and the deep, unresolved longing that the wilderness seems to awaken in the human heart. There is, in American culture particularly, a hunger for the untamed and the unknown that Bigfoot satisfies in a way that almost nothing else can. The country was built, in its settler mythology, on the idea of a vast and unconquerable frontier, wild land stretching endlessly westward, full of creatures and possibilities that no map had yet recorded. That frontier closed a long time ago, at least officially, and the forests were surveyed, and the mountains named, and the rivers measured. But something in the American imagination resisted that closure. Bigfoot lives in the space where the frontier used to be, in the dark margins of the map, where the mind still insists that something extraordinary might be hiding. To believe in Bigfoot, even loosely, even only at dusk when the trees grow tall and the shadows deepen, is to believe that the world is not yet fully known. And that is a belief many people are quietly reluctant to let go of. What is striking is how little the legend requires in the way of drama to sustain itself. It does not depend on elaborate mythology or divine intervention or the turning of cosmic wheels. It is simply a large, dark, hair-covered figure moving through the trees at the edge of the firelight, glimpsed for a moment and then gone. There are no temples built to it, no priesthoods, no sacred texts. It leaves behind a footprint in the soft earth and a feeling of unease in the chest, and somehow that has been enough to carry the story across generations and across the full breadth of a continent. The simplicity of it is almost its most powerful quality. The indigenous communities who first held space for this kind of being understood something about that simplicity. For the Coast Salish, for the Steels, for the many nations across North America who wove a large, human-like wilderness presence into their oral traditions, the question of proof was never quite the right question. The relationship mattered more than the evidence. You respected the creature because the forest deserved respect, because the wilderness held things that did not owe you an explanation, because sharing the world with something larger and older than yourself required a certain kind of humility that modern culture sometimes struggles to locate. When Western observers arrived and began asking whether Bigfoot was real in a strictly biological sense, they were, in a way, asking a question that missed the point entirely. The indigenous traditions had already worked out what Bigfoot were, as for, and it was not for proving. These traditions operated within a framework where the natural world contained presences that functioned as teachers and reminders rather than specimens to be catalogued and verified. The creature existed in the landscape as a kind of boundary marker, a sign that human territory gave way to something wilder and more sovereign. Stories passed through generations served not as literal descriptions, but as maps of how to move through the world with appropriate caution and respect. The forest was acknowledged as a place where humans were visitors, guests in a domain whose rules and inhabitants extended far beyond human understanding or control. This was a practical wisdom, as much as a spiritual one, rooted in centuries of observation and coexistence with a landscape that demanded attention and humility. That distinction has a gentleness to it that feels worth carrying into the night. It suggests that the most honest relationship to have with the legend is not one of certainty in either direction, not confident belief and not confident dismissal, but something more like the quiet, open attention you might bring to a forest you are walking through for the first time. You notice the sounds you cannot identify. You notice the way the light moves through the branches. You notice, somewhere in the older part of your mind, that there are things here that have been here longer than you and will remain here after you have gone. That noticing, calm and unhurried, is perhaps the closest most of us will ever come to what the original storytellers meant. The forest itself has always been the truest character in this story. Not the footprints, not the film footage, not the plaster casts lined up in a researcher's office, but the forest, standing as it has stood for centuries, enormous and indifferent, and quietly full of life that moves through it without asking anyone's permission. Old-growth Douglas fir, their trunks so wide a person cannot reach around them. Vine maple threading through the understory. Creeks running cold and clear over stones worn smooth by centuries of water. At night, the sounds multiply, and the shapes become uncertain, and the mind, which has spent its entire evolutionary history learning to find patterns in darkness, begins to fill the shadows with possibility. That is where Bigfoot lives, most reliably, not in any particular canyon or creek bed, but in that space between what you can see clearly and what you cannot. It is a peaceful place to rest your attention, if you let it be. The great forest pressing close around you, cool and still, smelling of pine resin and damp earth and the faint green sweetness of growing things. The occasional crack of a branch settling somewhere back in the trees. The soft, uneven sound of wind moving through the canopy. A sound like breathing, like the forest drawing a slow and patient breath in the dark. Whatever is out there tonight, bear or owl or something older and less easily named, it is moving through a world it knows far better than you do, stepping quietly between the trees, leaving no trace beyond the faint impression in the soft ground and the feeling, gentle and vast and not entirely unwelcome, that you are not alone. Somewhere out there, in the deep quiet of the oldest forests on this continent, something is moving through the dark, and whether it is a creature, a memory, or simply the wilderness reminding us of its depth, It is enough to fill the night with wonder. Long before the Vikings raised their longships into northern seas, the people of Scandinavia already lived in a world that was populated by far more than what the eye could see. The mountains that rose in great grey walls above the Norwegian valleys were not simply stone. The forests that pressed in against the edges of every settlement, dark and dense even at midsummer, were not simply trees. The burial mounds that dotted the farmland, some of them centuries old by the time the sagas were written down, were not simply graves. To the people who lived alongside all of these things, who walked past them every morning and watched them disappear into the fog every evening, each of them held something, a presence, a memory, a will of its own. This is the first and most important thing to understand about Norse mythology and the folklore that grew from it. It was never abstract. It was rooted in the physical world, in specific slopes of specific mountains, in the cold depth of specific lakes, in the hollow sound that specific winds made when they moved through the pine branches on a winter night. The Norse understanding of the supernatural was not a system of distant celestial forces. It was a description of the world as it actually felt to live in it. Full, dense, and never entirely safe. This understanding shaped the texture of daily life in ways both small and profound. A farmer did not simply maintain his fields. He negotiated with them, aware that the land around his holding contained forces and entities with their own purposes. The resources he drew from the forest, timber, game, berries gathered in summer, came with an implicit understanding that he was taking from a realm that was not entirely his own. Even the most practical activities carried this layer of awareness. Crossing a river meant acknowledging the water's own nature and will. Cutting a tree required a kind of respect that went beyond the practical. The seasons themselves were not merely climatic events, but moments in a larger narrative that involved the gods, the giants, and the hidden peoples of the landscape. This was not theology separated from life. It was inseparable from the act of living. At the center of that world stood Yggdrasil, the great ash tree, whose roots and branches held the 9 worlds in their embrace. In the cosmology preserved in texts like the Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda, Yggdrasil was not a symbol or a metaphor. It was the actual architecture of existence, the structure upon which everything, including the gods themselves, depended. Its 3 great roots reached down into Asgard, where the Aesir gods made their home, into Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, and into the cold realm of Niflheim, where the primordial well of Hvergelmir lay. Midgard, the world of human beings, sat at the center of this structure, neither at the top nor at the bottom, woven into a web of neighboring realms that pressed against it from every direction. Alfheim, home of the Elves, existed somewhere near the upper portions of this world tree, close to the divine. Niflheim and its darker extensions reached downward into territories that were genuinely other, genuinely cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature, and distributed throughout this whole structure, within it and around it, and very often bleeding into the edges of Midgard itself, were beings that were neither gods nor humans, beings that had their own nature, their own ancient claims on the land, their own complicated relationships with the people who had the misfortune, or sometimes the fortune, of encountering them. What made this cosmology vivid and tangible was the constant exchange between the worlds. The boundaries between Midgard and Jotunheim were not fixed or secure. Giants could and did enter the human realm, bringing with them destruction or, in some cases, gifts. The elves of Alfheim had their own investments in human affairs. The dead did not simply vanish into an afterlife, but remained in the landscape, in the mounds that rose above the frozen ground, capable of returning to influence the living. The rootedness of all these worlds in the physical landscape meant that the supernatural was never distant from ordinary experience. It was woven through the actual terrain that the Norse people inhabited, present in the rock formations and the weather patterns and the behavior of animals. The sources that preserved all of this for us are themselves a remarkable thing. The Prose Edda was written in Iceland in the 13th century by a scholar named Snorri Sturluson, a Christian man who nonetheless took great care to record the pre-Christian beliefs of his ancestors with something that reads, even across the centuries, very much like genuine respect. The Poetic Edda, a collection of older Norse poems gathered around the same period, reaches back considerably further. Some of its verses are believed to reflect oral traditions that are genuinely ancient, composed and carried in living memory long before anyone thought to write them down. And then there are the sagas, those long and remarkable prose narratives that tell the stories of Icelandic families and Norse heroes. Matt are a fact in their style, unflinching in their detail, surprisingly rich in their treatment of the creatures that moved through the edges of the human world. None of these sources were written by people who believed themselves to be recording mythology in the way we use that word today. They were recording things that had been true, or that people had once felt to be true, or that lingered in the cultural memory with enough weight that leaving them out felt like a kind of dishonesty. That quality, that particular weight, is something you can still feel when you read them. What these texts together preserve is a world in which the boundary between the human and the inhuman was genuinely porous. Not in a comfortable way. A Norse farmer who heard unusual sounds from the hillside above his grazing animals did not think of it the way a modern person might, as an interesting curiosity to be explained by natural causes. He thought of it as evidence of presence, of something with its own agenda sharing the landscape with him. Something that may have been there long before his grandfather built the farmhouse and would likely still be there long after the farmhouse fell. This is not superstition in the dismissive sense of that word. It is a coherent and deeply felt understanding of reality, one that the landscape itself seemed to confirm at every turn, in its darkness, in its scale, in the way it could swallow a person whole without the slightest difficulty. Stone, in that world, had memory. Darkness held beings whose age made the gods themselves seem almost young, and the line between what was human and what was not had never been particularly well defined, not in the old stories, not in the landscape through which those stories moved. It is within that layered living world that we find our three companions for tonight, the troll, the elf, and the draugr. The word itself is the first puzzle. Unlike the names of the Norse gods, Odin, Thor, Freyr, each of which carries a relatively clear meaning in the old languages, the word troll resists any single, clean translation. Scholars who have spent considerable time with the Old Norse texts and the older Germanic languages from which they descended have traced the noun back to a Proto-Germanic root, something close to trollen, though even that reconstruction remains imprecise, its original meaning genuinely uncertain. What we can say is that the word moved through the Germanic languages the way all very old words do, slowly shifting in shade and suggestion, gathering new associations without ever entirely losing the old ones, so that by the time it appeared in the written Norse sources, it already carried centuries of accumulated feeling. It referred, in its broadest early sense, to something uncanny, something that belonged to the wild and drew its power from there. The Old Norse trolleri, that gave us the root, was not a name for any one kind of creature. It was closer to a description of a whole category of unruly, nature-bound forces, beings or energies that interfered with human life from outside the borders of the settled world. A person accused of practicing trollery was not accused of consorting with any specific monster. They were accused of trafficking in that wider darkness, that unkempt power that the wilderness held. Over several hundred years, the word narrowed. What had once described a broad, uneasy territory of the supernatural gradually condensed into something more like a creature type, a recognizable being with particular features and habits. But the narrowing was never quite complete. The residue of the older, wider meaning never fully disappeared from the word. Even in sources as late as the sagas and the Eddas, the process of linguistic narrowing that the word troll underwent was not unique to Norse culture. Similar forces operated across the Germanic-speaking world, though the specifics varied by region and by the particular pressures each community faced. In some places, the broader category of supernatural threat consolidated into a single, dominant figure, a focal point for anxieties about the wild. In others, the vocabulary remained more dispersed, with multiple overlapping terms continuing to circulate. What the linguistic record suggests is that this movement from general to specific was neither inevitable nor uniform. It responded to local needs, local storytelling traditions, and the particular geography each community inhabited. A mountainous region might develop different language for its dangers than a coastal area would. The troll that emerged in different Norse communities may have been shaped partly by the landscape itself, by what threats were most immediate, most real, most deserving of a name that would stick in the collective memory. This variation across space and time makes the word troll not a fixed point, but a kind of linguistic weather system, moving and changing as it passed through different hands and different eras. Part of what makes the troll so difficult to pin down in the oldest sources is that Norse tradition already had a crowded vocabulary for the beings that lived beyond the human world. The boundaries between those categories were porous at best. The Jotnar, often translated as giants, though that translation flattens something genuinely strange, were among the most important of these beings, ancient adversaries and occasional allies of the gods, dwelling in Jotunheim at the edges of the cosmos. The Thursar were hostile entities of tremendous destructive force, beings whose very name carried a sense of aggression and danger. The Risi were something else again, figures of a more heroic cast, enormous but not necessarily malevolent in the same blunt way. These categories overlapped, contradicted one another, were never sorted into a tidy hierarchy by the people who used them. Troll could slide into any of these registers depending on the context. Snorri Sturluson himself, writing in 13th century Iceland in the work we call the Prose Edda, used troll in the Skaldskaparmal, the section of the Edda concerned with the language of poetry, sometimes interchangeably with Jotun, particularly when referring to female giants. A woman of the Jotnar could be called a troll wife, a troll woman, in a kenning without any apparent sense that this was a category error. Snorri was a precise and learned man by the standards of his era. If even he moved the word fluidly between these territories, it tells us something important. The Norse literary tradition did not always feel the need to distinguish between them. This was because the distinction may not have mattered to the people who first told these stories. What mattered was the quality the word pointed toward. Something threatening, something old, something that belonged to the parts of the world that human beings had not yet claimed and perhaps never would. The practical overlap between these categories reflects how the Norse understood the geography of their world. The supernatural beings that dwelt in wild places were not necessarily conceived of as belonging to neat taxonomies. A single encounter with a powerful, hostile entity from the margins of civilization might be described using several different terms depending on who was telling the story, or in which generation the account was preserved. What we might call ontological flexibility, a comfort with contradiction and multiplicity, appears to have been built into the way these people conceived of beings that existed outside human space. The sagas record moments where a creature is referred to by different names across different manuscript traditions, suggesting that scribes felt free to substitute one term for another without a sense that they were making a significant change. This fluidity was not carelessness. It was, rather, a reflection of how these beings occupied space in the Norse imagination, not as precisely delineated categories, but as manifestations of a single underlying principle of otherness and threat. This ambiguity is not a failure of the record. It is, in a real sense, a feature of how the people of early Scandinavia understood their relationship to the wild. The mountains, the deep forests, the stretches of coastline where the sea broke against rocks and no one lived for miles. These were not simply empty geography. They were inhabited by forces that had no obligation to be orderly or comprehensible. The looseness of the word troll reflected that lived experience of the landscape. You did not always need to know exactly what kind of being you were dealing with. You needed to know that it was not human, that it was old, that it was dangerous in a way that followed its own logic rather than yours, that the further you moved from your own hearthfire, the more likely you were to encounter it. The scholarly debate over what troll really meant in its oldest usage is, in that sense, a thoroughly modern problem, a problem created by the impulse to classify and contain what the Norse imagination was comfortable leaving at least partially open. Some researchers have argued that troll was originally a euphemism for the Jotnar, a way of naming feared beings without invoking their proper titles, much as people in other traditions have used roundabout names for powerful entities they preferred not to address directly. Others have suggested the term began life as a description of a specific magical quality, the power to transform, to deceive, to move between shapes, before it came to describe any particular being at all. None of these arguments has settled the question. The surviving sources are not generous enough to settle it for us. What they do allow us to say is that the word carried genuine weight in the Norse world, that it was never casual or merely decorative, that whatever it pointed toward was understood to be real in the way that a cold wind down a mountain pass is real, not necessarily visible, not necessarily comprehensible, but present and capable of doing harm. What is certain is that whatever a troll was, it was old, older than the written word, older perhaps than the gods themselves in the imagination of the northern people. If you were to wander deep enough into the Norwegian mountains, past the last farm, past the tree line, into the blue-shadowed valleys where the snow never fully melts, Norse tradition says you might begin to feel them before you saw them. There would be a particular quality to the silence, not the clean, open silence of a high ridge on a clear morning, but something denser, more watchful, the kind of quiet that suggests the surrounding rocks are paying attention. The people who lived in these mountains for generations did not think this feeling was imagined. They believed it was accurate. Trolls, across the long tradition of Norse and Scandinavian folklore, were described first and most consistently by their size. The largest among them were genuinely enormous, being so vast that, according to some accounts, they could wade through fjords the way a person might wade through a shallow stream. Their silhouettes against the mountain ridgelines were sometimes mistaken for the ridgelines themselves. Their shoulders were described as broad as cliff faces, their fingers like fallen logs, their footprints wide enough that a small child could sleep in one comfortably. This was not merely storytelling exaggeration for its own sake. In a landscape like Scandinavia, where the mountains genuinely do loom over human settlements and the coastline regularly produces fog and darkness, strange configurations of stone, the idea of a creature that was simply the mountain, given a face and a will, was not so difficult to hold in the mind. Their skin, in the most traditional descriptions, was rough and grey and dense, less like flesh than like the surface of a boulder that had spent centuries exposed to frost and rain. Some accounts described it as leathery rather than stone-like, though the distinction perhaps mattered less than the overall impression. Here was a creature that looked as though it had grown from the earth rather than been born of it. The nose, in nearly every telling, was grotesquely large, sometimes described as long enough to serve as a bench or a shelf. The eyes were wide and pale and enormous, the size of plates, as one formulation puts it, suggesting something between a cow's dull gaze and the fixed stare of something that has never had reason to look away from anything. Some trolls were said to have only one eye, like a reflection in the old Cyclops traditions that appear in other mythological systems, though whether this was borrowed or independently arrived at is difficult to say with confidence. Others grew additional heads as they aged, 2 more heads emerging alongside the original, useful for intimidating rival trolls, and perhaps for little else, since the intelligence distributed across those additional heads seems, in most accounts, not to have been meaningfully increased. The ugliness of the troll was never simply an aesthetic observation. In the Norse moral imagination, beauty and virtue were frequently aligned, and their opposites were aligned as well. The troll's grotesque appearance was understood as an outward expression of its nature, brutal, self-serving, indifferent to the things that made human society cohere. This is one reason why troll descriptions across so many sources are so consistent in their emphasis on repulsiveness. The enormous nose, the plate-wide eyes, the stone-grey skin, and the shambling, heavy-footed gait were not random characteristics. They were the face that belonged to a creature that had no use for beauty, no appreciation for the things that elves, for instance, were said to embody. The troll existed in deliberate opposition to the luminous beings on the other end of the Norse supernatural spectrum, and its face was the clearest possible statement of that opposition. Their habitats reinforced this. Trolls lived, almost without exception, in the places that lay beyond the boundary of the settled human world. Mountain caves were their most commonly described homes, deep, lightless chambers cut into the rock, entered through narrow passages that opened into vast interior spaces, littered with bones and treasure, and the accumulated debris of a creature that hoarded without discrimination. Dense forests were another domain, particularly the kind of ancient forest where the canopy closes out the sky and the undergrowth makes it difficult to see more than a few yards in any direction. Some traditions place trolls in the sea as well, immense creatures moving through deep water, occasionally responsible for the disappearances of ships or the destruction of coastal settlements. These locations were not chosen arbitrarily by the storytellers who preserved these accounts. Mountains, deep forests, and open ocean were precisely the places where Norse communities understood themselves to be vulnerable, where the protections of the farmstead, the firelight, and the human community fell away, and a person was simply alone with whatever was already there. The trolled folk, sometimes called bergfolk, the mountain folk, represented one recognizable category within this broader tradition, particularly in Norwegian lore. These were the trolls most firmly associated with specific mountains and valley systems, creatures understood as almost territorial in their attachment to particular landscapes. They were not wanderers, they were residents, and in their own understanding, perhaps something closer to landlords, beings who had occupied these mountains since a time before human memory, and who regarded the encroachment of farms and roads and people with a resentment that was, at least from a certain angle, comprehensible. Their temperament, in most accounts, was not subtle. Trolls were territorial and aggressive, prone to violence when disturbed, and not inclined toward diplomacy. They hoarded things, treasure, livestock, sometimes people, less out of genuine greed in the calculating sense than out of a compulsive possessiveness that seemed to extend to anything within what they considered their range. They were described as eating without restraint, sleeping without caution, and fighting without strategy. The stupidity attributed to trolls in so many folk tales was not mere contempt on the part of the storytellers. It reflected something genuine in the tradition's understanding of what a troll was. A creature of enormous physical force and almost no capacity for the kind of patient, forward-looking thong that distinguishes a person from a force of nature. And yet, there are accounts, particularly in the older sources, where trolls display something more than brute simplicity. Some were described as possessing a kind of animal cunning, slow, yes, and not given to sophisticated reasoning, but capable of patience when patience served their purposes, capable of deception in a lumbering, obvious way that was nonetheless sometimes effective. A troll that set an ambush was still setting an ambush, even if the ambush was not elegant. These accounts are rarer, and they tend to involve the largest and oldest trolls, as though whatever intelligence the species possessed concentrated in the very oldest individuals, the way certain minerals deposit over long periods of time into formations of unexpected complexity. The variation in troll size across the tradition is worth holding in mind. Alongside the mountain-sized beings who could mistake a ship's mast for a toothpick, there existed in Scandinavian lore smaller trolls, domestic scaled creatures, some no larger than a person, others even smaller, who caused mischief in barns and storehouses, and who represented a different face of the same essential nature. These smaller varieties were not considered less dangerous in proportion to their size. They were simply dangerous in different ways, through spoiling food stores, through tormenting livestock, through the particular kind of psychological wear that comes from living near something that means you harm and cannot be easily confronted. Whether these smaller creatures were understood as a distinct category, or simply as the youngest generation of a species that grew nightly over centuries, is something the sources do not resolve with any consistency. What the sources do agree on, what runs through every description from the oldest Eddic references to the most recent regional folklore, is the fundamental quality of the troll as an expression of the untamed world. It did not build, it did not tend, it did not care for anything the way a person cares for a child, or a field or a fire kept burning through a long winter night. It simply was, as the mountains simply were, as the deep ocean simply was, present and vast and entirely without interest in human needs or human measures of what was right. The troll was the wilderness made flesh, and no amount of cleverness could make it anything other than what it was. Every creature of the Norse wild had its limits, and the troll was no exception. Of all the vulnerabilities ascribed to these enormous and fearsome beings across centuries of Norse and Scandinavian storytelling, none was more consistently described, more deeply embedded in the tradition, or more poetically satisfying than what sunlight did to them. According to the old accounts, a troll caught in the open when morning came would be turned to stone, not wounded, not driven away, but transformed entirely, petrified where it stood into the very rock it had always resembled. This was not a minor detail in the folklore, but a central fact around which entire story patterns were built. Heroes survived troll encounters by keeping them talking until dawn. Travelers who found themselves in danger had to hold on until the sun rose, and the threat would solve itself in the most permanent way imaginable. There is something in this belief that feels almost too neat, too satisfying to have arrived by accident. And yet the consistency with which it appears across sources, across regions, and across centuries suggests it was genuinely and widely held. This consistency points to something important about how Norse communities understood danger and safety. The transformation of troll to stone was not merely a magical detail, but a narrative guarantee, a way of saying that no darkness lasts forever, that the world itself has built-in protections against its own most dangerous inhabitants. In this sense, the belief reflected something deeply practical about life in Scandinavia, where the long winter nights were genuine threats, and where the return of spring and sunlight held profound psychological and physical significance. The troll's defeat by daylight was, in many ways, a mythological expression of human survival itself, the understanding that endurance through the dark hours would be rewarded, Communities that heard and retold these stories found in them a kind of reassurance that transcended mere entertainment. The natural world, for all its hostility, contained within itself the means of its own regulation. What the Norse mind saw in this transformation is worth pausing over for a moment. The troll's stone-like skin, its cold and massive body, its deep belonging to the mountain and the cave. All of this already suggested a creature that was, in some essential sense, made of the same material as the earth beneath it. The sunlight did not so much kill the troll as reveal what it had always truly been. The stone was already there, waiting inside the creature, and the sun merely cooled it forward. It is a beautiful and somewhat melancholy image when you allow yourself to sit with it. This idea that the wilderness, at first light, freezes into landscape, and that the mountains scattered across Norway and Iceland might be full of old, petrified things that were once dangerous and are now simply scenery. Over the centuries, this transformation took on new meaning as settlement spread, and as the people of Scandinavia became increasingly familiar with their landscape. What had once been a warning about living things, to be feared, gradually became a way of understanding the very geography that defined their world. The trolls and the stone became indistinguishable, and the mountains themselves gained a kind of mythological weight, not merely physical features, but repositories of ancient danger, now safely neutralized. Every boulder and outcropping could be read as proof of the old stories, evidence that the transformation was real and that it continued to happen, even if trolls themselves had become rarer or had withdrawn further into the deepest recesses of the wild. The Prose Edda offers at least one parallel that adds texture to this idea. In one of Snorri Sturluson's accounts, a dark elf is caught outside in the daylight and turned to stone in the same fashion, which suggests that this particular vulnerability was not unique to trolls alone, but was shared by other beings who belonged to shadow and underground spaces, creatures defined by their relationship to darkness and their fundamental incompatibility with the open light of day. Whether this overlap between dark elves and trolls reflects a genuine kinship in the older tradition, or whether Snorri was drawing on a common motif that attached itself to multiple kinds of beings, is difficult to say with certainty, but the parallel is striking and worth holding in mind. Iron and steel occupied a different but equally important place in the catalogue of troll vulnerabilities. The aversion of supernatural beings to iron is ancient and widespread, found across many Germanic and Scandinavian traditions, and trolls were no exception to it. A blade of steel, a tool of iron left at a threshold or carried on a journey, could ward off or wound beings that no ordinary means could touch. This belief had obvious practical value in a culture where metalworking was a skill that separated human civilization from the raw and unworked world around it. To carry iron was to carry something that the wilderness had not made and could not claim, a small assertion of human craft against the indifferent power of the natural world. Later in the tradition, as Christianity moved through Scandinavia from roughly the 9th century onward and deepened its hold through the centuries that followed, a new vulnerability was added to the troll's weaknesses, one that had nothing to do with the old pagan world at all. Church bells, it was said, drove trolls away. The sound of a Christian church bell ringing across the valley caused trolls to flee and, in some versions of the belief, could kill or injure them outright. This was not an accidental addition to the tradition. It represented something deliberate and understandable, the overlay of a new religious framework onto an existing structure of belief. The church bell became, in the Norse folk imagination, what iron had always been and what sunlight had always been, a force that the troll could not survive. The new religion was, in this way, quietly absorbed into the old understanding of how the world worked, translated into terms that already made sense. A troll that fled from daylight could also flee from the sound of a bell, because both were forms of something the troll fundamentally was not. Light, order, the human world asserting itself against the wild. And then there was Thor. The thunder god had long been understood as a protector of human communities, the one among the Aesir who was most directly concerned with the safety of ordinary people against the hostile forces of the natural world. The Jotnar, the giants with whom trolls overlapped in so many accounts, were his oldest and most persistent enemies, and the lightning bolts that accompanied his hammer Mjolnir were said to be the weapon by which he hunted them across the sky. Trolls, in this tradition, feared the sound of thunder above almost anything else, because thunder meant that Thor was near and that his hammer might find them in whatever cave or ravine they had taken shelter in. The stories in which Thor rides across the sky, destroying giants and troll-like beings, are among the oldest preserved in Norse tradition, and they gave ordinary people something genuinely useful. The reassurance that when the storm rolled in over the mountains and the sky cracked open with light and sound, something powerful was on their side. Thor, after all, was the protector of mankind, and his hammer rang out across the sky every time lightning split the clouds, a sound the trolls, according to the old stories, feared more than anything. When Snorri Sturluson sat down in 13th century Iceland to compile what we now call the Prose Edda, he was doing something no one had done before, writing down the Old Norse beliefs in a systematic way, even as the world around him had long since turned Christian. He was a wealthy chieftain, a poet, a deeply educated man who had grown up in a world where the old stories still circulated freely in the halls and across the hearthstones of Icelandic farms. Even if the cross had long since replaced the hammer as the symbol of divine protection, he was not a true believer in the old gods, or at least he never claimed to be. He wrote about them with the careful, slightly distant curiosity of a scholar collecting something precious before it could disappear entirely. And yet the creatures he realized, corded, including the trolls, come through his pages with a vividness that suggests they were never purely academic to him, that somewhere beneath the Christian education and the legal sophistication, he had listened to enough stories by firelight to know that these beings carried genuine weight in the imagination of his people. The Prose Edda is divided into several sections. It is in the portion known as the Skaldskaparmal, which translates roughly as the language of poetry, that trolls appear most persistently and in the most telling way. The Skaldskaparmal was written primarily as a guide for aspiring court poets, the skalds, who needed to understand the elaborate system of kennings that Old Norse poetry depended upon. A kenning was a compressed poetic metaphor, often two words joined together to describe something indirectly. The sea might be called the whale road, a sword the wound snake. To compose proper skaldic verse, you needed to know hundreds of these constructions. The Skaldskaparmal was essentially Snorri's attempt to catalogue and explain them. Within that catalogue, trolls occupy a surprisingly prominent place, particularly in the section known as the Nafnathula, a versified list of names and synonyms for various kinds of beings, objects, natural phenomena, intended as a reference tool for poets who needed an alternative name at a moment's notice. The Nafnathulu, found in verses 12 through 16 of the Skaldskaparmal, gives us something remarkable, a list of no fewer than 60 troll wives, each with her own distinct name. These were not generic placeholders or poetic decoration. Each name carried its own connotations, its own flavor of terror or strangeness, built from the same imaginative vocabulary that gave Norse mythology its particular texture, names that evoke darkness, stone, ice, blood. The wild places far beyond the last lit window of the last human farm. The fact that Snorri felt it necessary to record all 60, or that his sources provided 60 to begin with, suggests that the world of female trolls was far richer and more elaborated in the oral tradition than the bare bones of the surviving written texts might lead us to expect. Skalds needed those names because their audiences would have recognized them, would have felt the resonance of each one, the way a listener today might respond to a particular piece of music they had known since childhood. It is worth pausing on the fact that female trolls, troll wives, or skessa in Old Norse, appear so much more prominently in these kenning lists than their male counterparts. Snorri's own usage throughout the Skaldskaparmál is telling in another way as well. He regularly uses the word troll in place of jotun when describing female giants, a substitution that reveals how fluid the boundary between these categories truly was in medieval Icelandic writing. The distinction between a jotun and a troll was not always a fixed one. For female figures in particular, the two terms seem to have drifted in and out of each other's territory, depending on the context and the needs of the sentence. The skessa, the female troll figure, appears again and again as an adversary in later saga literature and folktale. The frequency with which Snorri reaches for the troll label when describing formidable supernatural women suggests that the word carried a specific charge of wildness and malevolence that the more neutral jotun did not always convey on its own. There is something quietly poignant about the relationship between the Eddas and the traditions they were trying to preserve. The Prose Edda was composed in the early 13th century, roughly 200 years after Iceland had formally adopted Christianity. Snorri was writing in a world where the official religion looked upon the old beliefs with varying degrees of suspicion. He was careful to frame the Norse gods as ancient kings who had been deified over time by a credulous people, a strategy that allowed him to discuss them at length without seeming to endorse actual paganism. But the trolls he recorded required no such diplomatic framing. They were not gods, not beings whose veneration could threaten the church. They were creatures of the wild margins, figures of dread and danger. Recording their names and natures was more like natural history than religion, or at least it could be presented that way. This may be one reason they survived the transition to written, Christian Iceland as fully as they did. The oral tradition that fed into Snorri's written pages was already old when he encountered it. The skalds whose kennings he was cataloguing had inherited their vocabulary from generations of poets before them. Those poets had drawn on a living, imaginative world in which trolls were part of the furniture of reality, not metaphors for human evil, not symbols to be unpacked, but beings that existed in the mountain passes and the dark forests and the offshore islands with the same matter-of-fact presence as wolves or winter storms. Snorri was transcribing echoes of that world onto vellum with the careful hand of a man who understood that what he was recording was already, in some sense, receding. He could not have known quite how much would survive because of his efforts, or how many centuries later people would still be reading those lists of names and feeling. In the space between the syllables, the old cold weight of something watching from the rocks. 60 troll wives, named and catalogued on vellum by a Christian scholar. It says something about how persistent these creatures were in the Norse imagination that even a learned man writing in a Christian age felt obliged to record them all. The trolls that most people carry in their minds today, the bridge-guarding, riddle-speaking, child-stealing creatures of fairy tales, arrived not from the Viking Age itself, but from a quieter, slower current of storytelling that ran beneath it for centuries. By the time Peter Christen Asbjornsen and Jørgen Engebretsen Moe set out through the Norwegian countryside in the 1830s and 1840s, gathering stories from farmwives and woodcutters and old men sitting near their fires, the troll had already travelled a long way from the monstrous Jotun-adjacent figures of the Eddas. What Asbjornsen and Moe found was something both older and more familiar. A troll that had settled into the domestic imagination of the Norwegian people and made itself entirely at home there. Their collection, published in installments beginning in 1841, and eventually translated and carried across Europe, did for troll mythology what Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda had done for the gods. It caught a living tradition at a particular moment and fixed it onto the page before it could dissolve entirely into the modern world. The trolls in those folk tales are not the sublime, terrifying giants of skaldic verse. They are greedy and slow-witted, easily deceived, obsessed with treasure and livestock and the smell of Christian blood. They are dangerous, certainly, but they are also, in a way, the Eddic monsters never quite managed to be. Comprehensible, you could outwit them. A clever youngest son, penniless and overlooked by his older brothers, could sit down across from a troll and away, richer and alive. That shift from mythological terror to something narratively manageable was not a sign of the tradition weakening. It was the tradition adapting, finding a new shape for an old fear. The work of collection itself was not neutral preservation. Asbjornsen and Moe made choices about which stories to include, how to shape them for a reading public increasingly distant from the rural contexts where the tales had flourished. They standardized dialect, smoothed away rough edges, and in some cases elaborated on themes they felt were essential to the tradition. Yet for all their editorial mediation, they remained fundamentally committed to recording what they heard rather than inventing wholesale. The result was a body of work that felt immediate and authentic to 19th century European audiences precisely because it retained the oral quality even in print. When these stories began to be translated into German, French, English, and other languages, they carried with them mething of the Norwegian landscape, the mountains and forests and long winters that had shaped the tales over generations. The troll stories in particular found eager audiences because they addressed something universal beneath their specifically Norwegian surface. The sense of territories that humans do not fully control, of boundaries that contain genuine danger, of a natural world that remains partially unknowable despite all efforts to map and domesticate it. This cultural transition was neither swift nor simply a replacement of one tradition by another. The printed versions did not displace the oral tradition. Instead, they coexisted with it, each strengthening the other's authority in different contexts. Grandmothers in remote farmhouses continued telling stories in their own distinctive voices, even as children encountered the standardized versions in schoolbooks and urban parlors. The editorial choices the collectors had made were themselves interpretive acts, emphasizing certain narrative patterns while allowing others to fade. Stories that featured quick thinking and verbal cleverness, qualities increasingly valued in a literate, modernizing society, found fuller development in the published versions than those relying primarily on magical or supernatural resolution. Yet this very process of shaping made the tales far more portable than they would have been otherwise. By giving the stories a fixed form, Asbjornsen and Moe created something that could be reproduced, distributed, and carried across borders without losing coherence. Publishers in other countries recognized not quaint regional oddities, but something that spoke to universal human anxieties about wildness and boundary crossing. The troll began its remarkable European journey in the latter half of the 19th century. With each translation, the fundamental pattern remained recognizable, even as specific details and emphasis shifted to suit new audiences. The tales seemed to speak of something essential about danger and territory that transcended their Norwegian origins. The tale patterns themselves are ancient in their bones, even when the surface feels domestic and familiar. Consider the troll who guards the bridge, a figure so thoroughly embedded in Norwegian folk memory that the phrase calls up an image almost before the words are finished. The story most widely known in this form is the one called De tre bukkene bruse in Norwegian, which English-speaking audiences received as Three Billy Goats Gruff, a title that carries the pleasant sound of a nursery tale, but conceals something older. The bridge in these stories is never quite just a bridge. In the Norse world, a bridge was a threshold, a place of passage between one kind of territory and another, and the creature lurking beneath it embodied the danger of crossing from the known into the unknown, from settled farmland into the wilderness beyond. It was asserting a claim, insisting that this boundary belonged to it and that nothing could pass without an accounting. That logic is deeply pre-Christian, rooted in the same understanding of landscape that placed trolls in mountain caves and sea depths and shadowed forests, all the places where human authority simply did not reach. The folk tale wrapped that understanding in a form light enough for children to hear at bedtime, but the weight was still there underneath. Variations of the Bridgeguard tale appear throughout Scandinavian tradition, each with local inflections but recognizable at their core. Sometimes the troll demands payment in coin or goods rather than flesh. Sometimes it poses a riddle, testing the traveler's wisdom before deciding whether passage will be granted. These variations suggest something about how deeply the pattern ran through the culture. It could accommodate different emphases without losing its essential meaning. The troll as gatekeeper, as boundary guardian, as the price of passage, remained constant. And then there is Askeladden, the Ushlad, the youngest and seemingly most useless son who appears again and again in Norwegian tradition, wandering into troll territory with nothing but his wits and a cheerful disregard for his own safety. Where his older brothers rely on strength or pride and are undone by it, Askeladden asks questions, collects strange objects, and pays attention to things others ignore. When he finally stands before a troll, he is almost never stronger than it. He wins because the troll is, in the end, less curious about the world than he is, and in that detail, the old belief persists, dressed in a different coat. What gave these stories their staying power was not simply entertainment. Troll folk tales carried genuine cultural work inside them, performing functions that the community needed, whether or not anyone named those functions aloud. A story about a troll haunting the path above the northern pasture kept children from climbing into genuinely dangerous terrain when the snow hid the crevasses and the light failed early. A story about a troll who caused blight in the fields or drove cattle mad gave shape and agency to misfortunes that were otherwise shapeless, gave people something to address, something to propitiate or outwit, rather than a suffering that arrived and left without explanation. And the repeated motif of the youngest, least regarded child succeeding, where his stronger, more confident brothers had failed, carried its own social argument. That cleverness and humility were more valuable than brute force, that the margins of a community held people worth paying attention to. These were not morals pasted onto the stories after the fact. They were the stories, grown up from the same soil as the beliefs themselves. The troll in the folk tale and the troll in the Edith Kenning list were not two different creatures. They were the same presence, perceived from different distances, one by a skald composing at the court of a Norse chieftain, and one by a grandmother speaking quietly to a child who was afraid of the dark beyond the doorway. The grandmother's troll was no less real to her for being simpler in outline. If anything, it was more real because it lived closer to where she actually walked. In that sense, the folktale troll is every bit as old as the Eddic one. It just travelled a different road to reach us. The elves of Norse mythology are not the small, whimsical creatures of later European imagination. They are not the tiny winged things that dart through Victorian fairy paintings, nor are they the mischievous sprites of medieval English cautionary tales. When the Norse poets and the compilers of the Eddas spoke of the Alfar, the elves of the northern world, they were speaking of something altogether grander, something that occupied a place in the cosmos close to the gods themselves, that carried with it a weight and a luminosity that later centuries would do their best to diminish, though never quite managed to erase. To understand what elves meant to the Norse mind, it helps to begin with the word itself. This was because the word carries its own kind of light. The Old Norse alfra, plural alfar, traces back through the Germanic language family to a Proto-Germanic root that scholars reconstruct as something like albiz, a word meaning white or bright. You can hear echoes of it in Old English, where the elf appears as elf. In Old High German, where the same being is called alb. Across the whole Germanic world, from the fjords of Norway to the forests of the Saxon lands to the windswept plains of Mercia, people were telling stories about these bright beings. The brightness was always the point. It was not incidental. The luminosity embedded in the name was a description of their fundamental nature, the thing that separated them from trolls and from the darker presences of the underground world. Whatever an elf was, it shone. This connection between brightness and the divine was deeply rooted in Norse cosmology. Light itself held spiritual significance in a world where winter darkness could last for months and the return of the sun was a matter of genuine survival. The Norse did not think of brightness as merely visual or aesthetic. It was a marker of holiness, of otherworldly power, of beings who belonged to a higher order of existence. The fact that elves were literally named for this quality, but their very designation in the language was a description of luminosity, suggests how fundamental this attribute was to what they were. In Norse sources, brightness appears again and again as the distinguishing feature of divine and semi-divine beings. The gods themselves were sometimes described with language that emphasized their radiance. The Bifrost Bridge that connects Midgard to Asgard is described as shining. Even the giants, though often portrayed as chaotic and dangerous, could be depicted as having a kind of terrible splendor. But the elves held a particular claim to brightness. It was not something they possessed incidentally or temporarily. It was their defining characteristic, woven into the very etymology of their name and inseparable from their being. The Prose Edda, compiled by the Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century from far older material, describes the light elves as more beautiful than the sun. That is a particular kind of praise in a culture that had spent long winters without it, where the return of sunlight was not a pleasant convenience but a genuine deliverance. To say that a being surpassed the sun in beauty was to place it at the very apex of what the Norse imagination could hold as beautiful. Snorri seems to have meant it as a statement of cosmic fact rather than poetic exaggeration. The Alfar were radiant in a way that the Norse world took seriously. The Old Norse and Old English poetry that paired them consistently alongside the Aesir gods, the great divine family of Odin, Thor, Frigg, reinforced that seriousness at every turn. In the older verse, gods and elves are listed together so routinely that the pairing begins to feel almost grammatical, as though mentioning one naturally requires mentioning the other. Their elevated status was not an accident of phrasing. It was a reflection of where the Norse understood them to stand. Their home within the 9 worlds was Alfheim, the realm of the elves. Within the cosmological structure that the Eddic sources describe, Alfheim sits in the upper reaches of Yggdrasil, the vast world tree that holds all of existence together. This placement was meaningful in a system where height carried moral and spiritual significance. Alfheim was near Asgard, the home of the Aesir. Near Vanaheim, the home of the Vanir, the elder group of gods associated with fertility and the natural world. The elves were not distant from divinity, they were practically neighbors to it. According to the Prose Edda, Alfheim was given as a gift to the god Freyr, who is himself one of the Vanir and one of the most important deities of growth, agricultural abundance, the prosperity of the land. What it means for Freyr to rule over Alfheim is not entirely spelled out, but the association itself tells you something. The elves and the forces of fertility were bound together in the Norse imagination. The ruler of their realm was the god whose domain most directly touched the lives of people who depended on the earth for everything. The evidence from Old Norse religious practice suggests that elves held a specific place in ritual observance. There are references in the sources to Alfablot, elf sacrifices, ceremonies conducted with the same reverence accorded to more well-known divine worship. These were not occasional or frivolous observances, but seem to have been integrated into the sacred calendar, particularly in connection with fertility and the turning of seasons. The fact that a specific term existed for elf sacrifices, that they warranted their own category of religious practice distinct from other kinds of offerings, indicates how seriously the Norse took their relationship with the Alpha. Women appear to have played a central role in these ceremonies, suggesting that elves held a particular resonance with female power and with the domestic and agricultural spheres. The Alpha were beings whom one approached with careful respect, offering gifts and requesting their favor. This was not the fearful propitiation accorded to potentially hostile forces. Rather, it was the kind of honor paid to powerful and benevolent neighbors whose goodwill was necessary for prosperity and health. This connection between elves and the natural world, between Alfar and the kind of deep, quiet power that makes crops grow and rivers run clear, was central to how the Norse understood them. They were not decorative beings. They were not simply beautiful. They were potent in a way that demanded respect. The early sources are careful to treat them accordingly. The scanty but consistent notices of the elves in the oldest material suggest beings of a loftier nature than almost anything else that inhabited the Norse world short of the gods. Beings who had not yet been confused, as they would be later, under the pressure of Christian reinterpretation, with the ambiguous tricksters and disease-bringers that appear in later medieval literature. In the oldest layer of Norse and Germanic belief, the Alfar seem to have been genuinely exalted, figures whose presence in a passage of poetry or a sacred formula elevated everything around them. It is worth pausing here and letting that distinction settle. This was because it is easy to carry later assumptions back into the earlier material and miss what was actually there. The elf that a Norse person of the Viking Age would have understood was a being of real cosmic standing, associated with brightness, with the gods, with the fertile turning of the world, with a beauty that the poets reached for only their highest comparisons to describe. The diminished sprite of later European folklore, harmless, decorative, small, is a creature shaped by centuries of Christianization and cultural drift, a shadow cast by something that was once very much larger and very much more serious. To meet the Alfar on their own terms in their oldest sources is to meet them before any of that diminishment had taken place. While they still stood in the light they had always carried, they were, in their oldest conception, beings of genuine luminosity, not metaphorically, but in the most literal sense that the Norse mind could express. Snorri Sturluson divides the elves into two distinct groups in the Prose Edda. In doing so, he creates a cosmological map that has fascinated and puzzled scholars ever since. In the Gylfaginning, the section of the Prose Edda in which the god-king Gangleri is led through a series of questions about the nature of the Norse world. Snorri writes that there are two kinds of elves, the Ljósalfar, or light elves, the Dokkalfar, the dark elves, though he also uses the term Svartalfar, meaning black elves, somewhat interchangeably with that second category. This small inconsistency has caused no small amount of scholarly difficulty ever since. The light elves, Snorri tells us, are fairer than the sun to look upon, while the dark elves are blacker than pitch, a contrast so stark and absolute that it reads almost like a moral declaration rather than a physical description, which, in all likelihood, is precisely what it was meant to be. The light elves live in Alfheim, that Snorri places among the upper reaches of the Norse cosmos, near to Asgard, where the Aesir gods reside, and Vanaheim, where the Vanir dwell. This proximity to the divine is not incidental. In the Norse cosmological imagination, height carried meaning. To live near the top of the world tree, Yggdrasil, was to occupy a position of genuine spiritual and moral elevation. Alfheim itself was said to have been given as a gift to the god Freyr when he cut his first tooth, a detail that seems almost whimsical until you consider that Freyr was the god of fertility, abundance, the generosity of the earth, that his stewardship of the elf realm says something quiet but important about what the Alfar were believed to represent. Light was their nature, and their home was accordingly placed in the brightest part of the universe. Close enough to the gods that the two were regularly named together in the oldest Norse poetry, as though they belonged in the same breath. The connection between Freyr and Alfheim speaks to something deeper about how the Norse understood the relationship between the divine and the elven. Freyr's role as a god of prosperity and natural growth meant that the light elves under his dominion were not merely decorative figures in the cosmology. They were active participants in the fertility and flourishing of the world. The gift of Alfheim to a god associated with growth and summer abundance suggests that the elves were thought to embody or facilitate these beneficial forces. Later medieval sources sometimes describe the light elves as particularly concerned with human welfare, a tradition that may have roots in this earlier association with Freyr and divine munificence. The idea that the realms of the gods and the realms of the elves could be thought of in such proximity, even as neighboring domains under related stewardship, underscores how intimately the two orders of being are woven into the Norse world picture. The Dark Elves, or Black Elves, or Svartalfar, depending on which part of Snorri's text you happen to be reading, occupy the inverse of this arrangement. They live underground, in the shadowed regions below Midgard, in realms the sun never touches. Here, the moral geometry of the Norse world becomes legible in the most direct possible way. Goodness lives in the light and in the heights, while whatever is troubling or dangerous retreats below the earth, away from the open sky. This was not a unique idea to the Norse. Many ancient peoples mapped moral value onto vertical space in much the same way. But the Norse version of it carries a particular weight because the underground was already so densely populated with beings of ambiguous intent. Dwarves lived below the surface, forging their extraordinary works in darkness. The dead in certain traditions were believed to inhabit mounds and underground chambers. The serpent Nifhogre gnawed at the roots of Yggdrasil far below the world. To place the Dark Elves in this subterranean realm was to associate them, however gently, with all of that, with death and secrecy, and the things that grow in places where no light ever falls. And this is where Snorri's account becomes genuinely difficult to untangle. This was because the underground realm he associates with the Dark Elves, Svartalfaheimr, the home of the Black Elves, appears in other passages of the Prose Edda to be essentially the same place where the dwarves live and work. When the gods commission extraordinary objects from the finest craftsmen in the cosmos, it is the Svartalfar they approach in at least one telling. The beings who respond to this commission and produce the work behave in every respect like the dwarves described elsewhere. Scholars have wrestled with this question for a very long time. The honest answer is that Snorri himself does not resolve it cleanly. It is possible that Dark Elves and Dwarves were two names for the same category of bear, ng, drawn from different regional traditions that Snorri folded into his account without fully reconciling. It is equally possible that they were understood as distinct but neighboring peoples, sharing a realm and perhaps a general character without being identical. What Snorri's text does not do is give us the clear boundary we might hope for. Later sources do not help much either. There is one small but striking detail that does survive in the Prose Edda, tucked into the Skaldskaparmal. That suggests that the Dark Elves shared at least one quality with the trolls discussed earlier in this tradition. A figure described as a Dark Elf, or in some readings of the passage, a being caught somewhere between elf and the hostile creatures of the wilderness, is said to be turned to stone upon exposure to sunlight. This single reference is easy to overlook, and scholars debate how much weight it should carry, but it is genuinely arresting. The same fate that befell trolls who were caught outside when the sun rose, the same lapidification, the same transformation from living darkness into permanent stone, appears here in connection with a being Snorri had otherwise placed in a separate cosmological category. It suggests that the borders between these groups were not, in practice, as firm as the names implied. A dark elf in sunlight and a troll in sunlight met the same end. That makes you wonder quietly whether those who told these stories thought of them as really so different after all. What we can say with some confidence is that the Norse cosmological division of elves into light and dark served a genuine imaginative purpose. Even if the categories were never perfectly sealed, it gave shape to a world that was understood to contain both luminous and dangerous kinds of supernatural being. Beings that were not simply good or evil in a simple Christian sense, but that were differently oriented toward the human world, depending on where they lived and what kind of light they kept company with. The light elves near Asgard were elevated, radiant, associated with the gods who governed the orderly world. The dark elves underground were associated with craft, concealment, and a power that the open sky never touched. Both were Alfar, or had once been called so, but the world they inhabited had sorted them into opposite ends of the cosmos. The stories told about each reflected that distance. The truth is that the Norse mind did not always draw the same sharp lines we might draw today. The boundary between a dark elf and a dwarf was perhaps less important to the people who told these stories than it has become to those of us trying to understand them. The elves, for all their brightness, were not safe. That distinction matters, and it is one that the Norse tradition was careful to maintain, even as it celebrated the beauty and luminosity of the Alfar in the same breath. A being could be radiant and still be dangerous. A being could be associated with healing and still send sickness without warning. The elves occupied precisely that kind of double-edged position in the Norse understanding of the world. They were not aligned with chaos the way a troll was, and they were not indifferent to human life, the way a mountain or a storm might be. But they were not reliably benevolent either. They had their own will, their own grievances, and their own sense of what was owed to them. If you lived well and honored what needed to be honored, the elves might be the reason your fields came back green in the spring and your children were born healthy. If you did not, the evidence of their displeasure could arrive in your body before you had any idea what you had done wrong. One of the oldest and most widely attested expressions of this displeasure was what the Old English sources called elf shot, an invisible affliction, a kind of magical projectile sent by elves into the body of a human being or an animal. The Old Norse tradition had its own related concept, sometimes rendered as alpha blast, meaning a blast or breath sent by elves, carrying illness into whoever it touched. You would not see it coming. You would not know, in the moment it arrived, that anything had happened at all. What you would know, hours or days later, is that something was wrong, a sudden pain in the chest, a lameness in your horse with no visible injury, a wasting illness in an animal that had been perfectly healthy the evening before. Norse and Old English healers both recognized these symptoms as elf work, and the remedies they prescribed were accordingly specific. Particular herbs, particular spoken formulas, treatments aimed not just at the body, but at the relationship between the patient and the invisible world pressing in around them. What is remarkable about elf shot is how seriously it was taken across different cultures and centuries. It was not a vague folk superstition confined to one region or one time. It appears in Old English medical texts, in Norse sources, in later Scandinavian folk medicine, each tradition recognizing the same essential idea, that elves could reach into the body from outside and that the damage they caused was real. The connection between elves and the body ran deeper than illness, though. The same beings who could send suffering were also understood to be capable of withdrawing it. Elves were associated with the knowledge of healing herbs and with the kind of deep attunement to growing things that made certain plants powerful medicines and others merely weeds. This connection to nature was not incidental. It went to the heart of what elves were believed to be. They were bound to the land in a way that the gods, for all their power, were not. Freyr, who ruled Alfheim, was himself a god of fertility and growing seasons, and the elves under his domain carried something of that same quality, an intimacy with the earth, with the turning of the year, with the invisible processes that made seeds germinate and rivers run clear after winter. Some scholars have suggested that the Alfar were, in their oldest conception, something like the animating spirits of fertile places, not abstract forces, but presences attached to specific fields, specific streams, specific slopes of land that had been farmed or grazed for generations. In that reading, honoring the elves was inseparable from honoring the land itself. To neglect one was to risk the withdrawal of the other. The seasonal rhythm of elf belief bears this out. The most important act of elf worship, the Alfablot, took place in the autumn, at the turn from harvest to darkness, which is exactly the moment when the relationship between a farming community and its land became most urgent. The elves did not exist outside the seasonal cycle. They were woven into it, responsive to it, as much a part of the year's turning as the shortening days or the first frost on the grass. Female elves carried their own particular reputation, one that appears in later prose sources and that adds another layer to the already complex picture the tradition presents. They were described as skilled in the weaving of cloth that carried magical properties, not decorative cloth, not ordinary cloth, but fabric made with intention and with knowledge that human weavers did not possess. The weaving traditions of Norse and Germanic culture were already invested with considerable symbolic meaning, and to attribute the highest expression of that craft to the Alfar was to locate them at the center of a practice that touched everything from burial rites to warrior equipment. Female elves were also described as possessing a beauty that was genuinely dangerous, not dangerous in the way a RPG is dangerous, but dangerous in the way that something can draw you toward it before you have decided whether you meant to go. That quality of attraction runs through the elf tradition in ways that are worth sitting with quietly, because it speaks to something the Norse people understood very well, that the most powerful things in the world are not always the ones that announce themselves as powerful. A troll announced itself. It was enormous and ugly and loud, and its intentions were rarely ambiguous. An elf was something else entirely, something that might offer you exactly what you had been hoping for, and something that would hold you to whatever agreement you had made, spoken or unspoken, for as long as it saw fit. The moral ambiguity the tradition assigns to elves is not a contradiction or a confusion in the sources. It is, I think, the most honest thing the Norse imagination ever said about the natural world. That it does not owe you kindness, that beauty is not the same as safety, and that the beings closest to the living earth are the ones most capable of deciding, in ways you cannot predict, whether this particular season will be one of abundance or one of loss. To receive the help of an elf was a genuine gift. To attract their displeasure was a misfortune from which even the wisest healer might struggle to recover. In the autumn of 1018, a Norse poet and Christian convert named Sivatra Thordarson was travelling through Sweden on a diplomatic mission for the Norwegian king Olaf Haraldsson, and door after door was closed in his face. He recorded the experience in a poem, describing how he went from farm to farm, seeking shelter as the cold settled in around him, and at each threshold he was turned away with the same explanation. The household was occupied with the Alfablot, the sacrifice to the elves, and strangers were not welcome inside. One woman, by his account, drove him off as though he carried some contamination, warning him not to come any closer. He was, after all, a Christian, and whatever was happening behind those closed doors was not for his kind of eyes. He found the whole episode irritating, enough to immortalize in verse, which is fortunate for those of us trying to understand what the alphablot actually was, because he is one of the very few witnesses who left us any direct record of it at all. What Sigvata's poem reveals, almost incidentally, is something scholars have found enormously telling. The alphablot was not a public ceremony. It was not conducted in a hall full of chieftains or presided over by a gothi in ceremonial dress. It happened inside individual farmhouses, behind closed doors, managed by the family itself. Each household performed its own rite according to its own customs, and outsiders, even friendly ones, even the king's own emissary, were excluded from it entirely. This was not the religion of temples or priests or great communal gatherings. It was something quieter and older than that, a duty owed by a family to the spirits that were bound, somehow, to their particular land and their particular dead. The exclusion of outsiders was not casual or negotiable, and this itself reveals something crucial about how the Norse understood sacred space and sacred time. The threshold of a house in the days before the alphablot was not simply an architectural boundary, but a ritual one, a place where worlds touched and had to be kept separate. To admit a Christian during the rites, or indeed any person not bound by blood and obligation to that particular household, would have been to contaminate the space and render the sacrifice ineffective. The woman who drove Sigvata away was not being merely rude. She was protecting something she understood as vital, the integrity of the household's relationship with its elves. Her wariness of his Christian faith was not incidental either. The two belief systems occupied fundamentally different worldviews, and the presence of a Christian, trained in the doctrines that these very spirits were demons or delusions, could disrupt the spiritual work the family needed to accomplish. The timing of the alphablot in the late autumn was not accidental. The harvest was finished by then, or nearly so. The grain had been brought in, the livestock assessed, the stores laid up for winter. This was the season when a farming community could measure what it had, and measure too what it owed. And the elves, in Norse belief, had a hand in the prosperity of the land. They were not remote divine figures, blessing the world from a great height, but something more intimate than that. Spirits connected to the fertility of the soil, to the health of crops and animals, to the continuation of the family line itself. To neglect them after the harvest would have seemed, to those who held these beliefs, something like ingratitude toward the very forces that had made the harvest possible. The elves' influence over prosperity was not abstract or poetic in the minds of those who believed in them. A bad crop could literally mean starvation in winter. The loss of a cow or pig represented wealth vanishing from the household. In a society where survival was perpetually uncertain and depended on factors beyond anyone's control, the weather, the soil, the health of animals, the elves represented an explanation for forces that otherwise seemed random and terrifying. By performing the ritual, by giving proper honor and offerings to these spirits, a family was doing what it could to ensure that the elves would remain favorably disposed toward their land in the year to come. This was not charity towards supernatural beings, but rather a form of cosmic reciprocity. We acknowledge you, we honor you, and in return we ask that you let our land flourish. There is a deeper layer to all of this, and it has to do with how the Norse people understood the relationship between the living and the dead. Scholars have noted that the Alfar, in certain strands of Norse belief, were associated with the spirits of male ancestors, men who had been revered in life, and who retained some presence and influence after death. The Old Norse word for a burial mound, haugur, appears frequently in connection with Alfar, and in some saga passages, the distinction between a venerated dead ancestor and an Alfar who watches over the family farm becomes genuinely difficult to draw. The Ynglinga saga, One of the earliest sections of Snorri's Heimskringla contains a passage describing how the Norwegian king Olafur Geirstadalfra was, after his death, worshipped as an elf by the people of his region, who made sacrifices at his burial mound in hopes of gaining his favor. He had been their king in life. In death he became something more, or perhaps just something different, a presence in the land itself. This association between the Alfar and the ancestral dead gave the Alfablot a particular emotional weight that no amount of Christianization could easily dislodge. When a family performed this ritual in the privacy of their home in late autumn, they were not simply appeasing vague nature spirits. They were, in a very real sense, tending their relationship with the people who had come before them. The grandfather who had cleared this particular field, the great-uncle who had built the barn, the grandmother whose knowledge of the land had kept the family alive through hard winters. The elves and the ancestors had merged, at least partially, into the same category of being, those who were gone but not absent, those whose goodwill still mattered, whose displeasure could still be felt in a ailing crop or a sick animal. This is why the Alfablot was a household matter rather than a public one. A community did not collectively venerate each other's dead. Each family had its own history, its own particular dead to honor, and its own relationship with the elves who were bound to their specific stretch of land. The ritual was as personal as memory itself. Sævatar, standing outside in the cold with his king's business under his arm, was not simply being kept from a religious ceremony. He was being kept from something closer to a family gathering, one that included members who were no longer living. The persistence of the Alfablot well into the Christian period tells us something important about what it would have taken to truly displace these practices. Missionaries and bishops could condemn them, and eventually they did, with increasing force, as the Church consolidated its position in Scandinavia through the 11th and 12th centuries. But the Alfablot did not require a priest to perform it, did not require a building, did not require any visible institutional apparatus at all. It required a family, a home, and the quiet conviction that the elves were listening. Those three things were harder to remove than any temple, and they had been present in Scandinavian life for so long that they had become difficult to distinguish from the life itself. The elf sacrifice survived into a Christian age, not because people were clinging to rebellion, but because the elves were family, in the oldest and most literal sense of that word. The most celebrated elf in all of Norse tradition is not a gentle creature of Alfheim, beautiful and remote. He is a craftsman, a prisoner, and eventually something very close to a monster. His name, in the Old Norse of the poetic Edda, is Volund, and the poem devoted to his story, the Volundarkviða, is one of the oldest and most carefully preserved of all the heroic lays. It begins not with violence or bitterness, but with something much quieter. 3 brothers, a lake at the edge of the world, and 3 women resting on the shore. According to the poem, Volund and his brothers Sleipnir and Egil had been ranging through the wild places of the north, hunting and living apart from other men, in the manner of those who belong as much to the forest as to any human settlement. One morning, at a lake called Ulfshau, they came upon 3 women sitting in the pale early light. These women were Valkyries, the poem tells us, beings who served Odin and moved between the worlds of the living and the dead. And they had set aside their swan feather cloaks and were resting there in the human world. The brothers and the Valkyrie women became companions and then partners, and for 7 years the 3 pairs lived together in that remote place in a kind of happiness that the poem does not dwell on at length, but describes with the restraint of something genuinely good. In the 8th year, a restlessness came over the women, and in the 9th year they were gone. The poem says they flew south to the field of battle, following the nature they had always carried within them. Sleipnir and Egil went searching for their companions, and were never seen again in the story. But Voland stayed. He waited at the lake, working at his forge, making ring after ring of red gold, tying each on, with a strand of basswood bark, and hanging them in rows, waiting in case his Valkyrie woman should return. It was while he was waiting and working that Nidud, a king of the Njara people, came to hear of him. The king sent his men by night to Voland's hall, and they found him sleeping, his rings hanging in the firelight. They took one ring from the strand before they woke him, and Nidud himself took Voland's sword. When Voland was brought before Nidud, the king's wife saw the elfsmith clearly for what he was, and advised her husband to handle this being carefully, to bind him rather than trust him. Nidud listened to her. He had Voland hamstrung, the tendons of his legs severed so that he could not run, and had him placed on a small island called Sevarstov, where no bridge reached the shore. There Voland was set to work, forced to forge treasures for the king at a forge established on the island's only ground. The king kept Voland's sword and gave the ring taken from his collection to his daughter Bothvilde. When Voland saw Nidud carrying his sword and Bothvilde wearing his ring, he said nothing to either of them that revealed what he intended. He bent his head and returned to his forge. What followed happened over time and by design, with the cold patience that distinguishes a craftsman from a man who acts out of simple anger. Nidud's 2 young sons came to the island one day, drawn by the wealth of the smith's workshop, curious about the treasures accumulating there. Voland welcomed them and showed them his chest of gold and his finished work. He told them to come again the next day, and to come alone, and to tell no one. They came back, as boys do when they have been promised something shining, and Voland killed them both. The Volandarkvida does not pause long over this moment. It simply states the fact, and then describes what Voland did next, which is perhaps the part of the story that has always lingered longest in the memory of those who heard it. He took the boys' skulls and lined them with silver, crafting them into drinking cups, and sent them to Nidud as gifts, as if they were fine work from his forge. From their eyes he cut gems and fashioned them for Nidud's queen. From their teeth he made a brooch for Berthvilde. The king and his wife received these things as treasures. They did not know what they held. Then Berthvilde herself came to the island, secretly and alone, bringing with her the gold ring that had been taken from Voland's collection, because she had broken it, and did not want her father to know. She came to the one person capable of repairing it. The poem is sparse in what it says about what happened between them on Severstorv, but it says enough, that Voland gave her ale to drink, that she fell into a deep sleep, and that when she woke, it was already too late for her to undo what had been done. She wept on her way back across the water, and the poem records her grief without assigning her any of the blame. All this time, Voland had been forging something other than what his captors imagined. The feathers and materials were there, and the skill was certainly there, and on the day that everything was finished, he rose from Severstorv on wings of his own making. He rose to the height of a building's roof, and from there he called down to Nidud and told him everything, the cups, the gems, the brooch, the night on the island with Bothvilde. He told it calmly, in the manner of someone who has already placed the last piece of a long piece of work and stepped back to observe it whole. He told Nidud that Bothvilde carried his child. He told him that his sons lay under the forge at Severstorv. He told Nidud there was nothing to be done about any of it, that his sword was gone beyond the king's reach, and that Nidud himself would find no peace in what remained to him. Nidud called for his bowman, but by then Voland was already higher than any arrow could reach. The poem ends there, with the elfsmith ascending and the king left below, and the darkness of what has been done settling over everything like the shadow of something flying away. The Volandarkvida is told in the first person, of sorrow for almost all of its length, the sorrow of Voland at his woman's departure, his sorrow at being taken, his grief expressed only through its absence, through the cold precision of what he substitutes for it. What makes the poem survive as it does, and what makes Voland the figure he is in Norse tradition, is that the poem holds his perspective and Nidud's injustice in a kind of terrible equilibrium. Nidud was wrong to hamstring him and wrong to keep him enslaved, and the poem makes no secret of this. But the revenge Voland chose encompasses innocent people, the sons who came to look at treasures, Bothvilder who came to have a ring repaired, and the poem does not soften this either. There is no resolution offered, no lesson drawn, no comfort in the closing lines. There is only Voland, airborne and free, looking down at a world he has broken as thoroughly as that world broke him. This is the elf at his most complete in Norse myth, not the luminous, compassionate presence near Alfheim's gardens, but something older and harder, a being of almost inhuman craft who has been pushed past the boundary of what can be forgiven and has crossed it without hesitation. Some sources, older and fragmentary, describe Voland as a lord of the elves, which places his story at the very summit of what the Norse imagination believed that kind of being was capable of. The craftsmanship, the patience, the memory that does not dim with time, the capacity for beauty and for ruin in equal measure, all of these are elf qualities in their most concentrated form, and Voland contains all of them. He rose into the sky and was never brought down again, the greatest elf the Norse world ever named, and the most terrible. Of all the creatures that walked the Norse world, none was quite so deeply unsettling as the Draugr, not because it was alien or incomprehensible, but because it was not. A troll was something other. It lived in the mountains and the deep forest, in places where human beings were already uncertain of themselves, and it looked nothing like a person, and wanted nothing that a person would recognize as desire. An elf occupied a luminous elsewhere, at Alfheim near the gods, radiant and removed. Even the most frightening elf was a being apart, something categorically different from the men and women who sacrificed to it in their farmsteads each autumn. But the Draugr was your neighbor. It was your grandmother. It was the shepherd you had known your whole life, or the chieftain who had ruled your district for 30 years, or the difficult man 3 farms over whose temper had always made people uneasy. The Draugr was the dead, and the dead in the Norse world were not always willing to become something safely distant and gone. The word itself is Old Norse, and scholars trace it back through Proto-Germanic roots, suggesting something that moves forward, something that presses on or encroaches. The pronunciation that most closely matches the Old Norse original sounds something like Draugr, with the first syllable rhyming with the English word cow, though you will find the word spoken differently depending on where you encounter it. What matters more than pronunciation is what the word meant to the people who used it, and to them it meant the dead walking, in the most literal and physical sense that phrase can carry. The Draugr of the Norse sagas was not a ghost in the way that later European and Christian tradition would come to understand ghosts. It was not a pale shimmer, or a floating shape, or a voice heard in an empty room. It was a body, the actual body of the person who had died, inhabited still by something that retained all the character, memory, and appetite of the living person. It did not drift through walls or appear and vanish without substance. It was heavy. It smelled. It left marks where it walked and crushed what it touched. The sagas describe Draugr with a specificity that reads less like mythology and more like testimony. The weight of a particular body, the smell of a particular grave, the recognizable face of someone who should not be standing in your doorway in the middle of the night. This is what distinguished the Draugr from the Christian conception of the restless dead that was beginning to work its way into Norse consciousness during the centuries when the sagas were being composed and written down. The Christian ghost was primarily a spiritual phenomenon, a soul caught between this world and the next, often seeking prayers or a resolution of some earthly matter before it could pass on to its proper destination. It was incorporeal, theologically situated, and ultimately manageable through the right religious response. The Draugr was none of these things. It had no theological situation. There was no heaven or hell it was waiting to enter. It simply continued, hungry, purposeful, and entirely physical, pursuing in death whatever it had pursued or failed to resolve in life. The sagas that preserve most of what we know about Draugr were composed in Iceland between roughly the 12th and 14th centuries, though they drew on oral traditions considerably older than their written forms. They are not mythological texts in the way the Eddas are. They are prose narratives, often describing events their authors framed as historical, set in specific landscapes with named characters and documented genealogies. When a Draugr appears in a saga, it appears alongside real-sounding farms, real-sounding families, and the kind of practical detail. How many horses died, which fields were abandoned, who was brave enough to try to confront it, that reads as something the teller believed, or at least wanted the listener to believe. Within the broad category of Draugr, the saga literature recognizes something close to two distinct types, though the boundaries between them were not always sharply drawn. The first is the haugbúi, a compound word combining haugr, meaning burial mound, with búi, meaning one who dwells. The hogbúi was the mound dweller, a being that remained within or very close to its burial site and did not typically range outward into the living world unless provoked or disturbed. It stayed with what it had been buried with, its treasure, its weapons, its accumulated possessions, and the danger of encountering a hogbúi usually arose when someone came too close to or attempted to enter the mound. In some saga episodes, challenging a hogbúi was a recognized act of heroism, a way for a young man to prove his courage and perhaps gain the weapons or wealth interred within, though the encounter was genuinely dangerous and not always survived. The second type, and the one the word Draugr most often designates in common usage, was a more actively threatening figure. This Draugr did not stay peacefully near its grave. It moved through the landscape, entering farmhouses, killing livestock, crushing the farmhands who encountered it, sitting on the rooftops of the buildings it haunted in a practice the sagas describe with a specific word, riding the roof, until the timbers groaned under its weight. It returned to the places it had known in life, sometimes seemingly unable to release its attachment to a particular farm or district, and in doing so, it made those places uninhabitable for the living. Farms were abandoned. Entire districts were sometimes said to have been affected by a particularly powerful or persistent Draugr. What unified both types was the retention of selfhood. The hogbúi remembered who it was and what it owned. The wandering Draugr remembered its grievances, its habits, its feelings about the people and places it had known. This is perhaps the most genuinely chilling aspect of the concept, that death, in this tradition, did not erase personality. It warped it and stripped it of whatever constraints the living world had placed on it, but it did not replace it with something blank and impersonal. The Draugr that returned to haunt a family farm was still, in a meaningful sense, the person who had lived there. That recognition, I know who this is, made the encounter something qualitatively different from stumbling across an unknown monster in the dark. The fear of the Draugr was, at its root, a fear of the specific dead, of the people you had already known and lost. It was a fear that losing someone did not necessarily mean they were finished with the world, or finished with you. The Norse understanding of death was layered and complex. The soul, in various traditions, was not a simple single thing, but a collection of aspects and capacities that might disperse and continue in different ways. That the Draugr stood at one particular end of that complexity, where the dead person's will and appetite and attachment to life were so strong that the body itself continued to express them. This was not, in the Norse framework, a random or arbitrary misfortune. Certain kinds of people were more likely to become Draugr than others, and the community had specific knowledge about who those people were and what precautions to take. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. The idea that the Norse people who told these stories were not simply entertaining themselves with horror. They were describing what they genuinely believed could happen, and they were drawing on a shared understanding of how the living world and the dead world pressed against each other in ways that required care and attention and, sometimes, considerable bravery to manage. The Draugr was not a legend at one comfortable remove, a story about distant heroes and long-ago times. It was a practical concern, something that shaped how the dead were buried, how the grieving spoke of the departed, and how an entire community behaved in the weeks and months following a death. The Draugr was, in every terrible respect, still the person who had died, sent stripped of whatever it was that had once made that person human. Not every person who died in the Norse world became a Draugr, and understanding why some did and most did not tells us a great deal about what the Norse people feared in both the living and the dead. The condition was not random, and it was not merely a matter of ill fortune. Reading across the sagas and the older layers of Norse belief, a clear picture begins to emerge. The Draugr was, in most cases, a person who had already been difficult in life, someone whose grip on the world around them had always been a little too tight, whose appetites ran a little too strong, whose relationships with neighbors and kin had been marked by quarrel, greed, or a kind of stubborn self-will that death alone could not easily dissolve. A man known in his village for hoarding wealth and refusing to share. A woman whose grievances never found resolution. A shepherd who died alone on a hillside in a way that left too many questions behind. These were the people whom the living watched most carefully in the days following their death, waiting to see whether the ground would hold them. The Norse understanding of what made a person dangerous after death was, in a deep way, a reflection of what they valued in the living: generosity, community, the willingness to let go. The Draugr, by this logic, was simply a person who had never learned that last lesson, and who carried their failures into the darkness with them. The causes that the sagas identify are worth dwelling on, because they reveal the texture of Norse anxiety around death with remarkable specificity. Dying with unfinished business was one such cause. A vendetta unresolved, a promise broken, a piece of property disputed and never settled, and the belief was that the dead person's attachment to that unfinished matter would pull them back across the boundary between the living and the dead. Dying in a state of what might loosely be called moral corruption was another. The Draugr Glamour, whose story appears later in these pages, is described in Grettis saga as a disagreeable and ungodly man even before his death, and the saga makes clear that his unpleasant character in life was directly connected to the horror that followed it. Improper burial was a third cause, and this one carried a weight of communal responsibility, because it implied that the living had failed the dead in their most basic obligation. A body not washed and prepared correctly, a mound not properly sealed, grave goods insufficient or absent, any of these could leave the dead restless and resentful, searching for what they had been denied. The Norse people were, in this sense, deeply invested in the ceremonies of farewell, not only as expressions of grief, but as practical measures against a genuine threat. To bury someone well was to do them a kindness, yes, but it was also to protect yourself and everyone around you from what they might become if you did not. The sagas also reveal a fourth category of cause, less commonly discussed, but no less feared: the sudden or violent death that caught a person unprepared. A man drowned in cold water, a woman crushed beneath a falling stone, anyone whose death came too swiftly and unexpectedly. These individuals sometimes lacked the proper transition time, the gradual letting go that a lingering illness might allow. The shock of their departure seemed, in the Norse imagination, to trap them between states, neither fully surrendered to the land of the dead, nor capable of releasing their claim on the living. Some sagas suggest that those who died in states of extreme emotion, great anger, intense fear, passionate desperation, carried that emotional intensity with them beyond death itself, unable to cool or settle. The intensity of feeling in this worldview could anchor a person to the material world even after the body had ceased to function. These understandings point to a sophisticated folk psychology, one that recognized the connection between emotional and spiritual states, between how a person departed the world and what they might become afterward. This fear expressed itself in a set of funerary practices that are among the most striking in the Norse tradition, and which make far more sense when understood as deliberate responses to the possibility of the drauga. One of the most widely attested was the practice of carrying the body out of the house feet first, and in some traditions through an opening cut specially into the wall, rather than through the usual door, what later folklore would call the corpse door or Sleipnir. The reasoning behind this was specific and careful. If the corpse could not easily find its way back through the same opening it had left by, it would be less able to return to haunt the household. Once the body had passed through, the opening was sealed and never used again. In some accounts, needles were driven into the soles of the feet before burial, on the understanding that a drauga who rose from its mound would be unable to walk back to the living world if its feet were bound by pain. The orifices of the body were sealed with care, the eyes closed and held closed, and certain precautions were taken to ensure that the spirit, whatever form it might take after death, could not easily find its way back into the flesh it had inhabited. These were not superstitions in the dismissive sense of the word. They were the accumulated practical wisdom of a people who had thought very carefully about what death meant, and who had decided that caution was always the more sensible response. Underlying all of these practices was a Norse understanding of the soul that was considerably more complex than a simple division between body and spirit. The Norse conception included, among other elements, the fylgja, a kind of companion spirit or attendant soul that accompanied a person through life and could sometimes be seen as an animal or a figure of the opposite sex, and the hammer, which might be understood as the soul's shape or form, the aspect of a person that could travel and transform even while the physical body remained where it lay. Both of these elements could, in principle, persist after death. The drauga was not simply a reanimated corpse in the way a later European tradition might imagine. It was a being in which the hammer, the personality, the desires, and the memories of the dead person had fused with the physical body in a way that refused to dissolve cleanly at the moment of death. The more forceful the personality in life, the more likely this clinging together might occur. A gentle, generous person, by this logic, would dissolve naturally into whatever came after, their fylgja departing cleanly, the hammer dispersing into the wider world. A difficult person, a violent person, a person eaten up by unresolved longing, that person's soul might hold together out of sheer insistence, pressing back into the cooling body with a kind of terrible will. Every precaution taken at the deathbed was, in its way, a conversation with the dead, a quiet negotiation asking the departed to please, this time, stay gone. The drauga of the Norse sagas was not diminished by death. In many accounts, it was made stronger. The living body that had once belonged to a farmer, a shepherd, or a seafarer was, in death, transformed into something that exceeded it in almost every physical measure. The sagas describe drauga as possessing a strength so far beyond what they had known in life that even the mightiest men who encountered them were thrown across rooms, crushed against door frames, or dragged through snow as though they weighed nothing at all. This was not the faded, flickering power of something dying away. It was the opposite, an intensification, as though death had removed whatever limit the living body had placed on whatever dark force now animated it. And alongside that terrible strength came something else, the ability to grow. Several saga accounts describe a Draugr swelling in size as a confrontation continued, the body expanding and darkening until it filled a doorway or pressed against a ceiling, becoming something less like a man and more like the heavy, shapeless weight of a bad dream given physical form. The flesh of a Draugr, the sagas tell us, was not the pale grey of a fresh corpse. It was darker than that, a deep, bruised blue or the black of old wood soaked through with water. The colour was one of the first signs that something had gone wrong. Those who recognized it in the features of someone recently buried understood immediately that the burial had not held. Together with that discoloration came a smell that the sagas describe with uncomfortable specificity, an overwhelming, pervasive rot that preceded the Draugr like a herald and clung to everything it touched. The stench was not merely unpleasant, it was reported to linger for days in any space a Draugr had occupied. In some accounts, it was associated with illness in those who breathed it, as though the corruption of the body extended outward into the air around it, and, from there, into the bodies of the living. The Draugr's powers were not limited to its physical presence. Some of the most unsettling qualities described in saga literature had nothing to do with brute force and everything to do with a kind of authority over the world around it. Draugr were said to be capable of summoning storms, heavy fogs rolling in from the coast, snowfalls arriving out of season, the kind of weather that kept people indoors and isolated and frightened. That was, of course, precisely when a Draugr was most dangerous. There are accounts in the sagas of cattle dying in unusual numbers during the periods a Draugr was active in an area, not always from direct attack, but from some influence that seemed to move through the landscape the way a cold wind does, touching everything without pausing. Horses were particularly susceptible. The sagas return again and again to horses found dead or maddened in their stalls, their bodies bearing signs of having been ridden through the night. And in the Norse tradition, this night riding was specifically associated with the Draugr, a creature that in some accounts could take animal form, becoming a seal, a horse, or a great grey cat, moving through a community in a shape that no one would think to fear until it was far too late to protect themselves from it. This capacity for shape-shifting distinguished the Draugr from almost every other dangerous creature in the Norse world. This was because it meant that the threat could not be identified by its appearance. The troll looked like a troll. The Draugr could look like a neighbour's horse grazing at the edge of a feld in the grey hours before dawn. And what made this more troubling still was that the Draugr was not simply following instinct. The way a hungry animal follows a scent, it remembered, it knew who it had been. That meant it knew exactly who the living people around it were. That of them it bore grudges against. That of them had wronged it, and which of them were alone in their houses at night. The sagas are filled with accounts of Draugr who singled out particular individuals for their attention and malice, suggesting a capacity not merely for memory, but for deliberate planning and vindication. A man who had wronged his neighbour in life might find himself the specific target of that neighbour's undead vengeance, pursued with an intensity that suggested calculation rather than mere hunger. The Draugr would remember slights and broken oaths, would recall which sons had failed to honour their father's dying wishes, which wives had hastened inheritance through poisoned food. In some accounts, the Draugr's targeting seemed almost procedural. It would move through a community with apparent method, attending first to old debts before moving on to easier prey. This intelligence extended to the Draugr's understanding of its own vulnerabilities and how to avoid them. The sagas describe Draugr that understood iron and fire, that knew which priests and which warriors had the knowledge and will to destroy them. This was not the behavior of an animal driven purely by hunger or rage. This was something far more complex, a creature shaped by human experience and human malice, given form and strength beyond human limitation. The Draugr could think, it could plan, It could wait, and in that patience lay perhaps the greatest terror of all, the knowledge that you might be being hunted not by blind hunger, but by intelligent, remembered hate. A mindless creature hunts whatever is nearest. An intelligent one is patient, and it chooses. The hunger that drove a Draugr was, like everything else about it, excessive and without natural limit. The sagas describe Draugr attacking and consuming livestock in numbers that could devastate a farm's entire winter stores in a matter of nights. Sheep, cattle, horses, none were safe if a Draugr had taken up residence in the local burial mound or had begun to walk. Some accounts describe the Draugr feeding on the blood of its victims, others on the flesh itself, others still on something less tangible, on the vitality of the living. That faded in those who spent too long in the presence of the dead. This last quality connects to perhaps the most unsettling power attributed to the Draugr in the saga tradition, the ability to enter dreams. A Draugr did not require an open window or an unbarred door. When it wished to reach a particular person, it could do so through sleep, appearing in dreams that the sagas describe, not as vague night terrors, but as vivid and specific. The Draugr speaking, threatening, delivering pronouncements that the dreamer would wake remembering with horrible clarity. In Grettir's saga, this dream haunting is presented as entirely real as a physical encounter. The consequences of it are treated as seriously as the consequences of a midnight attack. The Draugr in the dream was not a symbol of guilt or grief wearing the face of the dead. It was the dead, reaching through the membrane between sleep and waking, because that membrane was, for a creature like this, no barrier at all. A creature that could walk through your walls in a dream was a creature that no lock, no matter how heavy, could keep out. Of all the Draugr stories preserved in the sagas, the tale of Glamour from Grettir's saga is the one that settles deepest in the mind. It begins not with a monster, but with a man, and a disagreeable one at that. Glamour was a Swede, large and strange-looking even in life, with pale eyes that people found unsettling, and a disposition that inspired no particular warmth in those who met him. He came to Iceland to work as a shepherd at a farm called Þorhólsstaðir, in the northern part of the island, a remote and wind-worn place where the winters came hard and the darkness lasted a long time. The farmer who hired him, a man named Þorhólfr, was glad enough to have someone willing to tend the flocks in such a place, and Glamour was certainly capable of the work. But there were things about him that troubled people from the start. He had little patience for the customs and observances that his neighbors held important. He refused to fast during the weeks leading up to Christmas, dismissing the practice with contempt. He showed no reverence for the holy days, and no interest in the kind of quiet piety that gave ordinary people a sense of protection and order in a difficult world. He was, in the estimation of those who knew him, someone who carried a kind of darkness around with him, even before the darkness found him in return. On Christmas Eve, he went out alone to tend the sheep in weather that had turned wild and threatening. When he did not come back that evening, no one went looking for him right away. The storm was too fierce and the night too black. It was only the following morning, when the sky had cleared and the snow lay still over everything, that they found him. He was lying some distance from the farm, lat on his back in the cold, his face turned upward toward a sky he could no longer see. He was dead, and the manner of his death was not clear, though the ground around him bore signs of a violent struggle. His body had already begun to change, darker than a man ought to be, swollen in a way that made those who found him step back instinctively, as though some part of them already understood that something had settled into him that was not going to leave. A priest was brought, and it was decided that Glamour could not be buried in consecrated ground, which was itself a kind of judgment on the man and on whatever it was that had happened to him out there in the snow. A cairn was raised over him instead, a modest thing, a heap of stones in the open country, and the people of Thorholstaðr hoped that would be the end of it. It was not. Within days the farm had begun to feel it. Horses were found dead near the stable with no apparent cause. A farmhand who went out to check on the animals was found the next morning, barely alive, and dead before another day had passed. The shepherd who had been hired to replace Glama lasted only a short time before he too was found dead in circumstances no one could satisfactorily explain. Winter settled over the farm like something deliberate, and the people who remained there began to feel, in the way that people sometimes feel things they cannot name, that the stones over Glama were not holding him as firmly as stones ought to hold the dead. The haunting grew worse as the season deepened. There was noise on the rooftops at night, a weight moving back and forth above the rafters, slow and heavy, as though something immense was walking there and had nowhere better to be. The walls of the farm shuddered. Animals died in greater numbers. Men who had lived in that valley for years packed what they could carry and left without looking back. And word began to spread through the district that Thorholstaðr had become a place to avoid, that whatever walked there after dark was beyond the management of ordinary people, and perhaps beyond the management of any living person at all. This was the world into which Grettir Asmundarson arrived, and it is worth understanding something about who Grettir was before the story moves any further. He was, by the time this encounter took place, already an outlaw, a man of extraordinary physical strength and something close to extraordinary stubbornness, someone who had spent years living outside the protections of ordinary society because of a series of violent acts that the law could not overlook. He was not a gentleman, and he was not a particularly wise one, but he was almost certainly the strongest person in Iceland at the time, and he was the kind of person who, upon hearing that a Draugr had made an entire district afraid, felt something stir in him that resembled curiosity more than fear. He came to Thorholstaðr on a winter evening and asked if he might stay the night. The farmer received him with the mixture of gratitude and anxiety that people showed toward Grettir in Theng. O's years, glad of the company, uncertain what it would cost them, Grettir settled himself inside and waited for whatever the night would bring. He waited in the way that someone waits when they have decided not to be afraid of something, which is a different thing from not being afraid, and the distinction is important. The farm was quiet for a while, and then it was not. There was the sound of movement on the roof, that slow, crushing weight moving overhead, and then the door gave way, and Glama was inside. He was enormous. The saga takes care to describe what Grettir saw in that moment, a figure of terrible size, dark-faced, with eyes that caught what little light there was and gave back something worse. Glama moved through the doorway and into the hall, and the hall seemed smaller for his presence in it, the way a room seems smaller when something wrong enters it. He reached for Grettir, and Grettir met him. What followed was a wrestling match of a kind that the farm had not been built to contain. They went through the interior of the house the way a storm goes through a structure it has decided to pull apart, benches overturned, timbers cracking, the furniture of an ordinary domestic life scattered and broken around them as these two enormous forces worked against each other. Grettir had fought men before, and he had fought things that were not quite men, and he was not a person easily moved from where he had planted himself. But Glama was stronger than anything living ought to have been, and stronger perhaps than anything living was. The Draugr hauled him toward the door with a steadiness that was more terrible than fury would have been. Not rage, not desperation, just the inexorable pull of something that had already decided how the night would end. Grettir braced himself against doorframes and walls, and they came apart around him, and then they were outside, under the sky, in the moonlight that had broken through the clouds and was lying across the snow in long pale bands, and Glama stumbled backward, and Grettir fell on top of him, and for one moment the advantage had shifted. He drew his sword. He had been waiting for this, the moment when the Draugr was down and the blade could find the right angle, and he used it. He cut off Glama's head, And then, because the saga tradition understood very clearly that a draugr must be completely and thoroughly destroyed, the body was burned, and the ashes were buried in a place where livestock would not pass and people would not walk. But the burning came after the curse, and it is the curse that has outlasted everything else about this story. In the moment before Grettir's sword fell, Glama spoke. The pale eyes found Grettir's face in the moonlight, and the draugr said what he had to say. He told Grettir that his strength would not grow beyond what it was in that moment, that the great power Grettir had used against him would be as great as it would ever be, and that it would not be enough for what was still coming. And he told him something else. He told him that from that night forward, those eyes, Glama's pale, terrible eyes, would be with Grettir in every dark place he ever entered, and that the darkness would never again be simply darkness for him, but would always contain that gaze, and that the fear of it would never leave him, and that this fear would eventually be what brought him to his end. The saga records that these things proved true. Grettir lived many more years as an outlaw on the Icelandic landscape, hunted and alone, and he was by all accounts still formidable, still capable of feats that ordinary men could not match, but he could not be in darkness without it pressing in on him in a way it had not before, and the fear grew rather than diminished as the years went on, and it shaped his choices and his movements, and the quality of his life, in ways that could not be undone. He kept fires burning through the night wherever he slept. He avoided caves and enclosed spaces when the light was gone. The man who had walked into that farm on a winter evening without flinching had walked out of it, carrying something he had not carried in, something Glama had given him along with the victory, a parting gift from the dead to the living that proved more durable than either of them. Grettir won that night by the farmhouse, but Glama, in his way, won everything else, and the outlaw spent the remaining years of his life sleeping with the light burning beside him, unable to bear the dark. Glama's story is the most famous, but the sagas are full of the dead who refuse to settle quietly into the earth. Across the breadth of the saga literature, the draugr appears again and again, each time carrying its own particular character, its own particular grievance, its own particular shape of menace. These were not interchangeable creatures drawn from a shared template. They were individuals, or had been. Once, and the nature of what they became after death was shaped by the nature of what they had been in life. To read through the sagas with this in mind is to encounter not a single recurring monster, but something more unsettling. A long gallery of difficult, restless, unfinished people, each one continuing, in death, the very tendencies that had made them troublesome among the living. In the Eyrbyggja saga, that concerns itself with the settlement of the Snæfellsnes Peninsula in western Iceland, and the complicated, often violent lives of the people who lived there, one of the most elaborately described draugr of all the sagas makes his appearance. His name in life was Thorolf. He was known even before his death as Thorolf Twistfoot, a name that speaks to a physical deformity, but also, in the way such names worked in saga literature, to something crooked in his character more broadly. He was, according to the saga, a man of exceptional difficulty, quarrelsome, greedy, deeply at odds with his neighbors and eventually with his own son. He died in a state of what the saga makes clear was unresolved and unresolvable anger. Whatever that anger had been in life, it did not diminish when he crossed into death. It grew. The first signs came to the animals. Livestock that grazed near Thorolf's burial mound began dying in numbers that could not be explained by natural illness or accident. The oxen that had worked his land were found dead with expressions. The saga notes with uncomfortable specificity that suggested they had been terrified before they died. The shepherd who tended the fields in that area was discovered dead not long afterward. His body, when it was examined, bore the marks of having been crushed by something of enormous strength. The people of the Snæfellsnes Peninsula were not strangers to hardship, and were not. As a rule, a people given to easy alarm. But Thorolf's activities after death were of a scale and persistence that began to make the farms in the area genuinely uninhabitable. Farm workers refused to sleep in buildings near the burial mound. Families packed what they could carry and abandoned holdings that had taken generations to establish. Walking away from fields and structures and everything they had built because remaining meant dying, and they knew it. What the Eyrbyggja saga conveys with particular force is the communal dimension of Thorolf's haunting. This was not one person's private encounter with the supernatural, managed quietly and then forgotten. It spread. The fear moved from farm to farm the way a disease moves. The disruption it caused was economic as much as spiritual. Fields untended, animals dead, labor impossible to find because no one would come to work in a place that belonged, in some functional sense, to a draugr. It took legal proceedings, physical confrontation. Finally, the exhumation of Thorolf's body. Found, the saga says, undecayed and enormous, dark in color, as hard to move as a boulder, before the community could begin to address what he had become. He was reburied, and the haunting continued, and it was not until a later generation took more definitive action that Thorolf Twistfoot was finally, and with considerable effort, put to rest for good. The Egil saga, which is the life story of the remarkable and difficult Egil Skallagrimsson, touches on the restless dead in a different register. Egil's own father, Skallagrimr, was buried with great ceremony in a mound on the Icelandic coast. There is throughout that saga a sense that the dead inhabit their mounds with a presence that is not quite passive, that they remain, in some fashion, aware of and connected to the family in the land above them. The saga does not present dramatic draugr encounters in the way that Grettis saga or Eyrbyggja saga do, but it carries the same underlying assumption. The burial mound is not an ending, it is a different kind of residence. The Laxdæla saga, similarly, contains moments in which the boundary between the living and the recently dead is depicted as permeable in ways that reflect this same persistent Norse conviction that death relocated a person more than it extinguished them. It is worth drawing a careful distinction here between the kind of draugr that Thorolf Twistfoot represented and another category of the restless dead that the sagas also describe, the haugbúi, a word that translates most directly as mound dweller, where Thorolf wandered, terrorizing the surrounding countryside with an apparently limitless appetite for destruction. The haugbúi was a different kind of presence, one that stayed close to its burial mound, that did not, as a rule, go looking for people to harm. But that was extraordinarily dangerous to anyone who came looking for it. The haugbúi was territorial in the most literal sense possible. It guarded what had been buried with it, that in the case of prominent or wealthy individuals could mean weapons, jewelry, silver, objects of considerable value. It regarded the contents of its mound as still, in every meaningful sense, its own property. For a hero in the saga world, the haugbúi presented a particular kind of challenge and a particular kind of opportunity. The treasure inside a burial mound was not accessible through any ordinary means. You could not simply dig it up without consequence. This was because the inhabitant of the mound would respond. The response would be physical and ferocious. To take what was buried, you had to be willing and able to fight for it. To fight a haugbúi inside its own mound, in the dark, in a space that belonged completely to the dead, required a degree of courage and physical capability that the sagas treated as genuinely exceptional. Several saga heroes are described undertaking exactly this kind of confrontation as a means of demonstrating their worth, entering a mound, wrestling with whatever met them there, emerging either with the treasure or not at all. The outcome was not guaranteed, and the sagas do not pretend otherwise. What distinguished these encounters from the more chaotic terror of a wandering draugr like Glamr or Thorolf was the quality of containment. The hogbuoy had, in a sense, accepted the condition of its death in a way that the wandering draugr had not. It stayed where it had been put. It did not come looking for the living. It waited, attended its gold, and destroyed anyone who presumed to take what it still considered its own. There was something almost comprehensible in this, a persistence of the values that Norse culture itself held in high regard, the defense of property, the unwillingness to be dispossessed, the refusal to surrender what had been earned. The hogbuoy was monstrous, but it was monstrous in a way that followed a kind of logic. You knew where it was, you knew what it wanted. If you left it alone, it would, in most accounts, leave you alone as well. The wandering draugr offered no such clarity. Thorolf Twistfoot did not stay near his mound. He moved through the landscape with what the saga depicts as an almost purposeful destructiveness, as if the anger he had carried in life had been freed of the last social constraints that life had placed upon it. In death, there was nothing to moderate him, no community standing that could be lost, no relationship that required maintenance. There was only the anger itself, the extraordinary physical power the sagas attributed to the draugr, and the darkness. Between these two forms, the mound dweller and the wanderer, the sagas managed to account for most of what the Norse imagination feared about the dead. The mound dweller stayed with his gold. The wandering dead went looking for whatever it was they could not release in life, and in neither case was the living particularly safe from either. Defeating a draugr was not a matter of simply driving a weapon through it. The sagas are consistent on this point, and their consistency is itself a kind of testimony to how seriously the people who told these stories took the problem. An ordinary weapon, a sword, a spear, even a blade of considerable quality, could wound a draugr, could slow it, could knock it back. What it could not do was end the matter. The draugr would simply rise again, just as it had risen from the burial mound in the first place, no more troubled by iron than it had been by the cold earth packed over it. This was a creature that had already passed through death once, and come out the other side, still moving, still hungry, still possessed of the full and terrible weight of its former self. To kill what was already dead required something different, a method that addressed not just the body standing in front of you, but the deeper arrangement of things that had allowed it to stand there at all. The first requirement, as the saga literature describes it again and again, was physical. A draugr had to be physically overpowered, grappled with, wrestled to the ground by human hands and human strength. There is something significant in this, the insistence that no distance was permitted, that you could not simply stand at arm's length and dispatch the thing cleanly. You had to put your hands on it, feel the cold and unnatural weight of it, and hold it down through the pure exertion of your body against its body. This was not incidental. It reflected something the Norse people understood about the nature of the draugr's persistence. The problem was not abstract, not spiritual in any detached sense, but deeply physical. The creature had not left its body. Whatever it was that kept it walking was still seated in the flesh, in the bones, and the flesh had to be addressed directly. Heroes who confronted draugr in the sagas were not praised for their cleverness or their weapons. They were praised for their grip, for the strength of their arms, for the ability to hold on when the creature bucked and heaved and filled the air with its terrible smell. Grettir's wrestling match with Glamour is only the most celebrated example of a pattern that recurs throughout the literature. The grappling was not optional. It was the method itself. Once the draugr was brought down and held, beheading was essential. Cutting the head from the body, and specifically placing that head against the thighs or at the feet of the corpse, rather than leaving it where it fell, appears across multiple saga accounts as a deliberate step in the process. The logic, while not always explained in the texts themselves, seems rooted in the Norse understanding of how the body and the animating self related to one another. A draugr retained its intelligence, its will, and its memory, qualities that had to be unmade rather than simply stopped. Separating the head was a way of disrupting that terrible continuity, of imposing a break where the creature's own nature refused to allow one. It was a statement, in a sense, an insistence that this particular arrangement of flesh and will was over, that the boundary which death had failed to enforce would now be enforced by other means. The separation of head from body was not itself sufficient to guarantee the Draugr's final destruction. The Norse sagas make clear that even the severed corpse retained its essential nature and animating force. Without further intervention, the body and head could, in theory, rejoin through some supernatural process, or the creature could find alternative means of continuation. The divided state was a necessary disruption, but not the termination. There was still matter present, still physical substance that might serve as foundation or anchor for the creature's will. The Draugr was diminished by beheading, but not yet truly ended. Only the next step could accomplish that final, irreversible transformation. But even beheading was not the final step. The body then had to be burned. This requirement appears so consistently in saga accounts of Draugr disposal that it reads less like a precaution and more like a law, one that the community understood and expected to be observed. Fire completed what grappling and beheading had begun. It destroyed the physical material that the Draugr had been using, removed the possibility that any part of what remained could serve as a foundation for another rising. The Norse world placed real weight on the integrity of the physical body as a site of selfhood, and fire was understood to dissolve that site entirely. There was no coming back from ash. And yet even ash was not considered safe enough to simply leave in the ground nearby. The final act in the defeat of a Draugr was the scattering of the ashes, typically into the sea or into running water, somewhere beyond the reach of the land and the community that had suffered under the creature. The sea, in Norse thinking, was a threshold and a boundary. To commit the ashes to moving water was to place them beyond retrieval, beyond the familiar landscape where the Draugr had lived and died and risen. It was, in the most literal sense, a removal. Not every person was considered capable of performing these steps. The sagas suggest that fighting a Draugr required not just physical strength, but something harder to name, a quality of moral standing, a kind of unfrightened certainty that could hold its ground against the creature's curse and its gaze. Glamour's dying curse on Grettir was possible precisely because Grettir, at the crucial moment, looked into those terrible eyes. The implication is that the hero's inner state mattered, that fear or weakness of character could open a person to the Draugr's influence, even in the moment of apparent victory. Some saga accounts go further, suggesting that certain Draugr could only be put to rest by someone with a specific connection to the dead person, a kinsman, or someone who had known the person in life, as though the unfinished business animating the creature could only be closed by someone who had been part of that business. The community's role in all of this was not passive. Draugr confrontations in the sagas were rarely private matters. They took place against a backdrop of collective suffering, abandoned farms, dead livestock, farmhands too frightened to sleep, and the resolution, when it came, was understood as a communal one. Sometimes these proceedings took on a quasi-legal character. The Draugr was accused, witnesses were called, and the sentence of removal was passed as formally as any other judgment. There is something deeply Norse in this, the insistence on procedure even in the face of the genuinely uncanny, the desire to bring even the problem of the restless dead within the framework of law and community obligation. Only when the ashes were gone, scattered on moving water, carried out beyond sight of land, could the community finally exhale and call the thing finished. Spend enough time with these three kinds of beings, and you start to see the shape of the world they all inhabited. A world with no truly empty places, no unclaimed wilderness, no darkness that did not already belong to something. The troll lived in the mountain and the deep forest, in the places where the trail ended and the snow never fully cleared. The elf resided in Alfheim near the gods, or underground in shadow, or invisibly alongside the farmstead in a relationship so intimate it required its own seasonal ritual. The Draugr lay in the burial mound at the edge of the settled land, or walked the lanes between farms on winter nights, still carrying whatever it was that had made it restless in life. 3 different kinds of beings, 3 different relationships with the human world. Yet, when you place them side by side, certain shapes begin to emerge from the comparison. All 3 lived at the edges of things. All 3 occupied what might be called the threshold, the cave mouth, the mound, the tree line, the boundary between the tended field and the untamed ground beyond it. Norse people were acutely aware of these thresholds in their daily lives, and it is not accidental that the beings they feared most tended to cluster there. The troll did not walk into the village square. The Draugr haunted the land around the burial site before it began to wander further. Even the elves, for all their closeness to the gods, were approached with careful ceremony rather than casual familiarity. There was always a border, always a protocol for crossing it, and the consequences of ignoring that protocol were vivid and well documented in the stories people told each other across long winter evenings. The threshold itself was sacred space in Norse consciousness. It was not merely a physical boundary, but a liminal zone where normal rules gave way to older, stranger ones. The farmer marking his field knew he was drawing a line between his ordered world and the wild beyond it. A door sealed behind a corpse was not just a practical necessity, but a barrier meant to contain the restless dead. These boundaries required constant attention and respect. The Norse maintained them not out of mere superstition, but because they understood that certain places demanded different behavior and acknowledgement. The protection of the home depended on vigilance at such edges. The security of your household relied on these lines. Everything depended on maintaining those boundaries. There is also a quiet commonality in how the Norse tradition managed these beings, through behavior that was always specific, never vague. You did not simply hope the troll would ignore you. You avoided its territory, particularly at night, and you made sure your iron was close at hand. You did not simply hope the elves would be kind. You observed the alpha blot at the right season. You kept your household in the kind of order that benevolent spirits found congenial, and if illness came anyway, you sought out those who understood the old remedies. You did not simply hope the Draugr would stay in its mound. You buried the dead with the proper care. You carried the body out feet first through a door that would be sealed behind it, and if a Draugr rose regardless, you found someone strong enough, and brave enough to wrestle it down and see the fire finish what death had started. Each of these responses was purposeful and grounded, not panic, but procedure. That procedural quality tells us something important about how the Norse people actually lived with these beliefs. They were not paralyzed by a world full of dangerous presences. They developed, over long generations, a sophisticated body of practical knowledge about how to navigate those presences, how to show the appropriate respect, and how to act decisively when respect was not enough. The vulnerability that trolls and dark elves shared, that particular susceptibility to sunlight, the way direct light could reduce them to stone, fits neatly within this framework. Darkness was the element in which dangerous things gather, ed their strength and light. Whether the dawn or the fire or the lightning of Thor was one of the few forces that could meet them on equal terms. The Draugr, too, seemed most powerful in the dark hours, most dangerous in the long Scandinavian winter nights, most fearsome in the moment before the pale dawn returned. Light was not merely symbolic in the Norse world, it was operational. It worked. And the knowledge that it worked gave people something to hold on to when the darkness pressed in from all sides. This practical knowledge was not stored in written codex, but lived in the stories people told and the warnings passed from parent to child. A child growing up in medieval Scandinavia would have absorbed these distinctions naturally. The particular way to behave in the forest, the rhythm of seasonal observances, the knowledge of dangerous nights, these came as narrative lessons. Such lessons were embedded in stories rather than delivered as rules. They shaped behavior through example and the accumulated weight of tradition. Rules remembered in stories tend to stay remembered. The effect was profound. A population equipped with both knowledge and caution. People knew how to act because they had been taught how to face their fears. What connects the troll, the elf, and the draugr most deeply is not any single physical characteristic or shared origin, but rather the attitude the Norse world took toward all three of them, an attitude of serious, clear-eyed acknowledgement. These were not beings to be dismissed or rationalized away. They were beings to be understood, respected, and, when necessary, confronted. The universe the Norse people inhabited was one that made constant demands on its human population. It asked for attention, for ritual, for courage, and for the kind of careful observation that could tell the difference between a dark elf's territory and a troll's territory, between a hogbui content to guard its mound and a wandering draugr that had already begun to kill. That discrimination mattered. Getting it wrong had consequences. And so generation after generation passed on the stories, kept the distinctions alive, maintained the seasonal sacrifices and the funerary precautions and the knowledge of where the iron should be kept. The troll, the elf, and the draugr were each, in their different ways, answers to the same ancient question: what lives out there in the dark, and how do we face it? Christianity did not arrive in Scandinavia and simply erase what it found. The process was slower and stranger than that. A long negotiation between the new faith and the creatures, practices and fears that had already settled so deeply into the landscape that they had become, in a very real sense, part of the ground itself. Missionaries came, churches were built, and kings were baptized, but the trolls still lived in their mountains, the elves still worked their quiet influence over the harvest, and the dead still occasionally refused to stay where they were put. What changed was not the creatures themselves, but the meaning assigned to them, and that shift, accumulated over generations, left its mark on everything that came after. The trolls fared perhaps the most visibly in this transformation. In the oldest Norse sources, they existed as wild and dangerous forces of nature. Fearsome, certainly, but not invested with any particular moral theology. With the coming of Christianity, that changed. The troll became something closer to an embodiment of pagan darkness itself, a creature explicitly opposed to the Christian order. The aversion to church bells, which appears across Scandinavian folk tradition, is almost certainly a product of this period. The sound of consecrated metal was understood to physically repel a creature that the new faith had repositioned as an enemy of God. The same logic extended to crosses and to prayer, where an earlier storyteller might have understood the troll as simply dangerous terrain. Made animate, a medieval Christian storyteller understood it as something that the church had the power to drive back. This was, in its way, a kind of promotion for the troll. It was now important enough to be the church's explicit adversary, rather than merely nature's crude representative. The elves travelled a very different road. In the earliest stratum of Norse belief, the Alfar were luminous, elevated beings, closely linked with the gods, and accorded genuine veneration through the autumn ritual of the Alpha Blot. They were, in the language of the Poetic Edda, more beautiful than the sun. That dignity did not survive the conversion intact. As Christian theology gradually reshaped the categories of the supernatural world, the elves found themselves in an increasingly uncomfortable position. They were neither demons nor angels, and the new faith had limited patience for beings that fell outside those two categories. Over the course of the medieval period, across Scandinavia and into the British Isles where parallel traditions existed, elves shrank, not physically but cosmologically. They became smaller in the imagination, more domestic, more mischievous, less divine. The luminous beings who had once shared the upper reaches of Yggdrasil with the gods retreated gradually into hillsides, into hidden hollows, into the margins of the known world. They were still there, still capable of causing illness and protecting the land they claimed, but the grandeur that the oldest sources described had been quietly stripped away. By the later medieval period, the elf of popular imagination was a creature of folk belief rather than genuine theology, something people still respected and feared in private, but would not have defended in front of a priest. The Draugr occupied yet another kind of position in this transformation. Christian teaching was quite clear that the dead remained where they were placed until the resurrection, and that the soul departed the body at death, rather than lingering in it to cause trouble. The Draugr, with its complete indifference to both of those propositions, presented an obvious problem for the Church. Official teaching condemned any belief that the dead walked, and yet the Draugr stories persisted, embedded in saga literature that was itself written down by Christian scholars, preserved by a culture that held the new faith in one hand and the old fears in the other, without always feeling the contradiction between them. What happened, in practice, was a kind of quiet coexistence. People went to church and also continued to carry corpses out of the house, feet first. They were baptized and also continued to observe certain precautions at the deathbed that had nothing to do with Christian theology and everything to do with keeping the dead from coming back. The Church could reshape the meaning of the troll and diminish the status of the elf, but the Draugr touched something too close to home. The actual body of an actual person, buried in actual ground near an actual farmhouse, and popular belief proved more durable there than doctrine. The 19th century changed everything again, though in a different direction. The Romantic movement, which spread across Europe with its appetite for the ancient, the local, and the folk, reached Scandinavia and found the old creature belief still quietly alive in the countryside. Peter Christian Asbjørnsen and Jørgen Moe spent years traveling through Norway in the 1830s and 1840s, collecting the folk stories that ordinary people still told, the tales of bridge trolls and mountain folk, of clever youngest sons and stolen brides, of beings that lived just past the edge of the settled world. Their collection, published beginning in 1841, did something that neither the medieval church nor the centuries between had managed to accomplish. It fixed the troll in a form that would endure. The troll, of Asbjørnsen and Moe, are the trolls that most people still carry in their minds. Large, stupid, and dangerous, but defeatable by a quick-witted human who understood their weaknesses. The collection was enormously influential across Scandinavia and, through translation, across much of the rest of the world as well. The comparative mythologists who followed, scholars working in the tradition of Jacob Grimm, who had done similar work for German folklore, brought academic attention to what Asbjørnsen and Moe had gathered, and began connecting these Scandinavian traditions to the older Norse sources, tracing the troll of the fairy tale back to the Jotun of the Eddas, the elf of local gossip back to the Alfar of Freyr's realm. This work was not always accurate by later scholarly standards. Romanticism had its own distortions, its own tendency to find unity and ancient purity in materials that were actually complex and mixed. But it preserved the connection between living folk belief and its mythological roots at a moment when that connection might otherwise have been lost entirely. What the 19th century gave back was not the original Norse creature in its oldest form, but something that could still carry the weight of the old stories into a new world. The creatures survived, as they always had, by being too deeply woven into the fabric of daily life and daily fear to be written out of existence by any single authority. One of the most striking things about Norse creature belief is how stubbornly physical it was. These beings were not vague spiritual presences, but were attached to specific rocks, specific hillsides, specific mounds of earth. You could point to them. You could walk past them on your way to the market and feel, if you were the kind of person inclined to feel such things, that the stone beside the path was watching you with a kind of old patience that had very little interest in your schedule or your plans. In Iceland, this quality of belief has proven remarkably resilient. The tradition of the Huldufolk, the hidden people, those luminous and somewhat dangerous relatives of the ancient Alfar, has never entirely retreated into the category of harmless folklore. The Huldufolk are understood by many Icelanders, even today, to inhabit specific formations of rock and lava field. There is a long and well-documented history of construction projects being rerouted or delayed because the proposed path of a road ran directly through a stone or outcropping that local knowledge identified as a home of the hidden people. These were not decisions made by people who necessarily described themselves as believers in the old mythology, but rather by people who understood that certain places carried a kind of weight, a sense of occupancy, that it seemed unwise to disturb without good reason. What is perhaps most remarkable about these modern interventions is that they represent a continuity of practice that spans over 1,000 years. The decision to route a highway around a particular boulder in 21st century Iceland echoes the caution with which medieval settlers would have approached the same landscape, reading the terrain for signs of prior habitation and invisible guardianship. The engineers and planners who make these decisions are often educated in the sciences, trained in rational methodologies, yet they find themselves deferring to something that cannot be measured or quantified on any official map. The specificity of the belief system, the fact that it is not a generalized anxiety about nature, but rather a detailed knowledge of which particular rocks matter and why, gives it a kind of practical resilience that abstract philosophical systems often lack. Where folklore might be dismissed as mere superstition, the accumulated geographic knowledge contained within these traditions proves difficult to ignore when it manifests as engineering challenges and the legitimate concerns of local communities. The Icelandic term for the house spirits most closely related to this tradition, the húsavatur or household spirits, describes beings that were even more intimate than the Huldufolk. Small presences understood to dwell within the structure of a home itself, tending it in quiet and invisible ways, requiring only that the family treat the house with a certain basic respect. These were not the grand luminous elves of Alfheim, but the smallest and most domestic expression of the same very old idea, that inhabited space was never inhabited by humans alone, that the land, in all its forms, had already been claimed long before any particular family arrived to build their walls and light their fire. In Norway, the same quality of geographic specificity expresses itself through the landscape of troll belief. There are mountains, promontories, stone formations across the country whose names preserve, with complete matter-of-factness, the memory of the trolls said to have been caught there by the rising sun and turned, mid-stride, into the rock that hikers now climb on summer afternoons. The Trolltindin, or Troll Peaks, rise above the Romsdalen Valley with a kind of massive, indifferent authority that it is not difficult to understand, even now. As something other than simple geology, those enormous vertical faces of Gabbro do not look like mountains so much as they look like something that stopped, very suddenly, and never started again. Trollveggen, the Troll Wall, is the tallest vertical rock face in Europe. It has carried its name for as long as anyone has thought to record such things. The creature embedded in the geography as firmly as the stone itself. The Norwegian examples reveal a particular sophistication in how landscape features were encoded with narrative meaning. The transformation of a troll into stone was not merely a fantastic explanation for unusual geological formations, but rather a mnemonic device that anchored memory into the permanent features of the land itself. When a traveller encountered the Trolltindine, or any other troll-marked location, they were not simply seeing a rock formation, but were encountering a story written into the terrain in such a way that it could never be forgotten or displaced. The names themselves functioned as compressed narratives, readable by anyone familiar with the tradition, turning the geography of Norway into a vast library of preserved memories and cautionary tales encoded in the permanent landscape. The Drauga geography of Scandinavia worked somewhat differently, being tied not to dramatic natural formations, but to the quieter, more intimate terrain of burial mounds and coastal inlets, the low green rises in a field that a farmer's family had walked past for generations, knowing, without needing to say so, that the mound belonged to whoever lay inside it, that the compact between the living and the dead required that the land around it be treated accordingly. Specific fjord sites in western Norway retained, well into the medieval period and beyond, reputations connected to particular drauga of local legend, so that a stretch of water or a particular headland carried a name or a warning that pointed back to a specific story about a specific dead person who had not, in the end, been willing to leave. What all of this suggests, taken together, is that the Norse relationship to these creatures was never primarily a lie, terrary or theological one. It was a relationship conducted in real places, between living people and the presences they understood to share their particular corner of the world. The stories were, in a sense, secondary to the geography that made them necessary in the first place. It is a long way from the Villandarkvidar to a modern Icelandic road survey. Somehow, by way of stone and story and the stubborn persistence of very old ideas, the elves made it every step of that journey. On the night of November 15th, 1966, 4 young people were driving along a stretch of road near Point Pleasant, West Virginia, when they noticed 2 red lights glowing in the darkness near an old, abandoned munitions facility. The hour was close to midnight. The road that looped past the facility was the kind of road most people preferred in daylight, not because of any single thing you could name, but because of the quality of silence that settled over that particular stretch of land once the sun went fully down. A silence with a certain weight to it, the kind you feel pressing at the windows of a car even when the heater is running and the radio could be on. The facility itself was an enormous, half-forgotten complex, spreading across several thousand acres just north of town, a former World War II munitions plant that had been shut down for years. Its concrete storage domes and low administrative buildings quietly returning to the earth, the fences rusting at their joints, the paths between the bunkers filling slowly with brush and river valley timber. The area had been largely avoided by locals in recent years, though few could articulate exactly why. There was nothing overtly dangerous about it. The fences had long since fallen into disrepair, and the structures inside offered no active threat. Yet there was something about the place that discouraged lingering, some quality in the air itself that made people prefer their routes through town, however longer they might be. Roger Scarberry and Linda Millette, along with 2 companions, had no particular business on that road that November night. They were young, the evening had grown long and quiet. The aimless driving that fills a November night in a small town had carried them out along the back roads without any destination in mind. The road ran close to the old plant's perimeter. In the deep dark of that stretch, no street lamps, no other headlights, just the bare trees pressing close on both sides and the cold air sitting still over the fields. The 2 red lights appeared, burning at a height and with a steadiness that made the mind reach immediately for an explanation and find nothing ready. They were not the red of a distant road marker or the faint, momentary reflection you see when your headlights catch an animal's eyes at the roadside. They were vivid and fixed, holding their color without wavering, set roughly 8 or 9 feet above the ground near the old entrance structures of the plant. Patient and bright in the surrounding dark, Roger eased the car slower. All 4 of them had gone quiet in the way that people go quiet before the conscious mind has fully caught up. When the body already understands that something nearby does not belong to the ordinary world. They were young and they were curious. They stopped the car and stepped out into the cold air to look. The shape around those lights then became visible, or rather, became undeniable. And what they saw near the old gate was nothing any of them had a name for. The form standing at the edge of the old plant was tall in a way that registered less as a measurement and more as a wrongness. 6.5 feet, perhaps closer to 7, a broad dark shape that seemed to absorb the pale wash of the headlights rather than give any of it back. There was no head you could clearly identify, no neck rising above the shoulders to carry a face. The 2 red lights, burning and unblinking, with none of the flicker or depth of natural eyes, were located in the chest or at the upper center of the body, in a position that made no sense according to anything familiar, anything you might have seen before in the fields and forests of West Virginia. The wings, as the creature shifted its weight, became evident against the sky, immense and dark, folding and spreading with a slow deliberateness that suggested a span of nearly 10 feet from tip to tip. The body itself was uniformly dark, the surface described differently by different witnesses in the weeks that followed. Some said smooth, some said covered in something close and dark, but all of them agreed on the color. That was the deep, light-swallowing dark of something the night itself seemed to have shaped. What struck them was the absolute stillness of the thing, the way it stood without the small adjustments that even still animals make to maintain balance. When the wings finally moved, it was with casual, almost dismissive grace, as though such effort cost it nothing at all. There was no sound from it. That detail stayed with all 4 of them perhaps as much as anything else. A creature of that size, in that cold open air, should have made some noise simply by the fact of its presence. It made none at all. Roger Scarberry did not deliberate for long. All 4 of them moved back to the car. Roger turned it around and accelerated hard toward the road leading back into town. The speed climbed, 40 miles an hour, then 60, then pushing past 100 on the long straight stretch, and in the rearview mirror, the creature was still there, rising into the air and following without any appearance of effort or urgency, its great wings barely working, those 2 red points still visible in the dark above the road behind them. It did not seem to be in a hurry. It simply kept pace with the car the way that a shadow keeps pace with the person casting it, without straining, without closing the distance entirely, present in a way that felt less like pursuit and more like accompaniment. None of them spoke during the drive back. There was nothing to say, no vocabulary that seemed adequate to what had occurred. The ordinary language of fear felt insufficient for the thing they had witnessed. The road back into Point Pleasant had never felt so long. When the lights of town finally appeared ahead, the creature fell back into the dark above the fields and the river and was gone. Roger drove them directly to the sheriff's office, where they described what they had seen in voices that were still not entirely steady. The deputy on duty that night noted their appearance and their evident sincerity. By the time they reached town, they were certain they had seen something that had no name yet. That was perhaps the most frightening part of all. Point Pleasant sits quietly along the Ohio River in Mason County, West Virginia. The kind of small American town where neighbors know each other's names and news travels quickly through the local diner. In the mid-1960s, the population hovered somewhere around 5,000 people. The rhythms of daily life there were steady and unhurried, the kind of rhythms that belonged to a place shaped more by the river moving past it than by anything happening far away. The Ohio curved wide and dark along the western edge of town. On clear mornings, the light came off the water in long, quiet ripples that reached all the way up the bluffs. It was a working-class town in the truest sense, built on the labor of people who drove to the plant, came home with dirt on their boots, raised children in modest houses, went to the same churches their parents had attended. There was a directness to the people of Mason County, a plainness of expression that made their accounts of what happened in November 1966 all the more difficult to set aside. These were not people given to embellishment. When they said they had seen something, they meant it. Those who knew them understood that about them immediately. Just outside of town, stretching across several thousand acres of forested and overgrown land, lay the remnants of a World War II munitions facility that locals called the TNT area. Its formal name had been the Ravenswood Ordnance Plant. During the war, it had been a site of considerable industrial activity, a place where explosives were manufactured and stored in the concrete domes and bunkers that still dotted the landscape in 1966, half swallowed by the earth and the encroaching trees. By the time the Scarberry group encountered what they encountered, the facility had been abandoned for years, its administrative buildings long emptied, its fencing rusted and sagging in places, its roads grown over with weeds and soft grasses that muffled sound in a way that felt almost deliberate. The bunkers remained solid and strange, rounded shapes emerging from the hillsides like something the land itself had slowly exhaled. It was isolated enough that teenagers sometimes drove out there after dark, not because it was inviting, but because it was the kind of place that felt like it belonged to another world entirely. Sealed off from the ordinary life of the town by nothing more than a stretch of road and the quality of the silence. That the first famous sighting occurred near the entrance to this place was something people noted almost immediately, as though the TNT area had always been waiting for something to happen within it. November in Mason County came with the chill that turned the Ohio into a grey mirror. The leaves had mostly fallen by mid-month, leaving the landscape bare and still. The nights were growing longer, darkness descending earlier each day. It was the kind of season when a small town turned inward, when people finished their evening chores and settled into the warmth of their homes. Hunting season was underway, and those who kept to the woods had grown accustomed to the particular darkness of November. The weather reports promised cold, but nothing unusual, nothing that would have prepared anyone for what was about to unfold in the coming nights. When Roger Scarberry and the others brought their account to the Mason County Sheriff's Department in the early hours of November 16th, the initial response was measured and cautious. The sheriff at the time, George Johnson, did not dismiss what the four young people described, but he was careful not to confirm it either. He noted that they appeared genuinely frightened, that their account was detailed and consistent, that he saw no reason to doubt they had seen something, though what that something was, he could not say. The story moved through Point Pleasant the way stories move in small towns, person to person, over counters and across kitchen tables. The reactions it produced were as varied as the people hearing it. Some laughed, quietly, not unkindly, but with the reflexive skepticism of those who had lived long enough to know how fear could transform an ordinary bird into something monstrous in the dark. Others listened without laughing, their expressions settling into something more careful and considering. A few simply went silent when they heard the details, the red eyes, the enormous wingspan, the way the thing had followed the car at speeds no living bird could sustain. Silence, in a town like Point Pleasant, was its own kind of response. It meant the story had landed somewhere that laughter could not reach. The newspaper coverage arrived quickly. The Point Pleasant Register ran the story under a headline that tried, and perhaps failed, to fully capture what was being described. Within days the reports had been picked up by papers beyond the Ohio Valley. The attention brought new witnesses forward, people who had seen something in the preceding nights and had said nothing, waiting to hear whether anyone else had noticed the same thing. 8 additional sightings were reported to authorities in the span of just 3 days after the first accounts became public. Among those who came forward were 2 volunteer firefighters, men whose professional training disposed them towards calm observation rather than panic, who described with careful plainness the same enormous shape against the night sky, same pair of eyes burning red in the darkness above them. Within 72 hours of the first reports, 2 volunteer firefighters had also come forward, describing the same enormous form with the same burning red eyes. The town had no choice but to start paying attention. Across the dozens of accounts gathered from Point Pleasant residents during those 13 months, certain details appeared again and again with a consistency that made investigators uneasy. When people who had never spoken to one another, people living miles apart, people of different ages and different temperaments, described the same thing in nearly the same words, it becomes difficult to set those descriptions aside. The creature stood somewhere between 6 and 7 feet tall. That placed it well above the height of an average man, yet its proportions were unsettlingly close to human. 2 legs, a broad torso, a form that suggested something upright and deliberate rather than the hunched, animal quality one might expect from a large unknown creature moving through the dark. The legs were described with particular attention by several witnesses, especially those who observed the creature from close range. They were long and slender, relative to the creature's bulk, appearing almost insectile in their proportion to the rest of the body. Yet they moved with a fluidity that suggested bone structure and musculature far more complex than that of any known insect. Some witnesses noted that when the creature stood motionless, it maintained a posture of perfect equilibrium, as though grounded by some internal gravity entirely its own. Others remarked on the creature's mobility, the way it could shift position without the preliminary weight-shifting movements that human bodies require. This economy of motion was itself disturbing to observe. Witnesses struggled to describe the body with precision, partly because their encounters were brief and terrifying, partly because the creature resisted easy comparison. Some said its surface appeared dark and smooth, almost featherless, like something that had no use for the softness of ordinary wings. Others described it as covered in a kind of dark, dense material closer to fur, though no one felt certain enough of that detail to insist upon it. What nearly everyone agreed on was the color, a deep, absorbing darkness that seemed to draw in rather than reflect the available light, so that the creature appeared less like a solid thing and more like a silhouette that had somehow learned to stand on its own. And then there were the wings. When the creature spread them, witnesses estimated a span of roughly 10 feet, an expanse that, in the confined darkness near the TNT plant, must have felt enormous and overwhelming, filling the space between trees or above a car in a way that left no question about the scale of what was there. The wings were most often described as folded tightly against the body when the creature was standing or hovering. When they opened, they did so without the labored, heavy quality one might associate with a bird of that size. There was something almost effortless about it, as if the wings were simply an extension of whatever the creature already was, rather than the working machinery of flight. The witnesses themselves presented a compelling dimension to the investigations. Many were working-class residents with no prior history of embellishment or public attention-seeking. Some held jobs that required careful observation and accurate reporting. Law enforcement officers, security guards, and industrial workers whose daily responsibilities involved precise documentation. Yet even among those with professional backgrounds in observation and reporting, the descriptions remained strikingly consistent in their broad outlines while varying only in specific details, a pattern that investigative professionals recognize as the hallmark of genuine, independent witnessing. There was no coordinated story emerging from the community, no evidence that residents had discussed their observations and synchronized their accounts. Each report arrived independently, spoken to investigators by someone shaken by an encounter that had disrupted their ordinary evening or night. The accumulation of these accounts, each one separate and uncoached, gave them a weight that no single sighting could possess. What remained most vivid in nearly every account, long after other details had blurred and softened with time, were the eyes. They were red, a deep, burning, unblinking red that several witnesses compared to the reflective quality of bicycle reflectors caught in a beam of light, except that these eyes seemed to generate their own illumination rather than merely borrow it. When car headlights swept across the creature, those eyes did not dim or shift the way an animal's eyes might. They held, steady and fixed, as if the light was simply irrelevant to them. Witnesses described feeling, upon meeting that gaze, something difficult to put into language, not merely fear of something large and unknown, but something closer to the sensation of being studied, of being recognized by something that had already decided it had no reason to hide. The eyes were set low on the body, embedded where a chest might be rather than where a face should have been. That meant the creature appeared to have no distinct head, no neck, no features that could be read or interpreted the way a human face can be read. That absence was deeply disorienting. People are accustomed to meeting the world through another face, to finding some point of connection or understanding in the arrangement of eyes and expression. Here, there was only the chest, the wings, and those two slow, burning points of red. The creature made very little sound, and this too was something witnesses returned to again and again. For something of its size, the silence was wrong. Birds of even moderate wingspan produce audible movement through the air, a rushing, a displacement, a sound that arrives before they do. This creature arrived without announcement and departed the same way, slipping through the darkness with a quietness that felt less like an absence of sound and more like a deliberate withholding of it. It did not flee when approached or observed. It did not startle. It stood or hovered or moved slowly between the trees at the edge of the road with the unhurried patience of something that saw no reason to rush. When it finally departed, it did so at speeds that witnesses found almost impossible to reconcile with the stillness that had preceded them. Whatever this thing was, it did not seem afraid of being seen. That quality, that calm, patient, watchful quality, unsettled witnesses far more than its size ever could. The TNT area was not a welcoming place, even in daylight. What had once been the Ravenswood Ordnance Plant, a vast munitions facility built in haste during the Second World War, and then quietly abandoned when that war ended, had spent the intervening decades returning, in its own slow and deliberate way, to something that felt older than human industry. The concrete storage domes sat half sunken into the earth, rounded and grey, like enormous stones that some forgotten hand had pressed down into the soil and left there. Rust had worked its way through the chain-link fencing in long brownish streaks, and where the fence had pulled away from its posts, the wire curled back on itself in shapes that caught the ankle if you were not paying attention. The paths between the bunkers were overgrown with whatever had chosen to grow there, tall grasses and woody shrubs, and the occasional tree that had found purchase in a crack in the asphalt, and simply kept going, year after year, unchecked. In the hours before dusk, when the light still had some warmth in it, you could stand in the middle of all that and see it plainly enough for what it was. An old industrial site gone to seed, the kind of place that exists in the margins of almost every American town. But that particular clarity had a way of departing with the light. Once the sun dropped behind the hills to the west, the TNT area became something else. The domes lost their ordinary greyness and became shapes without clear edges, and the spaces between them seemed to deepen in a way that had little to do with ordinary shadow. The river was close enough that on still nights you could hear it, a low, distant sound, just enough to remind you that something was moving out there in the dark, though you could not see it. Witnesses who encountered the creature in this place often described arriving with the intention of simply looking around, curious after hearing the reports on the radio or from a neighbor at the hardware store, and then finding that their curiosity cooled very quickly once the engine was switched off and the headlights went dark. The silence that followed was a particular kind of silence, dense with the sense that something in it was not quite still. Across the 13 months when sightings were most concentrated, a significant number of the most detailed accounts came from this stretch of land. People saw it at the edge of the tree line, standing without moving. They saw it above the concrete domes, wings spread, not flapping. They saw it in their headlights for a moment as they turned off the main road, and then it was somewhere else, or gone entirely. The consistency of the location was one of the details that troubled investigators the most, because there was no obvious reason, biological or otherwise, why any one creature would return again and again to the same abandoned facility in the hills above the Ohio River. The remoteness of the TNT area had made it increasingly attractive to those seeking answers about what was happening in the region. State troopers and local deputies had begun noticing foot traffic along the facility's perimeter at odd hours, flashlights moving through the darkness where none should have been. By the weeks leading up to November, the location had developed an underground reputation among researchers and curiosity seekers from neighboring counties. What had been cold military infrastructure had become, in the collective imagination of the area, a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the unexplainable seemed most permeable. The deteriorating condition of the fencing made entry simple for anyone determined enough to slip through. By the time Partridge experienced his encounter 90 miles distant, the TNT area was already receiving visitors at all hours, each carrying theories and the particular hope that accumulates around unexplained phenomena. 2 nights after the first gravediggers in Scandinavia reported the large brown figure moving above their cemetery, something arrived at a farmhouse in Salem, West Virginia, a town 90 miles from Point Pleasant, far enough that whatever was happening there and whatever was happening here seemed at that moment to belong to entirely separate worlds. Newell Partridge was a building contractor, the kind of man who dealt in practical things, lumber dimensions, load-bearing walls, the weight a floor could reasonably hold. He was watching television at home that evening when the picture changed. Not the channel, the picture itself. The screen filled suddenly with a pattern of interlocking geometric shapes, strange and regular, and unlike anything that ordinary interference produced, accompanied by a sound that Partridge later described as a loud, whining note. He sat with that for a moment, the way you do when something unexpected happens and you are still deciding what kind of thing it is. Then from outside, from the direction of the porch, his German shepherd began to bark. Bandit was not a dog given to alarm without reason. Partridge took a flashlight and went out into the dark to see what had upset him. The dog was standing at the edge of the yard, facing the barn, barking and then backing away and then barking again, the particular behavior of an animal that has registered something beyond its understanding. When Partridge swept the flashlight across the field, he saw 2 points of light near the barn, low and circular, reflecting back at him with a reddish glow, there long enough to be certain he was not imagining them. And then, by his own account, something in him said to go back inside, and he listened to that instinct. He locked the door. He stayed where he was. When morning came and the light returned, Bandit was gone. The dog had not wandered. It had not turned up on a neighbor's property or at the edge of the road. It had simply ceased to be present in the world that Partridge could account for. He searched, as anyone would, and found nothing. Across those same days, other witnesses in the Point Pleasant area would report the same glowing redness at the edge of fields and tree lines, and Roger Scarberry would later mention, when recounting the main encounter at the TNT plant, that he believed he had seen a large dead dog on the roadside as they fled, and that on the return trip, when they came back through with a deputy, the dog was gone too. Whether those details belonged to the same story was not something anyone could say with certainty. What could be said was that the strangeness of the TNT area had a reach that extended beyond its fencing and its crumbling domes, out along the dark roads, into living rooms 90 miles distant, into the quiet corners of ordinary households where nothing unusual had ever happened before. Bandit was never found, and Partridge never returned to that part of his property at night. 3 days before the Scarberry group ever drove past the TNT plant, something was already moving above a cemetery in Clendenin, West Virginia. It was November 12, 1966, and a small group of gravediggers were going about their work in the quiet way that gravediggers always do, their attention close to the earth, their movements deliberate and unhurried. Clendenin is a modest town tucked along the Elk River, about an hour's drive from Point Pleasant, the kind of place where the hills press in close and the tree lines hold their shadows even on clear afternoons. The cemetery where the men were working sat as cemeteries often do on the edges of things, between the town and the tree line, between the ordinary world and whatever lay just beyond it. At some point, one of the men looked up. What he saw moving between the trees above him was large and brown, humanoid in its general shape, and traveling with a speed that seemed wrong for anything living. The others looked up as well, and for a moment they all watched the same thing moving through the upper branches before it was gone. They described it afterward as a brown human being, which is perhaps the simplest and most honest description they could have offered. Something that read as human in its proportions and bearing, but was clearly not human in the way it moved through the air above them. Authorities, when told of the encounter, did not pursue the matter with any particular urgency. The men were believed, or at least not disbelieved, but the report settled into the ordinary silence that tends to close around things that don't fit neatly into existing categories. 3 days later, the Scarberry group would come forward with their account, and the newspapers would find a name for what was being seen, and suddenly everyone would remember that there had already been something before, the something that started it all. The accounts from the gravediggers circulated through Clendenin in the way that such accounts circulate in small towns, quietly, person to person, with a kind of shared uncertainty about whether this was something to report or something to keep among themselves. In truth, many residents of the area had grown accustomed to unusual occurrences in the hills surrounding their community. The region had long harbored stories of strange encounters, things glimpsed in peripheral vision, movements in the forest that did not match any known animal. These tales were part of the local texture, told and retold, each version adding or subtracting detail depending on who was doing the telling. The gravedigger's account fit into this existing landscape of strangeness without disrupting it significantly. What may have kept the report from gaining wider traction was precisely this context. In a place where such things were already woven into the fabric of conversation, one more sighting seemed not shocking enough to demand immediate investigation. What makes the Clendenin account worth sitting with is precisely its plainness. There was no car chase, no glowing eyes described in dramatic detail, no highway, and no headlights to catch anything in their beam. There were only working men in a graveyard and something large and brown passing through the trees above them, quickly enough that they had almost no time to process what they were seeing before it was gone. That quality of the almost glimpsed, the thing seen only long enough to register as strange, appears again and again in the wider history of these kinds of reports. And if you allow yourself to follow that history back further than November of 1966, it does not end in Clendenin. It reaches back at least 9 years to the winter of 1957 and a hunter named Gerald Turris in Bras, Idwood, Illinois. Turris reported seeing something in the field near where he was hunting that he struggled to describe in ordinary language. A winged figure, broadly humanoid, standing somewhere between 6 and 7 feet tall, with a wingspan that he estimated at close to 10 feet. He brought his account to local authorities, who recorded it without alarm and offered him the explanation that he had most likely seen a large bird of some kind, disoriented perhaps, or simply passing through on a route it did not ordinarily take. Tourists did not appear to find this satisfying, though he did not press the matter further. His report disappeared into the same quiet that would later swallow the Clendenin account, and might have been forgotten entirely had researchers not gone looking for it. Point Pleasant made the creature famous. There is a particular kind of loneliness in having seen something that no framework yet exists to receive, and tourists lived with that loneliness for nearly a decade before the world caught up to what he had tried to describe. Whether the creature he saw and the creature the gravediggers saw and the creature that followed Roger Scarberry's car at 100 miles an hour were the same being, or the same kind of being, or simply different encounters with different things that happened to share certain features, is something that cannot be resolved with any confidence. What can be said is that the Point Pleasant sightings did not arrive out of nothing. They arrived into a landscape that had already, quietly, been visited. Whether those earlier encounters were related or merely coincidental, they suggested that whatever came to Point Pleasant in November 1966 may not have chosen that town entirely at random. Through November and December of 1966 and into the new year, the sightings did not stop. What had begun with 4 young people on a dark road near the TNT plant multiplied quietly through the weeks that followed, accumulating the way a fog accumulates over a river valley, not all at once, but gradually until one morning you look out and can no longer see through it to the other side. People came forward one by one, then in small clusters, neighbors and co-workers who found themselves comparing notes in lowered voices over diner coffee or at the edges of church parking lots, discovering with a mixture of relief and unease that they were not alone in what they had seen. By the time winter had fully settled over Mason County, the number of reported encounters had grown to dozens. It would eventually reach something close to 100 people who described what they had witnessed to someone willing to listen. Some of those people knew each other well. Others were strangers who arrived at the same details entirely independently: the height of the figure, the way it held itself still against the tree line, the eyes that seemed to generate their own cold light. There was something in that consistency that made the whole thing difficult to push aside, even for people who had every reason to want to. You did not need to believe in anything unusual to notice that when 2 people who had never spoken described the same detail in the same words on the same stretch of road, something was asking to be taken seriously. The accumulation of testimonies began to create a curious sort of documentation, one that moved through the town by word of mouth rather than through any official channel. People kept journals of sightings reported to them, marked dates and times and locations on hand-drawn maps. A few individuals began collecting the accounts in writing, preserving the details with the care of someone who suspected they might be important later. Local newspapers, cautious in their coverage, nonetheless found themselves printing more and more about the phenomenon. The very act of seeing these stories in print seemed to validate them in some way, to move them from the realm of personal experience into something that had begun to have a public weight. The effect on the town was quiet at first, a kind of watchfulness that had not been there before. Families who lived near the TNT area began keeping their children inside after dark, without fully explaining why. You could feel the change in small domestic ways, in the hour at which mothers called their kids in from the yard, in the way a father might pause at the back window before pulling the curtain against the cold, in the slight delay before someone reached for the telephone after it rang after dark. Some people managed the uncertainty the way people often do, by going to look. On weekend evenings through November and into December, cars made their slow way along the roads that wound through the abandoned ordnance grounds. Headlights sweeping across the concrete storage domes and the rusted fencing and the bare limbs of the winter trees, their occupants watching carefully for any shape that did not belong. Most of them saw nothing and came home feeling something between reassured and vaguely disappointed. A few saw something. Those few were harder to read afterward, quieter in a way that was noticed by the people around them. The shared experience of searching, of moving deliberately toward the source of the town's unease rather than away from it, created its own kind of bond among those who participated. They had become, in a sense, a community organized around the acknowledgement of something that most of the wider world did not yet know existed. Among the stranger things that began to surface during those months were reports that the creature's appearances seemed to arrive alongside other disturbances that people could not explain as readily as they might explain an unfamiliar animal having wandered too close to town. Televisions in homes near the sighting areas went dark or filled with interference at odd hours of the night, the picture dissolving into static patterns that had no apparent source. Police dispatch radios crackled and went silent at the precise moments when officers were attempting to relay information about a reported sighting, then cleared again once the conversation had moved on to something else. More than one driver described their car engine going suddenly and completely quiet while passing near the TNT grounds, the vehicle coasting to a stop in the dark before starting again, without explanation, once they had drifted a little further down the road. Whether these disruptions were genuinely connected to the creature, or were simply the ordinary failures of ordinary equipment noticed more sharply because people were already frightened, is something that was never resolved to anyone's full satisfaction. But you cannot easily persuade a person whose radio went to static at the exact moment they were attempting to describe a sighting that the timing was coincidental. Some of those people stopped trying to persuade themselves of that after a while. There were also individuals who believed the creature had returned for them specifically, who reported encountering it not once but across several separate evenings, in locations that had no obvious connection to one another, as though it had taken a particular and patient interest in certain people, that those people had done nothing to deserve or invite. For them, the fear did not dissipate in the ordinary way, retreating once the immediate moment had passed. It remained instead as something lower and less dramatic, but harder to shake. A background unease, a slight reluctance to look directly at the darker corners of a room, a tendency to reach for the lamp before crossing to the window. By early 1967, something had shifted in Point Pleasant, not just fear, but a low, constant sense of dread that residents struggled to explain even to themselves. John Keel was not a man who came to Point Pleasant looking for a big bird. By the time he arrived in West Virginia, he had already spent years moving through the stranger edges of documented human experience, gathering accounts that mainstream science preferred to leave untouched, developing a way of thinking about the unknown that set him apart from both the true believers and the outright dismissers. He had written about UFOs not as spacecraft piloted by extraterrestrial visitors, but as something far more difficult to categorize, phenomena that seemed to interact with human consciousness in ways that defied simple physical explanation. He had traveled widely, spoken with witnesses in places where strange things were reported with uncomfortable regularity. He had come to distrust the near-et frameworks that most investigators brought to their work. When the Point Pleasant reports began appearing in the newspapers in late 1966, accumulating with a frequency that was hard to ignore, Keel recognized something familiar in the texture of the accounts, not the creature itself, which was new enough, but the atmosphere surrounding it, the way the strangeness seemed to ripple outward from a center and touch everything around it. He made his way to Mason County with an open mind that was nevertheless already shaped by years of unconventional thinking. What he found there would stay with him for the rest of his life. He was patient in his work, visiting the TNT area, sitting in diners, spending long evenings with families who had seen something they could not explain and who were full, many of them, simply to be listened to without condescension. He wrote down what they told him carefully and without embellishment. He asked the kinds of follow-up questions that revealed details witnesses had not thought to mention: what the air smelled like, whether they had felt unusually cold, whether anything in their home had been behaving strangely in the days before or after. The residents of Point Pleasant, on the whole, responded warmly to him. He was not a television crew arriving to make them look foolish. He was not a government official dismissing their accounts from behind a desk. He was a man who took them seriously. That, in a town that had been quietly frightened for weeks, meant a great deal. What Keel began to notice, as the testimony accumulated in his notebooks, was a pattern that stretched beyond anything a misidentified bird could account for. The creature was only one thread in a web that included disrupted electronics, animals that vanished without explanation, a pervasive atmosphere of unease that witnesses described in strikingly similar terms, even when they had not spoken with one another. He had seen this kind of clustering before, in other places where strange reports gathered, a phenomenon he would later describe as existing in zones of what he called high strangeness, regions where the membrane between ordinary experience and something else seemed unusually thin. He began to consider the possibility that the Mothman was not a living animal in the conventional say at all, not something that ate and nested and migrated, but an entity of a fundamentally different order, something that manifested at the boundary of perception, something that could be seen and felt and sometimes followed, but that belonged to a category of being for which no existing scientific language was quite adequate. This was not a conclusion he reached quickly or lightly. It emerged slowly from the weight of what witnesses described, from the way the sightings seemed to respond to attention, from the quality of the fear that people carried home with them afterward, a fear that did not feel like the fear of encountering a large animal, but something older and less easily named. Keel left West Virginia with notebooks full of testimony and a conviction that had hardened into something close to certainty. Whatever the Mothman was, it was not from the natural world, as most people understood it. The creature was not the only strange thing visiting Point Pleasant during those months. Scattered among the accounts of the winged figure with its burning eyes were quieter, stranger stories. Stories that followed witnesses home, that arrived at their doors in the shape of ordinary-looking men who were, upon reflection, not ordinary at all. The pattern was consistent enough to have its own name by the time John Keel began writing about it. A witness would report a sighting, perhaps to the local newspaper or to the sheriff's department. Within days, sometimes within hours, one or two men would appear at the witness's home or workplace, arriving in a dark, late-model sedan that seemed improbably clean, given the dusty roads they must have traveled to reach such a place. The men wore dark suits and dark ties. They carried themselves with a formality that felt slightly off, like someone performing the idea of official authority rather than actually embodying it. They asked questions about what had been seen, careful and methodical questions. They listened to the answers with an attentiveness that some witnesses found more unnerving than comforting. Then, before leaving, they issued a quiet suggestion, not quite a threat, but not quite friendly advice either, that the witness might consider keeping what they had seen to themselves. Some witnesses described the men as pale, their movements slightly wooden, their voices flat in a way that was difficult to describe afterward, but impossible to forget. Others noted that the cars they drove had no license plates, or plates that didn't match the state they claimed to represent. Keel had encountered reports like these before he ever arrived in West Virginia. He had documented similar accounts in connection with UFO sightings in other parts of the country. He believed that the men in black were not government agents in any conventional sense. though he acknowledged that some researchers assumed otherwise. Whatever they were, their visits had a measurable effect. Several witnesses who had been willing to speak publicly about their encounters grew suddenly reluctant after receiving a visit, offering no explanation for the change beyond a vague discomfort they could not fully articulate. Running alongside both the creature sightings and the Men in Black reports was an additional current of strangeness that Keel and others catalogued carefully throughout that 13-month period. The Ohio Valley, during the same window of time, produced an unusual density of UFO reports, lights moving in patterns that no aircraft of the era could easily replicate. Objects hovering in silence over the river and the surrounding hills, shapes that witnesses struggled to describe using the vocabulary available to them. Some of these reports came from people who had already encountered the Mothman and who noted, sometimes with a kind of exhausted certainty, that the lights in the sky felt related to what they had seen on the ground, though they could not have explained precisely why. Keel found this convergence significant. In his understanding of the phenomenon, the creature, the aerial lights, the disrupted electronics, the men who arrived afterward were not separate mysteries, but facets of a single pattern, a concentration of unusual activity around Point Pleasant that had its own internal logic. However opaque that logic remained to anyone trying to decode it from the outside, he believed that certain locations seemed to attract such convergences. That Point Pleasant, for reasons he could not fully identify, had become one of them. Whether or not one accepted his framework, the sheer volume of overlapping reports was difficult to dismiss as coincidence alone. Ordinary people, unconnected to each other, describing interruptions in their televisions and radios, animals behaving with sudden wild distress, objects in the night sky that held their position against the wind. The Ohio River Valley in 1966 and 1967 was a place where the boundaries of the everyday seemed, to those who lived there, to be quietly dissolving. The men in dark suits who showed up after the fact did nothing to restore the sense that things were under control. For many witnesses, the men in black were more frightening than the creature had been. This was because, unlike the Mothman, they spoke. What they said made people feel that something larger was watching. The Silver Bridge had stood over the Ohio River since 1928, a modest suspension bridge that Point Pleasant residents crossed without a second thought, day after day, year after year. It connected Point Pleasant on the West Virginia side to the small city of Gallipolis, just across the water in Ohio, and for nearly 4 decades it had done that work quietly and without incident. It was the kind of structure that becomes invisible through familiarity, the kind of thing a person stops seeing because it has always been there, and seems, in that quiet way, as though it always will be. On the afternoon of December 15th, 1967, a Friday, the bridge was carrying its usual volume of rush-hour traffic. The day was cold, the kind of cold that settles into the Ohio Valley in mid-December and does not lift. People were heading home for the weekend, crossing the river the way they always had, without concern, because there had never been cause for concern before. At approximately 5 in the afternoon, the Silver Bridge collapsed. It did not sway or groan or offer any warning that witnesses later remembered. It simply fell, the chains giving way, the roadway dropping, the cars and the people inside them going down into the Ohio River in the freezing December water. 46 people died. Some were pulled from the river in the hours that followed. Others were not recovered for days or weeks or at all. The collapse sent shockwaves through the region that extended far beyond the immediate loss of life. Emergency crews worked through the night and into the following days, dragging the river bottom, recovering vehicles, recovering bodies. The investigation into the structural failure began almost at once. Federal engineers descended on Point Pleasant to examine the remains, to document what could be learned from the wreckage, to determine what had gone wrong with a bridge that, while aging, had not been marked as imminently unsafe. The cause, they would eventually conclude, lay in a single eye bar in the suspension chain, a crucial structural component that had failed under the accumulated stress of years of traffic. It was the kind of failure that could have been prevented with proper inspection and maintenance, the kind of thing that belonged to the category of human oversight rather than act of God. But for the people of Point Pleasant, that rational explanation arrived days or weeks later, after the bodies had been identified and the funerals had begun. In the immediate aftermath, there was only shock, only the knowledge that their bridge had failed and their neighbors had drowned, and that the world they thought they understood had proven itself unreliable in an instant. The town of Point Pleasant had already been living under a strange and heavy atmosphere for 13 months, and now it had something real and terrible and undeniable to carry alongside all the rest of it. Throughout that 13-month period, residents had grown accustomed to a state of low-level dread that had no ordinary explanation. People reported strange lights in the sky above the river and in the fields beyond the town limits. Car engines had died inexplicably. Dogs had barked at things no human eye could locate. And recurring through all of it, like a thread connecting dozens of separate incidents, came reports of a creature. Massive, dark, humanoid in shape, but utterly alien in presence. It had been seen near the TNT plant, the sprawling World War II munitions facility that lay abandoned just outside town. It had been seen by drivers on the roads leading out toward the river. The descriptions were remarkably consistent. A 7-foot-tall or taller figure, wings folded against its back like those of some grotesque bird, eyes that glowed red or hypnotic yellow in the darkness. Those who claimed to have encountered it spoke of a peculiar terror that went beyond fear of a simple animal. They described a quality of intelligence in the creature's gaze, of deliberate observation, as though it were studying the town and the people in it with purpose and understanding. The question arose almost immediately, spoken quietly at first, and then more openly as the days passed and the grief settled in. For 13 months, something had been appearing in the skies and along the roads around Point Pleasant, something large and dark and watchful, with eyes that burned in the dark like coals, something that did not behave like any animal people had known. It had appeared near the river. It had appeared near the TNT plant, which sat not far from the bridge approaches. Witness after witness had described the same creature, the same hovering stillness, the same sense of being observed from a height by something that understood what it was doing. And now 46 people were dead, and the bridge that connected this town to the world across the river had gone down in a matter of seconds. The timing was not something people could easily set aside. A community that had spent over a year living with the low hum of dread, waking in the night to strange sounds and stranger silences, watching the skies over the river with a feeling that something was present that should not be. That community now had a catastrophe to place at the center of everything they had experienced, and the placement felt, to many of them, horribly natural. There were people in Point Pleasant who began to say, and who would continue to say for the rest of their lives, that the creature had been a warning, that whatever it was, it had known, that its presence in the months leading up to December 1967 had not been coincidence or misidentification or collective anxiety, but something closer to a message, dark and wordless, and ultimately unheeded. Whether or not that interpretation could be defended rationally, it carried genuine emotional weight for a town that had lost neighbors and family members to cold water on a Friday afternoon. The Mothman sightings had clustered in the area throughout 1966 and into 1967, with a density that investigators had found difficult to explain even on purely zoological grounds. The sightings had begun in the fall of 1966 and escalated through the winter months and into the spring, with reports coming from people in different parts of town and surrounding areas: farmers, factory workers, police officers, families driving at night. Each witness seemed to be describing the same impossible thing: The creature came to be called the Mothman by the local press, a name that captured something of its appearance while failing entirely to capture the sense of strangeness and threat that those who had seen it reported. And then the bridge fell, and the sightings stopped. Not gradually, not with a fee. Lingering reports trailing off over weeks. They stopped. The creature that had made itself so conspicuously present across 13 months of testimony from ordinary, sober, frightened people simply ceased to appear in Point Pleasant. Researchers who had been documenting the sightings noted the cessation with the same careful attention they had given the sightings themselves. For those who had come to believe that the Mothman's appearances carried some form of intent, the timing of its departure was as significant as the timing of its arrival. It had come before the disaster. It had gone after. And the Mothman was not seen again in Point Pleasant after the bridge went down. Engineers who examined the wreckage in the weeks after the collapse eventually traced the failure to a single eye-bar, a flat metal link in the suspension chain that had cracked. The eye-bar itself was not a large or dramatic piece of the structure. It was one component among many, a flat bar of steel pinned at each end, designed to bear its share of the load in the suspension chain running along the bridge's length. But metal, like everything else, has limits, and this particular bar had developed a small stress fracture, a flaw so fine that it would not have been visible during routine inspection from the road surface above. Over time, under the repeated weight of traffic crossing the bridge day after day, that fracture grew. When it finally gave way on the afternoon of December 15, 1967, the chain it belonged to had no way to compensate. The force that had been distributed across the entire system suddenly had nowhere to go, and the bridge came down in seconds. The investigation that followed was careful and thorough. Engineers from the National Transportation Safety Board and other agencies recovered what they could from the cold bed of the Ohio River and pieced together what had happened with as much precision as the evidence allowed. What they found pointed not to sabotage, not to any sudden or unusual event, but to a slow accumulation of stress on a structure that had been carrying far more weight than its designers ever anticipated. The Silver Bridge was built in 1928, a time when the automobile was still a relatively modest machine. A Ford Model T of that era weighed somewhere around 1,500 pounds. By the mid-1960s, the average American car weighed closer to 4,000 pounds, nearly 3 times as much, and the number of vehicles crossing the bridge had grown considerably alongside the broader growth of automobile culture in the post-war decades. The bridge's original engineers had done their work honestly and competently for the era in which they worked. They simply could not have known what the roads of 1967 would demand of their calculations. There was also the matter of the bridge's unusual design. The Silver Bridge used an eye-bar chain suspension system that was, by the standards of its time, innovative. But it had a particular vulnerability built into its elegance. It was what engineers sometimes call a non-redundant structure, meaning that if any single element failed, there was no backup, no alternative load path, no way for the rest of the system to absorb the shock. A more redundant design might have allowed even a cracked component to be caught before it became catastrophic. On the Silver Bridge, when the eye-bar cracked through completely, the outcome was immediate and total. For the engineers who studied the wreckage, the findings were sobering in a particular way. The collapse was not the result of negligence in any simple sense. The bridge had been inspected. It had passed those inspections. The flaw that eventually destroyed it was simply not the kind of flaw that the inspection methods of that era were designed to detect. Stress corrosion cracking in a closed pin and eye-bar joint was difficult to assess from the outside, and no one had reason to look more closely. The lesson the collapse ultimately taught was one about the limits of what engineers then knew to look for, and American bridge inspection standards were revised significantly in the years that followed. All of this was true, and it was documented. and it answered the question of how the bridge fell with a precision that left little room for argument. But for the people of Point Pleasant, the question of how had never been the one that mattered most. What they needed to understand was why. Why that bridge? Why that afternoon? Why those 46 people? And engineering could not offer anything in response to a question framed that way. A stress fracture in a single metal bar is a complete explanation in the language of physics and materials science. It accounts for everything that happened in mechanical terms. It does not account for the months of unease that preceded the disaster, the creature seen again and again near the water's edge, the sense that something had been circling the toe, with a knowledge that its residents did not yet possess. Those experiences were real to the people who had lived through them, and the image of a cracked eye-bar, however precisely described, could not absorb the weight of what those 13 months had felt like to the community. One kind of explanation had been found, thorough and credible. Another kind of explanation was what many people were still quietly looking for in the years that came after. The bridge had simply been asked to carry more weight than it was ever built to hold, and that was the whole of it, at least as far as physics was concerned. 8 years after the bridge collapsed and the sightings stopped, John Keel published the book that would define the Mothman legend for generations. The Mothman prophecies arrived in 1975, nearly a decade after the events it described, and in that distance, that long, patient interval between experience and account, the book found its particular power. Keel had spent those years turning over his notes, his interviews, his careful accumulation of testimony from Point Pleasant residents who had trusted him with things they had told almost no one else. What emerged was not a straightforward account of a strange creature. It was something considerably more unsettling than that. Keel argued that the Mothman was not a biological animal that had wandered into the wrong county. He believed, and wrote with conviction, that the creature belonged to a category of phenomena that defied the clean boundaries of zoology or folklore, something that existed, as he framed it, at the edge of ordinary reality, moving between states of being that human language barely had words for. He described what he called zones of high strangeness, regions where unusual events seemed to cluster in ways that suggested not randomness, but a kind of dark orchestration. Point Pleasant, in his telling, was one of those zones. The creature, the UFO sightings, the disrupted electronics, the men in dark suits who visited witnesses and spoke in low, unsettling tones. Keel wove all of it together into a portrait of something vast and purposeful pressing against the ordinary world. The most haunting claim in the book concerned premonitions. Keel gathered accounts from witnesses who said they had experienced visions, dreams, and strong inexplicable feelings of impending disaster in the weeks and months before December 15th, 1967. Some described a specific sense of dread attached to the bridge itself. Others reported stranger things, images, voices, a feeling of being told something they could not quite hear. Keel presented these accounts as evidence that the Mothman phenomenon was not merely reactive, not simply a creature that appeared and was witnessed, but something with foreknowledge, something that arrived before catastrophe, the way certain clouds arrive before a storm, carrying the weather inside them. The bridge collapse, in his framework, was not a coincidence that happened to follow the sightings. It was the event the sightings had been announcing all along. This was a compelling argument, and it gave the Mothman a gravity that no animal identification could provide. It also attracted serious criticism. Researchers who examined Keel's sourcing found places where his evidence had been compressed, where distinct accounts had been blended, where the boundaries between what witnesses said and what Keel believed had grown uncomfortably thin. His tendency to see pattern and intention in phenomena that others read as unrelated was, depending on the reader, either his greatest insight or his most significant weakness. Some who had followed the original newspaper coverage felt that Keel had taken a genuinely strange body of testimony and shaded it toward conclusions the evidence did not fully support. His critics were not dismissive of the underlying events. They were troubled, specifically, by the interpretive layer he had laid over them, the way the book's tone pushed the reader steadily toward a predetermined understanding. And yet, the mystery at the center of the story remained, regardless of how one assessed Keel's methods. Whatever those people saw near the TNT plant, whatever Newell Partridge heard in the darkness outside his home, whatever Roger Scarberry and the others experienced on that November night, none of Keel's overreach erased the strangeness of those original accounts. His critics could point to distortions in the evidence without being able to explain what was there when the distortions were set aside. The book survived its critics not because it was airtight, but because the phenomenon it described had enough genuine weight to hold the structure upright, even where Keel's arguments leaned too hard on too little. The Mothman prophecies remained in print and in conversation for decades, finding new readers steadily and quietly. Then, in 2002, a film was made from it, starring Richard Gere as a journalist drawn to Point Pleasant by a series of experiences he cannot account for. The film borrowed the book's atmosphere more than its argument. It was a psychological story, concerned with grief and obsession and the terrible feeling of standing at the edge of something that will not resolve itself into sense. It captured something true about what it feels like to be near phenomena of this kind, the loneliness of it, the way it estranges you from ordinary life, the particular horror of receiving a warning you cannot decode in time to use it. What the film did not capture was the documentary weight of Keel's accumulation, the dozens of names, the specific streets and dates, the unglamorous texture of a small American town living under something it could not name. The film was a mood. The book was a case file, however imperfect. Both had their audiences. Together they ensured that Point Pleasant and the creature seen there in 1966 and 1967 would not dissolve quietly into local legend the way most regional anomalies do. They gave the story a shape that could be carried forward, pass between generations, return to when something in the world seemed to call for it. Whatever its flaws, the book accomplished something the newspaper reports never quite managed. It made you feel that Point Pleasant had been at the center of something vast, and that the vastness had not fully receded. Not everyone who looked at the Point Pleasant reports saw a mystery. Dr. Robert L. Smith, a wildlife biologist at West Virginia University, reviewed the accumulated witness descriptions with the careful attention of someone who had spent years studying what large birds actually look like when they move through the night. He arrived at a conclusion that was, to him, straightforward. The sandhill crane, he told reporters, fit the accounts with a precision that was difficult to dismiss. These are tall birds, nearly as tall as a grown man when standing fully upright, with wingspans that can reach 7 feet or more. They carry around their eyes a distinctive patch of reddish, bare skin that, caught in the beam of a car's headlights or a handheld flashlight, could produce exactly the kind of glowing, unsettling effect that witnesses described with such consistency. Sandhill cranes are not common in that part of West Virginia. That would explain why no one immediately recognized what they were seeing. An unfamiliar creature glimpsed in darkness, and genuine fear tends to grow larger and stranger in the instant of seeing it. Smith's explanation was not a dismissal of the witnesses, so much as a gentle reframing. These were real people who saw something real. The something real, in his view, had feathers and a migration route, and a perfectly natural reason for being disorienting in the dark. For cases where witnesses reported something closer to the ground or near water, without any particular emphasis on glowing eyes, another ornithological candidate emerged. The great blue heron stands nearly 4 feet tall, moves with an eerie, deliberate stillness, launches into flight with a wingspan of roughly 6 feet, wide enough. At the wrong angle and in poor light, to suggest something far beyond the proportions of an ordinary bird. A researcher named Daniel Reed examined historical heron sightings in the Ohio Valley's Ye region and proposed that the great blue heron accounted for a meaningful portion of the reports, particularly those in which the witness noted size and shape, but did not specifically describe luminous red eyes. And then there was the matter of the owl. In 1966, a snowy owl was shot somewhere near Point Pleasant. When the local newspaper wrote about it, the headline described it as a giant owl. This was because its wingspan approached 5 feet, and because most people in Mason County had never seen a snowy owl up close and had no frame of reference for the size of the thing. That bird was eventually mounted and placed on display at the Mothman Museum, where it sits today, a quietly ironic exhibit. The possible origin of a legend displayed inside the institution, the legend built. Joe Nickel, a long-time investigator with the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, approached the question from a different direction. One less focused on ornithology and more interested in the social mechanics of how a story grows. Nickel pointed out that the original newspaper coverage was extensive and reached a wide audience quickly. The conditions in which subsequent sightings were almost inevitable. People who had read the accounts were primed to interpret unusual shapes in the night sky through a particular lens. The TNT area became a destination for curious locals who drove out after dark, specifically hoping to see something. Some of what they reported, Nickel argued, they had effectively created themselves, not through dishonesty, but through the perfectly ordinary human tendency to find what one is already looking for. He also documented at least one case in which a group of construction workers deliberately attached red flashlights to helium balloons and released them near the TNT area, watching as the floating lights prompted exactly the kind of alarmed response that the legend had trained people to have. Eyeshine, the reflection of light from an animal's eyes, a natural phenomenon common to many nocturnal species, could produce a convincing approximation of glowing red eyes when caught in a beam of light. Nickel proposed that barn owls, barred owls, snowy owls were all capable of generating this effect under the right conditions. Taken together, these explanations, the misidentified crane, the disorienting heron, the unfamiliar owl, the socially amplified fear, the occasional deliberate hoax, form a case that is internally consistent and supported by evidence. For many investigators, they represent the most reasonable account of what Point Pleasant experienced in those 13 months. What they cannot as easily account for is the specificity with which multiple independent witnesses, people who had not spoken to one another and who came from different parts of the region, described the same particular detail. Eyes set not in a face, but in the chest of something that otherwise stood upright like a person. That detail is strange enough that even researchers sympathetic to the bird hypothesis tend to pause over it, acknowledging that it does not map cleanly onto the anatomy of any known crane or owl. The explanations also tend to address individual sightings in isolation, while the cumulative texture of the phenomenon, the electronic interference, the missing dog, the sense shared by so many witnesses that the thing had looked at them with something like intention, requires a different kind of accounting. Skeptics would say that cumulative strangeness is precisely how legends grow, and they are not wrong about that. For some, the sandhill crane closed the case entirely. For others, it explained the shape in the sky, but said nothing about the feeling that followed witnesses home. Long before anyone in Point Pleasant had heard the word Mothman, the ground beneath the town already carried a story about a curse. It begins in October of 1774, at the confluence of the Kanawha and Ohio rivers, on land that would eventually become the town itself. The Battle of Point Pleasant was fought there on the 10th of that month between Virginia militia forces under Colonel Andrew Lewis and a confederation of Shawnee warriors led by a chief the colonists called Cornstalk, a name drawn from the way he was said to speak, with the same directness and force as wind moving through a field. Cornstalk was, by many accounts gathered from both sides of that conflict, a man of considerable stature and intelligence, someone who had argued among his own people for restraint and negotiation before finally accepting that fighting had become unavoidable. The battle itself was long and costly, one of the bloodiest single-day engagements on the frontier in that era. It ended with the Shawnee withdrawing across the Ohio River. Whatever Cornstalk had hoped to preserve through those negotiations, Shawnee territory, Shawnee sovereignty, a way of life already being pressed from all directions, the outcome of that day made its eventual loss considerably more certain. He continued in the years that followed to move between diplomacy and the realities of a world that seemed to be narrowing around his people, regardless of what path he chose. By 1777, the Revolutionary War was reshaping every alliance and every boundary in the region. Cornstalk traveled to Fort Randolph, near the site of the earlier battle, to warn the American garrison there that many of his warriors were being drawn toward the British side, a warning he delivered at considerable risk to himself. The soldiers detained him and his companions as hostages, an act that carried its own grim logic in the brutal arithmetic of frontier conflict. A short time later, a settler was killed nearby. In retaliation, soldiers entered the fort and murdered Cornstalk and the men held with him, including his son Elenipsico. He had come under a flag of negotiation and died without having committed any act of war against those who killed him. What happened next belongs not to history in any documented sense, but to the folklore that grew up around the place in the generations that followed. The tradition, as it circulated through Mason County and the surrounding region, held that Cornstalk, in the moments before or after his death, pronounced a curse upon the land where he fell, that disaster and sorrow would find that ground again and again, that the people who settled there would know grief in ways they could not yet imagine. It is worth pausing on this carefully. This was because the curse narrative is a story that developed within white settler folklore, passed along through local tradition. It must be understood as such, rather than as something drawn from Shawnee spiritual practice or tribal oral history. The Shawnee had their own understanding of what happened at Point Pleasant and what it meant. That understanding is not the same thing as a colonially shaped legend about a dying chief's final words. The curse, in the form most people in Mason County knew it, was a story that the settlers and their descendants told themselves. One that grew more detailed and more vivid as the years went on, as floods and fires and other misfortunes accumulated into what felt like a pattern too persistent to be merely accidental. Communities do this naturally. It is not a cynical thing. Exactly. It is simply the way that people attempt to live with sorrow by giving it a shape and a source. A curse names something. It says that suffering is not random, that there is a reason behind the accumulated weight of loss, even if that reason is terrible. Over the course of the 19th century and into the 20th, the story of Cornstalk's curse became woven into the fabric of local consciousness in Mason County. The narrative accumulated details and variations as it passed from one generation to the next, taking on the particular coloring of whatever disasters had most recently marked the community. The Ohio River, which had witnessed both the battle and Cornstalk's death, became a central figure in the telling, a boundary between worlds, a place where the natural and supernatural seemed to meet. Floods came with particular frequency to the river valley, and each one was absorbed into the existing structure of the curse. Accidental deaths, industrial accidents, and the grinding hardships of Depression-era poverty all seemed to confirm what the older residents had always known, that the ground itself carried an old and settled weight of consequence. The curse was not something that required constant retelling to maintain its power. Rather, it functioned as an underlying assumption in local life, a framework that made sense of misfortune without requiring explanation. By the mid-20th century, Most residents of Point Pleasant had inherited this narrative as naturally as they had inherited the landscape itself. Long before the Mothman appeared in the November sky, residents could already point to a history of calamities and to the name of a man who, the story said, had spoken the town's fate aloud at the moment of his own unjust death. When the sightings began in 1966 and the bridge fell in December of 1967, the curse moved naturally into the conversation. It was already there, already waiting. People who had grown up in Mason County and heard the story from their parents and grandparents found that it offered something neither the newspaper accounts nor the wildlife biologists could quite provide. A framework, a continuity, a sense that what was happening fit inside something larger and older than a single strange year. The Mothman and the curse became linked in local telling, not because anyone could demonstrate a connection, but because emotionally, narratively, they seemed to belong to the same story. Both involved the land itself, the specific ground where the Ohio and Kanawha rivers met, the place where something irreversible had once occurred. The grafting of one legend onto the other happened gradually and without any single author. It was the work of many conversations, many retellings, many late evenings when people sat together and tried to make sense of things that resisted making sense. Whether Cornstalk ever spoke such words is not recorded in any reliable source. But the story lived in Mason County long before 1966. People reached for it naturally when the darkness arrived. Point Pleasant eventually moved on, or at least it tried to. But the creature did not stay gone from the broader world. The sightings in Mason County slowed considerably after the Silver Bridge came down in December of 1967. For a long stretch of years, the Mothman seemed to belong entirely to memory, to the accounts already given, already printed, already folded into the town's difficult history. But occasionally, quietly, a new report would surface. In 2016, a man who had recently relocated to the Point Pleasant area described seeing a large dark figure moving between the upper branches of trees, leaping from one to the next with a speed and ease that no known animal in West Virginia could manage. What made this account linger in the minds of researchers was something he mentioned almost in passing. He had not heard of the Mothman before that evening. He had no framework waiting to receive what he saw, no legend primed to shape the experience into a familiar form. He simply saw what he saw. Only afterward, when he mentioned it to a neighbor, did the name come to him from somewhere outside himself. That detail, witness arriving at the description without any prompting from the legend, was the kind of thing investigators found difficult to set aside. A person who has absorbed a story will sometimes see the story. A person who has not absorbed it and still describes the same dark shape, the same red eyes, the same unnerving quality of watching, that is a harder thing to explain away. The sporadic nature of these later West Virginia sightings made them easy to overlook individually, but taken together, across the years following 1967, they formed a quiet undercurrent beneath the louder story the town had already told. The creature had not entirely returned, but neither had it entirely gone. That distinction felt meaningful to the people who had been paying attention all along. What made the decades after 1967 particularly interesting to researchers was the absence of a defining catalyst. The original Mothman sightings had culminated in a disaster that killed 46 people and confirmed, in a tragic way, that something extraordinary had been observed. The creature had appeared, it seemed, as a harbinger, but in the years following, West Virginia experienced no similar catastrophe connected to the new sightings. This raised a question that had no comfortable answer. What was the Mothman doing now? Was it still a warning, still a portent, or had its purpose changed entirely? Some researchers proposed that the creature's behavior had shifted, that it no longer served as a herald of doom, but simply existed in the liminal spaces of human experience. Others suggested that the absence of disaster did not mean the absence of danger, only that people had learned to listen differently. The witnesses who came forward in those later decades were often reluctant, unwilling to attach themselves publicly to a legend they found unsettling. Many waited months or years before sharing their experiences with anyone beyond family. Some never went on record at all, their accounts reaching researchers only through whispered conversations or anonymous letters. This reluctance itself became part of the pattern that investigators noted and studied. It suggested something about the psychological weight of the experience, about how encounters with the unexplained could separate a person from their ordinary understanding of what the world contained. The reports that drew the most sustained attention from researchers in the years after Point Pleasant came, not from West Virginia at all, but from the city of Chicago, where beginning roughly in 2017 and continuing into 2020, a wave of sightings gathered that bore a striking resemblance to the encounters from a half-century before. Witnesses near O'Hare International Airport along the lakefront, in various neighborhoods across the city, described a large, winged humanoid figure with eyes that glowed red in the darkness. Some saw it perched on the rooflines of buildings. Others reported it rising from the ground and climbing rapidly into the night sky with a wingspread they estimated at 10 feet or more. Truckers and pilots submitted reports. Residents who had no particular interest in cryptids and no familiarity with the Mothman story found themselves searching for words that would fit what they had seen. Researcher Lon Strickler compiled dozens of these accounts with careful attention to detail, noting which witnesses had prior knowledge of the legend and which seemed to be coming to it fresh, noting also the consistency of certain features across reports gathered from people who had no contact with one another. The Chicago sightings never produced a photograph that satisfied a skeptic or a piece of physical evidence that could be examined in a laboratory. That absence meant they remained, as all Mothman encounters have remained, suspended somewhere between documented human testimony and the unknowable. Chicago differed from Point Pleasant in important ways that researchers found instructive. The earlier sightings had occurred in a small town where news traveled through social networks quickly, where everyone eventually heard the accounts and absorbed the details. Chicago, by contrast, was enormous and fragmented. A person in one neighborhood might never hear about a sighting on the other side of the city. This fragmentation created a natural control of sorts, an unplanned experiment in how the legend operated across distance and isolation. When reports began to emerge that independently described matching features, when witnesses who had no knowledge of previous Chicago encounters still used the same language to describe what they had seen, researchers took note. The consistency suggests either a coordinated effort of impossible intricacy or the documentation of something genuinely shared. Neither conclusion was entirely comfortable. The Chicago case also benefited from more sophisticated documentation tools than had existed in 1966. Smartphones allowed for immediate recording, for the preservation of witness statements in their own voices, for photographs taken within moments of sightings. Yet these technological advantages created their own problems. The abundance of potential evidence made it harder, rather than easier, to establish which accounts were credible. The ease of fabrication grew alongside the ease of documentation. Beyond Chicago, some researchers have pointed to reports from other countries and other disasters. Witnesses near Chernobyl in the days before the 1986 reactor explosion, reports connected to a bridge collapse in Brazil, and have proposed that the Mothman, or something very much like it, appears globally near sites of coming catastrophe. These claims are more difficult to assess. The Chernobyl connection in particular has been repeated often enough that it has taken on the quality of established fact in certain circles. But the original sources are thin, The details shift from one retelling to the next in the way that details do when a story travels far from where it began. What can be said is that the human impulse to look for a dark watcher at the edge of disaster is very old and very consistent. That this impulse will sometimes find its expression in the shape of something enormous seen briefly in the sky. Whether these later sightings describe the same kind of entity, a different creature altogether, or something that exists in the fearful imagination of people living near danger they cannot yet name, is a question no one has managed to answer cleanly. The idea that a creature might appear before a catastrophe, watching, waiting, present in a way that feels purposeful, is not unique to West Virginia. In Irish tradition, the banshee was said to move through the dark air near a family's home in the hours or days before a death arrived, her keening voice carrying across the fields and bogs in a sound that those who heard it never quite forgot. A sound that was not a warning so much as a knowing, a presence that recognized what was already moving toward you before you could see it yourself. In the English countryside, the phantom black dog, known by different names in different counties, sometimes called Black Shuck, sometimes simply the striker, was understood by generations of rural people as a figure whose appearance near a crossroads or along a lonely lane preceded misfortune, not because the creature caused the misfortune, but because it appeared to sense it, the way that certain animals will grow restless before a storm that is still hours away from the horizon. These figures did not belong to the same tradition, did not share a mythology or a culture. It would be a mistake to collapse them together as if they were the same idea wearing different costumes. And yet they do share something quieter and harder to name. That is the human need to believe that the darkness announces itself, that the terrible things that befall us do not arrive in complete silence. The mind is not well suited to randomness. You can tell yourself that misfortune is simply misfortune, that bridges fail because of metal fatigue and not because something with red eyes was standing in the weeds nearby for 13 months. And you would be correct. In the way that a diagnosis is correct, in the way that an engineering report is correct. But correctness of that kind does not always reach the place in you where grief lives. It is in that place that the harbinger takes up residence. Not as a fact, but as a shape that grief gives to the incomprehensible. Similar creatures inhabited the folklore of cultures that had never had contact with one another. In Scandinavian tradition, the Valkyries were sometimes understood not merely as choosers of the slain, but as harbingers of battle itself, their arrival in the sky above a village a sign that bloodshed would follow within days. Japanese folklore spoke of the Inugami, a dog-like spirit whose presence in certain locations prefigured tragedy. German peasants told stories of the Schwarzer Hund, the black dog that was said to walk ahead of plague or famine through the villages of the countryside. The prevalence of such creatures, across such distances and different peoples, suggested something that transcended mere cultural borrowing. It suggested a deep human anxiety, something carved into the structure of how we experience the world. The idea that visible signs might precede invisible harm, that the universe operates according to patterns we might recognize if we were only alert enough, perceptive enough, if we only knew how to read the language in which warnings were written. This impulse toward pattern seeking had served humanity well in evolutionary terms. Our ancestors who could sense the presence of a predator before they saw it, who could feel in their bones the approach of winter and prepare accordingly, were the ones who survived to pass on their vigilance to the next generation. But that same capacity for pattern recognition could also deceive. It could find connections where none existed, could transform coincidence into causation, could convince the mind that it had glimpsed the unseeable. In Point Pleasant, the sightings began in November 1966, more than a month before the Silver Bridge collapsed on December 15th. Over the course of those 5 weeks, dozens of witnesses reported encounters with something vast and winged, something that seemed to hang at the edge of rational explanation. The report shared enough consistent details to suggest that people were describing something genuinely present in the landscape, yet remained strange enough to resist comfortable interpretation or easy dismissal. A man would encounter it standing motionless in an open field. Teenagers would see it near the abandoned TNT plant on the outskirts of town. A woman would watch it rise into the winter sky, its wings moving in a way that no known creature moved. Each sighting accumulated in the collective awareness of the community, each account adding further weight to the growing sense that something unusual was moving through the Ohio River Valley. And when the bridge fell, when 46 people plunged into the dark water below, the witnesses who had seen the creature understood themselves suddenly to be the recipients of a warning they had not known how to interpret. The patterns snapped into place retroactively, transforming fear into a kind of terrible certainty. The pattern that the human mind finds so compelling, sighting, then disaster, is compelling precisely because it offers sequence where there might only be coincidence. Sequence feels like explanation, even when it is not. You encounter something inexplicable in the dark, something vast and still and watching. Weeks or months later, catastrophe comes. The mind reaches backward and finds the creature waiting there. The connection hardens into certainty before you have had time to examine it carefully. This is not a failure of intelligence. It is something closer to a feature of the way attention works, the way memory works, the way we are built to find patterns in the world around us, because for most of human history, pattern recognition was precisely what kept us alive. For the people of Point Pleasant, the harbinger theory did something that the engineering investigation into the Silver Bridge could not do. No matter how thorough or how carefully worded its conclusions, it suggested that the universe had not simply looked away while 46 people drove onto a bridge that was quietly failing beneath them. It suggested that something had come, strange and frightening and silent in its enormous wings, and had tried, in whatever language it possessed, to tell them that the warning was one no one could interpret, one that arrived in a form so alien to ordinary experience that it produced not clarity but fear, is perhaps its own kind of sorrow, the sorrow of a message delivered in a tongue no one had been taught to read. And so the witnesses had watched the creature had watched them, and none of it had been enough to prevent what came. But it had been something. It had been presence and attention, and a refusal to let the coming darkness go entirely unacknowledged. What the harbinger theory offered Point Pleasant was something that engineering reports could not. A sense that the 46 people who died on that December afternoon had not simply been forgotten by the universe. It is easy, decades later, to talk about Mothman as a legend, as a festival, as a chrome statue on a street corner, and to forget that the story began with real people who saw something that frightened them badly. Roger Scarberry was 23 years old on the night of November 15, 1966. He worked an ordinary job, lived an ordinary life, and drove that road near the TNT plant the way people drive familiar roads, without thinking much about it. What he encountered that night stayed with him in a way that ordinary experiences do not. He spoke about it openly in the days and weeks that followed, sat with deputies and reporters, answered the same questions again and again with the same careful consistency, and he never retreated from what he had said. Linda Scarberry, his wife, was equally steadfast. She described the creature in precise terms, its shape, the position of those red eyes in the center of its body, rather than in any face, the way it rose from the ground without effort and kept pace with their car as Roger pushed the accelerator toward the floor. She described feeling watched in a way that was different from ordinary fear, something that pressed against her from the inside and did not fully release her, even after they reached the lights of town. Steve and Mary Mallet, who had been in the car alongside the Scarberrys that night, were younger, barely out of their teens. They corroborated every detail. The four of them had not had time, in those terrifying minutes, to consult one another about what they were seeing, and yet they described the same thing, each of them, when questioned separately. That consistency was what made investigators pause, and what made the ridicule sting a little more sharply when it came, because it did come, from neighbors, from people who read the newspaper accounts and laughed, from strangers who assumed that young people driving around a dark plant after midnight must have been drinking, or imagining things, or simply looking for attention. Some of the Scarberry's acquaintances treated the encounter as an embarrassment. Others were quietly fascinated, but kept their distance, unwilling to attach themselves to something the community had not yet decided how to hold. The witnesses who came forward in the weeks after that first encounter faced similar pressures, some of them more acute. A number of people reported their sightings to the sheriff's department and then said nothing more publicly, unwilling to invite the kind of attention that had already begun to follow the Scarberrys. Others told family members, who convinced them to stay quiet. There were witnesses who contacted investigators like John Keel only after learning that someone else had described an identical experience, because before that confirmation arrived, they had genuinely wondered whether something was wrong with them, whether the mind, under certain conditions of darkness and isolation, could produce something so vivid and so terrifying that it left the body shaking for hours afterward. That relief, when it came, when a person learned that they were not alone in what they had seen, was described by more than one witness as almost physical. It was the relief of being believed, or at least of no longer being the only one. Connie Carpenter was a young woman, 17 years old, when she reported seeing the creature near a golf course in the Mason County area, in broad daylight, in the early days of the sightings. She said it rose from the ground with tremendous speed and flew directly toward her before veering away. She was left with irritated, burning eyes that troubled her for some days afterward, a detail she included in her account and that other witnesses would later echo independently. She gave her account to investigators and to reporters, and bore the discomfort of being a young woman whose story was received, in some quarters, with the particular skepticism reserved for young women who claimed to have seen something impossible. Yet she held to what she had seen. Many of the witnesses did. They grew older, and the legend grew larger around them, expanding outward through Keel's book, and the film, and the festival, and the merchandise, and they found themselves at the center of something they had never chosen to inhabit. Some of them found a kind of community in it. They knew others who had been through something similar. They attended events in Point Pleasant, and spoke on panels and gave interviews, and there was meaning in that, a sense that their experience had mattered even if its nature remained unresolved. Others grew quieter over the years, retreating from the legend as it accumulated interpretations and theories and cultural weight that felt increasingly remote from the specific, private, frightening thing that had happened to them on a specific night in a specific plaque. The experience had been theirs, and was now in some way that was difficult to articulate. Everyone's, reproduced on t-shirts and coffee mugs, reinterpreted by filmmakers and podcasters, absorbed into a phenomenon so much larger than any single person's account. That could feel like a kind of erasure, even when it was not intended as one. The story had always been, at its core, about what it feels like to stand in the dark and encounter something that should not exist, and to carry that knowledge forward into a world that mostly does not know what to do with it. Most of them never asked to be part of a legend, and for some of them, being part of one was its own peculiar burden. Point Pleasant did not set out to become a Mothman town. That identity arrived gradually, the way certain things do, not through any single decision, but through the slow accumulation of years and the quiet persistence of a story that refused to be put away. For a long time after December 1967, the town simply tried to recover. There were funerals to attend and a bridge to mourn, and families who had lost someone in the cold water of the Ohio River to think about. The creature that had circled above the TNT plant for 13 months was, for many residents, something to be set aside and not spoken of too openly in polite company. It had been frightening. Then the bridge had fallen. Then it was over. People needed to move forward in the way that small towns always do, by tending to the living, and not dwelling too long on the inexplicable. But the story did not go away. It traveled outward from Point Pleasant, through newspaper clippings and paperback books, and eventually through a motion picture. It brought people back. Curious people, researchers, enthusiasts. Eventually, tourists began arriving in town, asking questions that locals had been quietly asking themselves for years. And somewhere in that exchange, something shifted. The town began to recognize that the legend was not just a curiosity attached to a year of fear. It was also a form of identity, perhaps even a form of resilience. To claim the Mothman, to name it and place it at the center of civic life, was in its own strange way to take ownership of something that had once felt as though it owned the town entirely. The Mothman Museum opened on Main Street and became, over time, one of the most visited attractions in West Virginia. Inside, visitors can find original newspaper accounts from 1966 and 1967, photographs, witness testimonies, artifacts connected to the sightings and to the Silver Bridge disaster. The museum holds within it a careful balance. It acknowledges the grief of the collapse alongside the mystery of the creature, honoring both without letting either one consume the other. It is a small space, the kind that feels thoughtfully assembled rather than commercially produced. It draws a steady stream of people who have come specifically to stand in the place where the story happened and feel something of what that might mean. In 2003, a 12-foot chrome statue of the Mothman was unveiled in the center of town. It became immediately the most photographed object in Mason County. The sculptor, Bob Roach, gave the creature a muscular, almost classical form, wings outspread, chest forward, red eyes gleaming. It is not an apologetic monument. It does not shrink from what it depicts, and yet it has a quality that is difficult to name precisely, something between imposing and welcoming. As though the thing that once terrified families driving away from a dark industrial site has now consented to stand quietly in the daylight and let strangers put their arms around its waist for photographs. Children do this without hesitation. Adults do it with a certain self-aware amusement that gradually softens into something more genuine the longer they stand there. The annual Mothman Festival, held every September on the third weekend of the month, fills the streets of downtown Point Pleasant with thousands of people who have come from across the country and occasionally from other countries entirely. There are vendors selling handmade crafts and artwork, authors signing books about cryptids and folklore and West Virginia history, food stalls and live music, and a general atmosphere that feels celebratory in the most earnest possible way. Guided tours take visitors to the TNT area, walking them through the same overgrown landscape where so many witnesses once stood frozen, pointing at something moving above them in the dark. Hayrides carry families along the river roads as the September air turns cool and the light falls gold over the Ohio. The tone of the festival is not one of horror, though the subject might suggest it. It is something much warmer than that. A gathering of people who share a common fascination and who find, in that shared feeling, a kind of community. What has happened in Point Pleasant over these decades is not so simple as a town deciding to monetize a legend. There is something more tender in it than that. The Silver Bridge collapse left wounds that did not fully heal. The Mothman legend was woven so tightly into the year that preceded the disaster that the two could never be entirely separated in the town's memory. To remember the creature is, quietly, to remember the bridge. To gather in the streets in September and celebrate the strangeness of what happened here is also to acknowledge the grief that lies beneath it, without having to name that grief directly every time. Communities sometimes find that the only way to carry something too heavy to speak plainly is to transform it into something they can hold at a slight angle, a festival, a statue, a museum, and look at it that way instead. Point Pleasant has done this with more grace than might have been expected. The result is a town that feels genuinely at peace with its own peculiar history, or at least on speaking terms with it. The statue stands in the middle of town, 12 feet tall, with its wings spread and its red eyes catching the light. On festival weekend, the streets fill up with people who have driven from very far away to stand next to it. Somewhere between the terrified family speeding away from the TNT plant in 1966 and the person buying a Mothman plushie at a festival booth in September, the creature changed. It did not happen all at once. There was no single moment when fear curdled into affection or dread softened into something more tender and familiar. It happened the way most transformations in folklore happen, gradually, almost without anyone noticing, carried forward by the quiet accumulation of retellings, reinterpretations, the simple passage of time. The Mothman that emerged from those 13 months in Point Pleasant was dark and wordless, and deeply unsettling to the people who believed they had encountered it. The Mothman that exists now is something considerably more complicated, carrying within it not just the original terror, but also warmth, humor, protection, a kind of belonging that the witnesses of 1966 could never have anticipated. Part of this transformation came naturally from the internet. That gave Mothman something it had never quite had before, a community that chose it. In the early years of online cryptid culture, message boards and forums allowed people who felt a genuine pull toward the unexplained to find one another across distances that would have kept them isolated in earlier decades. Mothman became a figure around which that community gathered with particular enthusiasm, perhaps because the legend carried so many interpretive possibilities at once. It could be a monster, a warning, a misidentified bird, an interdimensional being, or simply a story that a grieving river town needed to tell itself. That openness made it hospitable to all kinds of people. In the hands of younger generations online, it began to accumulate new meanings that had nothing to do with disaster and everything to do with identity. For a significant portion of the internet communities that embraced the Mothman most warmly, particularly those centered around queer identity, the creature offered something unexpectedly appealing, a figure that existed entirely outside conventional categories, that could not be easily classified or contained, that was strange and large and red-eyed and real to the people who needed it to be real. It became, in certain communities, a kind of mascot for the experience of being something that the world did not have adequate language for. This was not a reading that the original witnesses would have recognized. But folklore has always done this, absorbing new meanings from the cultures that carry it forward without asking permission from the cultures that first gave rise to it. At the same time, the Mothman retained its darker edges for those who preferred them. Horror communities continue to treat the creature with genuine seriousness. The connection to the Silver Bridge disaster never entirely faded from the broader cultural memory. In video games, in horror fiction, in paranormal podcasts that drew millions of listeners, the Mothman appeared again and again as something ominous and watchful, a herald of catastrophe whose presence in the sky meant that something terrible was already on its way. These two versions of the creature, the sinister omen and the beloved, almost cuddly figure, coexisted without resolving into each other. That is itself a remarkable quality for a piece of American folklore to possess. Most legends settle into one register over time. The Mothman has so far refused to. What it means that a creature born from genuine terror has become also something comforting is not a simple question. There is something worth sitting with in the way that certain communities have taken the Mothman's strangeness and found in it a kind of shelter rather than a threat. Folklore has always served the people who carry it. What different people need from a story changes with time and circumstance. For Point Pleasant in 1966 and 1967, the Mothman was something that preceded tragedy, something that watched without speaking, something that left witnesses shaken in ways they struggled to articulate. For a teenager in a city far from West Virginia, decades later, the same creature might represent something altogether different. The comfort of knowing that the world contains more than it admits, that the strange and the overlooked and the unclassifiable have their place in it too. The plushies and the festival merchandise and the memes are easy to dismiss as the trivialization of something that was once genuinely frightening to real people. That criticism has a certain fairness to it. However, as is often the case with folklore that survives long enough to be loved by people who were not there for the original fear, the transformation carries its own kind of meaning. The creature is still the creature. The red eyes are still the red eyes. The story of that December night, the bridge falling, and the 46 people lost to the cold river, that story has not been erased by the chrome statue or the festival hayrides or the plushie in someone's arms. It lives alongside all of those things. The people who come to Point Pleasant for the festival are not, for the most part, people who have forgotten what happened there. They are people who were drawn to a place where something undeniable occurred, and where the community that survived it found a way to keep living in the shadow of it. The Mothman holds all of that, the terror and the grief and the warmth and the strangeness, without resolving any of it cleanly. That a single strange year in a small river town could produce something that so many different people, for so many different reasons, needed to believe in, that in its own way is as mysterious as anything the witnesses ever described seeing in the dark. Long before some Wukong had a name, before he had a staff or a kingdom or a quarrel with heaven, there was only a stone. It sat near the very summit of Flower Fruit Mountain. That rose from the sea like a fist held up toward the sky, ancient and unhurried, draped in forests so dense and green that the light filtering down through them seemed to arrive already changed into something quieter than ordinary sunlight. The stone itself was not remarkable to look at, not at first. It was large and rounded, the color of pale granite. It had rested in that high place for so long that the mountain had grown somewhat around it, the roots of nearby trees curling respectfully away, the mosses and small ferns giving it a wide berth as if they understood, in the wordless way that growing things sometimes do, that this particular stone was not simply stone. According to the old telling of this story, it had been drinking in the world for thousands of years, absorbing the energy that rises from the deep earth and the energy that descends from the turning sky, drawing into itself the breath of every season, the weight of every rainfall, the slow warmth of uncountable mornings. Heaven and earth met somewhere inside it, pressing against each other the way two currents press together in deep water, each one insisting on its own direction. Out of that long pressure, something extraordinary gradually formed. The stone began, in its own patient way, to ripen. No creature on the mountain witnessed what happened next. This was because it happened quietly. The way most important things do, the stone cracked open along a seam no one had noticed was there. From within it came an egg, perfectly smooth, catching the mountain light. The egg did not rest long. It too opened, and from it emerged a small stone monkey, fully formed and already alive, blinking in the brightness of a world he had never seen and yet somehow recognized, the way you recognize a place from a dream. His eyes, when they first opened, sent two beams of golden light shooting up toward heaven like twin signals. It is said that the Jade Emperor himself paused in whatever he was doing and looked south, curious and a little watchful. Then the light faded. The monkey drew his first breath of mountain air. The moment that would eventually reshape the order of the cosmos began as modestly as that. a small creature sitting in the wreckage of a stone, looking around at the trees. He did not stay still for long. This was because he was the kind of being for whom stillness is only comfortable when chosen freely. In those first days on the mountain, he moved through the forest with the easy pleasure of someone who has been given a gift precisely suited to his nature. He swung through the canopy where the branches curved out over cliffs, drank from streams so cold and clear they tasted like the rock they ran over, pressed his small hands into the soil as if he wanted to feel the mountain breathing beneath him. In a sense, he was entitled to, having come from it. The world he had been born into was old and extravagant in its wildness. Flower Fruit Mountain was thick with ancient trees whose trunks had grown into extraordinary shapes over the centuries, twisting and doubling back on themselves like something trying to remember its original direction. Waterfalls came down its slopes in long white curtains. Behind some of them were caves of dark, wet stone, where the sound of the water turned into a kind of music. There were fruit trees everywhere, peach and plum and persimmon, and the monkey ate from them freely, with the uncomplicated happiness of a creature for whom the world has not yet revealed its more difficult arrangements. It was not long before he found the other monkeys. They lived in the lower forests and along the streams, hundreds of them, noisy and sociable. When the stone monkey descended among them, they received him with neither suspicion nor ceremony. Only curiosity and the quick warmth that animals extend to a newcomer who does not seem threatening. He joined them the way water joins a river, without particular drama, fitting himself into the rhythms of the group as if he had always been there. He learned which trees were the best for sleeping in when the wind came from the north, and which pools below the falls were warm enough in the evening to sit in without shivering. He played the games that monkeys play and rested in the afternoon sun alongside the older ones who had learned that rest was its own reward. Nothing in his behavior that first season suggested the enormous appetite for experience and power that would later define him, though perhaps the appetite was there all along, not yet hungry enough to notice. He had arrived in the world complete and capable, a child of the deep earth and of the open sky, carrying something of both inside him like two voices that had not yet found reason to argue. The mountain held him like a home, which it was. The days went by in the way that days do when the world is generous and simple. He was young, and the world was wide. He had not yet learned to want anything more than this. It was a game that began the way many things do, with a dare spoken beside running water on a lazy afternoon. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain had gathered near the great waterfall that poured from the mountain's rocky face, a curtain of white water so vast and so loud that you had to lean close to another's ear just to be heard above it. The sound filling the whole gorge the way music fills a room, pressing into every corner and leaving no space for silence. They had been watching it for a long time that day, the way creatures do when the weather is too warm for much else. Someone, no one would later agree on who, said aloud what everyone had been quietly thinking, that whatever lay beyond that wall of rushing water was a mystery, that whoever was brave enough to leap through it and return to tell the others what they had found would deserve a very particular kind of respect. The monkeys chattered and pressed against one another and looked at the waterfall and then looked away. This was because looking at a thing directly and committing to it are two different gestures entirely. For a long moment no one moved. Then the young stone monkey stepped forward from among them. Without a word or a pause or any visible hesitation at all, he leaped, plunging through the white curtain of the falls in a single clean arc, the roar of the water swallowing the sound of his body passing through it. Then he was gone. What the others saw from where they stood was only the waterfall, unchanged and indifferent, pouring itself endlessly into the pool below as if nothing had happened, as if no one had passed through it at all. He was gone so completely that the silence among them felt almost like grief, though it lasted only a moment. This was because then he reappeared, bursting back through the falls and landing on the bank among them, his eyes bright and his whole body trembling with something that was not fear but its opposite, a feeling so large he could barely hold it. Beyond the falls, he told them, there was a cavern, a great dry, echoing cave hidden behind the curtain of water, its stone floor smooth and cool, light filtering through the cascade in wavering green and silver ribbons. At its center a stone mansion of sorts, furnished by nature herself with formations of rock worn into shapes that resembled tables and chairs and beds, as if the mountain had been preparing this place for a long time without anyone knowing what it was for. He had stood at the center of it and looked around at the dripping walls and the filtered light and understood, in some wordless way, that this was a place meant to be inhabited. The monkeys listened, and then they followed him through, every one of them tumbling through the falls with great noise and delight. And when they came out the other side, into the cavern's cool interior, they named him their king. The early years of his reign were, by any measure, good ones. The kingdom of Flower Fruit Mountain under his leadership was a warm and generous place, the sort of community where the days passed in an easy rhythm of foraging and play, where the cavern behind the falls became a home, sheltered from rain and wind, filled in the evenings with the sounds of monkeys settling in for the night. He led them to the best fruit in the high reaches of the mountain, the sweetest water in the streams below. If there were ever disputes among his subjects, he settled them with a fairness that surprised even himself, as though the title of king had called something out of him that had always been there, waiting for the right occasion. He delighted in his people, in their small squabbles and their loud laughter, and the way the youngest ones climbed over everything, including him. There was something in all of this that felt, for a time, like enough. And then one morning, an older monkey who had lived longer than most of them simply did not wake. The community gathered around him in a grief so quiet and sincere that it was unlike anything the young king had witnessed before. Not the sharp and startled grief of sudden loss, but something slower and more bewildered, as if they had all known it was coming and still had no idea what to do with it now that it had arrived. He watched his subjects mourn. He felt the weight of what he was seeing in a way he had not expected, the understanding settling over him, not like a cold wind, but like something heavier and more permanent, the recognition that every creature on this mountain, every bright-eyed monkey who had followed him through the waterfall and called him their king, would, in time, arrive at the same still morning, and so would he. The thought did not leave him after that day. It wove itself into the fabric of his days so thoroughly that even in the best moments, even in the evenings in the cavern when everything was warm and his kingdom was at peace, he could feel it there, patient and certain, waiting at the edge of the light. He was their king, and he could protect them from many things, but he could not protect them from this. The discovery of that particular limit was unlike any he had encountered before, quiet and vast as the waterfall that had made him what he was. And so the Monkey King, who had everything a creature of the mountain could ever want, went looking for the one thing he could not find there. He had never seen the sea before the morning he decided to cross it. He stood at the shore of the eastern sea, with the mountain at his back, and the water stretching ahead of him in every direction he could think to look, vast and silver grey in the early light. He felt, for the first time in his life, something close to humility. Not the humility of defeat, but the humility of a creature who has understood, in a single moment, exactly how large the world actually is. He had brought logs with him, lashed together into something that would have to serve as a raft. This was because the thing he wanted was on the other side of that water, or so he believed. Believing was enough to make him begin. The raft was not elegant. It held him, and he paddled out into the deep grey morning. And soon, mountain was behind him, and there was nothing around him in any direction but the open sea, the sky, and the sound of water moving. The crossing took days, perhaps longer, according to some tellings of the story, and out on the open water there was nothing to do but wait and watch and let the ocean teach him what it knew. It was different from the mountain in a way he had not expected. The mountain was full of things: trees, animals, sound, movement, the warm press of community, the noise of waterfalls. The sea was full of a different kind of fullness, a vast and patient emptiness that pushed back gently against his restlessness and would not be hurried. By the time land appeared on the far horizon, he was quieter than he had ever been in his life. That was perhaps exactly the preparatory ion he needed for what came next. The world on the other side of the sea was human, strange to him in ways that went much deeper than appearance. He had encountered humans before, in passing, but he had never lived among them, never watched how they moved through their days, never sat at the edge of a village in the late afternoon and studied the way they worked and cooked and argued and grieved. He did all of these things now, wandering from settlement to settlement across the southern continent, learning their languages the way a mimic learns a song, first the sound, then the meaning, then the feeling beneath the meaning, and growing slowly, over months and years, into something that could pass among them without drawing too much alarm. He observed how they buried their dead, and what they said afterward, and how they carried on. He watched old people sit in doorways, watching the world with eyes that had seen everything change and were no longer surprised by any of it. He noticed that humans, even the comfortable ones, seemed to carry something unresolved within them, a restlessness he recognized. This was because it was his own, though theirs was often quieter and less certain of what it wanted. He was looking for a teacher, specifically for a teacher who was not entirely human, a master who had moved beyond the ordinary terms of birth and death. This was not the kind of thing you could ask about openly in a market or a roadside inn. He asked anyway, in the careful way he had learned, was directed farther north, farther inland, higher into the mountains, always a little farther than where he currently stood. The search took years, and he did not begrudge them. He was learning, whether he knew it or not. The long wandering shaped him in ways that the mountain could never have. When he finally came to the mountain that held Master Subodhi's school, a mountain old and forested and quiet in a way that reminded him, just slightly, of home. He understood before he had even spoken to anyone that he had arrived somewhere real. The gate he knocked on was answered by a young disciple who looked at him without particular surprise, as though a monkey arriving alone and asking to study had happened before, or was at least possible. Who went to consult the master while son Wukong waited outside in the cool air among the trees? When he was permitted to enter and to stand before Subodhi, the master looked at him for a long moment and gave him a name, son Wukong. The monkey awakened by emptiness, and in that naming something settled into place that had been restless and unnamed for a very long time. He was assigned to the outer courtyard with the other students, who were human and far more practiced in the quiet disciplines of study than he was, who regarded him with the mix of curiosity and careful distance that he had grown accustomed to receiving from people who had never met a monkey before. He did not mind. He had crossed an ocean and spent years learning how to be patient. He could afford to begin at the beginning. He found a spot among the other students and sat down, knowing nothing yet but certain that he had come to the right place. He was not a natural student. That is to say, he was exactly the kind of student who learns most deeply once he finally settles down. The school of Master Subodhi occupied a quiet series of halls built into the mountainside. The days there moved according to a rhythm that had nothing to do with the urgency son Wukong had carried across the ocean with him. There were chores in the morning, sweeping the courtyard, carrying water, tending the vegetable beds that ran along the southern wall in long, patient rows. There were lectures in the afternoon, during which the master spoke at an unhurried pace about the nature of the cosmos, the relationship between form and emptiness, the disciplines of breath and stillness that the other students had been practicing for years before the stone monkey ever arrived. Sun Wukong listened, or tried to. His mind had a tendency to wander out through the courtyard and over the tree line and across whatever lay beyond. His body had an equal tendency to fidget. The other students, who had grown up among humans and understood what it meant to sit in one place and be instructed, found him baffling. He found them similarly foreign, though he would not have said so aloud. He watched how they carried themselves, how they held their writing brushes, how they bowed and responded and waited for the master to finish speaking before they spoke themselves. He imitated all of it with the same close attention he had once used to learn how ocean birds read the wind. It was slow work. For a long stretch of months, he absorbed very little of the actual teaching because he was too occupied with learning how to appear as though he belonged. But the mountain was patient. The master was patient, and gradually the appearances and the reality began to draw closer to each other. Subodhi taught him directly, eventually, but not in the way the other students were taught. The famous moment came during an afternoon lecture when the master was discoursing on the higher arts and Sun Wukong, caught up in his enthusiasm, pressed too eagerly for more. The master rose from his seat, walked to where Sun Wukong was sitting, tapped him 3 times on the top of his head with a closed fist, once, twice, 3 times, and then folded his hands behind his back and walked away into the inner rooms of the school. The other students looked puzzled. Sun Wukong sat very still and felt something clarify inside him, the way water clarifies when you stop stirring it. He understood, with a certainty he could not have explained, that the taps meant the 3rd hour of the night, that the folded hands indicated the inner rooms, that he was being invited to come there alone, in secret, after the others were asleep. And so he did. He rose quietly when the rest of the school was breathing in the deep rhythms of sleep, made his way through the dark hall, knelt before the master, who was waiting for him as though he had known precisely how long it would take. What the master gave him in those midnight hours was not a list of enchantments. It was something harder to name and more difficult to acquire. The 72 transformations, as they are called in the telling of the story, were not 72 separate tricks held in memory like tools on a belt. They were a form of understanding so complete that it extended to the body itself. A mastery of one's own fundamental nature so thorough that any other form, any shape that existed within the created world, became available the way a word in one's own language is available, without effort or translation. A bird, a stone, a river, a cloud, a blade of mountain grass. Sun Wukong could become any of these, not by casting a spell over himself, but by knowing the essence of each so intimately that the boundary between his nature and theirs grew briefly transparent. This was what Master Subodhi offered him in the quiet hours before dawn, lesson by lesson over many nights. Sun Wukong received it with a focused attention he had never quite managed during the daytime lectures. The master also taught him the cloud somersault, by which he could cross 108,000 lil in a single bound, the earth unrolling beneath him like silk, pulled quickly from a table. After these gifts had been given and practiced until they became reliable, Subodhi looked at his student in the way that certain teachers look at students they genuinely like and are also genuinely worried about. He spoke plainly. He said that these abilities, used carelessly or shown off to satisfy pride, would attract envy from those who did not have them. That envy, once invited, creates trouble faster than any demon. He said that the abilities, used in anger or boasting, would cause harm. He was specific and unhurried in everything. Sun Wukong listened with the same expression he always wore when receiving instruction he intended to remember, but suspected he would not. The expulsion came shortly after, though expulsion is perhaps the wrong word for it. Subodhi had seen Sun Wukong demonstrate one of his transformations to the other students, had turned into a pine tree by most accounts, that swayed in a wind that was not blowing. That proved the point well enough, and the master's response was final and unmistakable. If Sun Wukong's abilities became known, those who wanted to strip him of them would come. The mountain and the school would be caught in whatever followed. He was sending him away for the school's sake, and also for his own sake. This was because the life that was waiting for him would not be found here on a quiet mountainside among students who swept courtyards and copied texts. The mountain could give him nothing more. He left before the others woke. He left the mountain with more power than he had ever imagined, and with instructions he had already half forgotten. The weapons available to a Monkey King, even a magical one, are not particularly impressive. When Sun Wukong returned to Flowerfruit Mountain after his years of study under Master Subodhi, he came home carrying abilities that dwarfed anything his kingdom had ever seen. The power to transform himself into 72 different forms. The ability to leap across the sky on a cloud somersault, a body tempered by years of disciplined cultivation into something far more durable than ordinary flesh. And yet the staff he carried was plain. The weapons his fellow monkeys used were the kinds of things you would expect to find in a mountain forest, branches and stones. Simple spears fashioned from bamboo, cudgels that were really just lengths of wood with the bark still on. He sparred with his Jin, rals in the old style at first. The way you might slip back into a familiar habit simply because it is familiar. He found almost immediately that none of it felt right. His hands had grown into something the old weapons could no longer satisfy. He was, in the language of the story, a king whose crown no longer fit the size of his understanding. He felt this the way you feel a room grow too small for you. Not all at once, but gradually, and then unmistakably. The solution, according to the tale, came to him by way of a suggestion. One of his older monkey advisors told him that somewhere beneath the Eastern Sea, in the palace of Guang, the dragon king of that domain, there were weapons of a quality unlike anything found on land. Sun Wukong, who had never particularly waited when action were as available to him, walked straight to the water's edge and descended into the sea. The palace of Guang sat at the floor of the ocean like something dreamed by a mind that loved order and spectacle in equal measure, its halls built from coral and dark stone, lit by the cold luminescence of deep water creatures, decorated with the accumulated wealth of centuries of shipwrecks and sunken tribute. The Dragon King himself received Sun Wukong with the careful courtesy of someone who understood that his guest was powerful and hoped very much the visit would be brief. He offered weapons with genuine hospitality. A great halberd was brought out first, heavy enough that 10 men might have labored to carry it. Sun Wukong lifted it with one hand and said it was too light. An enormous sword followed, then a battle axe broad as a doorway, then a trident with prongs as long as a man is tall. Each one Sun Wukong tested with the same result. A brief swing or two, a polite but firm declaration that the weight was insufficient, then a mild expectation that the next offering would be better. The Dragon King's court grew quieter with each refusal, the assembled officials exchanging glances that said, in the wordless way of courts everywhere, that this was becoming a problem. It was then that the Dragon King's wife spoke to him privately and mentioned a pillar. There was, she told him, a great iron pillar deep in the treasury, a thing that had been there longer than anyone could account for, planted at the floor of the sea to help measure its depth in ages so remote they had passed out of memory. It had been glowing recently, she said, in a way it never had before. Though no one had spoken of it openly, everyone in the palace had noticed. They brought Sun Wukong to it. The story tells us that as he drew near, the pillar's glow intensified, as though the object recognized in him the hands it had been waiting for. It was as thick as a barrel and as tall as a pillar should be when it is holding up the floor of a sea. Sun Wukong placed his hands on it and felt its weight and said, at last, that this would do, though he wished it were a little shorter and a little thinner. And this is the wonder of the Ruyi Jingu Bang, the as-you-will gold-banded staff, as it is called in the tradition, that it obliged him. It shrank to a length he could manage, then to a length he could carry, then, when he turned it in his hands and considered further, it shrank again until he could tuck it behind his ear like a pin. The staff possessed a quality that transcended ordinary weaponry. It responded not merely to force, but to intention, growing or diminishing according to the wielder's desire and need. This responsiveness, this almost sentient flexibility, was what elevated the Ruyi Jingu Bang beyond mere tool into something closer to an extension of will itself. The Dragon King's court understood in that moment that they had witnessed something beyond the ordinary requisitioning of palace treasures. What had transpired was something far more consequential, the meeting of artifact and master, each recognizing in the other what had long been missing. The Dragon King's court watched all of this with an expression the story does not record, but which you can perhaps imagine. Sun Wukong, satisfied at last, then turned and mentioned that a weapon of this quality really ought to be accompanied by proper armor. The Dragon King, who by this point wanted very much for the visit to conclude, arranged for a complete suit to be assembled from the contributions of his dragon brothers in the other 3 seas, a golden helmet, a suit of chainmail bright as fish scales, a pair of cloud-stepping boots. Sun Wukong put on all of it with the pleasure of someone who feels, for the first time, entirely himself. He thanked his host with reasonable warmth and walked back up through the water toward the surface and the light of the world he recognized. Above him, the Dragon King watched him go and immediately began composing a letter to the Jade Emperor. Death, in the cosmology of ancient China, was not a mystery so much as an administrative process. There were offices for it, officials appointed to oversee it, ledgers in which every living soul was carefully recorded with the precise date of its arrival and departure from the world above. The underworld, Diyu, as it was sometimes called, was not a place of mere darkness and silence, but an enormous layered realm of courts and corridors, presided over by 10 kings who each managed a particular stage of the soul's journey. Yama, or Yan Wang, reigned as the most prominent of these, though he was as much a magistrate as he was a lord, surrounded by clerks and soul catchers and the endlessly accumulating paperwork of mortality. It was a system that had functioned without interruption or exception since the very beginning of living things, until, of course, Sun Wukong. He had been sleeping on Flower Fruit Mountain one evening, deeply at rest after a long and satisfying day among his subjects, when 2 figures appeared out of the air beside him. They were soul catchers, the messengers of Yama's court, dispatched to escort him to the underworld according to the date recorded in the great book of life and death. They slipped a rope around his spirit and tugged, and Sun Wukong woke in a mood that those 2 officials would not soon forget. He did not go quietly. He went loudly, and he went angry, and by the time they had descended through the layers of air between the living world and the realm below, his protests had reached a pitch that disturbed the whole anteroom of Yama's court. The soul catchers, to their credit, had done their job correctly. The fault, as Sun Wukong saw it, was entirely with the system that had sent them. The underworld, even for someone arriving in protest, was a striking place. Its courts stretched one beyond the other in long succession, each presided over by its king, each filled with the machinery of judgment, the weighing of lives, the assignment of consequences, the routing of souls toward whatever came next. It was solemn and organized in the way that vast institutions tend to be. Every official performing a function, every corridor leading somewhere purposeful. Sun Wukong walked through it with none of the reverence it was designed to inspire. He demanded to speak with Yama directly. He was not the kind of creature who waited in anterooms. When he stood before the king of the dead, his argument was simple and, in its own way, rather difficult to refute. He was the great monkey king of Flower Fruit Mountain, a being who had mastered the 72 transformations and the cloud somersault, who had studied under Master Subodhi himself and acquired power far beyond the ordinary measure of mortal creatures. It seemed to him, he said, entirely unreasonable that such a being should be subject to the same ledger as ordinary animals and men. He wanted to see the book. Yama, faced with a guest who was neither frightened nor cooperative, and who had already proven capable of considerable disruption, produced it. The Book of Life and Death was exactly what it sounded like. A complete record, written in a hand that never made errors, of every soul currently living and the terms of its existence. Sun Wukong found his own entry without much difficulty. There it was, his name, his nature, his appointed end. He read it the way someone reads a document they intend to contest. Then he picked up the brush that was kept beside the book for official amendments and crossed his name out. The stroke was decisive and complete. He was, in his own estimation, no longer subject to this particular arrangement. Then, in a gesture that says something warm about his nature, for he was, beneath all his arrogance, genuinely devoted to his people. He searched through the pages until he found the entries for every monk. Yai on Flower Fruit Mountain, and he crossed out every one of those as well. The whole community, erased from death's accounting in a single sitting. Yama watched this happen and said very little, because there was very little to say. The situation was without precedent. The book had never been edited before by its subjects. Sun Wukong set the brush down with the satisfaction of someone who has just resolved a complicated problem. Thanked the king of the dead in a way that managed to be both polite and deeply condescending, and made his way back to the living world. The soul catchers, who had brought him down, did not attempt to stop him from leaving. What followed him out of the underworld was something more persistent than he realized. The formal complaint that Yama's court immediately prepared and sent upward through the celestial hierarchy, describing in careful detail what had occurred, who had caused it, and what it meant for the orderly management of death going forward. Meanwhile, far beneath the Eastern Sea, Ao Guang, the Dragon King, was composing his own account of Sun Wukong's recent visit to the underwater palace, the removal of the iron pillar, the commandeering of the armor, the general atmosphere of barely contained menace that had characterized the entire encounter. Both documents were addressed to the Jade Emperor. Both were on their way. He went home satisfied, unaware that two separate complaints about him were already making their way to the highest court in heaven. The Jade Emperor had been managing difficult situations for a very long time, and his preferred method was to invite the problem inside and give it a job. It was a strategy that had served him well across countless ages, and it made a certain kind of sense when you considered the nature of heaven itself. Heaven, as it existed in this tradition, was not simply a beautiful place beyond the clouds where good souls went to rest. It was an administration, vast, elaborately organized, and deeply serious about its own hierarchies. There were departments for the weather and departments for the sea. There were celestial officials who oversaw rivers, and others who oversaw dreams. There were ranks upon ranks of immortal soldiers, ministers, attendants, and record keepers, each one assigned to a precise position within an order so carefully maintained that even the placement of one's name in the celestial register carried enormous weight. The Jade Emperor sat at the very summit of all of this, and he had not remained there by meeting every disturbance with open warfare. And so when two separate complaints arrived at his court in close succession, one from the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, and one from the officials of the underworld, both naming the same unruly monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. The Jade Emperor chose the more elegant solution. He sent an invitation. A celestial envoy descended to the mountain with all appropriate ceremony, and the message he carried was both flattering and carefully worded. The Jade Emperor, it said, wished to welcome son Wukong to heaven and offer him a place among the immortals. He was to be given an official position, a title, a role within the great machinery of celestial order. Son Wukong received this news with enormous satisfaction. He had, after all, declared himself a great sage and spent considerable energy insisting that heaven acknowledge his worth. And now heaven had written to him first. He arrived in the celestial realm, riding his cloud, and even he, who rarely found reason to be quietly impressed by anything, paused for a moment when he saw it. The palaces of heaven were immense and luminous, constructed from materials that seemed to belong to no earthly category. Jade and gold were there, certainly, but also light itself seemed to be part of the architecture, and the air carried a stillness that pressed gently against the senses. Celestial officials moved through the corridors in their proper robes, each one exactly where they were supposed to be, each one performing exactly the function assigned to them. It was orderly in a way the monkey world had never been, and son Wukong walked through it all with his chest out and his eyes bright, taking in everything with the articulate pride of someone who believed himself to have been recognized at last. The position they offered him was called Bimawen. The title sounded reasonable enough when spoken aloud. It suggested something official, something with responsibility attached to it, and son Wukong accepted it before anyone took the time to explain exactly what it meant. What it meant was this: he was to be the keeper of the heavenly horses. He was, in the language of a less polished assessment, a very well-appointed stable manager. The horses themselves were celestial and beautiful, and there were thousands of them, and they required daily tending and feeding and careful observation to ensure they remained in good health. It was genuine work, and at first son Wukong threw himself into it with the same energy he brought to everything. The horses were fed, the stables were kept, the records were updated. He was, for a brief and slightly surprising period, quite content. That contentment lasted until the day he mentioned his title in conversation with another celestial official, and noticed the way the official's expression shifted, just slightly, just for a moment, into something that in a less composed immortal might have been a smile. He made inquiries after that. He learned with a precision that grew more uncomfortable the more precise it became, exactly where the position of Bimawen sat within the celestial hierarchy. It sat, as it turned out, at the very bottom. It was a posting without rank, without salary in the celestial sense, without any of the standing he had assumed his invitation to heaven implied. The horses did not even care who tended them. He had been given the work of a servant, a supernatural servant in a palace of extraordinary beauty, but a servant nonetheless, and the entire court of heaven had known this from the moment the invitation was composed. The rage that moved through son Wukong at this understanding was not a small thing. It rose in him, the way weather rises, quickly and completely, and it did not leave room for measured thinking. He overturned the record books. He left the stables without a word to anyone. He took his staff, which he had shrunk to the size of a needle and kept behind his ear, and he walked out of heaven in a state of fury so total that none of the celestial guards thought it wise to stop him. Back on his cloud above the mountain, he thought about what to call himself, because the name mattered deeply to him and always had. Bimawen was finished. Great sage was not enough, he decided, not if heaven was going to pretend he deserved no better than the horses. He needed something that put the matter plainly, something that stated his position in the celestial order as he understood it to actually be, regardless of what the celestial register said. He landed on Flowerfruit Mountain, and his monkey subjects gathered around him in the familiar noise and warmth of the place he had always ruled. He told them what had happened. He told them what he had decided. He planted his banner on the mountain and carved the words into stone, "Great Sage, equal of heaven," and waited to see what heaven would do next. Heaven sent its armies, which was its first mistake. The Jade Emperor dispatched a force of considerable size and celestial authority, 10,000 heavenly soldiers under the command of the heavenly king Li Jing and his son Prince Nezha, generals of long experience and considerable reputation in the affairs of the divine court. They descended toward Flowerfruit Mountain with banners and weapons that caught the light of heaven like scattered mirrors. The air around the mountain grew dense with the sound of drums and the low, formal proclamations of celestial authority. Sun Wukong, who had returned to his kingdom and planted a banner that read, "Great Sage, equal of heaven," received them in the only way he knew how, with enormous enthusiasm and not the slightest degree of fear. He had his staff in hand, his transformation abilities coiled inside him like a spring, a kingdom of monkeys cheering behind him from every branch and stone ledge of the mountain. The battle that followed was not brief, but it was decisive. The celestial generals were formidable beings, soldiers of heaven trained across thousands of years. But Sun Wukong met each engagement with a kind of fluid, joyful violence that the heavenly army had no precedent for. He could not be pinned. He could not be outmaneuvered. When a weapon came for him from one direction, he was already somewhere else. When that somewhere else was surrounded, he shook a handful of his own hairs free from his body and breathed on them. Suddenly there were dozens of Sun Wukong standing among the soldiers, each one swinging a staff, each one grinning. Prince Nezha, whose own powers were nothing to dismiss, pressed him hard. But even Nezha could not land a blow that mattered. The armies withdrew up into the sky above the mountain and regrouped. Heaven considered what to do next. A second expedition was dispatched, this time under the command of Erlang Shen, the divine warrior who was widely regarded as the finest fighter in heaven and who possessed his own formidable gifts of transformation. The contest between Erlang Shen and Sun Wukong became one of the most celebrated in the entire tradition. A long, shifting battle of transformations in which each figure became something else to pursue or evade the other. Hawk and sparrow, tiger and bear, a small fish disappearing into a river, and then a water bird sweeping up from the surface. They were closely matched. It was only through the intervention of Laozi, who flung a diamond bracelet down from heaven and struck Sun Wukong on the head in a moment of distraction, that the celestial forces were finally able to restrain him. But even restrained, the problem remained. Heaven had won this particular moment, but it had not won the argument. The Jade Emperor, looking down at the bound but entirely unhumbled figure of Sun Wukong, understood that something more than force would be required to manage this situation with any lasting effect. The solution the Jade Emperor arrived at was, in its own way, elegant. Rather than continue a war that was proving expensive and undignified, he would grant Sun Wukong exactly what he had demanded, the title of Great Sage, equal of heaven, and simply attach to it no meaningful responsibilities whatsoever. The court advisors who suggested this compromise understood the nature of pride in a way the armies had not. Give a creature what it most wants to be called, they reasoned, and it may settle. A golden seal was prepared. A small celestial office was assigned. Sun Wukong was welcomed back into heaven with all the ceremony his new title implied. He received this with tremendous satisfaction, unaware or perhaps unwilling to notice that his title had no real function attached to it, that he was, in effect, a dignitary with nothing to do and no one reporting to him. For a time, this was enough. He wandered the halls of heaven with his staff across his shoulders and his new seal tucked away, greeting other immortals with the casual confidence of someone who believes he has won. Then, as is so often the case when a restless mind is left without occupation, The Jade Emperor's advisors suggested that Sun Wukong might be given a task, something pleasant and prestigious, something befitting his new title, and so he was assigned to tend the Garden of Immortal Peaches. The garden was one of heaven's most sacred places, a walled enclosure of tremendous size tended by 7 fairy maidens who had cared for it across countless ages. Its trees were arranged in orderly rows, but they were not all the same. The first trees nearest the garden's entrance produced peaches in 3,000 years. Those who ate them felt their bones lighten and their years lengthen. Further into the garden, the trees ripened every 6,000 years. Those peaches could lift a mortal into the company of immortals. But deep in the garden, where the oldest trees stood with trunks as wide as houses and branches that seemed to hold up a private piece of sky, the peaches ripened only once every 9,000 years. A single one of them was said to grant 10,000 years of life. Sun Wukong walked among these trees with the slow reverence of someone who has been given a beautiful thing to watch over. Then, as was perhaps inevitable, with the slow erosion of restraint that comes when a beautiful thing is very close, very fragrant, and you are the only one watching. He ate one peach from the nearer trees first, standing in the green filtered light of the garden with juice running down his chin. Found that he had no particular desire to stop. He made his way deeper among the trees, sampling as he went, eating with uncomplicated pleasure and the reasoning, loosely constructed, that the garden was after all in his care. Some days later, he learned from the fairy maidens what he should have known before he began, that the Queen Mother of the West had organized a great peach banquet for the immortals of heaven, that invitations had gone out to every divine being of sufficient rank, that his name had not been among them. He had not been invited to the banquet. He had eaten more peaches than he could count. He had a terrible feeling that what happened next would not be simple. Having eaten the peaches, he decided the rest of the garden's day might as well be interesting. That is perhaps the most honest way to describe what followed. This was because Sun Wukong did not storm through the halls of heaven with a plan so much as he drifted from one irresistible thing to the next, pulled forward by the same bright curiosity that had always made him difficult to contain. He had wandered away from the peach garden in a haze of contentment, his belly full of the most sacred fruit in existence, his mood expansive and warm. It was in this pleasantly reckless state of mind that he found himself standing before the workshop of Laozi, the ancient Taoist sage whose name was spoken with a reverence that bordered on the devotional. The door was not locked. In heaven, one did not expect guests like Sun Wukong, so very few things were locked at all. Inside, the workshop was a place of great quiet and great heat, a room that smelled of minerals and thyme, where the walls were hung with drying herbs and the shelves held bronze vessels and jade bowls, arranged with a careful precision that suggested centuries of unhurried work. At the center of it all stood the 8 trigrams furnace, Laozi's great alchemical oven. That had been burning without interruption for longer than most of heaven's residents could clearly remember. The furnace gave off a low, deep warmth. Around its base were arranged small gourds and lacquered boxes, each one containing the pills that Laozi had been refining across the span of ages, elixirs of immortality that took eons to prepare. Each one a small, dark, unremarkable-looking pellet that contained within it something that could not easily be described in ordinary language. To Sun Wukong, who had recently developed a personal and somewhat proprietary relationship with immortality, they smelled wonderful. He opened the nearest gourd and tasted one, and then another, and then. This was because they were genuinely exceptional, and because no one was watching. He tilted the gourd back the way a child might finish the last of something sweet. He worked his way through the others in much the same fashion, eating with the focused appreciation of someone who understood exactly what he was consuming and found it entirely agreeable. When he had finished, He stood in Laus's empty workshop, feeling more immortal than he had ever felt before. That was saying something considerable. He decided that the day still had hours left in it. The Queen Mother of the West was hosting her Great Peach Banquet, a celebration that assembled the most distinguished figures of the celestial realm and was considered among the most splendid occasions heaven produced. The preparations had been underway for some time. The feast hall had been arranged with the kind of attentive beauty that only beings with eternity to spare can manage. Long tables held plates of food that had no equivalent anywhere in the mortal world. Dishes prepared from ingredients that grew only in the farthest and most sacred corners of the celestial gardens. Jars of heavenly wine had been set out in rows, their seals unbroken, their contents the color of pale amber and carrying an aroma that one could detect from several rooms away if the wind was right. Sun Wukong detected it from some distance away and followed it directly to the feast hall. That was still empty because the guests had not yet arrived. He stood for a moment in the doorway of that magnificent room and took in the sight of the untouched banquet with an expression that the story does not record, but that one can imagine with reasonable confidence. He sat down. He opened the wine. He tried the food and found it excellent, then tried the wine and found it better than excellent. He remained there for what was probably a considerable amount of time, eating and drinking his way through what had been prepared for an entire assembly of celestial dignitaries. When he finally pushed back from the table and rose, unsteady in the peculiar floating way that heavenly wine produces, the full shape of what he had done that day began to arrange itself in his mind. He had eaten freely from the sacred peaches. He had consumed Laus's immortality elixirs. He had drunk the wine set out for the Queen Mother's banquet and eaten a feast that was not his to eat. He had, in the span of a single afternoon, committed offences against 3 of heaven's most significant institutions, done all of it with a kind of cheerful thoroughness that left very little room for the possibility that any of it had been accidental. Heaven's response, when it came, was total. The celestial armies mobilized with a seriousness that surpassed anything they had brought to the earlier skirmishes. The generals who led them were the finest fighters the Jade Emperor could assemble, figures of enormous power and reputation who had subdued great adversaries across long centuries of service. Sun Wukong fought all of them. He fought with his staff and with his transformations, with clones drawn from his own hairs, and with the particular ferocious joy that had always made him such an exhausting opponent. The battle rolled across the heavens. Even the most decorated of the celestial commanders found that landing a decisive blow against him was a different matter entirely from landing any blow at all. But the elixirs and the wine, and the sheer accumulated effort of the day had their effect gradually. There came a point, deep in the long and chaotic afternoon of that fighting, when Sun Wukong's movement slowed just enough. The heavenly forces closed around him with the collective weight of everything heaven could bring to bear at once, and he was taken. They brought him before the Jade Emperor in chains. The assembled court of heaven, which had seen many strange things, was quiet for a moment. It turned out that executing Sun Wukong was considerably harder than expected. The court of the Jade Emperor had brought him in chains, and the assembled officials of heaven had sentenced him to death, with the kind of measured confidence that comes from never having tried to kill something truly unkillable before. They tried the usual methods first: blades, which turned away from his neck as if the air itself had grown solid around him. Then fire, which moved around him like water parting around a stone. Then lightning, called down from the celestial arsenals in great crackling forks that Sun Wukong absorbed without so much as a singed hair. He had eaten the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother's own garden, the ones that required 10,000 years to ripen, and he had done this more than once. He had crossed his name from the Book of Death in the underworld long ago, erasing himself from the ledger that records every living thing's final hour. He had consumed the immortality elixirs of Laozi himself, pills that had been refined in sacred fire over the span of eons, and he had eaten them by the handful, carelessly, the way a child eats fruit on a warm afternoon. Each of these acts had laid another layer of protection across him, woven so deeply into his nature that there was no longer any clean boundary between Sun Wukong and his immortality. They were the same thing now. The executioners of heaven, skilled as they were attempting to separate something that could not be separated. And so the methods failed, one after another, and the court stood in a kind of baffled silence that would have been almost comic with a situation not so grave. It was Laozi, the ancient Taoist sage whose workshop Sun Wukong had only recently ransacked, who offered the solution. If ordinary destruction could not reach him, perhaps transformation could. Laozi proposed that the Monkey King be sealed inside the 8 trigrams furnace, the great alchemical furnace at the heart of Laozi's own celestial workshop, and left there for 49 days, subjected to the refining fire that Laozi used to transmute base materials into immortal elixirs. The idea was not simply to burn him, but to reverse what had been done, to cook the immortality back out of him, the way one might render something down to its original components. The Jade Emperor agreed, and so Sun Wukong was sealed inside. No one consulted Sun Wukong on the matter, though this was perhaps the first significant mistake in a series of them. He had submitted to the will of heaven, bound by oath vows written in celestial ink that could not be easily broken, but submission was not the same as acceptance. As the furnace doors closed and the fires began their relentless work, he remained entirely conscious and coldly calculating, remembering everything he had learned in his years of travel and study, understanding with perfect clarity that he had been sealed inside an instrument of transformation designed by one of the universe's truest masters. The officials had made their choice. Now that choice would unmake them. The 8 trigrams furnace was not merely an enormous fire, it was a cosmological instrument, one of the most significant objects in Taoist understanding of the universe. Its 8 sections corresponded to the 8 trigrams of the I Ching, those ancient arrangements of broken and unbroken lines through which the Chinese tradition maps the fundamental forces of existence: heaven and earth, wind and thunder, water and fire, mountain and lake. Each section of the furnace embodied one of these forces, and the fire burning within was not the ordinary fire of wood and air, but something more like the concentrated principle of transformation itself, a heat that could unmake the nature of anything placed inside it. For 49 days, a sacred number in both Taoist and Buddhist cosmology, a number that carries the weight of complete cycles and deep spiritual significance, the furnace burned with Sun Wukong sealed within. The celestial officials believed this would be enough. What they did not account for, and what saved him, was his cleverness even inside an alchemical prison. He was disoriented at first, tumbling in the heat, but he was observant enough and quick-witted enough to locate the one section of the furnace that corresponded to wind and water, the Sun position, which in the logic of the trigrams creates not heat, but a kind of sheltered coolness, the way wind moving across water carries cold rather than fire. He pressed himself into that corner and stayed there, enduring the 49 days, not in agony but in a strange suspended state, protected by the very cosmological system that was meant to destroy him. When the furnace was finally opened, the officials gathered around it with relief, expecting ash or emptiness, or at the very least something diminished. Instead, Sun Wukong erupted from it like something new had been made rather than unmade. The 49 days in the alchemical fire had not burned the immortality out of him. They had refined him. His eyes, which had been ordinary before, were now something else entirely, golden, shot through with a penetrating light that could see through transformation and illusion and disguise. A vision so acute it would one day let him see demons hiding inside human shapes at 1,000 paces. He had entered the furnace as a creature of immense power and chaotic pride. He emerged from it with all of that still intact and something new added to it, something forged rather than destroyed. He picked up his staff, which he had hidden in his ear, and he looked at the gathered officials of heaven with those new golden eyes. And he began to fight again, tearing through the celestial ranks with a ferocity that made every previous battle look like a rehearsal. Because now he could see every move before it was made, every intention before it became action, and nothing in heaven's considerable arsenal could deceive him. He burst from the furnace with golden eyes that could see through any deception, and heaven, which had thought the problem solved, discovered it had only made him harder to stop. When even the mightiest of heaven's generals could not subdue him, the Jade Emperor did what people do when military force has failed. He asked someone wiser. The Buddha came from the west, from the place called Vulture Peak, where he resided in the kind of stillness that does not merely suggest peace, but actually radiates it, the way a stone warmed all day by the sun radiates heat long after the light has gone. He arrived at the gates of heaven without ceremony, without the sound of drums or the flash of celestial banners, and yet everyone who saw him felt the quality of the air change. Sun Wukong was still in the middle of his rampage, golden-eyed and furious, scattering whatever heavenly soldiers remained in his path, when the Buddha appeared at the edge of the chaos and simply stood there, unhurried, as though he had all the time in the universe, which, in a sense, he did. Sun Wukong noticed him. It would have been difficult not to. There was something about the Buddha's stillness that was louder, in its own way, than all the noise of battle. The Monkey King landed and regarded this new arrival with the sharp, assessing eyes he had acquired in Laozi's furnace, eyes that could see through illusion and deception and the clever disguises that demons wore. What he saw when he looked at the Buddha was something he had not expected. Not a threat, not an enemy marshalling power against him, but a figure who appeared, improbably, to find the entire situation rather mild. The Buddha addressed him gently, with the kind of voice that does not need to be raised to fill a space. He acknowledged Sun Wukong's power. He acknowledged the complaint the Monkey King had carried all this way, that heaven had underestimated him, insulted him, refused to see him for what he truly was. He did not dismiss it, but then he asked, with the same quietness, what exactly Sun Wukong believed he was entitled to. The Monkey King's answer was immediate and unambiguous. He intended to take the Jade Emperor's throne. The celestial realm, he felt, deserved a ruler of genuine ability, and he was that ruler. He had defeated every army sent against him. He had survived every execution attempted upon him. He had eaten the peaches of immortality and consumed the elixirs of Laozi and drunk the heavenly wine, and he was still standing. What, precisely, was the argument against him? The Buddha listened to all of this with an expression that was patient and not unkind, and contained, somewhere inside it, something that might have been the very faintest shadow of amusement, though it was too serene to call it that. Then he made a proposal. If Sun Wukong could leap out of the Buddha's own palm, the Buddha would personally ask the Jade Emperor to surrender the heavenly throne without further conflict. But if he could not, he would have to accept a lower station and cease his disruption of the celestial order. Sun Wukong looked at the palm extended before him, open and still, and felt a surge of confidence so pure and absolute that it left no room for doubt. He had crossed oceans and climbed mountains and travelled 108,000 li in a single somersault. He had stood at the top of Flower Fruit Mountain and felt the whole world spread out below him, like something he already owned. The Buddha's palm was a small and quiet thing. He almost felt sorry for the wager's terms. He crouched, gathered himself, and leaped. The somersault carried him across the heavens at a speed that made distance meaningless, the stars blurring past him in long pale streaks, the clouds of the upper atmosphere thinning and then vanishing entirely as he rose above everything he had ever known. The journey took no time at all, and it took forever. And at the end of it, at the absolute edge of the universe, where the sky itself seemed to end, he found 5 enormous pillars standing in a row, vast beyond imagining, their bases disappearing into a ground that he could not quite see, and their tops rising into a darkness that was not absence of light, but something older than light had ever been. These, he understood, must be the pillars that held up the sky. These must be the very edges of creation. He had travelled so far and so fast that he had reached the furthest boundary of everything that existed, and he was standing there alone, the first and only being ever to have made this journey, and the Jade Emperor's throne was as good as his. He did what any reasonable creature would do in that moment. He marked the place so that he could prove he had been there. On the base of the middle pillar, he wrote his name, Great Sage, Equal of Heaven, in characters large enough to be read from a distance. Then, satisfied, he turned around and somersaulted back. He landed in the Buddha's palm and announced, with full and cheerful certainty, that the matter was settled. He had leaped beyond the farthest boundary of the universe. He had left his mark on the pillars at the edge of the sky. The throne was his. The Buddha looked at him for a long moment. Then, very slowly, he opened his hand wider and directed Sun Wukong's golden, all-seeing eyes downward, toward his own middle finger. There, at the base of it, in characters that Sun Wukong recognized because he had written them himself, were the words, Great Sage, Equal of Heaven. The 5 pillars at the edge of the universe had been the fingers of the Buddha's hand. The journey of 108,000 li, the crossing of all of heaven and earth and the vast cold space beyond it, had taken place entirely within the span of an open palm. Sun Wukong had travelled as far and as fast as his magnificent power could carry him, and he had not left the Buddha's hand at all. He stood very still in that moment, which was something he almost never did. There are things that speed cannot outrun, and things that strength cannot move. And the Monkey King, who had escaped fire and water and lightning and the combined armies of heaven, stood now at the edge of a quieter kind of boundary, the one that surrounds the self, the one that a being cannot leap past simply by leaping harder. His name was written on the Buddha's finger in his own hand, in ink that had not even had time to dry. The mark was right there on the Buddha's middle finger, exactly where Sun Wukong had left it, and the silence that followed was the most complete silence in the history of heaven. The mountain came down on him all at once, and he was still. Not peaceful, nothing so gentle as that. The stillness was the stillness of shock, the kind that comes after something enormous has happened and the body has not yet learned to move inside the new shape of its world. The Buddha had simply opened his hand. The 5 fingers had become 5 peaks. The peaks had become a mountain. The mountain had come down with the full and patient weight of heaven's decision. Granite and limestone and ancient earth pressed in around him from every side. Sun Wukong, who had overturned the Dragon King's palace and eaten the immortality peaches and stormed the courts of heaven with a staff that could grow to fill the sky, lay pinned beneath the roots of the world and could not lift so much as a finger. The stone did not hate him. That was perhaps the strangest part. It was simply there, the way stone always is, indifferent, complete, requiring nothing of him except that he remain. In those first hours, he raged. He raged with everything left in him, which was still considerable, and it changed nothing at all. The mountain did not shift. It did not groan or tremble or acknowledge him in the way a worthy opponent might. It simply held, the way the ground holds, the way time holds, without effort, without notice, without end. He discovered in those early days that there was a kind of awareness that came with absolute confinement, a clarity that arose from the absence of choice. His consciousness, no longer scattered across 1,000 schemes and hungers, began to settle like sediment in still water. He could observe the grain of the stone against his cheek. He could track the minute variations in temperature as the hours turned. He could listen, truly listen, to the sounds that traveled through the earth, the distant movement of underground rivers, the slow work of roots pushing deeper into stone, the settling of ancient tectonic forces that operated on timescales that made even his immortal years seem brief. After the rage came something he had never encountered before in his long and turbulent life. That was helplessness that could not be fixed by being cleverer or stronger or faster than whatever stood in his way. There was nothing to be faster than. The earth spirits assigned to his care came in time, dropping iron pellets through a crack in the stone for him to eat when hunger made itself known, pouring streams of molten copper when thirst came. He accepted these things because there was nothing else to accept. They were not cruel about it. They were simply doing what they had been asked to do, attending to the business of his survival with the same unhurried efficiency that characterized everything in the celestial administration. He found, after a while, that he could not even summon the energy to be offended by them. Days passed, then seasons. He knew this not by sight. He could not see the sky, but by a subtler knowing, a change in the quality of the stone around him, a shift in the temperature of the air that reached him through the cracks, a smell of rain or frost or thaw that worked its way down to where he lay. Flowers grew on the mountain above him and died back and grew again, year after year. He felt each cycle the way you feel the turning of a page in a book you are not reading so much as being read by. Moss crept across the face of the stone. Saplings became trees. Somewhere in the human world above, dynasties rose with great ceremony and fell with great sorrow. The mountain paid them no more attention than it paid to him. It had stood before dynasties existed and would stand long after the ear names were forgotten. He was simply one more thing contained within its long and unhurried patience. With each turning of the seasons, his resistance softened, not from defeat, but from a gradual recognition of the mountain's ancient stability. He began to understand that what had seemed like imprisonment was also, perhaps, a kind of sanctuary, a place where the endless striving that had defined his existence was finally permitted to cease. There is a particular quality to time when there is nothing you can do to move it, when waiting is not something you choose, but something you are. Sun Wukong came to know that quality with an intimacy he could never have imagined in his years of leaping between heavens and kingdoms. He had always lived at the speed of his own desire, which was very fast indeed. Now time moved at the speed of stone. That is to say, it moved in a way that you cannot properly call movement at all. And in that strange and lengthening stillness, something shifted inside him that had never shifted before. Not broken, not defeated, but turned in a new direction, the way a river will sometimes find a new channel over the slow work of years. He was not immediately grateful for it, but it came. One morning, though he could not truly call it morning, he found himself thinking about his monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain with something that was not simply possession, not the satisfaction of a king accounting for his kingdom, but something softer and more honest, something close to love without its usual edge of ownership. He thought about the elder monkey who had wept long ago at the edge of the sea. He understood now what that old grief had contained. Centuries passed above the mountain, and then, on a day that felt no different from any other day, he became aware of a presence, not the earth spirits with their iron and copper, but something else, something luminous and calm, Guanyin Bodhisattva came to the mountain the way light comes into a sealed room when the smallest crack appears, gently, without announcement, filling the space around her as naturally as water fills the shape of its vessel. She told him that there was a monk who would one day make a great journey westward in search of sacred scriptures, who would pass this mountain on his road, who would have the power and the authority to release him, if Sun Wukong agreed to accompany him and protect him through all the dangers of the way. She asked him if he would accept this. She waited with the infinite patience of someone who had also learned, in her own long practice, to sit inside the quality of time without being devoured by it. He told her yes. She left, and the mountains settled around him again in the old silence. Though it felt different now, more like a waiting than a punishment. In the year 629, a Buddhist monk named Xuanzang left the Tang capital of Chang'an and walked toward India. This is where the real and the mythological begin to wind around each other. The historical Xuanzang was a man of remarkable determination, a scholar who had grown frustrated with contradictions in the Buddhist texts available to him in China, and who believed, with quiet certainty, that the only solution was to travel to the source himself. He crossed deserts and mountain ranges, and vast stretches of territory that most people of his era would never have dared to enter. He spent 16 years away from home, gathering sacred scriptures, studying in great monasteries, observing a world that few of his countrymen would ever see. When he finally returned, he brought back hundreds of texts and spent the rest of his life translating them. His own account of his travels, a careful and measured document called the Records of the Western Regions, became one of the most extraordinary pieces of writing to survive from that century. It was not a mythological text. It was, by the standards of its time, very nearly journalism. But the imagination of China received it as something more. Over the centuries that followed, the story of his journey transformed, layer by layer, into something else entirely. By the time Wu Cheng'en composed the novel we know as Journey to the West, sometime in the 16th century, the monk had become a figure called Tang Sanzang, a name meaning roughly Tang monk of the three baskets, a reference to the three great divisions of Buddhist scripture. The fictional monk carried the real monk's name and his destination, and the broad shape of his journey. But everything else had been reimagined. Tang Sanzang of the novel is a gentle and deeply compassionate man, so tender in his feeling for all living things that he will weep at the death of an insect. He is not a warrior. He cannot transform himself, or lift heavy objects, or see through the disguises of demons. He is, in the most practical sense, almost entirely helpless on the road that stretches before him. What he possesses instead is an unshakable faith and a goodness so genuine that even his weaknesses feel like a kind of integrity. He is too compassionate sometimes, too easily moved by appearances, too ready to trust what presents itself to him as innocence. These qualities will use him considerable suffering before the journey is done. But they are not flaws in him, so much as they are the very qualities that make him worth protecting. Before he left the capital, Tang Sanzang was commissioned by the Emperor of Tang himself. The Emperor, in the story, is a man who has travelled briefly into the underworld and returned, shaken, who understands in the particular way of someone who has glimpsed what waits on the other side that the sacred texts of the West are needed. He sends Tang Sanzang with his blessing and with the hope that the monk will return. The early part of Tang Sanzang's journey is lonely and dangerous, the road thinning as it moves away from civilization, the landscape becoming something older and stranger. He acquires a horse, loses it to a dragon, continues on foot until Guanyin Bodhisattva, who has quietly arranged much of this journey from the beginning, ensures that the situation resolves itself. He is a man moved forward by faith rather than by ability. The story watches him with something close to tenderness because of that. It is Guanyin who tells him, when the time is right, that there is a disciple waiting beneath a mountain not far ahead. She does not tell him everything about what Sun Wukong is. She tells him enough. When Tang Sanzang arrived at the Five Elements Mountain, he found a face peering out from beneath the stone, weathered and wild-eyed, framed by rock that had held him for 5 centuries. Sun Wukong called out to him with a desperation that he probably would not have admitted was desperation, asking him to remove the seal that the Buddha had placed on the stone. Tang Sanzang, who was the sort of person who responded to desperation with kindness rather than caution, climbed the mountain and removed the paper talisman. The stone cracked open. The earth shuddered in a way that felt like a long breath finally released. And Sun Wukong stepped out into a world that had continued without him for 500 years. He was grateful in the immediate and enormous way of someone who has just been freed from a very long confinement. He kneeled. He called Tang Sanzang his master. And then, almost immediately, the personality that had once brought the entire court of heaven to its knees began to reassert itself. He moved too quickly, spoke too bluntly, addressed demons and dangers along the road with a violence that left Tang Sanzang flinching. The monk was not wrong, exactly, to be unsettled. Sun Wukong's methods were effective, but they were also ferocious. Tang Sanzang's compassion made it difficult for him to watch. Guanyin had foreseen this. She had given Tang Sanzang a gift before the journey, a small golden headband, and the words of a spell to accompany it. She told him, with the calm precision she brought to all her interventions, that if his new disciple proved difficult to manage, this would help. Tang Sanzang offered the headband to Sun Wukong as a gift, framing it as a beautiful thing he had found, something a disciple might want to wear. Sun Wukong, who had many powers but occasionally lacked a certain wariness about gifts from monks, put it on. The metal settled around his head. Tang Sanzang quietly recited the tightening spell. The headband contracted with a sudden and extraordinary pain, biting into Sun Wukong's skull in a way that his 500 years of iron pellets and copper water had not prepared him for. He tore at it with his fingers. He raged. He could not remove it. He would never be able to remove it. Tang Sanzang waited until the moment had passed. Then they looked at each other across the short distance of the road. Sun Wukong rubbed his head and looked at his new master with an expression that could have been fury or the beginning of something else entirely. A monk walking alone to India would not have made much of a story. Fortunately, he did not stay alone for long. The companions who joined Tang Sanzang on the road west did not arrive all at once, and none of them arrived neatly. They came from ruin, each one carrying the memory of a life lived in heaven and lost through their own failing. Guanyin Bodhisattva had prepared the way for them, moving quietly through the world ahead of Tang Sanzang's departure, finding beings who were broken enough to accept redemption on someone else's terms and strong enough to survive what the road would demand of them. What she assembled was not a harmonious fellowship by any natural measure. It was something stranger and, in its way, more honest than that. The first of them was Jubei Jay, who is sometimes called Pigsy in the West, a name that captures something true about him, even if it captures nothing flattering. In heaven, he had been the marshal of the heavenly canopy, a commander of 80,000 naval soldiers, a being of considerable rank and dignity. He lost all of it in a single evening when, emboldened by too much celestial wine, he made an unwanted advance toward the moon goddess Chang'e and was cast out of heaven for his presumption. He fell into the mortal world and was reborn, through some misfortune of cosmic direction, into the body of a creature that was partly human and partly pig, large, bristled, dark-skinned, with enormous ears and a snout he could never quite forget about. He settled into a life of eating and sleeping and occasionally terrorizing the countryside until Guanyin found him and offered him a different arrangement. He accepted, not entirely graciously, and waited near a mountain for the monk to pass. Zhuberjie is a figure worth sitting with because he is neither villain nor hero, and the story never pretends otherwise. He is lazy in a way that feels almost constitutional, as though his body generates fatigue the way a fire generates heat. He complains with considerable creativity and consistency. He schemes for comfort and food and rest in situations where scheming for survival would seem more appropriate. And yet there is something genuinely warm in him, a real capacity for feeling that surfaces at unexpected moments. His attachment to the little community of pilgrims, his clumsy but sincere efforts when the situation truly requires them. He carries the weight of someone who knows exactly what he once was and cannot quite bring himself to grieve it properly, and so he distracts himself with appetite instead. He represents, in the allegory the novel quietly builds, the appetites and desires of the human body, the part of us that would always rather eat and sleep than press forward into difficulty. Shao Wujing came from heaven as well, though his fall was of a different character. He had been a general of the heavenly court, the curtain-raising general, stationed at the Jade Emperor's own banquet table. In a moment of clumsiness or perhaps inattention, he shattered a precious crystal cup and was exiled for the offense, punished, it seemed, with a severity that the crime itself barely warranted, though heaven's bureaucracy has never been much interested in proportionality. He was cast into the river of flowing sands, a wide and terrible expanse where nothing could cross and where he lived on whatever unfortunate travellers came near. He was broad and dark, with red hair and a necklace of 9 skulls, the skulls of the 9 monks who had attempted the crossing before Tang Sanzang and failed. Guanyin reached him too, and he agreed to wait. Where Zhuberjie fills every room he enters with noise and complaint, Shao Wujing tends to disappear into the work. He carries the luggage. He steadies what needs steadying. He speaks when he has something to say, and is content enough with silence the rest of the time. He is not the most vivid member of the company, and the story does not try to make him so. He represents something that is easy to overlook and difficult to do without, the steady, patient labor that keeps any long endeavor moving when enthusiasm and brilliance are busy elsewhere. The horse that Tang Sanzang rides also carries a history he knows nothing about at first. The white dragon horse had been a prince of the dragon kingdom of the Western Sea, condemned to death by the Jade Emperor for burning his father's precious pearl. Guanyin interceded, commuting his sentence to a different kind of service. He was transformed into a white horse and placed by a river gorge to wait, and when the monk arrived, that was the form he kept for the rest of the journey. A horse that had once moved through the ocean, now carrying a gentle man across mountains and deserts toward a distant shore. So the company took shape. A monk of deep compassion and uncertain courage, a monkey of tremendous power and barely contained pride, a fallen marshal of heaven driven by his stomach, a quiet former general carrying everyone's baggage, and a dragon prince walking beneath a saddle. Each of them had been broken in some specific way and pointed westward as part of the mending. Each of them needed something that the pilgrimage might provide, though none of them would have described it that way. Together they were an unlikely company, and none of them, perhaps, was entirely sure the others were worth trusting yet. The road west was not simply long. It was alive in its own way, populated by beings who wanted the monk's flesh and bones for various reasons. The journey that Tang Sanzang and his 3 disciples undertook was understood, even at its beginning, to encompass exactly 81 trials, a number that carried deep significance in both Buddhist and Taoist thought, 9 being a number associated with heaven and completion. 9 multiplied by 9 suggesting a kind of cosmic wholeness that could only be achieved by passing through every variety of difficulty the world was capable of producing. These trials were not random misfortunes, scattered carelessly across the landscape by indifferent fate, but were understood to be deliberate and necessary, each one offering the pilgrims an opportunity to demonstrate something: patience, courage, wisdom, discernment, faith, that they might otherwise have claimed to possess without ever truly earning. The mountains they crossed were steep and cold. The rivers they forded were dark and deep. The demons they encountered along the way arrived in every shape that fear or hunger or ambition could take. Among the early trials was the encounter with the yellow wind monster, a demon of extraordinary power who ruled over a region of perpetual and blinding gales, whose greatest weapon was a wind so fine and cold it could enter a person through the eyes and cloud them entirely, the afflicted wandering in a darkness that had nothing to do with the absence of light. Sun Wukong fought this demon with characteristic ferocity, but even he was struck by the yellow wind and found his eyes burning and dimmed. A rare mo meant of vulnerability for a being who had survived the fires of Laozi's alchemical furnace and emerged stronger for it. The cure came eventually, but the episode served as an early reminder that the road would demand more than raw strength from all of them. Then there was the child called Red Boy, known also as Hong Hai-er, the son of the Bull Demon King and the Princess Iron Fan, a boy who commanded fire so intense and refined that it could burn through the defenses of almost any opponent, who had set his own ambitions on consuming the monk Tang Sanzang, believing the flesh of a holy man who had cultivated virtue across 10 previous lifetimes would grant him extraordinary power. Sun Wukong found, to his considerable surprise and frustration, that his own fire resistance, earned through long exposure to the divine flames of heaven, offered him almost no protection against Red Boy's particular variety of flame. That was fueled not by ordinary combustion, but by the deep inner heat of a demon who had practiced his art for centuries. The situation required the intervention of Guanyin Bodhisattva herself, who subdued Red Boy and transformed him into a disciple. It was one of those moments in the journey where Sun Wukong was reminded that cleverness and fighting ability, as formidable as his were not always the tools the moment required. There would be many other trials in those early stages, encounters with demons who wielded powers that could not be simply fought away with strength alone. Barren lands where the pilgrims questioned whether their quest could possibly justify the suffering demanded. There were trials of temptation where demons sought to turn them from their purpose through seduction or deception. Each trial added another layer to their understanding that the journey would ask everything of them, not once but repeatedly, in forms ever new and ever more challenging. But of all the encounters on the road west during those early trials, none tested the relationship between Sun Wukong and his master more profoundly or with more lasting consequence than the 3 encounters with the demon known as the White Bone Demon, called Bai Gu Jing in the tradition, a spirit of the dead who had cultivated herself over 1,000 years into a being of terrible patience and considerable cunning. She understood something that most demons did not, that the monk Tang Sanzang was not the most difficult obstacle between her and her prize, but rather the one who protected him, the one with the golden eyes that could see through any disguise. And so she did not attack. She transformed instead, taking on the appearance of a young woman carrying food, a village girl, gentle, and soft-voiced, her way across the lonely hills. Tang Sanzang, who had a compassionate heart that was in many ways his greatest gift, and in this particular situation, his greatest vulnerability, saw only an innocent person and was moved by the sight of her. Sun Wukong saw the demon beneath the disguise as clearly as he might see a stone beneath shallow water, his eyes having been sharpened in the furnace to perceive what lay beneath any surface. He struck her down. The demon escaped by releasing a false body and retreating. Tang Sanzang, who had seen only a young woman struck by his disciple's staff, was shaken and deeply troubled. He recited the tightening spell. Sun Wukong bore the pain of the headband closing around his skull in silence. This was because there was nothing he could say that his master was yet ready to hear. The white-bone demon returned in the form of an elderly woman searching for her daughter. Then again, as an old man calling out across the empty hills. Each time Sun Wukong struck, each time Tang Sanzang saw only violence done to the innocent and responded with the only language he had available to him, the words of the tightening spell, and, after the third time, a formal written statement of dismissal, folded and pressed into Sun Wukong's hands with the sorrowful certainty of a man who believed he was doing the right thing. Sun Wukong stood on the road with the document in his hands, and his golden eyes seeing everything around him with perfect clarity. The empty hills, the tracks the demon had left in retreating, the face of his master. That was full of sincere grief and sincere error in equal measure, and there was nothing in any of that clarity that made the moment easier to inhabit. It was the first truly hard lesson of the journey, that seeing clearly and being believed are two entirely different things. Tang Sanzang finally said the words Sun Wukong had known were coming. The morning air on the road felt different immediately after. The monk's voice was not unkind. That made it harder. He spoke with the measured sorrow of someone who believed entirely in what he was doing, reciting the formal words of dismissal as though they were a kind of prayer. Sun Wukong had struck down what appeared to be an innocent young woman, then an old woman, then an elderly man. Each time Tang Sanzang had looked at the crumpled form on the ground and seen only cruelty where Sun Wukong had seen the white-bone demon wearing another face. The monk could not see what his disciple saw. His golden eyes, burned clear by 49 days inside Laozi's furnace, could pierce through any disguise, any glamour, any careful arrangement of false flesh. But that gift meant nothing if the one person whose trust mattered most refused to believe him. Tang Sanzang genuinely thought he was protecting innocence. He genuinely thought Sun Wukong had let something violent and ungovernable loose in himself, something the long road had failed to tame. And so he said the words. They were final, and Sun Wukong stood on the road in the morning light, with nowhere particular to go. He bowed 3 times, slowly, with a formality that was not quite like him, as though he understood this moment deserved more gravity than his usual restless energy allowed. He asked, quietly, that his master at least, to take care of himself on the road ahead. Tang Sanzang turned away without answering. Sun Wukong stood there for a moment longer than he needed to, looking at his master's back, at the white robes and the gentle slope of the monk's shoulders, at Zhuge Jie and Xiao Wujing waiting with their luggage and their carefully neutral expressions. Then he rose into the air on his cloud somersault and flew south, toward Guanyin Bodhisattva's island of Potalaka. This was because there was no one else he could think of to tell. Guanyin received him with the patience she seemed to have in limitless supply. He reported everything, not with the swagger he might once have brought to such a conversation, but with something closer to bewilderment, the genuine confusion of a being who had seen correctly and been punished for it. She listened, and her response was gentle but clear. He should remain nearby and wait. This was because the road ahead was more dangerous for Tang Sanzang than either of them yet knew. She was right, as she tended to be. The demon known as the yellow-robed monster had been watching the pilgrims for some time, waiting precisely for a moment when the most formidable of the protectors was gone. He descended on the group not long after the dismissal. He was of a different order entirely from the dangers the road had offered before. Not a creature whose disguises could be unmasked with golden eyes, but a genuinely powerful demon with connections to the celestial court that made the situation complicated in ways that Zhuge Jie's strength and Sha Wujing's steadiness were not equipped to resolve. Tang Sanzang was captured. The monster, pleased with himself, settled into a kind of patient anticipation, as demons with powerful prisoners often do. Jubajay fought and was driven back. Sha Wujing held his ground but could not advance. The pilgrimage simply stopped, stranded at the edge of a danger none of them could move through without the one they had sent away. It was Jubajay who eventually went to find Sun Wukong, a journey that required Jubajay to do something his nature did not easily accommodate. That was to ask for help with a measure of genuine humility. He found Sun Wukong at Guanyan's island and explained what had happened. It says something real about both of them that Sun Wukong did not make him beg. He had been waiting. He had known, with something that was not quite satisfaction and not quite grief, that this was how it would go. He returned. The battle with the yellow-robed monster was hard and required all of Sun Wukong's considerable inventiveness, but he was fighting to recover something that mattered to him, which always sharpened his focus considerably. He freed his master, he dealt with the demon, and when Tang Sanzang looked at him, truly looked at him, this strange, irreverent, occasionally insufferable creature who had come back without being owed anything, who had returned to a road from which he had been formerly expelled. The monk's expression shifted into something that was not quite an apology and not quite gratitude, but contained both, was perhaps more honest than either would have been alone. He acknowledged that he had been wrong about the white-bone demon. He acknowledged, in the careful way of someone unused to acknowledging such things, that Sun Wukong had seen the truth, and he had not. It was a small moment by the measure of the journey, not a grand reconciliation, not a speech, just a quiet admission spoken on a road in the afternoon light. But for Sun Wukong, who had bowed 3 times on the morning of his dismissal and flown away without an answer, it was enough. What this episode leaves behind is not the story of a conflict, resolved so much as the story of a bond made real, the kind of real that only comes from having genuinely failed each other and returned anyway. Tang Sanzang had his compassion and his blindness and his sincere belief in appearances. Sun Wukong had his clear sight and his wildness and his fierce, unexpectedly tender loyalty. Neither one was complete without the other, and both of them, perhaps, were beginning to understand that. Sun Wukong didn't say anything when they set off again. He just fell back into his place ahead of his master on the road, and that was enough. There was a place on the road west where the mountains themselves were on fire, and had been for a very long time. They rose from the earth in ranges of scorched red rock, and the air above them shimmered and buckled with heat that could be felt from a great distance, long before the flames themselves came into view. Local people called them the Flaming Mountains, and they spoke of them with a particular kind of resignation, not fear exactly, but the settled acceptance of people who have lived beside an impossible thing for so many generations that they no longer waste energy wishing it were otherwise. The mountains burned in every season, through rain and wind alike, indifferent to weather, indifferent to time. According to the story told in this part of the world, the fires had their origin in a single catastrophic moment from Sun Wukong's own past, the day he burst free from Laozi's 8 trigrams furnace, after 49 days of alchemical fire had failed to destroy him. In his eruption from that furnace, sparks had scattered across the heavens and drifted down to earth, and where they landed, the ground itself had caught and never stopped burning. In this way, the mountains were a kind of consequence, an old one, still glowing, marking in stone and flame the moment when Sun Wukong had refused to be unmade. He stood now before what his own escape had wrought, and the irony was not lost on him, though he likely felt no guilt about it. The path west ran directly through this burning terrain, and there was no way around it. The mountains stretched too far in either direction. and the heat was such that an ordinary traveller could not have survived within miles of the flames. Tang Sanzang sat on his white horse at a distance and looked at the fire with the expression he often wore when faced with something that seemed genuinely insurmountable, which was a kind of quiet, exhausted trust. He had come too far to turn back, and he believed too deeply in the purpose of the journey to be stopped by burning mountains, even if he could not yet see how they would be crossed. What was needed, as it turned out, was a fan. A single object was said to be capable of quenching those ancient fires: the banana leaf fan, carried by a figure known as Princess Iron Fan, who lived in a cave palace not far from the mountains. One wave of her fan, the locals explained, would push the flames back. Several more waves would extinguish them entirely, at least for a time. The princess was also known by another name, Lady Rakshasi, and she was the wife of the Bull Demon King, one of the most formidable beings in that part of the world. She was powerful in her own right, composed and dangerous, and she had a personal reason to feel nothing warm towards son Wukong. Her son was Red Boy, the demon child who had captured Tang Sanzang sometime earlier on the journey and been defeated by son Wukong with the help of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The defeat had been thorough, and its result was that Red Boy had been taken into Guanyin's service as a disciple. For a mother, regardless of the spiritual elevation involved, this was a wound that had not closed. Son Wukong went to her cave palace alone, which required a certain kind of confidence. He arrived and asked, reasonably enough, if she might lend him the fan so that his master's pilgrimage could continue. She refused him in a way that was neither polite nor ambiguous. More than that, she fought him, and when she saw she could not simply overpower him, she gave him a fan, just not the real one. The fan she handed him looked correct, and he flew back to the mountains full of the particular satisfaction of a problem solved, only to discover when he waved it that the flames roared higher and burned hotter than before. She had given him a fake, and it had made everything worse. He retreated from the edge of the fire, singed and annoyed, which is a specific kind of annoyance that belongs to those who are embarrassed by their own cleverness. His second approach required more patience and more subtlety than he usually preferred to exercise. He transformed himself into a tiny insect, something small enough to slip through the finest gaps in a doorframe, light enough to land on the rim of a cup without being noticed, and he waited until Princess Iron Fan called for a drink of water after her exertions, then slipped inside the vessel and was swallowed. Once inside her, he made himself known by causing her considerable pain, pressing against her ribs and stomach from within until she agreed to hand over the real fan. He emerged with it, and this time, when he held it, it felt different, heavier and more alive in his grip, as if the object understood its own power. He had it, but the story was not finished. The Bull Demon King, her husband, had been nearby during all of this, and he was not the sort of being who allowed insults to his household to pass without response. He was massive and ancient, one of the original great demons, and he had his own formidable abilities, including the power to transform. The confrontation between them was long and difficult, moving across the landscape near the mountains in a series of transformations and counter-transformations, each combatant shifting form to gain advantage, neither able to hold it for long before the other adjusted. Heavenly soldiers were eventually summoned to help, and together with son Wukong, they cornered the Bull Demon King, who was finally subdued, his resistance broken not cleanly but thoroughly. Princess Iron Fan, watching all of this, agreed at last, with something that might have been genuine resignation, to wave the real fan over the mountains and put the fires out. She did, and the flames fell. The scorched rock remained, hot still to the touch, with thin trails of smoke rising from crevices in the stone, but the fire was gone. The road opened before them through cooled and smoking earth, and the pilgrims walked on into whatever came next. Not every obstacle on the road west came at them with weapons. Some came as water, clear and cool and perfectly ordinary to look at, sitting in a river beside the road with no particular warning attached to it. The kingdom of women, known in the tradition as the Women's Kingdom of Western Liang, was a realm governed entirely by women, a society that had existed for generations without any men at all, and when the pilgrims arrived at its borders, they found themselves received not with hostility, but with something far more quietly complicated than hostility. The queen of this kingdom was gracious, genuinely so, and when her eyes settled on Tang Sanzang, the gentle and rather unworldly monk who had travelled so far and endured so much, she found herself moved in a way that was entirely sincere. She wanted him to stay. She offered him her throne, her kingdom, the whole of it. Tang Sanzang, who was constitutionally unable to be unkind, found the situation deeply uncomfortable in the particular way that only genuinely kind people do when they must refuse something offered with genuine feeling. Before that difficulty could be fully resolved, however, another problem had already presented itself, because earlier, while crossing into the kingdom's territory, Tang Sanzang and Zhu Berjie had stopped to drink from a river called the River of Motherhood, and the water of that river, true to its name, had the power to cause pregnancy in anyone who drank from it. Both the monk and his large, appetitive, perpetually hungry companion had already swallowed quite a lot of it before anyone thought to mention this. What followed was exactly as uncomfortable as it sounds, and Zhu Berjie, who was prone to expressing his discomfort loudly and at length, did exactly that. Sun Wukong, who was immune to such things, and who found the entire episode somewhat less sympathetic than perhaps he should have, was dispatched to find the cure. The cure existed in the form of water from a spring called the Abortion Spring, located in a place called the Mountain of Dissolution, and obtaining it required a journey that Sun Wukong undertook with his usual combination of confidence, adaptability, and willingness to fight anything that got in the way. He returned with the water. The monk and his companion were restored to themselves, which Zhu Berjie received with visible relief, and the pilgrim company made their way gently out of the kingdom, leaving behind its gracious, disappointed queen, and the road continued west. But the temptations did not stop there, and this is the quality of that stretch of the journey that is worth sitting with. The way the story keeps returning not to demons with claws and weapons, but to things that are softer and, in some ways, harder to simply walk away from. There were the spider demon women, for instance, who lived in a place called the Gossamer Cave, and who wove their webs with a particular kind of patience. They were beautiful and hospitable in the way that certain dangers are. They drew the pilgrims into their home, fed them, and wound silken threads around them while they were distracted. The webs they spun were not only physical, and Sun Wukong found them a more unusual adversary than the straightforward enemies he preferred. His golden eyes, which could see through most deceptions, were useful here, though the encounter required assistance from other quarters before it was fully resolved. And then there were the kingdoms, several of them across that long and exhausting portion of the road that wanted Tang Sanzang to remain. Some wanted him for his power, some for reasons that resembled genuine devotion, and some because an immortal monk of evident virtue seemed like a thing worth having nearby. Each invitation was extended with its own internal logic, its own offer of rest and comfort, and an end to the walking. And it is worth noticing what the story is doing in all of this, because a journey that is only made of monsters is a simpler kind of story than the one being told here. Monsters can be defeated with the staff, and with the 72 transformations, and with enough determination. They can be outfought, outwitted, outmaneuvered, but the silk of a comfortable life, the warmth of a kingdom that wants you, the offer of something that feels very much like home, these things work on a different part of a person than fear does. The Buddhist tradition, which sits beneath the whole of this story like the deep roots of a very old tree, understands attachment as one of the fundamental causes of suffering. It is not the sword that keeps a person from arriving at wisdom. It is the gentle accumulation of things that feel too good to leave behind. Tang Sanzang, to his considerable credit, left them all behind. He was not a warrior, and he was not particularly clever in the ways that Sun Wukong was clever, but he possessed something that the story treats as genuinely rare, a clarity of purpose that did not waver when comfort presented itself. Sun Wukong protected him from the things that wanted to devour him. No one could quite protect him from the things that wanted to keep him. He protected himself from those, one kingdom and one invitation at a time. In each case they moved on, which was the only answer any of the temptations ever had. The strangest battle Sun Wukong ever fought was the one against himself. It began, as so many of the journey's troubles did, without warning. The pilgrims had made their camp along the road, and Tang Sanzang sat quietly beneath a tree while his disciples rested nearby. And then something struck the monk from behind with the force of a thunderclap, and when the other pilgrims turned, they saw Sun Wukong standing over their fallen master, staff in hand, the luggage already gathered up and gone. Or they believed they saw Sun Wukong. What they actually saw was a demon of ancient and peculiar power, a being known in the text as the six-eared macaque, who had taken on the Monkey King's appearance so completely. The same golden-banded staff, the same cloud-treading boots, the same sharp and restless eyes, the same voice carrying the same particular note of pride. Hat even those who travelled with Sun Wukong daily could not find a single feature to distinguish one from the other. The six-eared macaque had not merely disguised himself as Sun Wukong the way a demon might drape itself in a stolen skin. He had become, in every outward sense that any being could perceive, exactly what Sun Wukong was. He took the luggage and the travelling documents and went to Flower Fruit Mountain, where he announced to the assembled monkeys that the pilgrimage was a fool's errand, and that he intended to lead a better one of his own devising, with himself at its head, which told you something about the nature of pride when you looked at it clearly. Even an impostor, wearing another creature's face, could not resist arranging the world around himself as a kingdom. The real Sun Wukong, discovering what had happened, flew into a fury that was both entirely understandable and entirely unhelpful. He found his double on Flower Fruit Mountain, and they fought with a ferocity that shook the air around them, and the two were so perfectly matched in strength and technique and transformation that neither could gain ground over the other, because of course neither could. They were, by every measure of power, the same. They fought until the mountain rang with the sound of it, and the monkeys fled to the edges of the trees to watch, uncertain which of the two figures to follow. The pilgrims on the road could not resolve it. Zhu Beijie, sent by Tang Sanzang to fetch Sun Wukong back after the attack, was genuinely unable to say with confidence which one was the companion he had travelled beside for so long. They brought the question to Guanyin Bodhisattva, whose wisdom and compassion had guided so much of this journey from its earliest days, and even she, looking carefully at both figures standing before her, could not with certainty name which was the true Sun Wukong and which was his mirror. There is something humbling in that detail, something worth sitting with quietly, that a being of such clear spiritual sight found herself, in this one instance, at the edge of what perception could determine. They carried their conflict to the court of the underworld, where the great mirror of karma stood, a surface said to reflect not faces, but the truth of what a creature actually was beneath all appearances. And the mirror showed them both as Sun Wukong, identical in every record and every residue of action, as though the universe itself had not yet made up its mind. It was only the Buddha who could see the difference. When the two figures arrived at Vulture Peak, still fighting, still insisting on themselves with equal conviction, the Buddha looked at them with a particular quality of attention that does not need to search for anything because it already contains everything. And he named the six-eared macaque for what he was. A demon whose nature was rooted in hearing and mimicry and the restless desire to be something other than what he was. A creature who had perfected the art of reflection without ever possessing an original self beneath it. The impostor, exposed in the presence of that recognition, could not hold his form. Sun Wukong struck him, and the battle ended, and the luggage was recovered, and the pilgrimage could continue. But the ending of the episode is, in some ways, the least interesting part of it. What the story had already done by that point was something quieter and more unsettling. It had raised, without ever raising its voice, the question of what the self actually is when every external marker of it can be copied with perfect fidelity. The novel, attributed to Wu Cheng'en and first printed in the 16th century, is not a work that explains its meanings directly. It prefers to let them accumulate in the silences between events. But the scholars and teachers who have read this episode across centuries have found in it a resonance with the Buddhist concept of the monkey mind, that restless, leaping, endlessly self-asserting quality of consciousness that generates noise and motion and refuses to be still, the part of awareness that insists on its own importance so loudly that it can barely hear anything else. Sun Wukong had spent his entire life defined by that insistence, the demand to be recognized, to be named equal to heaven, to be seen. And here was a being who had nothing but that quality, who was all insistence, and no substance, all surface, and no ground. To defeat him required a witness who had moved entirely beyond the noise of self. Sun Wukong could not resolve this crisis through strength, or transformation, or cleverness, because those were the very qualities the impostor shared. He needed someone whose stillness was deeper than any storm he could generate. There was a lesson folded inside that, tender and somewhat humbling in the way that the journey's best lessons always were. Sun Wukong received it without comment and picked up his staff and returned to the road. But what unsettled him most, he thought, was how long it took anyone to be sure which one of them was real. After 14 years and 80 troubles on the road, they finally saw the mountain rising in the west. It appeared first as a shape in the morning haze, indistinct, the way something long hoped for often appears when it finally comes into view, too enormous to be entirely believed at once. Vulture Peak, the Thunder Monastery, the place the scriptures were kept. Tang Sanzang had carried the idea of it inside him for all those years the way a person carries a destination they are not entirely sure they will live to reach. He stopped his horse and looked at it for a long time without speaking. Sun Wukong stood beside him and said nothing either, which was unusual enough that Zhu Bajie and Sha Wujing noticed and fell quiet as well. The four of them simply stood there in the cool morning air, watching the mountain. There was still, of course, the matter of getting to it. Between them and Vulture Peak lay a wide river, and on the near bank there was no bridge and no ferry crossing visible. The river had a name in the old telling of this story, the cloud-transcending stream. Its waters were not turbulent, exactly, but they were deep and dark and still in the way of water that does not give up what it takes. Tang Sanzang stood at the edge and felt the old familiar sinking that had accompanied so many obstacles on this road. The recognition that what appeared simple from a distance rarely was. Sun Wukong could have crossed easily, carried his master across with him, arranged the thing in moments. But the journey had taught him, slowly and sometimes painfully, that not every problem was his to solve by force. It was then that an old boatman appeared from along the bank, poling a small wooden craft toward them. The pilgrims were grateful until they looked more closely at the boat and saw that it had no bottom. There was nothing between the wooden frame and the river beneath it. Tang Sanzang stepped back. Sun Wukong, who had spent years learning to see what was true beneath what appeared, told his master gently to trust it. There was something in his voice, quieter than his old voice, the one that had shouted his own name at the gates of heaven. Tang Sanzang stepped into the bottomless boat. What happened next is told with a kind of reverent matter-of-factness in the novel, as though the storyteller knows the reader will need a moment to accept it. As they crossed, a body floated past them downstream, the body of a man who looked unmistakably like Tang Sanzang himself. The monk watched his own corpse drift away on the dark water. Sun Wukong told him this was a thing to celebrate, not to fear. The mortal shell was releasing itself. What crossed to the far bank was something lighter than what had stepped onto the boat. The old boatman, who was not entirely a boatman, pushed the craft ashore, and the pilgrims stepped out onto the other side. The path up to Vulture Peak wound through a quiet grandeur that the novel does not rush to describe, and neither should we. There were clouds at the height of the monastery, and the light that came through them had the quality of something that does not belong entirely to any single hour of the day. Tang Sanzang walked the final distance with a composure that would have been unrecognizable to the man who had knelt trembling before early demons on the road out of Chang'an. He had been frightened so many times that fear had worn itself smooth in him, the way a stone is worn smooth by a river. What remained was something closer to steadiness. They were received at the monastery. The Tathagata Buddha, as he appears in the novel, presided over an assembly that treated the pilgrims' arrival not as surprising, but as expected, the way a host greets a guest who has travelled very far and is, at last, exactly on time. The sutras were brought out to be presented to Tang Sanzang, who received them with tremendous care. He and his disciples were shown to the scripture tower, and the holy texts were placed in their hands. It was Zhu Baji, sorting through the scrolls with his particular mixture of enthusiasm and impatience, who noticed first. The scrolls were blank. Every one of them, unwritten, empty, the pale colour of paper that has never been touched by ink. Ananda and Kasyapa, the two attendants who had handed them over, had presented scriptures with nothing on them at all, and were now nowhere to be seen. The pilgrims' reactions ranged from bewilderment to something sharper. Sun Wukong's golden eyes had seen through demons and disguises and the illusions of 10,000 li of road, and he was not immediately inclined to be patient about celestial pranks. They went back and made their complaint known. The Buddha, in the account preserved in the novel, did not appear especially surprised. He observed that blank sutras were not without their own truth, that teaching beyond words is also teaching, but that the people of the eastern lands were not yet ready to receive so subtle a gift. The real scrolls were prepared, the ones with words on them, and this time Ananda and Kasyapa handed them over in exchange for a gift from the pilgrims, which was the only offering they had, Tang Sanzang's begging bowl. This small exchange is treated with a dry humour in the novel that is rare enough to be charming. The return journey began with the written scriptures loaded carefully and the long road east ahead of them. But the number of trials required of the pilgrimage was 81, and so far there had been only 80. Heaven, which is nothing if not precise in its bookkeeping, had one more difficulty arranged. A great wind rose up over the water and scattered the scriptures, and for a terrible moment it seemed that everything would come apart at the final hour. It did not. The scrolls were gathered, the crisis resolved, and the count reached its required sum. They arrived with the true scriptures and the number was complete, and heaven prepared to receive them. At the end of the journey, heaven held a ceremony. Everyone received the recognition that their long road had earned them. They had returned to China first, the little band of pilgrims who had walked 14 years through fire and strangeness and grief. The Emperor of Tang received them with the solemnity that such a journey deserved, understanding perhaps only a fraction of what they had actually endured on the road west. The sutras were delivered, those sacred texts that Xuanzang, called Tang Sanzang in this telling, had crossed the known world to collect. and the court received them with reverence, though the monks and scholars who would spend generations working through them could not have guessed, in that first moment of arrival, the full measure of what they held in their hands. At the earthly ceremony, however sincere, was only a prelude. The true recognition came from heaven itself, from Vulture Peak, from the Buddha who had set the pilgrimage in motion and watched over its long unfolding with a patience that no mortal institution could have matched. Each of the companions was called forward in turn. Each received a title that reflected not only what they had done, but what they had become through the doing of it. Tang Sanzang, the gentle monk who had never stopped believing in the journey, even when the road tried hardest to undo him, was elevated to Buddhahood, named the Kandana Punya Buddha, a recognition of the immeasurable merit his compassion and perseverance had accumulated across 14 years of faithful travel. Sha Wujing, the quiet and steady one, who had carried the luggage and kept his counsel and never once abandoned the group in its darkest passages, received the title of Golden Arhat, a station of great spiritual dignity befitting his patient and unassuming nature. Zubaje, the complicated and hungry and surprisingly loyal pig spirit who had grumbled at every mountain and still managed to show up when it mattered, was named the Cleanser of the Altars, a title with a practical ring to it. This was because the offerings people left at shrines across the world would need someone to attend to them. Zubaje had always had an honest relationship with food. Even the white dragon horse, who had carried Tang Sanzang across rivers and deserts and burning mountains without complaint, was elevated, returned to his dragon nature, and give, in a place of honor that acknowledged the quiet steadfastness of a creature who had served without recognition for the whole of the journey. These elevations seemed complete in their own way, each title a perfect fit for the one who received it. Each reflected a life remade through sacrifice and growth, through the simple act of showing up day after day on a road that tested every limit. There was a rightness to their ascension, a sense that the universe had finally seen what these beings had become and rewarded them accordingly. The heavens seemed to settle into a satisfied silence, the work of elevation finished and the debts of karma balanced. Yet there was one among them whose recognition would carry a different weight entirely, would mean something more complex and more carefully considered than the others. One whose journey had been less about becoming what he should have been and more about discovering what he could become. Me, if given the chance. And then there was Sun Wukong, who had begun the journey in chains and would end it in light. The title given to him was Do Zhan Sheng Fo, the victorious fighting Buddha, and there is something deeply considered about those words, something that feels chosen with great care rather than assigned out of ceremony or habit. It does not erase what he was. It does not ask you to forget the stone monkey who cracked the sky open with his golden staff, who bullied the dragon kings and rewrote his own name out of the ledger of death, and laughed in the face of every celestial army heaven sent against him. The word fighting is still there, settled into the heart of the title. This was because Sun Wukong's nature was never something to be ashamed of. It was something to be directed, refined, given purpose rather than suppressed. The Buddha who had trapped him under the 5 Elements mountain had never been trying to destroy what he was. That imprisonment, those 500 years of iron pellets and molten copper, and the slow weight of stone, had been a kind of waiting, a held breath, until the creature, with all that ferocious energy, was ready to put it in service of something larger than his own pride. And Sun Wukong's first question, upon receiving the title, was not about its rank or its implications, or what it would mean for his standing in the celestial order. He asked about the headband, the band that Tang Sanzang had placed on his head through a trick, the one that tightened painfully each time he strayed too far from compassion. the one he had resented and raged against and never quite stopped being aware of through every battle and every long mile of the road. He wanted to know if he still had to wear it. The answer, quiet and complete, was that it was already gone, that it had dissolved on its own, that he had not needed it for some time, that it had simply ceased to exist once there was no longer any use for it. The detail is the whole story told in miniature, the constraint, falling away, not because it was removed by force, as he might once have tried, but because the thing it was constraining had transformed into something that no longer required constraining. He reached up and touched his head where the headband had been, found nothing there, and stood in the light of Vulture Peak with his empty hands open. A character as vivid as Sun Wukong does not stay inside one book for long. From the moment Journey to the West began to circulate in the late 16th century, the Monkey King slipped free of its pages and moved through the world the way water moves through stone, quietly, persistently, finding every crack and hollow until his shape was everywhere. Chinese emigrants carried him with them across the sea to Southeast Asia, to the islands and peninsulas and river deltas where new communities were taking root. Wherever those communities built temples and gathered for festivals and told their children the old stories, Sun Wukong was there among them. In Vietnam, he became a beloved figure of folk tradition, appearing in theatrical performances that blended his story with local spiritual practice. In Korea, the tales wound their way into popular storytelling and stage drama. In Japan, where his name became Son Goku, he became so thoroughly woven into the cultural imagination that generations of Japanese children grew up feeling him to be their own, as natural and familiar as any figure from their native mythology. That sense of ownership was not wrong exactly. Stories belong to the people who love them. Many people loved him. He crossed no border reluctantly. Every culture that encountered him seemed to find something in him that felt already known, already felt as though he had been waiting just outside the door of their own tradition all along. In China, his theatrical life was perhaps the richest of all. The tradition of Peking opera gave him a particular costume and a particular way of moving: the golden headdress, the embroidered robes, the acrobatic leaping style that tried in physical form to capture what the novel described in words. Trained actors spent years learning to inhabit him, studying the precise angle of the staff, the particular quality of his alertness and his arrogance and his hidden tenderness. This was because you could not play Sun Wukong convincingly without understanding all three. At Chinese New Year celebrations across centuries and across continents, his image appeared on lanterns and in processions and in the performances that communities offered to one another as a kind of annual renewal, a reminder of where they had come from and what they carried with them. His face, painted gold and white and fierce, became one of the most recognizable faces in the world. It was still recognizable because it was still true, still the face of something that refuses to be contained, something that reaches past the boundary someone else drew and asks, very simply, why that boundary should exist at all. There is something in that question that human beings seem to need to hear repeated, in every century, in every language, in every form the story can find. He has appeared in films and television dramas and comic books and animated series, each adaptation finding its own angle on the same essential figure. In 20th century China, comic strips and illustrated publications made him accessible to readers who might never encounter the complete novel or attend a formal opera. Hong Kong action cinema discovered in him a natural subject for spectacle and movement. The 1978 television adaptation of Journey to the West became a cultural phenomenon that reached into nearly every Chinese household, its theme song becoming iconic. More recently, animated adaptations have introduced Sun Wukong to millions of children worldwide who know him through screens and digital media. Yet across all these iterations and mediums, something essential remains unchanged. The core of what he represents translates across every form. The same stone-born creature who wanted more than the mountain could offer him and would not stop until he understood what more actually meant. The monkey mind, as Buddhist teaching names it, is the restless, leaping, grasping quality of consciousness that jumps from thought to thought and cannot settle, and Sun Wukong is its perfect embodiment. Not because he glorifies that restlessness, but because he lives through the full consequence of it, from the wild freedom of Flower Fruit Mountain all the way to the stillness of Vulture Peak, where the headband dissolved and the staff was at rest. His story is the story of that journey, the one from noise to quiet, from wanting everything to understanding what is actually worth wanting. It takes him 500 years beneath a mountain and fought, and years on the road, and 81 trials and one final. Gentle dissolution of everything he thought defined him. People return to that arc because they recognize it, not as something that happened to a monkey in a book, but as something that happens in smaller and less dramatic ways. To anyone who has ever been brought low by their own pride and had to find their way back up through service rather than conquest. He is not a comfortable hero. He is not a simple one. He is a figure who contains contradictions, vast power and genuine humility, fierce loyalty and volatile anger. Deep wisdom arrived at very late, and that complexity is precisely why he endures. Somewhere on a mountain, in the oldest version of the story, there is still a stone sitting in the sunlight. The world has not ye. It's seen what it will become. Good evening, and welcome to Mythology and Folklore for Sleep podcast. And tonight, I'll be here to guide you as we travel into the world of Norse mythology to meet one of its most extraordinary beings, Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse of Odin, a creature who could carry his rider between worlds. We will follow his story from the very strange and unlikely circumstances of his birth, through a life spent crossing the boundaries between realms, between the world of the living and the world of the dead, between the halls of the gods and the cold territories of the giants, and all the way to the final horizon of Norse mythology itself. It is a story filled with wonder, with quiet mystery, and with the kind of deep and unhurried beauty that the Old Norse world does so well. First though, before we venture into our tale, I'd like to invite you to pause and settle into the place where you find yourself right now. Allow your body to grow a little heavier, a little softer. If your eyes are not already closed, you might gently let them fall shut. There is nothing you need to do this evening except listen. Every breath you take is drawing you a little further from the noise of the day and a little closer to rest. Notice the weight of the blanket over you, or the gentle give of the surface beneath you. Your arms, your legs, your shoulders, invite all of them to let go of whatever they have been holding. You have been carrying the day long enough. You can set it down now. As your body softens and your breathing slows, let your imagination travel somewhere very far to the north. Picture a landscape where the sky is pale and wide, the kind of pale that comes just after a long winter, silvery white along the horizon, fading up into a soft and wordless blue overhead. There is a forest at the edge of your vision, tall dark pines standing very still, their reflections stretched out across the surface of a lake that lies perfectly flat and unbroken before you. There is no wind. The water is like glass, holding the whole sky inside it. It is quiet in the way that only wild and untouched places can be quiet, not an empty silence, but a full one, layered with the distant sound of water moving slowly somewhere deep in the trees, and the occasional soft breath of cold air moving through the branches. The ground beneath your feet is covered in a fine layer of frost that crunches gently as you walk, and your breath rises in small, pale clouds before you. This is the kind of world where the Old Norse stories feel entirely at home. It is a world where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was always a little thinner than expected, where a stranger on the road might be a god in disguise, and where a horse, unlike any other, might appear one quiet morning and change the shape of everything. You are safe here. The cold is the pleasant kind, crisp and clean, and the forest around the lake is deep and peaceful. You can rest in this place, and you can listen, and the story will come to you softly, one image at a time, like the pale light spreading slowly across the surface of that still northern water. Now that we have settled in, let us begin our story. Long before Sleipnir was born, the Norse people understood the world as a vast and living tree. They called it Yggdrasil, and they imagined it not as something distant or symbolic, but as the actual structure of existence itself. The great ash tree whose roots drove down into the deepest darkness and whose branches stretched upward into realms of light and wind and cold fire. It was not a metaphor to them. It was the truth of how things were arranged, the bones of the universe made visible in the form of wood and leaf and root. 3 enormous roots anchored it in 3 separate places, one descending into Asgard, the home of the gods, where a sacred well of wisdom lay cool and still beneath the bark. One reaching down into Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, where another well rested in shadow, and one plunging all the way to the lowest dark, to the realm called Niflheim, where the dragon Nidhoggrug gnawed endlessly at the wood. The tree was always under pressure, always being consumed from below and tended from above, and yet it held. Squirrels ran messages up and down its length. An eagle perched in its highest branches, ancient and watchful. 4 stags wandered among the boughs, grazing on the fresh green growth. And all around the roots and branches, distributed across the great canopy of Yggdrasil-like rooms in an enormous house, were the 9 worlds, each one distinct, each one real, each one connected to the others only through the tree itself. To move from one world to another, you had to travel along Yggdrasil's pathways, through places that had no roads, no bridges built by human hands, no ordinary geography at all. For most beings, this kind of travel was impossible. The worlds were separated not just by distance, but by something more fundamental, by nature itself, by the difference between light and dark, between the living and the dead, between fire and ice. Asgard sat highest among them, gleaming and cold and bright, a place of long halls and golden rooftops, where the gods feasted and argued and kept watch over the lower realms. It was ringed by a great wall. Beyond that wall, the sky opened into something vast and pale, a kind of blue that has no name in any ordinary language. Midgard lay near the center of the great tree. The world of human beings, green and brown and full of seasons, surrounded by a deep ocean where the serpent Jormungandr coiled around its edges and held his own tail between his teeth. Above Midgard and to one side lay Alfheim, where the light elves moved through air that seemed always to be just after sunrise. Somewhere darker and further in was Svartalfaheimr, the home of the dwarves, where the best craftspeople in any of the 9 worlds hammered and shaped things of extraordinary power in the deep underground. And below, far below everything else, past the roots of the tree, past the cold and the dark, lay Hell, not a place of punishment in the way some later traditions imagined, but simply the realm where the ordinary dead arrived and remained, quiet and grey and removed from the warm currents of the living world. Between all of these places moved the gods, the giants, the elves, the spirits who inhabited this great branching universe. They moved with varying degrees of difficulty, depending on what they were and where they wished to go. The gods of Asgard, the Aesir as they were called, were powerful and long-lived, but they were not unlimited. They could cross into certain realms more easily than others. There were places even they could not reach without effort and preparation. The giants, the Jotnar, lived mostly in Jotunheim and in the frozen northern reaches. Enormous and ancient beings who predated the gods themselves and who regarded Asgard with a mixture of resentment and wary respect. There had always been conflict between the gods and the giants. There had always been, alongside that conflict, a complicated web of marriages and alliances and shared blood that made the line between them less clear than it might seem. Odin himself had giant ancestry. Loki was half-giant by birth and had been brought into Asgard long ago as something between a guest and a hostage and a friend. The worlds were separate, but they were not sealed. Travelers moved between them. Messages passed back and forth along Yggdrasil's invisible roads. The business of one realm had a way of becoming the business of another. The challenge of travel between worlds was not simply one of geography or distance. Yggdrasil itself did not bridge these realms through any sort of ordinary space. A path down the tree's ancient roots did not lead to another place by another route. Instead, crossing between worlds required the traveler to undergo a profound transformation, to perceive and navigate through dimensions of reality that had no clear equivalent in any human experience or ordinary understanding. This was the nature of things in Norse cosmology, not a simple division between good above and evil below, but an intricate and living system in which the realms depended on one another in ways that were not always obvious until something went wrong. When the gods needed to intervene in Midgard, they went there. When Odin wished to consult the dead, he descended toward Hel. When giants grew bold or threatened the boundaries of Asgard, the gods rode out to meet them. All of this required travel. Travel across the 9 worlds required something extraordinary, a means of moving through the invisible pathways along Yggdrasil's roots and branches, across water that was not ordinary water, and through dark that was not ordinary dark. An ordinary horse could carry a rider across Midgard easily enough, but no ordinary horse could cross the boundary between the living world and the realm of the dead, or gallop through the empty air between realms without faltering, or descend into the frozen roots of the tree and return unharmed. The Norse cosmos was magnificent, but it was also immense and demanding, full of distances that had no equivalent in the human world and thresholds that most creatures could not cross, no matter how strong or swift they were. It was into this layered, living cosmos that Sleipnir would one day arrive, and he would prove essential to nearly all of it. Of all the gods who lived in Asgard, Odin was the one who could never quite stay still. He was the chief of the Aesir, the eldest and most powerful of the gods who called that golden realm their home. Yet the golden halls and their comforts seemed to hold him only loosely. The way morning light holds the last traces of night, gently, briefly, and never quite completely, where the other gods concern themselves with their own domains, with the tending of their particular gifts and the management of their particular powers. Odin was always looking outward, always tilting his head in the direction of some horizon he had not yet crossed. He wore a broad-brimmed hat pulled low over his face and a long grey cloak that fell around him like the colour of clouds before rain. In this disguise, he wandered through the worlds in the way that the wind wanders, purposefully, restlessly, without announcing itself. This was not the wandering of a god seeking rest or distraction. It was the movement of a being driven by something far deeper than mere curiosity or restlessness. Odin understood that knowledge did not reveal itself to those who remained comfortable in their high places. The truths he sought lived in the spaces between worlds, in the whispered conversations of mortals, in the hidden corners where magic pooled like water. He had learned long ago that the price of understanding was always paid in the currency of effort and endurance. No throne, however elevated, could bring wisdom to a god who refused to leave his seat. And so he walked where others feared to tread, listened where others turned away their ears, and looked unflinchingly at the kinds of truths that made lesser beings avert their gaze. He carried a spear called Gungnir, said to be perfectly balanced and incapable of missing whatever it was aimed at. He rode, when he rode, with an ease that made him seem less like a traveller moving through a landscape and more like something that had always belonged to it. But even more than the spear or the cloak or the low-pulled hat, what defined Odin was his hunger, not for food or comfort or rest, but for something far more difficult to satisfy. He wanted to know everything there was to know about the past and the future, and all the things in between. That particular hunger had a way of sending him far from home on journeys that were long, strange, and not always safe. From his high seat called Hlidskjalf, a throne so elevated that he could look out over all of the 9 worlds at once, he watched and studied and made note of everything he saw. But watching was never enough. Odin needed to go where the answers were, and the answers were rarely in Asgard. 2 ravens lived with him and were as close to him as any companion could be. Their names were Hugin and Munin, which carried the meaning of thought and memory in the old language. Every morning he sent them out from his shoulders into the world, one to the east and one to the west, to fly across all the realms and bring back to him whatever they had seen and heard. When they returned at evening and perched again at his shoulders, bending close to speak into his ears, they gave him news from places no god had visited and no human would ever find. The ravens were invaluable to him, and yet they could only go so far in satisfying his appetite for knowledge. They could fly where most creatures could not, could penetrate the mysteries that lay hidden from ordinary sight. But there were realms even they could not easily access, places where the air itself resisted the movement of wings. There were journeys that required not the swift passage of a bird in flight, but the sustained power and supernatural endurance of something far more substantial. There were roads that wound through places beyond the maps that any mortal had ever drawn, paths that existed in the spaces between one moment and the next. For these journeys, Odin needed something altogether different from what even his most faithful companions could provide. He relied on them. There was a quiet tenderness in the way he waited for them to return, a protectiveness that was rare in a being otherwise so composed and so carefully unknowable. But even Hugin and Munin had their limits. They could observe and report, but they could not carry him. Odin often needed to go himself, to ride down into the earth or up beyond the sky, or sideways through the hidden passages between worlds where the ordinary rules of direction and distance ceased to apply. He had given one of his eyes in exchange for a single drink from the well of cosmic wisdom that lay at the root of Yggdrasil, pressing it into his skull one quiet morning and enduring what came after without a sound. This was because what he received in return was worth far more to him than sight. The price of knowledge was always steep, and he paid it without hesitation or regret. He understood that the great truths of existence could never be freely given. They had to be earned through sacrifice, through the willingness to surrender something precious in exchange for understanding. He had hung himself from the branches of Yggdrasil for 9 days and 9 nights, wounded, fasting, alone, until the runes revealed themselves to him from the dark water below, not because anyone asked him to, but because the knowledge he wanted lived on the other side of that ordeal. There was no other way to reach it. He was a god who moved through pain the way most people move through open doorways, without slowing down. And so it followed, as naturally as morning follows the dark, that a god of such reach and such restlessness would require something extraordinary beneath him when the wandering called him to places beyond the borders of any known world. He needed a horse that matched him, one that could follow him anywhere he chose to go, no matter how far beyond the ordinary world that journey might take him. It was after the gods had finished shaping the world that they turned their attention to protecting it. Asgard was magnificent, full of gleaming halls, deep meadows, and the kind of light that seemed to come from the sky itself rather than from any single source. But it was also exposed, open on all sides to the great and restless cosmos that pressed in around it, and the gods knew, with the particular wisdom that comes from having survived a long and exhausting war, that beauty alone was not enough to keep something safe. The war against the Vanir had ended, and an uneasy peace had settled over the realms, but there were still giants in Jotunheim who had no love for the Aesir, still forces stirring at the roots of Yggdrasil that could not be reasoned with. What Asgard needed, the gods decided, was a wall, a real one, something vast and solid, and built to last against whatever the cosmos might eventually send their way. They spoke of it among themselves for some time, the way people speak of large projects they intend to begin and have not quite found the will to start. Stone would need to be quarried from somewhere, labor organized, plans drawn. It was the kind of undertaking that made even divine beings pause and reconsider their afternoons. Then, one day, a stranger arrived at the gates of Asgard. He came alone, on horseback, riding a stallion of extraordinary size, and he asked to speak with the gods about their wall. According to the account preserved in Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda, this man presented himself as a builder, a craftsman who said he could raise the wall they needed, and raise it well, better and higher and stronger than anything they could manage on their own. He had the look of a man who was accustomed to working with stone, broad through the shoulders, unhurried in his speech, and perfectly confident in what he was proposing. The gods gathered and listened. His terms, however, were something else entirely. In exchange for building the wall, the stranger asked for 3 things: the goddess Freya as his wife, the sun, and the moon. He said this plainly, without embarrassment, as though the request were perfectly reasonable, as though he were asking for nothing more than fair compensation for skilled work. The gods went very quiet when they heard it. Freya was among the most beloved of all the beings in Asgard, radiant, powerful, deeply woven into the life of the gods and the world they inhabited. And the sun and moon were not objects anyone could simply hand over. They moved through the sky above Midgard and gave the world of humans its rhythm, its seasons, its ability to sustain life at all. To give away the sun and the moon would be to die, ken every realm beneath them, and leave Midgard to freeze and wither. There was no version of this arrangement that the gods could honestly call acceptable. Most of them said so immediately. But then Loki spoke up, which is generally the moment in any story when things begin to get complicated. Loki had a way of seeing angles that others missed, and whether this was a gift or a tendency toward mischief was often difficult to tell, even for those who knew him well. He suggested a counteroffer. Let the builder have his terms, Loki said, but add a condition. Give him only 1 winter, not a day more, to finish the work. And he must do it alone, without the help of any other person. If the wall was complete by the first day of summer, he would receive everything he asked for. If it was not complete, he would receive nothing at all. The gods looked at one another. The wall that needed to be built was enormous, far beyond what any single person could finish in a matter of months, even someone who claimed to be a skilled builder. It seemed, at least at first glance, like a safe bet. The builder listened to the counteroffer and did not laugh. Instead, he paused, considering the terms with the kind of calm that suggested he had negotiated such matters before. There was something in his bearing that did not quite fit with the casual confidence he had displayed earlier, a steadiness that seemed carved from stone itself. Yet the gods, encouraged by Loki's apparent certainty and their own desperate need for protection, chose not to examine this too carefully. They were eager to believe that the terms were impossible, that no one could actually complete such a task alone in so short a time, and this eagerness made them less cautious than they might otherwise have been. The builder then made one small request of his own, that he be permitted the use of his stallion, Svadilfari, to help him move the stones. Loki encouraged the gods to agree, and so they did. The arrangement was settled, oaths were sworn, and the builder began his work on the very first day of winter. What happened next surprised everyone. The stallion, whose name was Svadilfari, was not an ordinary horse. He was immense, heavy with muscle, and possessed of a strength that seemed to belong to something older and wilder than the realm of the gods. Each night he dragged loads of stone from the quarry that would have taken a team of oxen days to move, hauling great boulders across the dark ground as though they were made of something much lighter than they were. The sound of it carried through the cold air, the deep rolling drag of stone across stone, the rhythmic labor of hooves on frozen earth, and it continued through the night hours while the gods slept. By morning, another section of the wall would be standing, solid and well-fitted, rising a little higher than it had been the evening before. The builder himself was equally tireless. He worked through the brief winter light and into the dark, his breath clouding in the cold air, his hands moving with the kind of practiced certainty that belongs to someone who has done this work for a very long time. The stones were laid cleanly, each one fitting against the next with a precision that the gods, watching from inside Asgard, found increasingly difficult to dismiss. As the weeks passed and the wall climbed higher, it began to look less like an ambitious project and more like something that might actually be finished. By the time the last weeks of winter arrived, the wall was nearly done. The gates had already been constructed and hung. The great stone courses rose on every side, thick and high and solid, exactly the kind of fortification the gods had wanted. The builder needed only a small amount of additional work to close the final stretch, and he still had 3 nights remaining in the winter when the gods gathered and looked at what had been built and understood, fully and without any remaining doubt, that they had made a terrible miscalculation. If the wall was completed, and it appeared very much as though it would be, they would owe the builder Freya, the sun, and the moon. The goddess herself sat in the hall among them, and no one could quite bring themselves to look at her directly. Outside, in the winter dark, the sound of Svadilfari moving stone continued steadily, indifferent to the anxiety gathering inside the walls he was helping to build. The gods thought of Midgard below them, of the world of humans going about their short and quietly hopeful lives, of crops that needed sunlight, of seasons that depended on the turn of the sky, of everything that the loss of the sun and moon would mean for the world they had made. They thought about Freya, who had not agreed to any of this, and who sat among them with a composure that concealed something very close to fury. With only 3 days remaining in the winter, and the wall nearly complete, the gods looked at one another and realized they had a very serious problem on their hands. The gods did not have to look far to find the person responsible for their predicament. Loki had been the one to suggest the terms of the bargain in the first place, persuading the gods that they had nothing to lose by accepting a deal that seemed impossible to fulfill. He had been confident, easy, almost amused about the whole arrangement, and the gods had listened to him. Now, with only 3 days left in the winter, and the wall rising steadily toward completion, the mood in Asgard had grown very dark, and every pair of eyes turned toward Loki with an expression that left very little room for misunderstanding. The gods told him plainly that he had created this situation, and he was going to find a way out of it, one way or another, or he would face consequences severe enough that he would wish he had never opened his mouth at all. Loki, who had a long and complicated relationship with consequences, understood that this time they meant what they said. He went away from that gathering to think, and what he came back with was a plan that was, even by his own considerable standards, extraordinarily strange. Loki did not explain all the details of his thinking to the assembled gods, which was perhaps wise, for they were in no mood to hear lengthy explanations. What he did tell them was simple. He knew a way to stop the work. There was a weakness, he said, a single point of failure in what otherwise appeared to be an unstoppable arrangement. The gods, desperate and grasping at anything that might save them from their predicament, did not ask many questions. What Loki needed from them was permission to act as he saw fit, and their agreement that they would not interfere with whatever methods he chose to employ. They gave him both, without hesitation. Loki then set about making preparations, and if his preparations involved spending time in the forest beyond Asgard's boundaries and consulting with forces and creatures that existed in the spaces between the worlds, the gods chose not to inquire too closely about such matters. There are some things, they understood, that work better when they are done in darkness and in secret, and this was clearly one of them. Loki moved through those days with a purpose that was almost grim, a far cry from his usual manner. Whatever amusement he had felt about the bargain in the first place had now burned away entirely, replaced by something harder and more focused. He had gotten the gods into this situation, and he would get them out, though the price of that escape would be paid in ways he could not yet fully anticipate. The stallion Svadilfari was the real reason the wall was nearly finished. The builder was strong, certainly, but Svadilfari was something beyond ordinary strength. He hauled stones that a team of ordinary horses could not have shifted, working through the night hours without tiring, his great hooves ringing against the frozen ground like iron bells in the darkness. If the builder could be separated from his horse, even for a single night, the pace of the work would slow enough to make completion impossible before winter ended. Loki understood this, and so, on an evening when the last cold light of winter was fading across the sky, and the builder was setting Svadilfari to work among the stone fields outside the walls of Asgard, something appeared at the edge of the forest. It was a mare, lee and graceful, stepping lightly between the trees, with an air of complete indifference to everything around her, the way that mares sometimes do when they are not quite as indifferent as they appear. The mare was beautiful in the way that dangerous things often are, with lines of perfect proportion and movement, and there was something in her eyes that spoke of intelligence and purpose hidden beneath the animal form. She seemed to shimmer slightly in the dying light, as though she existed only partially in the world of visible things. Svadilfari saw her and stopped. The great stallion, who had carried mountains of stone through the long dark months without pausing, stood very still, and then he broke away from the work, pulling free of his harness with a force that sent timber crashing into the snow, and ran toward the forest. The mare slipped between the trees and was gone, and Svadilfari went after her like a river that has finally found the opening it was looking for, crashing and thundering through the birch trees, with a sound that shook loose snow from every branch for a great distance around. Svadilfari did not return that night, nor the following day. The builder searched the forest for hours, calling out in languages that were not the languages of men, his voice growing hoarser and more desperate as the darkness fell. The stallion's tracks led deep into the woods, and then seemed to vanish entirely, as though both horse and mare had simply ceased to exist in the physical world. By the time the builder gave up his search and stumbled back out of the forest, the opportunity had passed. One night's absence was enough. The momentum was broken, the rhythm interrupted, and without Svadilfari's extraordinary strength, the remaining stone could not be positioned in time. The wall would not be finished before winter ended. The bargain, against all odds and despite months of labor and supernatural effort, would fail. The builder stood at the edge of his ruined work and watched his horse disappear. What rose up inside him in that moment was not merely frustration or disappointment. It was something much older and colder than that, a fury of the kind that does not bother to raise its voice because it does not need to. He had come to Asgard in the shape of a man, wearing the appearance of a mortal craftsman, and he had maintained that shape for months, through every long frozen night of hauling stone and setting foundations. But grief and rage have a way of loosening the shapes that creatures wear over their true natures, And what the gods saw when they came down from Asgard to find out what the crashing and shouting was about was not a man at all. The figure standing among the scattered stones and broken harness was a Jotun, one of the giants from beyond the borders of Asgard, and he was looking at the gods with an expression that made it clear the time for negotiation was entirely over. He had been tricked. He understood that now, and he intended to make his feelings about that known in the most direct way available to him. The gods, for their part, were not particularly surprised. They had suspected something of the kind from the very beginning. What they did not do was step aside. Instead, someone sent word to Thor, and Thor came. He came quickly, the way he always did when there was a giant nearby and something needed to be resolved in a manner that left no room for further discussion. The Jotun never finished what he had come to say. Thor's hammer found him before he could, and the giant, who had nearly succeeded in winning the sun and the moon and the goddess Freya as payment for a winter's work, was gone from Asgard, gone from the story, as suddenly and completely as a stone dropping into deep water. The wall stood unfinished, the giant was gone, and the gods turned their attention to the matter of Loki and what was to be done about him. He had saved them, certainly, but the methods he had employed to do so were precisely the sort of thing that made them uneasy about him in the first place. He had vanished into the forest with Svadilfari thundering after him, and while he eventually returned to Asgard, there were whispers about what had transpired in that darkness, whispers that Loki himself never fully addressed or explained. He had paid a price for his cleverness, though not the price the gods had threatened him with, and some debts, once incurred, are never truly settled. Sometime after the winter ended, Loki returned to Asgard. He came alone, on foot, walking through the great gates in the pale early light of a morning that still carried the cold breath of the season just past. The gods who saw him first were not entirely sure what to make of his expression. It was something between exhaustion and a quiet, private satisfaction. The look of someone who has been through something they are not quite ready to explain. He had been gone for months, since that night when Svadilfari had crashed through the tree line after him in the dark. No word had come from him during all that time. The gods had managed the aftermath of the builder's death without him, had watched the unfinished wall settle into permanence, had moved on in the way that gods do. That is to say, they had mostly argued about what had happened and who was to blame, and then gradually allowed the argument to soften into silence. But Loki had not come back empty-handed. Walking a few steps behind him, still uncertain on legs that had not yet fully learned what they were supposed to do, was a foal. He was grey, not the pale silver grey of a winter sky at midday, but something deeper and more layered than that, the grey of still water when clouds have gathered over it, a colour that seemed to shift slightly depending on where the light was coming from. He was delicate in the way that all young horses are delicate, his legs long and a little unsteady, his neck arched with the curious tentative grace of a creature discovering the world one careful step at a time. And he had 8 legs, not 4, 8, paired evenly along his body, each one moving with a fluid coordination that should not have been possible. Each step landing so softly that he seemed to barely disturb the ground beneath him, as though he were already learning to move between things rather than simply across them. The gods gathered, slowly at first, and then all at once, the way people do when something appears that none of them has any language for yet. They stood at a respectful distance and looked at the foal. The foal looked back at them with large, calm eyes, the colour of deep water, showing no fear of any of them. Loki offered very little in the way of explanation. He had been away, he said. Things had happened. He gestured lightly toward the foal, as if the rest could be understood without being spoken aloud, which it could. The gods understood the lineage without needing to hear it. Svadilfari's strength had been extraordinary, even among the horses of the giants. Loki, in his other form, had led that stallion away from Asgard's wall and into the forest, and the months that followed had produced this quiet, eight-legged colt with the deep grey coat and the unhurried way of standing that made him seem older than he was, or perhaps ageless in a way that had nothing to do with age at all. Some of the gods were unsettled, some were simply amazed. One or two regarded Loki with an expression that mixed admiration with something closer to exasperation. This was because it was very much like Loki to have turned an act of chaos and trickery into the arrival of something genuinely beautiful. It was Odin who stepped forward first. He had been standing at the edge of the gathered gods, watching the foal with the particular quality of attention he gave to things that interested him deeply. That was an attention so still and focused it could feel almost like pressure. He walked toward the foal slowly, making no sudden movement. The young horse turned his head toward him and did not step away. Odin held out his hand, and the foal touched it with his soft muzzle. Something passed between them in that moment that none of the other gods could quite name or describe afterward. Only that it had the quality of recognition, not of two strangers meeting for the first time, but of something more like two travelers who have been heading toward the same place from different directions, and they finally arrived at it together. Odin understood immediately, with the certainty of a god who has spent a very long time learning to read the nature of things, that this foal was unlike anything that had been born before, not merely unusual, not merely fast, though he would be extraordinarily fast. The foal carried within him some quality that touched the oldest and strangest kinds of knowing, the knowledge that there are boundaries in the world, boundaries between realms and between states of being, that most creatures and most gods are constrained by those boundaries in ways they cannot even see, that this grey eight-legged foal with the calm eyes was not going to be constrained by them at all. He was named Sleipnir. That, in the old language, carried the meaning of the one who slides or glides, a name that suited him. The name seemed to settle upon him as though he had been waiting for it all along. It was a name that carried real weight, that spoke of his true nature in a much deeper way than simple description could manage. When the gods spoke it aloud together for the first time, there was something almost ceremonial about it, though no ceremony had been formally planned. Each time the name was spoken, the foal would turn his head slightly, acknowledging it with the calm recognition of one who knows his own truth perfectly. The gods found themselves drawn together to witness this naming, to be present for when a creature of extraordinary nature was finally given his true name. In the speech of Asgard. This was because, even standing still, he gave the impression of motion, of something that was always in the process of moving from one place toward another. In the days that followed his arrival, the gods watched him grow with the particular speed that marked animals of extraordinary nature. They noticed that he was always composed, always gentle, never startled by the noise and commotion of Asgard around him. He would stand quietly while the ravens wheeled overhead and while the distant hammering of the forge rang out across the halls. He grazed in the long grass near the stables with an air of deep contentment, his 8 legs folded beneath him in the afternoon light, his grey coat warming to something almost golden at its edges when the sun fell across it at the right angle. The other hoe, RSs of Asgard, fine and strong as they were, seemed to sense something different about him. They kept their distance, not out of fear exactly, but out of a kind of deference, the way ordinary things sometimes give space to things that are not ordinary. Odin ran his hand along the young horse's grey flank. It was clear to everyone watching that Sleipnir had found his home. No one who saw Sleipnir for the first time could quite look away from his legs. There were 8 of them, growing in pairs from his shoulders and haunches, each one long and strong and perfectly proportioned, so that the overall impression was not of something monstrous or wrong, but of something almost logical, as though the universe had simply decided that one horse capable of carrying the All-Father between worlds ought to have twice the means to do it. The gods who gathered to watch him move through the fields of Asgard in those early days noticed that he did not stumble or tangle, that the 8 legs worked together the way a river works, each part moving in service of the whole, the motion fluid and unhurried even at a walk. There was a grace to him that was difficult to name. He was grey as the sky before snow. When he moved through morning light, the extra legs caught it in a way that made him seem to shimmer, like something that existed slightly outside the ordinary laws of things. People have wondered for a very long time what those 8 legs were meant to signify. Some who have studied the old Norse traditions suggest that the number carried a directional meaning, that the 8 legs corresponded to the 8 directions in which the world extends: north, south, east, west. Then, the 4 that rise and descend and turn inward and reach outward beyond ordinary reckoning. In this reading, Sleipnir's form was a kind of map, his body encoding the structure of creation itself, so that wherever he ran, he was always oriented, always aligned with the full breadth of what existed. Others have interpreted the legs more practically, as a symbol of the different surfaces and dimensions across which he could travel: land and water and open air. Then the passages between realms that no ordinary horse could find, let alone follow to their ends. 4 legs for the world of the living, and 4 legs for everywhere else. It is a tidy way of thinking about it, though the old poems do not offer that explanation directly. The Norse storytellers rarely felt obligated to explain what they considered self-evident. The scholar Rudolf Simek, drawing on the evidence left behind on the Gotland picture stones, those ancient carved limestone slabs from the island off the coast of Sweden, where 8-legged horses appear again and again in profile, suggested something simpler and in some ways more beautiful. He believed that the original artists were not trying to encode cosmic geography into the horse's anatomy. They were trying to show speed. A horse with 8 legs, captured mid-stride on a flat stone surface, conveys a sense of motion that 4 legs simply cannot. The legs blur together in the imagination, the way a galloping horse blurs when it passes very close to you. All rhythm and power, and the feeling that the ground itself is moving rather than the animal. The literary tradition of Sleipnir's 8 legs, in this view, grew from that visual impulse, an artist's attempt to make still stone feel like something running. The evidence from these Gotland stones is remarkable in its consistency. Across generations, artists returned again and again to this image, carefully refining and perfecting it. The repetition itself speaks to something important. This was not fleeting curiosity or a single artist's whimsy. It was a concept that held genuine power and meaning for the culture that preserved it in stone. The fact that these carvings appear on stones, meant to commemorate the dead, suggests the 8-legged horse carried associations with passage and transformation, with journeys from one state of being into another. Both of these ideas can be held gently at the same time. This was because myths rarely mean only one thing. Sleipnir was never only one thing. He was a horse born from a trick played on a giant. That made him unusual from the very beginning. He was the child of Loki. That meant that transformation was woven into his nature as surely as his grey coat. And he was claimed by Odin, the god whose entire existence was organized around the crossing of thresholds, between wisdom and ignorance, between the living and the dead, between the realm of the gods and every other place in the cosmos. A horse shaped like a map of the world, a horse designed to move through all of it without friction, was exactly the kind of companion such a god would recognize and need. There is also the broader tradition to consider, the one that stretches far beyond Norse mythology into the shamanistic practices of northern peoples across a wide arc of the ancient world. In many of these traditions, the shaman who traveled in spirit between realms did so on the back of a horse. That horse was often imagined with characteristics that set it apart from ordinary animals: unusual coloration, strange markings, an uncanny stillness when at rest, and an impossible swiftness when in motion. The eight-legged horse, as a figure for cosmic travel, appears in indigenous traditions from Siberia across to parts of Central Asia. A pattern that suggests the image taps into something very old about how human beings have understood the relationship between horses and the passages that ordinary life cannot open. Sleipnir was, in this sense, the Norse expression of an idea much older than the Norse gods themselves. The horse that carries you, not just across the ground, but across the boundary between what is known and what lies beyond it. Odin was the great shamanic god of the Norse world, the seeker of hidden knowledge, the one who crossed into death and returned carrying something he had not had before. It was entirely fitting that his horse should belong to this ancient and widespread tradition of the animal as a vessel for crossing what cannot otherwise be crossed. What the Gotland stones preserve, then, what the Eddas elaborate upon, is a creature whose extra legs were never simply a curiosity. They were the whole point. They were the visible sign that this was not an ordinary animal, subject to ordinary limitations, that this horse had been made, or perhaps had simply arrived, with a capacity for movement that exceeded everything the physical world could measure or contain. Whatever meaning his 4 extra legs carried, one thing was never in doubt. When Sleipnir ran, nothing in any of the 9 worlds could catch him. In the years that followed, Sleipnir became as much a part of Odin as his ravens or his spear. There was something natural and unhurried about the way the two of them moved together, a kind of quiet understanding that seemed to have existed between them long before Sleipnir had learned to carry a rider. Odin was not the sort of god who gave his trust easily or completely, yet with Sleipnir there was never any question of it. He would walk into the stables of Asgard in the early hours before the other gods had stirred. Sleipnir would already be standing at the door, his grey coat soft in the pale light, his 8 legs still and patient, as though he had been listening for the sound of Odin's footsteps and had simply been waiting for the moment to arrive. There was no ceremony to their departures. Odin would swing himself onto Sleipnir's back. The horse would move. Then they would be gone, out through the gates of Asgard and into the wider world before anyone thought to ask where they were headed. Often, no one knew. That was, in many ways, exactly how Odin preferred it. He was a god who had always believed that the most important knowledge was the kind that could not be found sitting still, and so he wandered. Sleipnir carried him, and the worlds opened before them like doors swinging wide on quiet hinges. Sometimes they travelled through Midgard, the world of human beings. On those journeys, Odin would take on one of his many disguises, a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, a grey cloak drawn close, a walking staff in hand, so that the people he passed would see only an old man moving tech. Through the countryside, perhaps a wandering traveller, pausing to warm himself at a fire, or asking directions at the edge of a village. Sleipnir, beside him, would be calm and still. The people of Midgard would glance at the horse with its unusual build and its quiet, watchful eyes and perhaps feel a faint sense that something was not quite ordinary here, without being able to say why. They would cross frozen rivers and move through forests so dense and old that the trees seemed to lean together overhead like the vaulted ceiling of some great hall, the snow drifting down in slow, unhurried flakes through gaps in the branches. Sleipnir's hooves made almost no sound on the ice. He moved between the trees with an ease that suggested he understood the geography of every world he passed through, the way a musician understands the instrument in his hands, not by thinking about it, but by feeling it instinctively at every step. There were journeys that took them much farther than Midgard. Odin had a need that went beyond the gathering of ordinary knowledge. He sought the kind of understanding that lived at the edges of things. in the places where one world shaded into another and the boundaries between the living and the dead grew thin and uncertain. Sleipnir could go to those places. He could move along the great branches of Yggdrasil the way a careful traveller moves along a narrow path above a valley, sure-footed and unhurried, carrying his rider from one realm to the next without the hesitation that would have stopped any other horse cold. They rode into Jotunheim, the land of the giants, where the mountains were so tall, their peaks were lost in cloud, and the rivers ran dark and fast between banks of black stone, where Sleipnir's calm seemed to deepen rather than falter, as though the strangeness of the place simply settled into him and was absorbed. They rode along paths that led down toward the roots of the world tree, where the air grew cold and still and smelled of deep earth and something older than memory. Sleipnir carried Odin through all of it without a single misstep. It was not merely that he was obedient or trained or fast, though he was all of those things. It was that he seemed to understand what Odin needed from a journey before Odin himself had fully decided. He moved accordingly, slowing when the god wanted to observe something, quickening when the road ahead demanded urgency, stopping entirely in certain places where the silence itself seemed to contain something worth attending. To Odin would sit on his back in those moments, looking out across whatever world lay before them. Sleipnir would stand absolutely still beneath him. The two of them would remain like that together, unhurried, for as long as it took. There was a bond between them that the other gods could see clearly enough, even if they rarely spoke about it in those terms. The ravens, Hugin and Munin, would sometimes ride Sleipnir's back on long journeys, settling between his shoulders the way they settled on Odin's. Even that small detail said something about the kind of creature Sleipnir was, trusted and familiar, part of the inner world that Odin carried with him wherever he went. Together they wandered through places that had no names. When they returned to Asgard, the other gods could always tell they had been somewhere the rest of them had never been. One afternoon, according to the stories preserved in the Prose Edda, Odin rode Sleipnir into the land of the giants. It was not an unusual thing for Odin to do. He travelled constantly, always moving between the worlds, as though restlessness itself were woven into the fabric of who he was. Jotunheim, the vast and cold home of the giants, was simply another place he found himself drawn to from time to time. Jotunheim was not a comfortable land. It was wide and rocky and shadowed by mountains so enormous they seemed to lean against the sky like tired giants themselves, which, in a sense, they were. But Odin had never been a god who required comfort. He had Sleipnir beneath him, which was enough. The grey horse moved through Jotunheim with the kind of quiet confidence that belongs to creature. Who know, without arrogance, that nothing around them poses much of a threat. His 8 hooves found their footing over stone and frozen ground with an ease that seemed almost casual. His coat, the colour of a winter cloud at midday, pale and cool and steady. Sleipnir was not simply a horse, but rather something far more complex than that simple word could capture. He had been born, according to the old tales, from the trickster god Loki himself, shaped into being through magic and transformation. His 8 legs were not a deformity, but rather an enhancement. They allowed him to move in ways that defied the ordinary limitations of speed and direction. No creature in any of the 9 worlds could match his pace, and it was said that he could travel between the realms as easily as other horses might cross a meadow. He was as much a part of Odin's power as the spear Gungnir, or his ravens Hugin and Munin. The god rode him not as a master rides a servant, but as a partnership between 2 beings who understood each other completely. To see Sleipnir move was to see something that existed slightly outside of normal comprehension. It was on this particular ride through the giant's realm that Odin encountered Hrungnir. Hrungnir was one of the strongest of the giants, a figure well known even among his own enormous and boastful kind, for a pride that was considerable and a temper that was not difficult to stoke. Among the giants, Hrungnir had earned a reputation for both his strength and his stubbornness. He was the kind of creature who could move mountains if the mood struck him, and he was equally capable of holding a grudge for centuries. His body was constructed from the same stone and iron as the mountains themselves, making him nearly indestructible in combat. The other giants spoke of him with a mixture of respect and wariness, for while he could be an excellent ally, he was also a dangerous enemy. His moods were as unpredictable as mountain weather, and his pride was legendary, even among beings known for their considerable vanity. He had a horse of his own, a stallion named Gullfaxi. The name means golden mane, and Gullfaxi was, by all ordinary measures, a magnificent animal. He was large and powerfully built, with a coat that shone warm and bright even in the cold grey light of Jotunheim. He was fast in the way that only the greatest horses are fast, the kind of speed that makes the ground seem to blur and the air seem to press back. Hrungnir was proud of Gullfaxi in the way that proud creatures are always proud of their finest things, with a pride that needed very little invitation to announce itself. When he saw Odin riding toward him on Sleipnir, he looked the grey horse over with the calculating eye of a man who has spent a great deal of his life comparing horses. He decided, as such men often do, that his own was better. He said as much. He said it, according to the old stories, with the kind of certainty that leaves very little room for disagreement, boasting that Gullfaxi was a finer horse than any to be found in Asgard, a faster horse, a stronger horse, a horse that could outrun whatever Odin happened to be sitting on at that particular moment. Odin did not argue with him at length. He was not, in that moment, the sort of god who needed to raise his voice. Instead, he simply turned Sleipnir around and began to ride. He rode back in the direction of Asgard, which lay far away across the worlds. He rode at the kind of pace that made his intention perfectly clear. What began as a boast became, in the space of a few heartbeats, something very close to a race. Hrungnir, unable to leave such a challenge unanswered, swung himself up onto Gullfaxi and gave the great golden horse his head. Gullfaxi ran. He ran the way a river runs when the spring melt fills it, with power and urgency and a sound that filled the air around him, his hooves striking the frozen ground of Jotunheim with such force that the stones rang beneath him like struck iron. He was magnificent. No one watching, had there been anyone to watch, could have denied that Gullfaxi was running as well as any horse had ever run, and yet Sleipnir was ahead of him, not by a little and not through any visible effort, but simply ahead, the way a shadow is ahead of the thing that casts it. Sleipnir moved across the landscape like something that had been poured over it rather than placed upon it, his 8 legs finding a rhythm that no 4-legged creature could quite match, a rhythm that seemed to exist slightly outside of ordinary time. The ground beneath him seemed to offer no resistance. Hrungnir pushed Gullfaxi harder. Gullfaxi responded, because he was a great horse and he understood what was being asked of him. But the grey shape ahead of them only seemed to become more distant, growing smaller against the horizon with every stride. The world changed around them as they ran. Jotunheim fell away behind them, the cold rock and shadow of the giant's realm giving way to the roads that lead between worlds. And still Sleipnir ran, calm and unhurried and impossibly fast, as though the whole affair were simply an afternoon's light exercise. What no one, perhaps, had fully considered was what would happen when Sleipnir reached the gates of Asgard. Odin passed through them easily, as he always did. By the time Hrungnir understood that he had been carried by his own momentum deep into the territory of the gods, the gates of Asgard were already behind him. He was inside. He was a giant standing in the home of the Aesir. That was not a comfortable position to find oneself in, regardless of how fine a horse one happened to own. The gods who came to meet him were not, it must be said, entirely pleased to find a giant in their midst. Laws of hospitality required. The gods spoke with him carefully. As one speaks with a very large and unpredictable thing that has arrived somewhere, it was not exactly invited. It was not a comfortable gathering, but in its way, the moment was also a testament to what Sleipnir had done. This was because it was Sleipnir who had created the situation entirely. Sleipnir who had run so far ahead so quickly that Hrungnir had simply not had time to stop himself before crossing into Asgard, had not had time to think or slow or change course. The horse had not needed to be guided toward victory. He had simply run the way he always ran, and everything else had followed from that. Gulfaxi was a fine horse by any measure, but on that day there was simply no comparison. Among all the things Odin named as greatest in the universe, the greatest tree, the greatest hall, the greatest of his warriors, he named Sleipnir the greatest horse. He said it in a poem that has survived more than 1,000 years. A poem known as Grimnismal, which can be translated as the words or the sayings of the Masked One. The circumstances under which those words were spoken make them all the more striking when you sit quietly and consider them. Odin had not spoken them from a place of comfort or ease. He had not recited them as a kind of leisurely catalogue, seated at the high table in Valhalla with a cup in his hand and his great wolves at his feet. He had spoken them while suffering, caught between two fires, bound by the hands of a king named Geirrodr, who had made the mistake of capturing a wandering old man without knowing who that old man truly was. The fires burned close enough on either side that the heat had not left him for 8 lone nights, and yet Odin spoke. He spoke in the way that only someone who has gone very deep into themselves can speak, not performing, not entertaining, but simply naming what he knew to be real, as though the knowledge itself needed to be said aloud before anything else could happen. Grimnismal is an unusual poem even by the standards of the Poetic Edda, which is itself an unusual collection. In it, Odin pours out an enormous body of sacred knowledge, the names of the rivers that run through the various realms, the names of the halls where the gods dwell, the descriptions of the world tree Yggdrasil, and the creatures who live among its roots and branches. He names the greatest of each thing he knows, moving through the cosmos the way a man might move through a house he has lived in for so long that every room is a memory. The kennings pile up quietly, one after another, like stones laid in a careful arrangement, and somewhere within that long and steady recitation, in stanza 44, to be precise, he speaks of horses, and he says that Sleipnir is the best of the M. The phrase is not embellished. It arrives among the other truths in the same measured voice, without flourish, without hesitation. There it is, simply and plainly, the way a person names something they have known so long that the name itself has become a kind of resting place. What makes this moment resonate so gently is not the superlative itself, but the place where it was spoken. A man caught between fires, who has had 8 nights to consider everything he has ever known, does not spend his breath carelessly. He does not decorate. What he speaks is what matters to him most, stripped of ceremony and reduced to its truest form. When Odin named Sleipnir the greatest of horses in that moment, it carried the weight of something deeply felt rather than something casually declared. There is something in it that calls to mind the way a person, at a long and quiet remove from ordinary life, will speak of the things they love without any self-consciousness at all. Because in that stripped and unguarded state, love is simply a fact, the same as any other fact, no more, in need of explanation than the name of a river or the height of a tree. Scholars who have worked closely with the Poetic Edda have noted that Grimnismal is, in many ways, a kind of cosmic inventory. a survey of the Norse world delivered by its most knowledgeable inhabitant under conditions that stripped away all pretense. The poem moves between the grand and the intimate with a steadiness that is almost meditative to read. The fires are there, just at the edges, but Odin is elsewhere, moving through the great structure of existence as if taking his time in a place he has walked many times before. And in that space, Sleipnir's name appears among the sacred things, not as a story, but as a fact of the same order as the existence of Yggdrasil, or the nature of the winds. He is simply the best. The matter is settled. It is worth pausing for a moment with that, before moving further into Sleipnir's story. The horse was named Best, not in a tale of racing or of riding through realms, not after some feat of extraordinary crossing or some dark journey into the land of the dead, but in a quiet and suffering recitation, in the voice of a god who had been reduced to his essentials and who chose, in that reduction, to include Sleipnir among the things worth naming. There is a tenderness to that, if you listen for it. A rider who has travelled as far as Odin travelled, on a horse as extraordinary as Sleipnir, would know the horse in a way that went far beyond speed or strength, or the number of his legs. He would know him the way a person knows something that has been with them through every hard and distant place. And knowing that, his naming of Sleipnir as the greatest carries something warmer than pride. For Odin, that was not a boast, but a simple statement of what he knew to be true. There is a detail about Sleipnir that appears in certain Norse sources and is easy to overlook if you are not paying attention. According to a Valkyrie's instruction found within the poetic Edda, in the poem known as Sigdrafumal, runes were to be carved into Sleipnir's teeth. It is a small, almost quiet detail, embedded within a longer passage about the many places and objects upon which runes were said to be inscribed. And yet, once you sit with it for a moment, it opens something much larger than itself. Because to the Norse people, runes were not simply letters. They were not a convenient system for recording names or debts or distances between settlements. They were something far older and far more serious than that. The Norse understood runes as sacred forces embedded into the fabric of the world, each one a key to some aspect of reality, a piece of hidden knowledge that, when properly understood and properly used, could shift the nature of things. Odin himself was said to have discovered them, not through study or inheritance, but through an act of extraordinary sacrifice. He hung for 9 days and 9 nights from the branches of Yggdrasil, wounded by his own spear, with no food or water, gazing downward into the void, until at last the runes rose up to meet him from the depths. That story alone tells you what kind of knowledge the Norse believed runes to be. Not the kind you stumble upon, but the kind that costs you everything before it reveals itself. When knowledge demands that kind of price, you do not use it casually. You do not scratch it into a fence post or carry it loosely in your pocket. You place it where it will be held with the gravity it deserves. Odin's spear, Gungnir, bore runes along its shaft. It never missed its mark, and some believed that the runes were precisely why, not because they made the spear fly faster, but because they encoded within the weapon a kind of inevitability. A rune-marked spear did not merely travel through space. It traveled through the deep logic of the world and arrived where it was always going to arrive. Sacred objects in Norse tradition were frequently inscribed this way, with runes on helmets, on swords, on the prows of ships. Each inscription a quiet act of alignment between the object and the deeper currents of the cosmos. And so when a Valkyrie instructs that runes should be carved into Sleipnir's teeth, this is not a decorative gesture. It is a placing of Sleipnir within that same category of consecrated things. His teeth of all places, not his saddle, not a ribbon braided into his mane, but the hard and enduring bone of his mouth, the part of a horse that outlasts nearly everything else. Teeth are where the body meets the world most directly, where living things take hold of what sustains them. To place runes there is to suggest that wisdom was not merely carried by Sleipnir the way a saddlebag carries provisions. It was part of him, built into his very structure, as permanent and essential as the bone itself. This connects Sleipnir to Odin in a way that goes beyond the simple relationship of rider and horse. Odin is, above all things, a seeker of knowledge. His ravens fly out each morning and return at dusk to whisper the news of the world into his ears. He gave one of his eyes to drink from the well of Mimir and gain a wisdom that could not be bought any other way. Every journey he makes, every disguise he assumes, every long road he travels through wind and cold and unfamiliar territory, is in some sense a journey in search of something he does not yet know. And Sleipnir carries him on all of it. The horse that bears a god of wisdom on his back, bearing runes on his own teeth, becomes something like a moving vessel of that same devotion to understanding. There is something deeply fitting about that image. The grey horse with 8 legs crossing the dark between worlds. Odin bent low over his neck, both of them carrying within themselves a kind of knowledge that ordinary creatures simply do not possess. Sleipnir can go where other horses cannot, and he can do so because something in his nature reaches beyond the ordinary limits of living things. The runes inscribed into him are perhaps a way of acknowledging that in the language the Norse people trusted most, not a praise poem, not a monument, but a marking, the same kind of marking they placed on the things they valued most, the things they believed participated in something larger than their visible purpose. It is worth pausing over the fact that of all the creatures in Norse mythology, Sleipnir is the one said to carry this. Not one of the great wolves, not a serpent, not any of the beings whose power was measured in destruction. The horse that bears runes in his teeth is the one associated most deeply with passage and trust and the willingness to go where the rider needs to go, no matter how far. A horse with runes on his teeth is not merely a fast horse. He is a horse that carries the deepest knowledge of the universe inside him. Of all the stories in Norse mythology, the one that casts the longest shadow is the death of Balder. He was the son of Odin and Frigg, and by nearly every account, he was the most beloved of all the gods, radiant in a way that was difficult to describe precisely, but impossible to miss, as though the air around him was slightly warmer and the light slightly softer wherever he happened to stand. The other gods loved him without reservation, and even those who might have harbored envy towards someone so universally admired seemed to find, when they were actually in Balder's presence, that there was simply nothing in him to resent. He was generous and calm, and the prose editor tells us that his hall, Breidablik, was a place where nothing impure was permitted to enter. For a long time, life in Asgard moved around him the way flowers move toward the sun, naturally, without effort, as though it could not have been otherwise. But then the dreams began. Balder started waking in the night, his sleep disturbed by visions that pointed in only one direction, towards something dark and final that he could not quite bring himself to name aloud. When the other gods heard of this, a deep unease settled over Asgard, because dreams of that quality were not taken lightly in the Norse world. They were understood as messages, as the future making itself partially visible. Frigg, his mother, moved quickly. She travelled through every corner of the world and asked each thing, fire and water, iron and stone, every plant and every animal, every disease and every poison, to make an oath that it would never harm her son. And one by one, according to the story, they agreed. When she returned, the gods made a small celebration of it. They would throw things at Balder, weapons and stones, and anything else that came to hand, and everything would simply glance away from him without causing the smallest harm. It became a kind of joyful game, a way of confirming that the world had kept its word, and Balder stood in the middle of it all, smiling, unhurt, apparently safe. Loki, however, had been watching. He was a figure who could not bear for any arrangement to remain stable for very long, and the sight of the gods laughing as their weapons bounced harmlessly off Balder troubled something deep and restless inside him. He disguised himself as an old woman and found Frigg and, in conversation, gradually drew out of her the one small detail she had overlooked, or perhaps thought too unimportant to bother with. There was a plant, she told him, a small and young one growing at the base of an oak tree to the east of Valhalla, called mistletoe. It had seemed too slight and too young to bother asking for an oath. It had seemed like nothing at all. Loki listened to this quietly, thanked her, and left. He found the mistletoe and fashioned from it a small dart, or in some tellings a branch sharpened at one end, and he brought it to where the gods were still gathered around Balder, still playing their game. Among them stood Hother, Balder's brother, who was blind and had been standing somewhat apart from the others, unable to participate. Loki approached him gently, almost kindly, and offered to guide his hand so that he too could join in the fun. He placed the mistletoe in Hother's hands, aimed it carefully, and Hother threw it. The dart struck Balder, and Balder fell, and he did not rise again. The laughter stopped. The silence that followed was the kind that does not quickly fill back up. The gods stood very still, and for a moment none of them could quite accept what their eyes were telling them. Then the grief came, and it was enormous, raw and wordless and shared by all of them together, because the loss of Balder was not only the loss of one god, but the loss of something they had not known how much they were relying upon until it was suddenly, irreversibly gone. The gods gathered then in a council of sorrow. Odin sat in his high seat and said nothing, but his silence held more weight than words could have carried. Frigg moved through the halls of Asgard like a person who had stepped into a place where everything familiar had become strange and impossible to navigate. The light itself seemed diminished, not because anything in the physical world had changed, but because something essential had been withdrawn, some quality of radiance that had suffused everything in their realm. It was as though Balder's goodness had not been merely one attribute among many, but rather a kind of foundation upon which much of Asgard's peace had been built. And now that it was gone, everything that had rested upon it began to shift and settle into new configurations of meaning. The gods wanted to act, to do something that would reverse what had happened, to move against the finality of death, as though death was simply another obstacle that could be overcome with sufficient will or power. But they understood, even in their anguish, that what had occurred was not a mere injury that could be healed. Balder had crossed a threshold from which no ordinary remedy could retrieve him. Among all the teachings that had been passed down through the ages of the world, none offered a clear path forward in the face of such loss. It was understood among them that Hel herself, the ruler of that realm, the daughter of Loki, neither fully alive nor fully dead in her own nature, was the only being who might consent to release him. Hel was known to keep her own counsel and follow her own rules, and she could not be commanded or swayed by force. The dead remained in her realm, not because they were imprisoned there, precisely, but because that was the nature of death itself. Once it had claimed something, it held it with a kind of inevitability that could not be challenged through ordinary means. Yet there was a tradition, an old understanding, that Hel might listen to a petition made in person, might consider returning someone who had been beloved if the asking was done with proper respect and sufficient demonstration of worth. The question was not whether Hel might be persuaded. The question was whether any of the gods possessed both the courage to make such a journey and the standing to make such a request with any hope of success. Frigg looked around at the faces of those gathered, calculating already, thinking through the options available and what each might cost. Frigg was the first to find her voice again. She asked, quietly, in the way that people ask questions whose answers they are not sure they can bear, whether there was anyone among them willing to do what she could not do herself, to ride the long road down to Hel, the realm of the dead, and speak with its ruler on behalf of Balder's return. It was Hermod who stepped forward. He was another of Odin's sons, known less for great battles or great wisdom than for a certain steady willingness to go where others would not, to move toward difficulty rather than away from it. Odin heard him volunteer, and without speaking immediately, went to his stable and brought out Sleipnir and placed him in Hermod's care for this journey. There could have been no other choice. The road to hell was not an ordinary road. It passed through regions of the world that lay beyond what living creatures were meant to see or survive. Deep gorges where no light reached, valleys that stretched without end, a river called Gjöll that ran along the border between the living and the dead, spanned by a bridge sheathed in glittering gold. No horse in Midgard or Asgard could have made that descent and returned. But Sleipnir was not bound by those limits. He had travelled between worlds before, and the darkness between them held no particular terror for him, no boundary his 8 legs could not carry him across. Hermod mounted him and rode out from Asgard that same night, moving down through the root-dark passages beneath the World Tree, descending through 9 long nights of valley and shadow, through cold air and silence so complete it had a kind of weight to it. The story does not tell us much about what those 9 nights looked like from the inside, and perhaps that is appropriate. Some journeys are not meant to be described in detail, but only acknowledged, only held with a kind of respectful quiet. What the story does tell us is that Sleipnir did not falter, did not slow, did not shy away from the darkness the way any living horse would have. He moved through it as he moved through everything, with that unhurried, sliding ease that was his nature, as though the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead was simply another kind of terrain, and he had always known the way. Sleipnir carried him those 9 nights through a darkness that no living horse could have survived, and when the pale gates of hell came into view at last, Hermod leaned low over his neck and breathed a quiet word of thanks. The gates of hell were enormous and cold, rising up out of the darkness like the edge of the world. They were called Helgrind in the old stories, and they were taller than any structure Hermod had ever encountered in Asgard or anywhere else among the 9 realms. The bars of the gate were black with a cold that had nothing to do with ordinary winter, a cold that was the absence of warmth in some deeper, older sense, the way a very deep cave is not merely cool but simply untouched by sunlight entirely. Sleipnir did not slow as he approached. Hermod leaned forward along the grey neck, and the great horse gathered himself and leaped, not the way an ordinary horse leaps over a fence or a stream, but with the full and unhurried grace of a creature for whom boundaries are not quite real. For where, on the hard edge of one world and the beginning of another, is merely a change in the quality of the air. The gate passed beneath them like a shadow, and then they were inside. The realm they entered was not what Hermod had perhaps imagined. He had ridden 9 nights through absolute darkness, and one might expect that the place waiting at the end of such a journey would be something terrible, something jagged and howling, a place of punishment or despair. But the realm of hell was quieter than that, and in some ways that quiet was harder to endure than any noise would have been. The land beneath Sleipnir's hooves was soft and grey, like ash that had been rained upon for a very long time. The light, such as it was, fell without any clear source, dim and evenly distributed, casting no shadows in any direction. There were great halls here, not entirely unlike those of Asgard, but without the warmth at their centres, without the fire, without the sound of voices rising and crossing over one another in the particular overlapping way of the living. The dead moved with great deliberateness, the way things move underwater, and they turned their pale faces towards Sleipnir and his rider with an expression that was not quite recognition and not quite absence, but something between the two. Hermod rode deeper into the realm until he reached the hall called Elfnir, where Hel herself presided. She was seated at a long table, and Balder sat beside her in a place of some honor, not cast aside, not diminished, but present the way that a beloved guest is present in a house from which they cannot leave. Balder still had about him the quality that had made the gods love him so completely. Even here, even in this colorless and sourceless light, he seemed to carry something within him that was faintly luminous, the way certain pale stones glow softly after they have been held a long time in sunlight. He looked at Hermod with full recognition, and there was warmth in his eyes, though underneath that warmth there was something else, a quiet, settled resignation, an acceptance of where he was that was not quite grief, and not quite peace, but something that lived between them. Beside him sat Nanna, his wife, who had died of her own sorrow when she witnessed his funeral pyre, and had followed him here, unable to remain among the living without him. The two of them together in that pale hall made a picture that Hermod would carry with him for the rest of his days. Hel herself was composed. The old stories describe her appearance as divided, one half of her living and coloured, the other half the blue-grey of the drowned, and she listened to Hermod without interrupting. When he had finished speaking, when he had laid out the grief of Asgard and the love the gods bore for Balder, and the reason he had ridden 9 nights through darkness to stand before her, she was quiet for a moment in the particular way that powerful and ancient beings are quiet, not hesitantly, not thoughtfully, but with the patience of something that simply has no need to hurry. And then she gave her answer. Her terms were simple to state and very nearly impossible to fulfill. Every living thing and every dead thing must weep for Balder, she said, and if that were truly and completely so, she would release him back to the world of the gods. But if even one thing in all the 9 realms refused to mourn him, one creature, one stone, one root of a tree, then he would remain where he was. Hermod carried this answer back the way he had come. Sleipnir bore him out through Helgrind and back through the 9 nights of darkness between the realms, moving with the same steady, fluid power that had carried them down. The darkness around them was absolute in the way that deep water is absolute, present in every direction at once, neither hostile nor welcoming, simply there. But Sleipnir moved through it as he moved through everything, as though the darkness was simply another kind of ground and he had known it all his life. When they came back at last into the world of the living, Hermod felt the air change around him and carried what Hel had said back to Asgard. The news Hermod brought was not the answer the gods had hoped for, but neither was it entirely without hope. The condition Hel had set was severe, yes, and exacting in its demand for absolute universality, but it was not one that seemed impossible in the moment of its speaking. The gods had moved mountains and held back the tide. They had forged bonds and stitched fate itself together with their own hands. Surely, they thought, the love that Balder had inspired in all of creation would be sufficient. Surely the sorrow was genuine enough and deep enough that nothing in the 9 realms would stand apart from it. Hermod rested from his journey, and the great assembly of the gods gathered to hear the full accounting of all he had seen and heard. When he was finished, they understood what they had to do, and they set about doing it. The gods sent messengers out in every direction, to every corner of every realm, asking all things to weep for Balder. And the world did weep. People wept, and gods wept, and animals wept. And the old stories say that even the stones and the trees and the cold roots of things deep in the earth gave something that looked very much like mourning, the way frost sometimes releases from the face of a stone in the early morning when the sun finds it unexpectedly. Everything that had known Balder, and everything that simply existed in the same world he had been part of, offered what grief it had. The messengers travelled widely and were nearly finished when they came upon a giantess sitting alone inside a cave. Her name, as the stories record it, was Thirk. She was asked, as all things had been asked, to weep for Balder. And she refused. Her words in the old sources are cold and entirely without apology. She said that Balder had never done anything for her, that he had meant nothing to her in his life, and that Hel was welcome to keep what she had. Whether Thirk was truly a giantess acting on her own indifference, or whether, as many of the old stories quietly suggest, she was Loki wearing another shape, the result was the same. One thing in all the 9 realms had declined to mourn, and that refusal was enough. The condition Hel had set could not be met. The gods understood what this meant. Balder would not return from the pale hall where he sat beside Nanna in the dim, shadowless light. The grief that settled over Asgard after this was of a different quality than the sharp grief of losing him. It was the slower and much heavier grief of knowing that the loss was now permanent, that all the love in all the 9 realms had not been quite enough to overcome a single voice in a cave that would not join the rest. Balder stayed in Hel, and Sleipnir carried Hermod home through the dark with nothing to show for the journey but sorrow. Before Balder died, he began to dream. The dreams came to him night after night, quiet and persistent, pressing against the edges of sleep like something heavy leaning on a door. They were not the ordinary dreams of gods, vague and fleeting, dissolving with the morning, but something slower and more deliberate, the kind of dreams that carry the particular weight of prophecy, arriving again and again until the one who receives them can no longer pretend not to understand them. Balder told the other gods what he had seen, and the hall grew very still. The gods listened to him speak of darkness and of endings. They understood that something was moving through the cosmos that they could not yet name. His mother Frigg, who loved him above all things, set out at once to extract oaths from every creature and substance in the world, asking each one to promise that it would never harm her son. But Odin, who had always known that wisdom was not the same thing as comfort, wanted something more precise. He wanted to understand not merely that danger existed, but where it would come from, who would deliver it, and who would answer for it afterward. And so he did what only Odin could do. He called for Sleipnir, climbed into the saddle, began to ride downward through the realms, descending along the dark routes of Yggdrasil toward a world that the living were not supposed to enter. According to the poem known as Baldur's drama, Baldur's Dreams, preserved in the Poetic Edda, Odin did not send Hermod on this particular errand. He went himself, wrapped in a traveller's disguise, calling himself Vegtam, that is to say the Wanderer, a name that was no great distance from the truth. The ride down was long and cold, following the same steep and lightless path that Hermod would later take when the death had already happened and the grief was already real. This was knowledge that belonged to one god alone, and Odin had chosen not to delegate the weight of it. He had walked paths between worlds before in his countless journeys, but never with such specific purpose, such clarity of what he needed to know. The ground beneath Sleipnir's hooves grew soft and strange as they descended. The air changed. Sound behaved differently in that place, arriving slightly behind itself, as though the world had grown too thick for ordinary things to move through cleanly. Sleipnir carried his rider steadily through all of it, finding his footing on paths that had no right to exist, moving with the calm certainty of a creature for whom the boundary between realms was simply not a boundary at all. When they reached the eastern gate of Hel, Odin drew Sleipnir to a halt and looked for what he had come to find. There was a grave mound nearby. In it lay a Völva, a seeress, a woman of great prophetic knowledge who had died long before and been buried with the things she had known still inside her. Odin spoke the words that woke her. The Völva rose slowly into her voice, if not into her full self, answering from that in-between state that exists just at the edge of death, where the dead are not entirely absent and the living have not quite arrived. She asked who had disturbed her rest. Odin told her he was Vegtam, the son of Valtam, a traveller who had come seeking knowledge. She was not easily deceived, but she answered him nonetheless, perhaps because the question itself compelled her. Perhaps because the old obligations between the living and the dead do not dissolve entirely just because one side of them has gone quiet. She told him that the mead in Hell's Hall had been prepared already, that the benches were adorned with rings, that something was being made ready for a particular arrival. She told him that Hertha, the blind god, would be the one to send that arrival, and she told him that Vali would be the one to answer for it, a son not yet born who would come into the world for the sole purpose of vengeance, who would not wash his hands or comb his hair until Baldur's killer had been laid low. Odin listened to each of these answers with the patience of someone who had ridden a very long way and was not going to waste the journey by rushing through what he had come to hear. He asked more questions, pressing further, drawing from the vulva the shape of what was still to come. But as the questions continued, something in the quality of his asking gave him away. The vulva fell quiet and then spoke again, not to answer him, but to name him. She said that he was not Vegtam at all, but Odin, and that she knew him now, and that she would say nothing more. Whatever else she might have known, whatever further contours of the future still waited inside her. She sealed them there and did not speak again. The exchange was over. Odin had the knowledge he had come for, though it was difficult knowledge, the kind that tells you exactly what you feared and offers nothing in the way of remedy. He turned Sleipnir back toward the long ascent, back toward the living world, back toward the hall where Baldur was still dreaming and the other gods were still hoping that whatever was coming might somehow be turned aside. Sleipnir carried him back up out of the realm of the dead with the answer he had come for, though it was not the answer any of them had wanted. In Iceland, there is a canyon unlike any other on the island. It sits in the far north, in a region where the land is volcanic and raw, where the earth seems to still be deciding what shape it wants to take. The canyon is called Asbyrgi. From above, it looks almost exactly like the print left by an enormous horseshoe pressed deep into the rock. Its walls rise steeply on three sides, pale and sheer. At its open end, the land falls away toward the river Jökulsá that runs cold and grey just beyond its mouth. Inside, the world changes entirely. The wind quiets. Birch trees grow in dense, sheltering stands, their thin branches moving softly even when the air outside is still. There are pools of standing water so calm and clear that the trees around them appear in perfect reflection. Though a second forest, were growing just beneath the surface. Mosses cover the ground in deep, unbroken green. It is a place that feels set apart from everything surrounding it, as though something pressed a boundary into the earth long ago and said, "Here, things will be different." The canyon stretches roughly 3.5 kilometers in length and nearly 1 kilometer across at its widest point. The cliffs at its edges reach up to 100 meters in places. From the floor looking upward, the pale rock walls frame only a long, quiet strip of sky. Geologists understand Asbyrgi as the product of catastrophic glacial flooding, events that occurred thousands of years ago when enormous volumes of meltwater carved through the basalt with tremendous force. That is one way of reading the landscape. But for the Norse people who settled Iceland more than 1,000 years ago and carried their stories with them across the sea, the canyon required a different kind of explanation, one that matched its scale and its strangeness. According to the tradition they brought with them, the canyon was made by Sleipnir. As Odin rode his 8-legged horse across the sky, one of Sleipnir's hooves came down and struck the earth. The force of that single step drove the rock apart and left this vast impression behind. It is the kind of story that does not ask you to work out the mathematics of it, but simply to stand inside the canyon and let the explanation find you there. The horseshoe shape, the sheer walls, the sense of something having landed with immense and sudden weight. It is not difficult to see why the people who first walked into Asbjørgi reached for that particular image. There is something worth sitting with in the idea of a mythology that leaves its marks on the physical world in this way. The Norse understanding of their landscape was not separate from their stories. The mountains, the rivers, the strange formations of lava and ice. These were not merely geological features to be catalogued and set aside. They were evidence. They were the residue of divine events. The places where something too large for ordinary life had passed through and left an impression behind. To walk into Asbjørgi was to walk into a place where the boundary between the mythological and the physical had been pressed thin, where one of the 9 worlds had briefly touched this one and left its mark before moving on. Sleipnir himself was always associated with crossing such boundaries, between realms, between states of being, between the world of the living and whatever lay beyond it. That a single step of his could open a canyon in the Icelandic rock feels entirely in keeping with what the stories say about him. He was not a horse who moved lightly through the world. He moved with the weight of Odin upon his back, carrying wisdom and purpose. Wherever that weight came down, something changed. The canyon is simply the most visible place where the evidence remained. Travelers who visit Asbjørgi today find a nature reserve, carefully tended, with walking paths that wind between the birch trees and around the still reflecting pools. There are birds nesting in the cliff walls and wildflowers growing close to the ground in summer. It is a genuinely beautiful place by any measure, even without the story attached to it. But the story is attached to it, has been for as long as anyone has kept records of what the people of that region believed. People have walked in and out of it for 1,000 years. Many of them still speak of it as the place where Sleipnir touched the earth. There is a pattern in Sleipnir's appearances throughout Norse mythology that becomes clear once you notice it. He is not simply present at moments of speed or glory. He is present at moments of crossing, at the precise places in the stories where something or someone must pass from one side of existence to the other. When Odin rode down into the realm of the dead to wake the buried Volva from her sleep beneath the earth, it was Sleipnir who carried him there. When Hermod undertook his long ride through 9 nights of darkness to reach the pale hall where Balder sat quietly among the honored dead, it was Sleipnir beneath him, breathing steadily through a cold that no ordinary horse could have survived, placing each of his 8 hooves on ground that the living were never meant to walk. Eve. Sleipnir's birth belongs to the space between things, born of a god who had temporarily become something other than himself, sired by a horse that was itself caught up in a moment of transformation. From the very beginning, Sleipnir has existed in the threshold, in the place that is neither here nor there, but the passage between them. The Norse understood that the world of the living and the world of the dead were not sealed from one another, but they were not easily connected either. The boundary required something extraordinary to cross it, a being that was not entirely bound by the rules of one realm or the other. Sleipnir, who was the child of a shape-shifting god and a giant stallion, who carried runes on his teeth and moved between all 9 worlds as easily as a river moves between its banks, was exactly that kind of being. He embodied the idea that the boundary between life and death was not a war so much as a difficult and demanding road, that what you needed to travel it was not courage alone, but the right companion beneath you. This understanding of the horse as a creature who accompanies the soul across its final distance was not unique to the Norse. It appears in the funeral traditions of a remarkable number of the world's cultures, from the great burial mounds of the Eurasian steppes, where horses were laid beside their owners so the journey could continue, to the ancient practices of peoples across northern Europe who believed the horse possessed a natural sympathy with the passage between worlds. There is something in the horse that many different people, in many different times and places, recognized as belonging to both the living world and something beyond it, the warm breath in cold air, the willingness to carry another creature across distances no human legs could manage, the sense that a horse in full stride is moving faster than thought, closer to the spirit than to the earth. Sleipnir gathers all of that feeling and carries it to its furthest possible expression. He is not one horse among many who happen to play a role in a few stories about death. He is the archetype of the psychopompic horse made fully, beautifully real, the one the Norse imagination reached for when it needed to explain how it was possible to go somewhere that shouldn't be reachable at all. The shamanic traditions of the Norse and many neighboring peoples used the image of the eight-legged horse specifically to represent the shaman's ecstatic journey through the cosmos, the spirit's movement through layers of existence that ordinary waking life could not penetrate. In these traditions, the shaman's work required a means of travel that transcended ordinary distance and time, a method of moving through realms stacked one above the other like the branches of Yggdrasil itself. The 8 legs may have represented the 8 directions of shamanic movement, or the 8 points of the compass expanded into 3 dimensions, or simply the perfect multiplicity needed to navigate a universe far more complex than the simple division between upper and lower worlds. What mattered was that the horse became the vessel through which consciousness could journey beyond the body's limitations. The shaman mounted the 8-legged steed, not to arrive at a physical destination, but to cross into states of awareness where the boundaries of self dissolved and the secrets of other realms became visible. Sleipnir was the image that held all of this meaning, the manifestation of what every shaman sought in their deepest trances and most dangerous journeys. Sleipnir, in that sense, is not a character in the myths, so much as he is the myth's deepest image of what it means to move between worlds, grey as the sky before dawn, unhurried even at full gallop, belonging to no single realm and therefore free to enter all of them. When you follow his appearances through the old stories, what you find is that every time he appears, something essential is at stake, not treasure or glory, but the passage of knowledge or grief, or a soul from one side of existence to the other. He carries Odin's questions into the dark and brings the answers back. He carries Hermod's love for Balder through 9 nights of nothing and delivers it to a door that would not open. He is the one who carries you across the place where ordinary movement stops, and that is a far more important thing to be than merely the fastest horse in the world. All stories in Norse mythology move toward the same horizon. From the very first ages of the world, when the gods had just finished shaping the realms and setting the stars in their places, there was already a knowledge, quiet and unspoken most of the time, but always present, that what had been built would eventually fall. The Norse called it Ragnarok, which carried within it the sense of a fate already written, a destination already fixed at the far edge of time. It was not thought of as a punishment or a failure. It was simply how things were. The world had been made. The gods had lived and wandered and loved and quarreled. The great tree Yggdrasil had held everything together for an age beyond counting, and then the binding would loosen, the roots would begin to shift, and the long final season would arrive. The signs were said to come first as winters, 3 of them in a row, each one harder and darker than the last, with no summer between them to offer relief. The wolves that had always chased the sun and moon would finally catch them. Earthquakes would shake the roots of Yggdrasil. The great wolf Fenrir, who had been bound on a remote island with enchanted chains, would break free at last, his jaws wide enough to reach from the earth to the sky. The Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, would release his own tail and rise from the depths of the ocean, flooding the land with the water he displaced. And Loki, long imprisoned beneath the mountains as punishment for his role in Balder's death, would slip his bonds and come forth once more, steering a ship made of the fingernails and toenails of the dead. All of them, Fenrir, Jormungandr, Loki, Hel's armies, would converge on the great plain called Vigrid, which the old sources described as stretching in every direction for 100 leagues or more, broad enough to hold the final contest between the forces that had always been in tension throughout the life of the world. Odin would have known this moment was coming for a very long time, because he had spent his whole life asking questions whose answers all pointed in the same direction. The dead Velva he had roused from her rest told him things he had not wanted to hear. The runes he had won through suffering had shown him images he carried quietly ever after. He had gathered his warriors, the Einherjar, in Valhalla across all the ages of the world, training them, feasting them, preparing them for precisely this day. And when the day came at last, he did what he had always done when the road ahead was long and the destination uncertain. He went to find Sleipnir. It is not difficult, somehow, to picture that last morning. Odin would have come to his horse the way he always had, calmly, without ceremony, one hand reaching up to rest against the grey neck that had carried him through every realm he had ever visited, through the darkness beneath Hell's gates and the high cold paths above Asgard, and the long meandering roads of Midgard in 100 different disguises. Sleipnir had been there for all of it. He had been Odin's companion through more worlds and more years than any other creature, and he had never once faltered or turned back from a path his rider had chosen. The 8 legs that had always confounded and amazed those who saw them moved now as they always moved, smoothly, steadily, carrying Odin toward the plain of Vigrid with the same unhurried sureness they had carried him everywhere else. The field was vast and grey when they arrived, filled with the sound of forces assembling from every direction. Fenrir came with his enormous jaws agape, and it was there, on that wide plain, that he and Odin met for the last time. According to the old accounts, Fenrir swallowed Odin whole, and Sleipnir, the horse born of a trick, raised among gods who had carried the living into the land of the dead and returned without losing a step, died there on the field of Vigrid alongside his master. Some versions of the tradition hold that he was killed by Fenrir as well. Others say only that the battle consumed them both. What the sources agree on is that they did not part from one another. The horse, who had spent his whole existence crossing every possible boundary between one world and the next, went with Odin across the last one. There is something in that which feels entirely right, even though it is sorrowful. Sleipnir had always been more than a mount. He was the means by which Odin moved through reality itself, the living extension of the gods' insatiable need to reach every hidden corner of the cosmos. A horse like that could not be left behind. He was not the kind of creature you stable and then ride again another day. His whole nature was forward motion, crossing over, carrying his rider through whatever lay ahead. And what lay ahead now was simply the last threshold of all, the one even Sleipnir had not crossed before, carrying the living into death on his own behalf rather than anyone else's. The grief of Ragnarok belongs mostly to the gods and the world they had shaped and the age that would not come again. But somewhere within that larger grief, there is a smaller, quieter one. For a grey horse with 8 legs, who had been the finest companion in the history of any mythology, and who stayed faithful to the very end of everything. And so horse and rider crossed that final boundary together, which was perhaps the only way it could have ended. Carved into limestone on the island of Gotland, off the coast of Sweden, there are picture stones that are more than 1,000 years old. These stones, raised by people whose names are mostly lost to us now, show a figure on horseback moving through what appears to be a world in motion, and the horse beneath the rider has, unmistakably, 8 legs. Scholars who have studied the Gotland stones carefully note that the extra legs were almost certainly meant to convey speed, the way an artist might blur the edges of a running figure to suggest that it is moving faster than the eye can follow. The stones do not come with explanations. They do not need them. Anyone who saw them in the Norse world would have known immediately who that horse was and where that rider was going. What is remarkable about the Gotland stones is not simply that they exist, but that there are several of them, spread across the island, raised across different centuries, by different hands. Sleipnir was not a figure confined to a single poem or a single community. He moved through the imagination of Norse people the way he moved through the 9 realms, with an ease that suggested he had always been there and always would be. The stones show him in procession, in arrival, in full gallop. In some, the rider appears to be welcomed by a woman holding a drinking horn, which many scholars interpret as a scene of arrival in the Hall of the Dead. The horse who carries the rider to that threshold is always the same horse. Beyond Gotland, the image of the 8-legged horse appears in other carved and woven works from the Norse world, on a tapestry fragment from Överhogdal in Sweden, on small figurines, in manuscript illuminations made centuries after the Viking Age had passed. Each time, the image carries the same quiet authority. You do not need to be told what it means. The 8 legs announce it. In Iceland, where the literary tradition of Norse mythology was preserved most carefully, Sleipnir's name survived not only in the Eddas, but in the living culture around them. Icelandic horses, small, sturdy, remarkably sure-footed animals bred for centuries in that volcanic landscape, have long carried names drawn from the old stories, and Sleipnir's name has never entirely left that tradition. It is the name you give a horse you trust above all others. It is worth pausing to consider why this particular creature captured the Norse imagination so completely and so lastingly. Sleipnir was born from a trick. His mother was a god who had made himself into something else entirely for reasons that were, at best, complicated. His father was a stallion belonging to a giant the gods had just killed. By any ordinary measure, his origins were chaotic and strange. And yet from that chaos came something that everyone recognized as extraordinary, something the All-Father himself wanted to keep close. There is something in that story that feels deeply true to the way the Norse understood the world. The most useful things, the most enduring things, do not always arrive cleanly. They arrive from unexpected directions, at inconvenient moments, in forms that take a little while to understand. Sleipnir carried Odin across frozen plains and through the black valleys beneath the world. He carried Hermod to the gate of hell and brought him home again. He bore runes in his teeth and the weight of a god's ambitions on his back, and he never once faltered. In the old sources, no one ever describes him as tired. No one describes him as reluctant or difficult or afraid. He simply ran, and the worlds opened before him like water parting for a stone. That image of a grey horse moving without friction through every boundary the universe had set seems to be exactly what the Norse people needed from their mythology, a reminder that the walls between things are not as permanent as they appear, that the right companion can carry you through them. The canyon at Asbyrgi is still there. The Gotland stones are still there, resting in museums where people come to stand quietly in front of them and look at those 8 legs. The Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda are still read, still translated, still argued over by scholars who care about every word Snorri Sturluson chose to set down in the 13th century. Sleipnir runs through all of it, through the stone and the vellum and the cold Icelandic air and the long memory of people who told his story carefully enough that it reached us here, tonight, in whatever quiet place you have found for yourself. Somewhere out beyond the last realm, if the old stories are to be believed, a grey horse with 8 legs is still running.